Chapter 1. The System's Intrigues. It is widely acknowledged that in this era, Stargate technology is paramount for interstellar navigation. However, Stargates can only be constructed in star systems possessing two suns. Thus, to date, one-third of the star systems remain incapable of hosting a Stargate. Zhao groggily opened his eyes, a wave of dizziness washing over him. If memory served him correctly, he had stayed up late gaming the previous night, and now, upon entering class, he found himself battling fatigue. Strangely, the usually stern instructor had not roused him from his slumber. Suddenly, a look of bewilderment crossed Zhao Chen's face as he realized something was amiss in the classroom. The desks were no longer wooden, but crafted from a peculiar, pristine white material. Before each student lay a holographic projection screen, and their uniforms resembled those from science fiction space opera. Zhao Chen reached out to touch the seemingly transparent display, and to his astonishment, he felt as though he had made contact with a tangible object. When he pressed harder, his hand astonishingly passed through. What on earth? Zhao Chen's eyes widened as he surveyed his surroundings. He noticed that where the wall of the classroom once stood, a vast floor-to-ceiling window had emerged, revealing a breathtaking view of the starry cosmos outside scenes that were previously confined to educational programs. Moreover, the walls of this extraordinary classroom were adorned with several electronic scrolls. Some depicted advanced fighter jets, while others showcased formidable warships, not naval vessels, but rather interstellar ships reminiscent of those found in video games. As Zhao Chen stood before the lectern, he was nearly overwhelmed with shock. Before him was a humanoid creature, garbed in clothing, yet devoid of hair instead. Its head bore a peculiar vine-like texture, and on either side, butterfly-wing-like ears adorned its visage. This was undeniably not a human appearance. As Zhao Chen pondered whether he was ensnared in a dream, a torrent of memories began to flood his mind. Interstellar Era. Stellar Empire. Galactic Calendar Year 3030. North Star Starship Military Academy. Zhao Chen. Captain Major. Third year. Cadet. A pained expression crossed Zhao Chen's face as he clutched his head. Old Zhao, are you all right? Feeling unwell? A concerned voice inquired from beside him. Turning to look, Zhao Chen recognized a male student, whose information promptly manifested in his mind. Li Wei, his good friend and classmate. I'm fine, just a bit tired from staying up late last night. Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was unharmed. He feigned calmness as he resumed his studies. Yet internally, he began to process his current circumstances and situation. He had traversed through time. He found himself in an interstellar era. This was a military academy within the Stellar Empire, where he was a student specializing in captaincy, with aspirations of one day commanding an interstellar warship. Zhao Chen reached into his pocket, discovering a small vial. If memory served him correctly, the former owner of this body had succumbed to heartbreak, opting for a fatal poison advertently allowing Zhao Chen to inhabit this new form, sharing the same name and identity. Ding. The binding of the Super Interstellar Fleet System is in progress. Binding complete. Host, Zhao Chen. At that moment, a mechanical female voice suddenly resonated in his mind. The rookie gift pack has been activated. Congratulations on acquiring 100 system points. Congratulations on obtaining the profession of top starship engineer. Congratulations on receiving a technical blueprint for the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship, and congratulations on a random opportunity for a special attribute draw. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhao Chen realized that this was the golden finger belonging to traversers. With a mere thought, a virtual page materialized before Zhao Chen's eyes. Host, Zhao Chen. Profession, top starship engineer. Special attributes, none. Points, 100. Number of starships, 0. Tasks, quarterly task, unclaimed. Warehouse, T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship technical blueprint. Zhao Chen glanced over the 2 rewards he had just claimed. A top starship engineer? He raised his hand and used the holographic computer on the table to search for information on starship manufacturing. To his astonishment, he found that upon encountering this knowledge, he instantly comprehended it, even able to extrapolate further insights. Could it be that I can construct starships myself? Zhao Chen mused with delight. He continued to read on. Points? Points. System points are generated daily based on the number of starships possessed by the host, must be constructed from system blueprints, and can also be earned by completing. System task points can be exchanged for goods in the system mall. Zhao Chen cast a glance at the so-called system marketplace, where technical blueprints for starships and an array of eclectic goods lay, all categorized under T1 technology level. In this realm, technological products are classified into tiers: T1, T2, T3, and so forth. The higher the tier, the greater the combat capability and the more advanced the technology. Thus, the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser that Zhao Chun acquired is an exceptionally rare. Starship Technology.IT is worth noting that a T3 Starship blueprint holds a value in the stellar empire that ranges from tens to hundreds of billions of star coins. Presently, the number of T3 Starship models in active service within the stellar empire does not exceed 10, underscoring the rarity of such vessels. Should others discover that Zhao Chan possesses a T3 Starship blueprint, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy throughout the entire empire. However, Zhao Chun understands the adage that a common man is innocent, but can be implicated by possessing something precious. Hence, this information must remain undisclosed until he attains sufficient strength. Regrettably, Zhao Chun currently lacks the capability to construct a T3 Starship. According to his recollection, the cost to build a T3 Starship requires a minimum of 10 million star coins in raw materials and associated construction expenses. The journey to acquire this starship remains long and arduous for Zhao Chun. As for the quarterly task displayed on the system interface, is an automatically generated assignment that arises every 3 months, offering rewards upon completion. Zhao Chun decided to accept his inaugural quarterly task, to possess a starship produced by the system. The difficulty is indeed considerable. Moreover, there exists a particularly intriguing element, the special attribute. Zhao Chun clicked on the attribute option, subsequently revealing a box. The host will randomly select one attribute and its execution conditions from the options below. Option 1. The host fleet may only recruit male soldiers, which grants a combat power enhancement and the voice of encouragement. Option 2. The host fleet may only recruit female soldiers, which bestows a luck enhancement and the Eye of Insight. Option 3. The host fleet may only recruit non-human soldiers, which confers a loyalty enhancement and the universal tongue. Zhao Chen's expression darkened. Was this system truly playing tricks? Chapter 2. An interstellar fleet that can only recruit female soldiers? Without allowing Zhao Chun much time to ponder, a cursor began to move swiftly among 3 options, akin to a spinning roulette. Ultimately, it came to a halt on the second choice. Congratulations, host. You have received the Fleet Luck Value Bonus and Eye of Insight. You must unconditionally adhere to the regulation that the fleet can only recruit female soldiers. Should you contravene this mandate, the aforementioned rewards will be rescinded, accompanied by unspecified penalties. Zhao Chen covered his face. The stipulation of only recruiting female soldiers seemed rather excessive. Yet, inexplicably, there lingered a flicker of anticipation within him. Let us return to the matter at hand. Since this reality cannot be altered, one might as well accept it as it is. First, let us examine the 2 rewards received. The Fleet Luck Value Bonus, as its name implies, grants a certain enhancement of luck to Zhao Chen and any entities associated with his fleet. The precise effects remain elusive, for luck is a rather enigmatic concept. The second reward, Eye of Insight, can be employed on Zhao Chen's starship to discern whether any species harbors hostility or murderous intent towards him, in essence. As long as he remains aboard his vessel, Zhao Chen is assured absolute safety. Classmates, we shall conclude today's lesson here. As this semester draws to a close, we will transition to practical training next term. Since all of you are cadets of the captain's program, it is imperative that each of you possesses your own starship. This vessel may be procured independently or exchanged for academy credits. The crew aboard the starship may consist of students from various departments within the academy or individuals they hire themselves, provided they adhere to the relevant regulations. Once the instructor announced this matter, he exited the classroom. The announcement pertained to the curriculum for the upcoming semester, wherein each student is required to prepare their own starship. Those with financial means may purchase one independently, while those of lesser means could utilize the academy points accumulated over the past 3 years to redeem a ship from the academy's starship roster. Instantly, discussions erupted among the students regarding their intended starships. I must tell you, my father has prepared for me a T2 class interstellar destroyer. The latest model with improvements made this year, which happens to be the best-selling starship of the past decade. Huh. Let me tell you, what is a man's romance? It is colossal ships and enormous cannons. If one is to embark, it must be aboard an interstellar battleship. Now that is a true toy for a man. You all come from affluent backgrounds, but I do not. At best, I shall settle for an interstellar frigate to complete my studies. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhao Chen could not help but dream of his own starship. As a young man, who among us has not harbored dreams of gallivanting through the cosmos? Hey, Zhao, have you decided which starship to redeem? Li Wei nudged closer to Zhao Chen. You need to prepare swiftly, while the Academy offers a considerable selection of redeemable starships. Delay may result in the finest ships being taken. Moreover, you will need to assemble a crew. Zhao Chen casually inquired, how are your preparations coming along? Li Wei cheerfully raised his hand, revealing a device on his wrist resembling a watch. Yet, from the delicate handheld device, a holographic projection emerged, revealing a three-dimensional image of a starship model. Its design was rather traditional, reminiscent of ancient vessels. Numerous main cannons and missile launchers adorned its structure. This was the T-2 class Hyena medium interstellar destroyer, currently priced at 4,300,000 star coins. It had been ordered by my father. And even the crew had been arranged for me, comprising entirely of retired veterans with over a decade of service. After Li Wei spoke, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and with a hint of concern, he gazed at Zhao Chen and said, Old Zhao, if you truly cannot find a suitable starship in the Academy's warehouse, I could ask my father for assistance. It's all right. I already have a plan regarding the starship matter. After we finish our meal, we shall retrieve my starship, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Li Wei's family background was impressive. They were engaged in interstellar trade and were reputed to rank among the top 10 in the northern star region of the Starry Empire. Thus, it was hardly surprising that he could present a T-2 Hyena medium interstellar destroyer valued at 4 million star coins. As their idle chatter concluded, Zhao Chen and Li Wei made their way to the Academy cafeteria. On the journey, Li Wei noticed Zhao Chen appeared somewhat distracted, leading him to believe he was still preoccupied with thoughts of the starship. In truth, Zhao Chen's status was not inferior to that of Li Wei. Having lost his father at an early age, Zhao Chen had inherited the title of Baron and possessed a star system territory. Regrettably, the resources within that territory were exceedingly scarce. Simultaneously, it is a single star system, which signifies that the establishment of a Stargate is impossible. A galaxy devoid of a Stargate and lacking in unique resources can essentially be labeled as worthless. The baronial title held by Zhao Chen stems from his great-grandfather, a commander of a fleet in the Starry Empire, who was honored for his military achievements and granted an earldom along with lands. However, during the generations of Zhao Chen's grandfather and father, neither succeeded in accomplishing feats substantial enough to elevate or secure their titles, resulting in a gradual demotion, reducing the earldom to a barony by the time it reached Zhao Chen. Should he fail to attain further accolades, his descendants would be unable to inherit the title, and the territory would be reclaimed by the empire. As it stands, Zhao Chen's prospects appear bleak. It is said that within Zhao Chen's galaxy, there is currently not a single T-2 class starship. Only a few antiquated T-1 class vessels are tasked with maintaining order. Fortunately, due to the galaxy's impoverished state, there are no interstellar pirates eyeing them. In the past, Li Wei often wished to assist Zhao Chen, yet Zhao Chen's strong-willed nature led him to reject external aid. Hey, Lao Zhao, let us sit over there, Li Wei suddenly remarked, placing a hand on Zhao Chen's shoulder, attempting to guide him down a different path, seemingly intent on avoiding something. However, the person Li Wei wished to shield Zhao Chen from was already within his view, Jiang Shasha, his fiancée, in theory. At this moment, however, Jiang Shasha was in the company of another young man. Those familiar with her knew that he was pursuing her. Li Wei covered his face, feeling that fate had truly conspired against him. How could he encounter this woman wherever he went? He was aware that Zhao Chun and Jiang Shasha had grown up together, as they hailed from the same rural area in the same star system. Jiang Shasha's family belonged to the nobility of Zhao Chen's territory, thereby binding them in a childhood betrothal. However, everything changed once Jiang Shash entered the academy alongside Zhao Chen. Within the institution, there were males of even more prestigious status and greater extravagance than Zhao Chen. In comparison, he appeared merely as a fallen noble from a humble background. Initially, Zhao Chen was quite fond of Jiang Shasha, yet her repeated actions inflicted deep wounds upon him, despite his attempts to mend their relationship. Each endeavor was met with her cold and merciless indifference. Li Wei understood that Zhao Chen was heartbroken, often unable to eat in despair. What Li Wei did not know was that on this very day, Zhao Chen, overwhelmed by emotional turmoil, had resorted to an attempted suicide through medication, culminating in his current state. "Sit by the window over there," Li Wei suggested, but Zhao Chen declined, striding forward. To the outside observer, it appeared as if Zhao Chen was walking directly towards Jiang Shasha. Chapter 3. The fiancé of the worthless baron at that moment. Jiang Shasha also noticed Zhao Chen approaching her. A wave of disgust washed over her. She could hardly believe how obstinate he was. She had made it abundantly clear the previous night that they belonged to entirely different worlds, yet he persisted in speaking of their childhood bond, hoping to win her back. What a joke. It was only after leaving that impoverished star system that she truly understood the meaning of a resplendent life. How could she possibly resign herself to returning to that impoverished star system as a mere baroness, devoid of any significance? Furthermore, her offspring would have no chance of inheriting a title. She would not permit herself to endure such a life, not for a moment. The young man beside her was merely a prospect she had chosen, hailing from a respectable lineage, with his father currently holding the title of Viscount. Rumor had it that he might ascend to the rank of Earl in the coming years, which would mean his son could also inherit a title. Never mind. She would concoct an excuse to reject him shortly. She had already afforded him a semblance of respect, if he was too blind to appreciate it. Then he had no one to blame but himself for the public humiliation that would ensue. In her heart, Jiang Shasha secretly muttered to herself, her icy demeanor beginning to surface as she prepared her words of refusal. Even the young man beside her wore a mocking expression. Having pursued Jiang Shasha and conducted his research into her background, thus aware of Zhao Chen's fallen nobility, he relished the thought of witnessing the embarrassment etched on another's face after having their beloved taken away. Just as the two awaited the unfolding of the next act, unexpectedly, Zhao Chen did not even glance at Jiang Shasha. He simply brushed past them. This action left both Jiang Shasha and the young man momentarily stunned. And even Li Wei was taken aback. He had anticipated that Zhao Chen would confront him, feeling discomfort at seeing his fiancée with another man. Yet Zhao Chen chose to walk on without a word. "Look, the view from here is splendid," allowing one to gaze upon the starship docked in the distance. Zhao Chen sat beside a dining table adorned with a vast, transparent floor-to-ceiling window, pointing towards a distant starport where numerous starships were docked. Li Wei felt a sense of astonishment. Was his elder brother truly here merely to admire the scenery? Indeed, Zhao Chen was captivated by the starships. Perhaps an innate fascination stemming from the essence of masculinity. Armed with the knowledge he had acquired, Zhao Chen began to identify the vessels anchored in the starport. Predominantly, there were T2 starships alongside a few T1 vessels. In this era, T1 starships were considered somewhat outdated, primarily utilized for civilian purposes or for patrols across various star systems. To engage in true combat, one would require at least a T2 class starship. T2 vessels boasted significantly larger hulls compared to their T1 counterparts. Among them, the diverse array of interstellar destroyers and frigates comprised two-thirds of the fleet. The remainder included interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers. Zhao Chen even spotted a T1 interstellar battleship. But it was evidently an ancient relic. Notably absent were aircraft carrier starships, which, along with interstellar battleships, represented the most exorbitantly priced categories of vessels. One dominated the realm of interstellar aerial warfare, while the other stood as a symbol of colossal ships and formidable artillery. Soon, Zhao Chen's gaze fell upon a starship identical to the one Li Wei had purchased, a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. This model was currently the best-selling T2 interstellar destroyer within the Starry Empire, beloved by many. With a hull length of 230 meters, it was comparable in size to a large sports arena. The docked Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer was adorned in its original steel gray livery, with the right flank emblazoned with three insignias symbolizing its identity. The foremost emblem was that of the Galactic Alliance, of which the Stellar Empire was a member. Every starship within the Alliance was mandated to display this insignia. Following it was the seven-star emblem representing the seven noble families that founded the Stellar Empire. Lastly, there was the insignia denoting the ship's owner, accompanied by the vessel's registration number, which was the largest and most prominent of the three. These three insignias served as the starship's identification, akin to a personal ID. "What are we having to eat today?" "It's on me," Li Wei declared generously. "Really?" Zhao Chen teased, glancing at Li Wei before pressing a button on the table to order. Instantly, a holographic menu materialized before him, and he scrolled to the end of the options. Li Wei, wearing a wry smile, replied, "Brother, although my father bought me a starship, you know my monthly allowance isn't exactly substantial." Zhao Chen ceased his banter, saying, that you may be a wealthy heir and I'm merely a fallen baron. I am not so destitute as to rely on your generosity. Once you achieve true prosperity, do invite me then. With that, Zhao Chen selected the most affordable meal option. Li Wei followed suit with a similar choice. Soon, a robotic server delivered their meals to the table. The two-person nutrition package A and nutrition package C. Please enjoy. Zhao Chen began to consume the visually appealing yet disappointingly tasteless food before him, feeling as though he was indulging in plastic. It seemed that food prices had risen again recently. Eating such synthetic nutrition packages daily, he felt as though his sense of taste was diminishing. He longed for the taste of artificially cultivated food. Li Wei lamented with a grimace. Just ask your father for a bit more pocket money. Zhao Chen replied without lifting his head. My father is as stingy as they come, aside from that one extravagant purchase of the starship. There is no way he'll part with more money. And do you have any idea how expensive artificially cultivated ingredients are? Even my father can only afford the most basic meals, with meat being a rare treat once a week. The lavish lifestyle of feasting is a privilege reserved for the upper echelons of society. Li Wei waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Chen gazed at the food on his plate. In this era, everything was exceptional and advanced, yet the one drawback was the food. Due to the vast population and the overexploitation of the planet's land resources, the cost of naturally grown crops had become exorbitant. As a result, the majority of ordinary people were relegated to consuming tasteless, inexpensive synthetic meals. Only the affluent elite could afford the luxury of naturally cultivated food. Even the most commonplace rice, steamed buns, and vegetables from Zhao Chen's previous life were now considered valuable commodities. Even the middle-tier nobility could only indulge in them occasionally. Isn't that Baron Zhao Chen? How could such a distinguished baron be reduced to eating this kind of food? A disapproving voice drifted from the side. Li Wei furrowed his brow as he glanced over. Noticing that Jiang Shasha and the man she had previously ignored, Zhang Haoran, were seated right next to them. Zhang Haoran, whose lineage was anything but ordinary, was the son of a viscount. Zhao Chen, however, remained unfazed, keeping his gaze fixed on his food. Unbeknownst to Zhao Chen, Shasha had already consented to be his girlfriend. As for the engagement between Zhao Chen and Shasha, it would be wise for him to annul it himself. Did he truly believe he was worthy of Shasha? He ought to assess his own worth. Zhang Haoran mocked him without reservation, disdainfully regarding Zhao Chen. He relished the feeling of belittling others. In Chapter 4, the Starship Duel, Zhao Chen had previously ignored them, which had greatly displeased Zhang Haoran. Seizing the opportunity, he instigated a confrontation, brazenly mentioning his supposed relationship with Jiang Shasha. Shasha frowned slightly. She had merely agreed to spend some time with Zhang Haoran, and his presumption that they were in a relationship irked her. At this moment, Zhao Chen finally lifted his head, casting a casual glance at Zhang Haoran, and uttered a singular word. Oh. Zhang Haoran's lips twitched in disbelief. What was this? Hadn't it been rumored that Zhao Chen was infatuated with Jiang Shasha? Why did he remain indifferent in the face of such provocation? Jiang Shasha also looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment, sensing that he seemed different from before. Ha ha ha, truly a useless baron, a failure with no accomplishments. Zhang Haoran continued his taunts. Li Wei, unable to endure any longer, pointed directly at Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran, do not overstep your bounds. Who do you think you are? If I am the Baron of Waste, then you are even less than that. If memory serves, you have failed your final exams for the past 3 years. Were it not for your father's connections, you would have been expelled long ago. Zhao Chen cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Haoran, delivering his most cutting remarks in the most nonchalant tone. You. Zhang Haoran's face flushed with anger. This was his Achilles heel, a subject he loathed to have brought up. So what if I have connections? My father has even arranged for me a T2 starship for the next semester. I dare say you will likely be left with nothing more than a T1 starship. And I recall there will be practical combat training then. Your T1 starship will probably become a target. Ha ha ha. Zhang Haoran burst into laughter. Triggered random quest challenged Zhang Haoran to a starship duel and defeat him in combat. Would you like to accept? Zhao Chen's expression shifted. He had not anticipated triggering a random quest at this moment. Defeating Zhang Haoran. This presents a certain challenge. Yet, compared to the previous quarterly task, it is significantly simpler. The most crucial aspect is that, aside from the uncertain task rewards, completing the quest would grant him a task point. Although Zhao Chen currently possesses system points, the items in the system shop cannot be exchanged at whim. Acquiring an item requires corresponding task points. For instance, an item in the T1 category necessitates 1 task point along with the requisite system points. At this moment, task points are precisely what Zhao Chen desperately needs. Do not mistake my candor for rudeness. Facts are facts. I advise you, rather than squander your time here and subject yourself to humiliation, it would be wiser to retreat to your remote interstellar territory. Zhang Haoran observed Zhao Chen becoming momentarily stunned by his words, leading him to believe he had struck a sensitive chord. Meanwhile, Jiang Shasha remained indifferent to the unfolding scene. Perhaps Zhang Haoran was being a tad excessive. However, if this approach could compel Zhao Chen to recognize the disparity between them and retreat in humility, then it could be deemed beneficial. At that moment, a smirk appeared at the corner of Zhao Chen's mouth. Who was truly humiliating themselves remained uncertain. Zhao Chen lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Zhang Haoran for the first time, his expression laced with provocation and mockery. Simultaneously, a thought crossed Zhao Chen's mind. Confirm task acquisition. The random task was successfully obtained. With the content reading, challenge Zhang Haoran to a starship duel and defeat him in the process. Task difficulty, grade D. Rewards, 1 task point and 300 points. Penalty for failure, deduction of 300 points. It seemed there was a penalty for failure, resulting in an immediate deduction of 300 points. It was important to note that Zhao Chen's account only held 100 points. If he were to fail, his balance would plummet into the negatives. How could one who lacked even a starship presume to speak so boldly? Were I in your position, I would have rolled up my bedding and departed. You are unworthy of remaining in Beiji Star. Zhang Haoran, visibly displeased, pointed directly at Zhao Chen's nose. A fallen aristocrat should humbly accept their humiliation. Yet this individual consistently defied expectations. Since you are so confident, why not engage in a starship duel? Zhao Chen retrieved a card from the collar of his student uniform. It was the Academy's student identity card, granting access to various activities within the institution, including starship duels. A starship duel? You against me? Zhang Haoran was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into hearty laughter. He stood up and strode directly to Zhao Chen's table. What do you, a person without even a starship, have to contest with me? Do you truly believe you are worthy? The time for their duel was, of course, not immediate. There remained a month until the end of the semester. Let us set it for before the end of June. I will inform you of the duel's exact time. He continued, if I lose, I shall voluntarily withdraw from the next semester. If you lose, Zhao Chen gazed intently at his opponent, his eyes unblinking. I will withdraw. Zhang Haoran interjected smoothly. At this moment, the unfolding events had exceeded the expectations of Jiang Shasha and Li Wei. Li Wei stood up, pushed Zhang Haoran aside, and positioned himself protectively in front of Zhao Chen. Zhang Haoran, if you have the capability, then challenge me to a starship duel. Zhang Haoran cast a sidelong glance at Li Wei, spreading his hands with a light chuckle. As everyone can see, it was Zhao Chen who proposed this starship duel. Li Wei's father wielded considerable influence, and Zhang Haoran was reluctant to invite unnecessary trouble. Li Wei, allow me to handle this matter myself. Zhao Chen placed a hand on Li Wei's shoulder. But Li Wei hesitated. If you still consider me a friend, trust me, Zhao Chen asserted earnestly. Gritting his teeth, Li Wei could only glare resentfully at Zhang Haoran. At that moment, a holographic projection materialized between Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoran. Third-year student Zhao Chen formally challenges third-year student Zhang Haoran to a starship duel, tentatively scheduled within a month. Do you confirm? The commotion had drawn the attention of numerous onlookers. It is indeed a rarity to witness a starship duel, as it pertains to the realm of actual combat, where damage to the vessel and even casualties are inevitable. Consequently, over the course of a month, the Northern Star Starship Military Academy has hosted only 4 or 5 such confrontations. While I am uncertain of the source of your confidence, I assure you that you will come to regret your decision today. Zhang Haoran disdainfully produced his identity card and accepted Zhao Chen's challenge to a starship duel. Thus, the details of their confrontation were duly recorded in the Academy's database, pending the finalization of the timing. Li Wei, have you finished your meal? Yes, I have. Let us depart. Zhao Chen wiped his mouth, his demeanor unruffled as if nothing of consequence had transpired. Oh, I'm done. Li Wei, now devoid of any appetite, followed Zhao Chen out of the dining hall. Zhang Haoran gazed at Zhao Chen's retreating figure, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. How dare someone without even a starship challenge him? The humiliation will undoubtedly fall upon him. Shasha, do not worry. Once I defeat him and expel him from the academy, he will no longer have the opportunity to bother you. Zhang Haoran cast a victorious glance at Jiang Shasha, exuding confidence. Jiang Shasha also watched Zhao Chen's departing silhouette, feeling an inexplicable sense of change in him. Most importantly, she realized that throughout this entire time, Zhao Chen had not once regarded her with a glance. Had he truly forgotten her, or was he merely feigning ignorance? For reasons unknown, Jiang Shasha felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Chapter 5. Redeeming 3 wretched starships? This fellow must be out of his mind. Zhao Chen, you were exceedingly impulsive just now. I understand your deep-seated animosity towards Zhang Haoren, who was taken away. Jiang Shasha. However, you cannot challenge him to a starship duel. The application for the duel has already been submitted and cannot be retracted. If it comes to that, I shall lend you my T2 hyena. Li Wei walked beside Zhao Chen, his anxious demeanor suggesting that he was the one about to engage in the duel rather than Zhao Chen himself. No need for that. I possess a starship, Zhao Chen replied, feeling a warmth in his heart at Li Wei's concern. Li Wei genuinely regarded him as a brother. Since the day they entered school, Zhao Chen had assisted this wealthy second-generation heir from a trading family, tutoring him and guiding him through his coursework. Without Zhao Chen's help, Li Wei would have surely failed his exams over the past 3 years. From that moment on, their bond flourished. You have a starship? How was I unaware of this? Li Wei exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen spent every waking hour with Li Wei, save for sleeping and using the restroom. How could he possibly be oblivious to Zhao Chen's possession of a starship? Then let us go and exchange it right away, Zhao Chen said with a smile. What? Right now? Li Wei paused, then placed his hands on his head. My dear Baron, you jest too grandly. Are you truly intending to use the starships from the Academy's storage to duel Zhang Haoren? Half an hour later, Zhao Chen and Li Wei arrived at the Academy's starship warehouse. This place was distinct from the starport, where starships lay docked and ready for departure. The starship warehouse serves as a repository for starships, some of which could be described as gathering dust, having remained there for countless years. Greetings, teacher. I am here to exchange for a starship. Zhao Chen approached the counter of the warehouse administrator. The administrator glanced at Zhao Chen. Perhaps aware of the impending end of term, understanding that third-year students had begun preparing for the starships required for the next semester. Here, take a look at the list. The administrator said. It contained data on every type of starship along with the necessary student credits for each. The administrator opened the inquiry box, allowing Zhao Chen to peruse the information. It was filled with starships, nearly 300 in total. However, the vast majority were of T1 grade and primarily second-hand vessels. After all, who would leave new starships parked here? Zhao Chen, your academic performance has been commendable. After 3 semesters, your credits should total around 30,000, the administrator continued. That would suffice to exchange for this T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, a starship from 2 decades ago, with only minor hull damage. Although its design may seem somewhat outdated, its core technologies remain quite comprehensive. Li Wei understood that the outcome of the starship duel was already determined, and now they could only think of ways to cope with it. Zhao Chen shook his head, continuing to explore the options. Li Wei proceeded to introduce several other T2 starships, all offering excellent value, yet Zhao Chen remained resolute in his refusal. Young master, how long do you intend to deliberate? While there are over 300 starships here, only a few are truly suitable, Li Wei remarked, observing Zhao Chen's prolonged indecision. I have made my choice. Zhao Chen finally declared. Chosen? Which one? Li Wei inquired with curiosity. Zhao Chen turned to the administrator and inquired. Teacher, is it true that as long as my points are sufficient, I can exchange for several starships? Indeed, there were no restrictions on the quantity of exchanges. The administrator affirmed with a nod. Zhao Chen proceeded to select a few starships in the exchange panel, saying, Then I shall take these 3. 3. Both Li Wei and the administrator were taken aback. They simultaneously examined the details of the 3 starships, T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, in service for 59 years. The hull had once suffered severe damage, and 3 main cannons had also been significantly compromised, though they have since been repaired, requiring 9,000 points. T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, in service for 65 years, requiring 7,000 points. T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship, in service for 80 years, requiring points. Upon reviewing the specifications of these 3 starships, Li Wei and the administrator were left in disbelief. Undoubtedly, these vessels were relics of a bygone era among the starship repository. Are you certain you wish to exchange for these 3 starships? Have you given it further thought? While they were commendable vessels in their time, the starship modules have significantly aged over the years, the administrator gently advised. Li Wei quickly interjected. Zhao Chen, please, do not jest. Starship duels are one-on-one. Even if you select 3, it would be of no use. I am certain. I want these 3. Please proceed with the exchange. Zhao Chen asserted with determination. After the administrator confirmed several times, he finally facilitated the exchange of the 3 starships for Zhao Chen. Li Wei stood beside, concealing his face, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. The actions of Zhao Chen today left him utterly bewildered. These 3 starships have been registered under your name. You may summon them at any time. Should you wish to continue storing them in the warehouse, the first month is complimentary, but thereafter, a storage fee will apply. The administrator regarded Zhao Chen with an expression of incredulity. Sir, can the points also be exchanged for certain starship components? Zhao Chen inquired. Moreover, each student is entitled to complimentary access to the Starship Modification and Repair Dock, which I have not utilized for 3 semesters. I should possess 30 days of free access. Indeed, the administrator confirmed with a nod. I shall draft a list of starship components, and I kindly ask you to arrange for a starship dock to transfer these 3 vessels along with the components. Zhao Chen requested earnestly. The administrator glanced at the list of components, noting their commonplace nature. Zhao Chen's exchange of academy points was fortuitously sufficient to cover these items. Will you require the services of a starship engineer or technician? They can perform repairs and modifications according to your specifications, the administrator inquired. No, thank you, Zhao Chen replied. Shaking his head, the administrator did not press further, stating, I will have everything prepared within half an hour. You will receive the starship dock number, and you may proceed directly there. Thank you, sir, Zhao Chen expressed his gratitude. Once their business was concluded, Zhao Chen and Li Wei departed. What a peculiar student. The administrator muttered to himself. Upon exiting the starship warehouse, Li Wei could no longer contain his frustration. He seized Zhao Chen's shoulder and exclaimed, Zhao Chen, what on earth do you intend to accomplish? What use could those dilapidated starships possibly serve? Are you jesting with your future? Zhao Chen remained composed and replied, Li Wei, trust me, I will handle this matter appropriately. Li Wei, slightly irked, waved his hand dismissively, signaling his disinterest in Zhao Chen's endeavors. Zhao Chen, feeling helpless, recognized that even if he were to explain his intentions to Li Wei at this moment, he would remain incredulous. Rather than squander time in futile explanations, he resolved to let the outcome speak for itself. Ding. Third-year student Zhao Chen has been granted access to Dock 017 for small and medium-sized starships. During the usage period, entry is permitted with a student identification card. With this notification, Zhao Chen bid farewell to Li Wei and proceeded towards the starship dock. Upon arriving at the entrance, he swiped his student ID card, and the doors swung open automatically, revealing an expansive area, no less than 3 to 5 football fields in size. A pungent aroma of rust and starship oil assaulted his senses as he stepped inside. There, he beheld 3 starships, seemingly awaiting his arrival. The rusted hulls bore testament to their age and the battles they had once faced. Although the Academy had conducted maintenance on them, they had nonetheless served for many years. Zhao Chen first approached the central control panel of the workshop, activating a series of holographic screens. His fingers danced swiftly over the holographic keyboard as he entered data one after another. At last, the data concerning the 3 starships is clearly presented above, with Zhao Chen even having edited a 3-dimensional model. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that the 3 starship models are divided into gray and red regions. By combining these areas, a coherent structure can be achieved. With great enthusiasm, Zhao Chen overlapped the red regions, forming a vague semblance of a starship, albeit rather awkwardly. Subsequently, he retrieved a confidential document from his handheld terminal, which contained data on another starship model, the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship. Chapter 6. The Assembly of the Starship in Progress. In truth, Zhao Chen's purpose for acquiring these 3 starships was quite straightforward, given his current capabilities. Constructing the T-3 starship awarded by the system was beyond his reach. However, by utilizing the technical blueprints provided for the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship as a foundation, he could potentially modify and assemble a simplified version of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship using the 3 starships at hand. With the mind of a top-tier starship engineer, Zhao Chen calculated countless possibilities, concluding that the feasibility of this plan stood at an impressive 80%. By employing the hull of the T-2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship and integrating certain performance modules from the T-2 Hyena and T-2 Grey Wolf, Zhao Chen murmured with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Having formulated the assembly plan, he promptly set to work. Approaching the control panel, he personally operated the mechanical arms, initiating the cutting process on the 3 starships. This marked Zhao Chen's inaugural endeavor in modifying a starship, yet, upon his first touch, he felt as though he had engaged in such tasks numerous times before. moving with an effortless grace and executing his maneuvers with remarkable precision. Even if the most esteemed starship engineers of the Academy were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished by the craftsmanship and skill of this young prodigy. Such fluidity of action is unattainable without 5 or 6 decades of practical experience and an exceptional reservoir of knowledge. Disassembling 3 starships is a considerable undertaking, and enlisting the assistance of repairmen or engineers would be immensely beneficial. However, Zhao Chen found himself unable to do so. Firstly, he lacked Academy credits, having expended all his points on procuring spare parts. Secondly, this process must remain shrouded in secrecy. The dismantling and reassembly of 3 distinct starships into a brand new vessel necessitated some core technologies from T3, class Blizzard Light interstellar battlecruisers. If any hint of his undertaking were to escape, the repercussions could be dire. Thus, Zhao Chen resolved to manage the entire endeavor single-handedly. After some contemplation, he estimated that approximately 20 days would suffice. Over the next 3 weeks, he virtually abandoned all his courses, coinciding with the semester's conclusion. Many assessments had already been completed, and his credits were sufficient to qualify him for the 4th year, rendering his absences largely inconsequential. Nevertheless, the news of Zhao Chen's duel with Zhang Haoran spread throughout the 3rd year, prompting numerous students to visit his classroom, eager to glimpse the rumored fallen baron, only to leave disappointed. The entrance to the starship workshop flickered with a red light, signaling that someone was requesting entry. For the first few minutes, Zhao Chen paid it no mind, but the persistent chime continued for a full 10 minutes. Unable to bear it any longer, he dragged his weary body out of the workspace and approached the door, finally opening it. "Zhao Chen, have you lost your mind?" As soon as the door opened a crack, before he could even discern the silhouette, a sharp voice exclaimed, followed by the entrance of a slender, fair leg. Zhao Wanner. His sister immediately pointed an accusatory finger at him, unleashing a torrent of reprimands. However, Zhao Chen hardly absorbed her words. He leaned against the doorframe and muttered, "Wanner, are you done scolding me? If so, I'm off to rest." With half-closed eyes, he stifled a yawn. The enchanting figure before him, with skin as fair as snow, was none other than his sister, Zhao Wanner. She was a 4th-year student at the North Star Starship Academy, poised to enter her 5th year next year. The reason Zhao Chen was merely a 3rd-year student, while Zhao Wanner had advanced to 4th year, was due to her extraordinary brilliance. She had completed the 3-year curriculum in just 1 year, surpassing her brother and earning her place in the 4th year. Renowned for her striking beauty, she was celebrated as one of the Academy's most stunning students. Dressed in a crisp, white military uniform, it dawned on Zhao Chen that it had been over half a month since this young lady had last sought him out. Her return was likely tied to the end-of-year assessments for 4th-year students, which required piloting a starship for practical evaluations. Upon her return to the Academy, she had rushed to find him. Zhao Wanner gazed at Zhao Chen, who bore the marks of exhaustion, dark circles under his eyes, disheveled hair, and an unpleasant odor emanating from him. Her attention was then drawn to the makeshift bed situated at the entrance of the workshop, accompanied by a box of instant nutritional meals, the remnants of which lay scattered around, exuding a foul stench. A few sets of unkempt Academy uniforms were also abandoned on the ground, further illustrating the disarray of Zhao Chen's life over the past month and a half. "You still have the nerve to rest. Do you have any idea of the trouble you've caused? For the sake of a woman, you dared to challenge Zhang Haoran to a starship duel, even wagering that the loser would be expelled from the Academy. Have you lost your mind?" Zhao Wanner, exasperated by his recklessness, instinctively seized Zhao Chen by the ear. While such an action should have elicited some discomfort, Zhao Chen, overwhelmed by drowsiness, collapsed against her as if he were a child. "You." With a thud, Zhao Wanner found herself seated on the ground, Zhao Chen leaning against her. "This fool," she lamented, reluctantly dragging Zhao Chen into the starship workshop. However, upon lifting her gaze to the expansive area within the workshop, which was large enough to accommodate several football fields, she was left astounded. There stood a starship, its hull clearly aged and not new. Certain sections were uneven, bearing the scars of past bombardments. Scattered across the surrounding control panels were various components, both large and small. Yet, despite its dilapidated condition, Zhao Wanner could still perceive the latent hostility embedded within this starship. Most remarkably, she sensed a strange familiarity about it. However, she could not recall having encountered this particular starship in the encyclopedia of starships she had studied. "Wanner." A voice from behind pulled Zhao Wanner back to reality. Zhao Chen had awakened, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Though he had only slept for about 10 minutes, his condition had improved significantly. What is this? Zhao Wana pointed at the starship before her. It's my starship, Zhao Chen instinctively replied. You must be joking, without even drafting a script. I heard from that rascal Li Wei that you exchanged your academy credits for 3 old starships. This is certainly not one of them. Zhao Wana began, but her words faltered as she turned back, gazing incredulously at the starship. She seemed to understand why this starship felt so familiar to her. Wana, aren't you usually quite clever? How could you not have realized this sooner? Zhao Chen teased, a smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 7. The First Starship. Zero Storm. Zhao Wana meticulously examined the starship from top to bottom, her astonishment evident as she looked at Zhao Chen. This starship, is it assembled from those 3? T2 Hyena, T2 Grey Wolf, and T2 Devil Crocodile? She discerned the reason behind her sense of familiarity with this vessel. Recognizing that its hull bore a striking resemblance, over 90% similarity to that of the T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship. Furthermore, the weapon modules on board were akin to those of the T2 Hyena class medium interstellar destroyer. In summary, this starship exhibited an abundance of characteristics from those 3 vessels. Indeed, Zhao Chen candidly admitted that he could not disclose details about the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship. However, it was impossible to conceal the fact that he had assembled a starship, as there were exchange records in the starship warehouse. Furthermore, Zhao Chen intended to use this starship to duel Zhang Haoran, which any perceptive individual could easily deduce. You have spent more than half a month here assembling this starship? When did you learn to assemble starships? Zhao Wana gazed at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Dismantling 3 starships and reassembling them into one was no trivial task. The most critical aspect was ensuring that all modules of the new starship could indeed be activated. Pointing at the starship, Zhao Chen smiled and said, I have many secrets. Besides our captain's course, I also secretly studied some starship engineering. This is my first starship, which I have named Zero Blizzard. Although it is essentially a simplified version of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship, using the name Blizzard seemed somewhat inappropriate. Thus, I chose to name it simply Zero Blizzard. Zero Blizzard? Zhao Wana murmured, pondering this peculiar name. The starship resembled an interstellar battleship, yet bore the characteristics of an interstellar cruiser, and even exhibited the style of an interstellar destroyer. What on earth was this contraption? Are you certain it can actually be activated? Zhao Chen, I understand your feelings for Zhang Shasha. However, that woman is truly not suitable for you. Do not hang your hopes on her. Moreover, you are well aware of the situation in our territory. With great effort, we have managed to utilize the last of our territory's resources to become students at the Northern Star Starship Academy. Only by successfully graduating can we hope to revitalize our domain. Surely, you do not wish for your noble title to be reclaimed by the Empire, do you? If you were to be expelled, could you bear to face the spirits of our parents? And what of our sister's sacrifice? Zhao Wana glared at Zhao Chen with indignation. Then, Zhao Wana firmly grasped Zhao Chen's wrist. I will seek assistance from my close friend. Her esteemed lineage will allow her to negotiate with Zhang Haoran to cancel this duel. However, Zhao Wana found herself unable to pull Zhao Chen along. Instead, to her astonishment, Zhao Chen lifted her effortlessly in a princess carry. What are you doing? Zhao Wana's cheeks flushed crimson. I wish to show you my starship, Zhao Chen replied. Without further words, as he dashed towards the starship's entrance, carrying her, they traversed the somewhat dilapidated corridors of the vessel and arrived at the bridge, the very brain of the starship. The bridge was rather compact, spanning only about 100 square meters, and was shrouded in darkness due to the ship not being powered. Gently setting Zhao Wana down, Zhao Chen approached the captain's chair and seated himself. Placing his hand on the right armrest, he initiated the system, detecting highest privileges. Commencing identity verification. Captain, Zhao Chen. Identity verification complete. A floating crystal control panel materialized before Zhao Chen, upon which he pressed several buttons. The starship is initiating. The starship's central control system is booting up. The starship's energy system is powering on. 10, 30, 60. As Zhao Chen officially commenced the activation of this colossal starship, the bridge's lighting system began to illuminate, casting a bright glow across the entire command center. Subsequently, this magnificent behemoth began to awaken. Starship propulsion system auto-diagnostics in progress. Diagnostics complete. Functioning optimally. Starship weapon systems auto-diagnostics in progress. Diagnostics complete. Functioning optimally. Mechanical voices resonated throughout the bridge. The first starship belonging to Zhao Chen was officially roused from its slumber. All functional modules of the starship are operating normally, with 19 energy remaining. Zhao Chen, filled with elation, raised his fist triumphantly. Although he possessed technical expertise, he candidly acknowledged his uncertainty regarding the likelihood of success. To his astonishment, the initial activation had indeed succeeded. It had truly come to life. Zhao Wanner was equally taken aback. What do you think? Isn't it remarkable? Zhao Chen descended from the captain's chair, placing a hand on Zhao Wanner's shoulder, akin to brothers. Despite their sibling bond, Zhao Wanner's consistent excellence often made their dynamic resemble that of elder and younger siblings. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. So what if it has started? What about its combat capabilities? Can it perform in real combat situations? I've heard that Zhang Haoran's starship is a T2 class. Are you certain your assembled vessel can compete? I hope it doesn't fall apart before the battle even begins. Sister, why do you doubt me so much? Regardless of whether I can defeat him or not. Within 10 minutes, I could easily vanquish Zhang Haoran's T2 starship. Zhao Chen confidently crossed his fingers, forming a bold gesture. 10 minutes. I never realized how fond you were of boasting. Zhao Wanner shot him a sideways glance, entirely unconvinced by his claims. Moreover, you are the sole occupant of the starship. There are no crew members at all. How do you expect to fight? Suddenly, Zhao Chen clapped his hands, his eyes gleaming. How could I have forgotten this detail? No wonder I felt something was amiss when I activated the starship earlier. Zhao Wanner held her head in despair over her older brother's antics. I should probably discuss how to handle this situation with my best friend. Wanner, where can we find crew members the fastest? Zhao Chen inquired eagerly, turning his gaze towards his sister. He was adept at modifying and dismantling starships. But when it came to such matters, Zhao Chen found himself at a loss. You haven't even thought these things through, yet you fantasize about a starship duel? Zhao Wanner was speechless, but she proceeded to explain. There are generally 3 sources for crew members. The first is students from other disciplines at the Starship Academy. Aside from our captain's program, there are various other fields of study. The second channel involves recruiting retired veterans from the Imperial military. These crew members are skilled in operation but can be quite costly to maintain. The third option consists of less conventional channels, such as those previously engaged in gray markets, pirates, or even slaves. In fact, the Academy provides channels for crew recruitment. By connecting your identity card to the Academy network, you will find a dedicated section for this purpose. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin and, without much thought, inquired, what is the cheapest option? Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes, but was well aware that Zhao Chen had very little money. The most affordable option, of course, consisted of slaves, typically war captives, some of whom had once piloted starships. However, due to issues of loyalty and status, many were reluctant to employ slaves, relegating them to the most menial tasks. As Zhao Wanner was speaking, Zhao Chen had already connected his identity card to the Academy network and, in a corner of the crew recruitment channel, spotted the option for slaves. Upon clicking, a list of slaves appeared before him. Scanning the options, Zhao Chen's gaze suddenly fixated on one of the names. As if he had stumbled upon a treasure. This one. Without hesitation, he clicked on the redeem option. Due to his depleted Academy points, he opted to pay from his personal account this time. What have you done? Zhao Wanner felt an ominous premonition as she saw Zhao Chen contentedly close the holographic projection. Chapter 8. Acquiring a white-haired half-beast girl. I have recruited a group of crew members, Zhao Chen declared. It says they will arrive within a day. Crew members? What crew members? Slave crew members. You mentioned they were the cheapest, right? How much did you spend? Have you not exhausted all your Academy points? It's not expensive. Merely 3,000 star coins. If I recall correctly, your account only has a little over 3,000 star coins left. Indeed. A dark line appeared on Zhao Wanner's face. How had she not noticed her brother's utter unreliability before? Look, here is the list. Zhao Chen displayed the list of slaves he had purchased to Zhao Wanner, complete with images. Upon seeing the pictures, Zhao Wanner was even more taken aback. For they were all half-orcs, and moreover, they were all female half-orcs. Zhao Wanner glared at her brother with a scowl. Zhao Chen. Ultimately, Zhao Wanner berated Zhao Chen thoroughly before storming off in indignation. In her eyes, her brother had lost his senses, stubbornly clinging to his delusions. She felt compelled to prepare for the worst, which meant cleaning up Zhao Chen's mess. After Zhao Wanner departed, Zhao Chen first refreshed himself, indulged in a good sleep, and donned a fresh set of garments. At that moment, the slave crew Zhao Chen had ordered arrived. Good day. May I ask if you are Mr. Zhao Chen? Here are the 100 slaves you ordered. Could you please present your identity card? A man wearing a professional smile appeared at the entrance of Zhao Chen's workshop. Behind him were 10 mechanical carts covered in black cloth, each standing 3 meters tall, 4 to 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. Apart from that, no other personnel were visible. Zhao Chen presented his identity card and inquired, "But where are the individuals I requested?" "They're inside here." A man unveiled a black cloth draped over a mechanical cart, revealing a series of iron cages. Each cage stood nearly 1 meter tall and contained a half-orc, who sat huddled with their arms wrapped around their knees. Their tattered clothing and the electronic shackles around their necks and ankles spoke of their dire condition, each one appearing gaunt and fearful. "This software can control the electronic shackles around their necks," the man explained. "These shackles are equipped with both electric shock and self-destruct mechanisms. Unless you enter the password to unlock them, any external tampering will trigger a detonation." "I understand. So these cages are also a gift for me?" Zhao Chen inquired, gesturing towards the tools. "Of course," the man replied with a smile. "These half-orcs have been under their control for quite some time. It is a rare opportunity for someone to be willing to purchase them, so offering a few mechanical carts and cages is a small price to pay. Then I shall push them in myself." Zhao Chen took it upon himself to maneuver the dozen or so mechanical carts into the workshop, pulling away the black cloth entirely. One by one, the half-orcs were fully revealed before Zhao Chen's eyes. The diversity among these half-orcs was striking. Some bore fur resembling that of wild beasts, while others appeared more human-like, but sported animalistic ears or tails. The most numerous were those resembling dogs, pigs, and sheep. Among them, one half-orc female stood out prominently. She possessed a coat of white fur, her blue eyes radiating a mix of hostility, anger, and defiance. Her head bore a pair of truncated white ears, and a similarly severed white tail adorned her backside. Additionally, her face and body were marred by numerous unsightly scars. Had it not been for these blemishes, she might have conformed to human aesthetic standards, even as a half-orc. The half-orc female Zhao Chen was quite familiar, as she had been purchased some time ago. The primary reason for selecting this group of half-orcs was indeed this particular female. "Greetings, General Charlotte." The white-haired half-orc gazed in surprise as the person before her uttered her name, particularly the title. General Charlotte. Born in the Black Ya Star domain of the Warhammer Star Tribal Federation, hailed from the White Tiger tribe. Discontented with the local lord's oppressive regime over the half-orc tribes in the Star domain, she led a rebellion, establishing an interstellar resistance. Over the course of 3 years, she engaged in no fewer than 50 interstellar battles. Once, she commanded a fleet of 300 rebel starships and clashed with a fleet of 500 Lord vessels, ultimately achieving a Pyrrhic victory by destroying one T3 starship of the enemy. However, 3 months ago, due to betrayal, her operations were compromised, leading to an ambush by an enemy fleet that vastly outnumbered hers, resulting in the complete destruction of her fleet, after which her whereabouts became unknown. To her astonishment, she had fallen into slavery and was sold into the Stellar Empire. Zhao Chen recounted the exploits of this half-orc general before him in detail. Upon hearing the man's recounting of her past, Charlotte's expression became somewhat distant. Zhao Chen opened the door to Charlotte's cage and seated himself on the ground before her. "So, would you care to have a conversation?" Charlotte smiled wryly. "Discuss? I am merely a prisoner now. What is there to talk about? Perhaps we could discuss your freedom, as well as the freedom of those half-orc soldiers who have also fallen to such depths as you." Zhao Chen's words captured Charlotte's attention, and she regarded him with caution. "What do you mean?" Zhao Chen smiled and replied, "To be direct, I possess a starship, yet I lack a crew. Therefore, I hope you and your companions can serve as my crew." "Haha, you simply wish to have us as free labor, don't you? You purchase us, these slaves." "For that very purpose," Charlotte scoffed. No. What I seek are crew members, not slaves. I desire interstellar warriors who are willing to fight for me with sincerity." Zhao Chen corrected her. "Half-orcs shall never fight for others." Charlotte's gaze shimmered with a pride unique to her kind. "Consider not only your own interests but also those of the half-orc warriors who once fought alongside you. As I understand, due to your recent defeat, nearly 30,000 half-orc slaves have been sold to our starry empire. I have merely purchased 100 of them. The fates of the others remain uncertain. Do you not wish to save them?" Zhao Chen fixed his gaze on Charlotte. Charlotte's expression wavered with doubt. Zhao Chen recognized that he had made significant progress. He stood up and declared, "If you fight for me, I promise that, to the best of my ability, I will retrieve all the half-orc warriors scattered throughout the Starry Empire who were once your subordinates. Moreover, should you lead them in battle for 3 years, and they shall be free after that period. So, what say you? Are you willing to fight for me, or rather, are you willing to fight for your own freedom?" Zhao Chen extended his hand toward Charlotte, who was still confined within the cage. Charlotte's expression was intricate. her eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. Ultimately, she extended her hand and clasped Zhao Chen's. Yet, she stubbornly declared, "I do this for my people." Chapter 9. Vice Captain Beastwoman Charlotte. 100 half-beast individuals sat on the ground, eagerly grasping their meal boxes and consuming the food with their hands. Although it was merely tasteless synthetic fare, the half-beasts devoured it ravenously. Having been relegated to slavery, they had seldom experienced a full meal in the past. After all, slave traders were never known for their compassion. Once they finished their meal, you arranged for them to bathe and don fresh attire. Then they could board the ship to familiarize themselves with their future roles. Zhao Chen sat beside Charlotte, sharing the same meal. As a former fleet commander, Charlotte was more conscious of her demeanor than the other half-beast soldiers and ate with a deliberate grace. Observing the identical food in Zhao Chen's hands, she expressed her surprise. "You eat this too? Why not? I'm not afraid to tell you that your captain is currently quite impoverished. The food I have stored will barely last us 2 weeks. As for what we will eat in the future, that depends on your performance," Zhao Chen lamented. Seeing Zhao Chen's lack of pretense, Charlotte's attitude toward him softened considerably. However, she scrutinized him with narrowed eyes. "Why have you only recruited female half-beasts? Normally, in combat situations, there tends to be a preference for males. I must warn you, should you act rashly towards them, our prior agreement will be rendered void. I cannot sacrifice their dignity and flesh for the sake of freedom." Zhao Chen waved his hands repeatedly, expressing his helplessness. "Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives towards them. However, due to certain circumstances, I have only recruited female soldiers this time. As for the reasons, I am currently unable to elaborate." Zhao Chen felt equally helpless, as the system imposes restrictions. "I need not inquire about the reasons. But should I discover any nefarious intentions towards them?" Humph. Charlotte shot a glare at Zhao Chen. Surprisingly, the warning demeanor of this white-haired half-beast was somewhat endearing. Yet, the scars and wounds adorning her body certainly marred the impression. "Those scars are self-inflicted, aren't they?" Zhao Chen inquired casually. Charlotte did not conceal the truth, nodding. "Indeed. My resistance group was betrayed, leading to our complete annihilation. Given the circumstances at that time, had I not acted as I did, I would have been recognized by those scoundrels and would never have been able to appear here. They would not show mercy by selling a general of the resistance as if she were a mere slave." Zhao Chen understood the gravity of the situation. Had Charlotte been recognized by the enemy and captured, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Even if she had not been recognized, given her original appearance, her fate would not have been any better. "I must admit, I am quite surprised you were able to recognize me," Charlotte remarked, her curiosity piqued. Zhao Chen had identified her at first glance, which directly indicated that his intentions were indeed aimed at her. "During my time at the academy, I delved into various battles associated with you and came across several images of your likeness. However, when I encountered your name on the list of enslaved individuals, I was initially uncertain. The disparity between your current self and your former self is indeed striking. In days gone by, you resembled the dawn itself. It was only when I playfully deceived you that I confirmed you were General Charlotte," Zhao Chen remarked with a smile. "This realization was facilitated by the memories of this body, which is rather studious and has a penchant for perusing the battle histories of diverse races." Charlotte rolled her eyes, recognizing that she had inadvertently revealed her identity. In truth, given the advancements in contemporary medical technology, it would be entirely feasible to mend the scars and wounds upon your body, Zhao Chen stated, having reviewed previous images of Charlotte. She was undoubtedly a paragon of beauty, even by human standards. Within the confines of the academy, she would surely be regarded as a belle. "I have no need for such things. A warrior does not concern herself with superficial appearances." Charlotte coldly declined the suggestion. Observing her steadfastness, Zhao Chen refrained from pressing the matter further. After all, such medical restoration techniques are quite costly. Once they had finished their meal, Zhao Chen said, "Let us first explore your future workplace." He gestured towards the iron starship. Charlotte did not refuse and accompanied Zhao Chen aboard the Zero-class Blizzard. "Is this the starship you assembled?" Charlotte inquired as she traversed the ship's corridor. Zhao Chen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I have constructed a starship known as the Zero Blizzards, assembled from modules of the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, the T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, and the T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship. I am not particularly familiar with these 3 types of starships. However, from the condition of the internal structure, it is evident that they are rather antiquated, showing signs of considerable wear. Such a vessel does not inspire confidence in its combat capabilities," Charlotte remarked bluntly. "Ah, I assure you, you shall soon revise your current perspective. You will come to adore this starship, Zhao Chen replied with an enigmatic smile. Charlotte paid little heed to his words. Circumstances dictated her acceptance of the situation. Regardless of the nature of this vessel, she had no alternative at present. At the very least, this individual had not yet revealed any particularly odious traits, although his choice to recruit exclusively female half-beasts aroused a degree of skepticism. Before long, the two arrived at the bridge of the Zero Blizzards. This marked Charlotte's inaugural visit, while it was Zhao Chen's second, the first having been with his sister, Zhao Wanner. Charlotte surveyed the bridge, noting its conventional layout, devoid of any remarkable features. It is now your responsibility to assign positions to those half-beast crew members. I require them to develop effective combat capabilities in the shortest possible time, Zhao Chen instructed. Charlotte turned to him with a request, if that is the case. I need to familiarize myself with the performance modules of this starship. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Chen presented her with a handheld terminal. I have registered your information within the system. You now possess the highest authority on this starship, second only to me. You may access a vast majority of the ship's data. Henceforth, you shall serve as the vice captain of this vessel. Charlotte gazed at Zhao Chen with astonishment. Receiving the handheld terminal, her expression laced with skepticism as she queried, "Do you truly trust me? Are you not concerned that I might betray you?" Zhao Chen responded with a subtle smile. In fact, he had employed the system skill Eye of Insight the moment Charlotte boarded the starship. As the captain, he fulfilled the criteria for utilizing Eye of Insight. Under its scrutiny, Charlotte exhibited neither murderous intent nor hostility toward Zhao Chen. However, her loyalty remained indeterminate. Yet, this was sufficient for Zhao Chen. He did not expect Charlotte to pledge her allegiance within such a brief span. As long as she was willing to work for him, that was enough. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade, reclining comfortably in the captain's chair, stating, "I trust in those I choose. My dear vice captain, it is time for you to commence your duties." Chapter 10. The maiden voyage of the Zero Storm. In response to Zhao Chen's words, Charlotte pondered momentarily before remaining silent. She secured the handheld terminal to her wrist and utilized her newfound authority to access relevant data regarding the starship. The revelations were astonishing. Charlotte's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Zhao Chen, exclaiming, "Is the data on this starship truly authentic?" "Of course, it is," Zhao Chen affirmed. Zhao Chen appeared to take pride in showcasing his starship. "What do you think of my vessel?" he asked. Charlotte, with a serious demeanor, replied, "If the data displayed here is accurate, then this starship can be deemed nearly invincible in battles against T2 starships. The notion of being invincible is indeed a formidable assessment." Were Zhao Wanner and Li Wei to hear such a declaration, they would undoubtedly scoff at the idea that a starship assembled from 3 dilapidated vessels could stand as an undefeated entity against T2 starships. What a jest! Let us conduct a trial voyage shortly. You may also take the opportunity to assign the crew's positions, Charlotte suggested. Zhao Chen, somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose and admitted, "Due to my limited financial resources, this trial voyage will serve primarily as a familiarization and training phase for you all. I hope you can swiftly master the operation of this starship." "May I see the list of slaves you purchased?" Charlotte inquired. "Certainly, it is accessible within your permissions," Zhao Chen responded. Charlotte opened the list of crew candidates, revealing the 100 half-orc slaves, all companions of hers. This sight softened Charlotte's gaze considerably, yet it filled her with a profound sense of guilt. The thought that many of her kin remained in bondage troubled her deeply. Fortunately, these were experienced crew members. Given that this starship is merely of T2 grade, mastering its operation within 3 to 5 hours should suffice for combat readiness. Charlotte conveyed her thoughts, and Zhao Chen responded with a satisfied smile. After a few hours, Charlotte became acquainted with the Zero-class Blizzard, and the other half-orc crew members had completed their rest. I had assigned these half-orc crew members to their respective positions. Only 50 were required to operate this Zero-class Blizzard. Charlotte provided Zhao Chen with a list. The excess personnel would serve as reserves for various roles, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the working environment. Zhao Chen instructed that this was his first starship, but certainly not his last. In due time, these crew members could be allocated to other starships. I had already submitted a request for departure to the starport. The rental period for this starship workshop was nearing its end, and with my dwindling funds, I had secured a berth at the Academy starport. Once the trial voyage training was completed, we would return directly to the starport berth. I procured some basic bedding and living supplies. "So you all shall reside aboard this starship from now on. As for the provisions, I would devise a plan later." After stating this, Zhao Chen felt a pang of anguish. His account balance was rapidly diminishing. Furthermore, he had to support these 100 half-orc women, compelling him to find a way to generate income. It was indeed a rather disheartening realization that a dignified interstellar lord could find himself in such financial straits. Understood, Charlotte replied, gradually immersing herself in her role. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, gazing at the antiquated bridge, his resolve unwavering. He was determined to possess a genuine T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. This area shall serve as your living quarters, with 5 individuals to a room. As for meals, there will be 2 servings daily. Please arrive punctually to collect your food at the dining area. Each position is divided into 3 shifts, rotating among them. Do you understand? Charlotte gazed at the 100 half-orc crew members before her, feeling as if she had been transported back to her days fighting with the rebel Starfleet. Months had passed, yet it felt like an eternity. General, are we truly going to fight for that human? A half-orc female crew member raised her hand and inquired. The morale of the others was similarly low. After all, the burden of their enslavement weighed heavily upon them. You are all once my subordinates, and it is my incompetence that has brought you to this plight. If you still wish to place your trust in me, I assure you I will restore your freedom. Captain Zhao Chen promised that if they fought for him for 3 years, he would grant them their liberty. Moreover, for any distinguished achievements in battle, he would seek to rescue their comrades sold to the Starry Empire. Perhaps you do not trust humans, but I, Charlotte, choose to believe in that man. Therefore, I implore you to trust me. I swear by the honor of the White Tiger clan, I will lead you all back. Charlotte's words and fervor resonated with the half-orc warriors present. At that moment, Zhao Chen, who was observing from the bridge, took in the scene. 80 of the starship's bridge was under surveillance. It must be said, Charlotte spoke candidly, she was fighting for Zhao Chen not out of loyalty, but for the sake of freedom. Zhao Chen did not resent this. Rather, it was precisely this sentiment that inspired him to trust Charlotte. He could not place his faith in someone who would simply prostrate themselves before him, professing loyalty for the sake of being bought as a slave. Soon, the once chaotic starship workshop was cleared of all debris, with everything transportable removed. Simultaneously, the navigational passage of the starship was opened. Vessel number 0 Storm. Permission granted to enter the D-13 byway, Zhao Chen announced, seated in the captain's chair, observing his first officer, Charlotte, alongside the 10 or so half-orc crew members now present on the bridge. Let us set forth, Zhao Chen commanded. First Officer Charlotte relayed the order. Engage the starship engines. Proceed into the D-13 byway. The half-orc crew members, though somewhat inexperienced, operated the starship with relative ease. Minutes later, the 0 Storm emerged from one of the navigational routes of the North Star Starship Academy, a bustling interstellar city. The bridge of the 0 Storm was entirely enclosed, relying on external imaging devices to project various scenes of the cosmos onto multiple screens within. As Zhao Chen gazed at the celestial vistas unfolding before him, a surge of excitement coursed through him. He was now aboard his own starship, traversing the universe. Captain, we are about to commence 29 trial navigation exercises. Please issue your commands, Charlotte inquired, turning her gaze toward Zhao Chen. Commence, he replied. Having a competent subordinate meant that he need not involve himself in every task. Set course 071-299, starship engine power output at 30, speed at 30 knots. Charlotte expertly issued the navigational commands. Subsequently, the 0 Storm embarked on its inaugural trial navigation. Continue along this course, full engine power output, speed at 100 knots. Within the spacecraft, each compartment closely monitors relevant data, promptly reporting any anomalies. At this moment, Deputy Commander Charlotte is engaged in the final trial run. The ship is sailing at full speed, testing its operational capabilities under the most extreme velocity. This aspect is particularly concerning for Charlotte, considering that less than a month ago, there were still 3 spacecraft. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Report. Engine systems are functioning optimally. Power supply is stable. Report. Hull structure is sound. Report. Navigation is stable. No anomalies detected. 3 hours later, Deputy Commander Charlotte lets out a sigh of relief. She turns to Zhao Chen, standing at attention. Report to the captain. The 0 Storm has successfully completed all 29 trial run items. Awaiting your instructions. Let us return, Zhao Chen replies with a smile. I suspect someone is eager to face the consequences. Chapter 11. Don't believe me? Then I shall prove you wrong. Northern Star Spacecraft Academy, Class 3, Section 8. Oh dear, has Zhao Chen from your class skipped class again today? Perhaps he is too scared to show up. A mocking voice echoed through the classroom of Section 8 during the break. Upon hearing this, the students displayed expressions of displeasure, instantly recognizing the source of the taunt. It was Zhang Haoran from Class 3, Section 2, accompanied by his band of miscreants. Since the day Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoran agreed to engage in a starship duel, Zhang Haoran frequently swaggered into Class 8, reveling in his perceived superiority. After several fruitless attempts to locate Zhao Chen, he learned that Zhao had taken an extended leave since that fateful day, which only inflated his arrogance further, leading him to believe that Zhao feared him. This is our Class 8 classroom. If you have no business here, kindly return to your Class 2. A cold-faced girl stepped forward, addressing Zhang Haoran with a piercing gaze. Come now, the school regulations do not prohibit visiting other classrooms during breaks. Besides, I'm merely here to check on our dear Zhao Chen, who has challenged me to a duel. With the end of June fast approaching, I thought it prudent to remind him of our agreement, Zhang Haoran replied, his gaze appraising the class beauty and leader, Shen Bing. Shen Bing retorted icily, Zhao Chen has been absent from class for over half a month. If you wish to find him, do so on your own accord and refrain from disturbing us. Isn't Class 8 supposed to be a collective? It seems as if Zhao Chen is no longer one of you, Zhang Haoran laughed. At this moment, his entourage joined in with their mockery. I reckon that Zhao has taken to hiding, too frightened to show his face. Once June arrives, the break will commence, and our esteemed Baron will likely scurry back to his own territory. Coward! If he was too afraid to duel, why challenge our young master in the first place? In my opinion, our young master should show some grace. At that moment, let Zhao Chen kneel on the ground and call out a few times, Father, I was wrong. And that would suffice. Ha. The mocking laughter from the group at the classroom door irked the students of Class 8. Yet their ordinary identities and average grades rendered them powerless. In contrast, the students of Class 2, where Zhang Haoran belonged, hailed from more distinguished backgrounds. This disparity left the students of Class 8, except for the strong-willed and academically talented beauty Shen Bing, feeling resentful towards Zhao Chen. This fellow was nothing short of a disgrace. Having previously lacked the ability and faced exclusion in class, he now instigated trouble outside, dragging them into his mess. Such a person should hastily withdraw from school. Zhang Haoran, if you have the capability, duel me. What kind of skill is it to shout here? Besides, the challenge was set for the end of June, and the deadline had yet to arrive. Li Wei could no longer contain himself and confronted Zhang Haoran with indignation. Although his father, a star merchant, had repeatedly advised him to remain low-key in both life and conduct, he could not stand by while his brother was ridiculed and bullied. Li Wei, what? Do you wish to stand up for your useless brother? Frankly, your choice of friends is rather poor. What value does a worthless baron hold? Zhang Haoran did not respond to Li Wei's words, but continued to mock Zhao Chen. You. Li Wei's face burned with fury. Since someone was already on the verge of processing their withdrawal, he thought it kind to assist him. At that moment, a leisurely voice drifted in from outside the door, capturing everyone's attention. After a period of absence, Zhao Chen strolled in leisurely, casting a mocking glance at Zhang Haoran and his entourage. Astonishingly, Zhao Chen, who had been missing for nearly a month, had returned. Oh, I thought you were hiding away in fear, Zhang Haoran remarked, somewhat surprised by Zhao Chen's appearance, yet unconcerned. In his eyes, Zhao Chen was merely an insignificant insect, easily crushed at his whim. I just took a few days off. And it seems someone couldn't wait to seek a fight. Since that's the case, let us set our duel for tomorrow. What do you say, young Master Zhang? Zhao Chen said nonchalantly. Li Wei quickly approached Zhao Chen and whispered, Zhao Chen, stay calm. This starship duel is no trivial matter. Once it begins, there is no room for regret. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing, Zhao Chen replied, patting Li Wei on the shoulder. Stubborn as ever. Then let us formally establish the time for our duel. Zhang Haoran pulled out his student identification card, provocatively eyeing Zhao Chen. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen also produced his ID card, under the watchful gaze of all present. The two officially confirmed the time for their duel. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the second Starship S simulated duel arena at the North Star Starship Academy. Now that everything is settled, I would kindly request you and your sycophants to leave. Do not disturb the studies of our classmates, Zhao Chen declared, issuing an order for them to depart. Zhang Haoran's followers glared in outrage, taken aback that this so-called waste dared to insult them. Zhang Haoran intercepted his follower, for the date of the duel had been firmly established. There was no need for further idle chatter. They merely awaited the moment of confrontation, when he would triumph before the assembled crowd, rendering the Baron utterly humiliated and compelled to withdraw in disgrace. I shall eagerly anticipate the spectacle of tomorrow's battle. Do ensure you do not vanish by then, Zhang Haoran taunted, before turning away with his entourage. Zhao Chen, composed and unfazed, returned to his seat. The other students in the classroom began to murmur amongst themselves, most of their remarks laced with derision. Zhao Chen has truly lost his mind. What skills does he possess to challenge Zhang Haoran? It remains uncertain whether he even owns a starship, while I have heard that Zhang Haoran possesses a brand new T2 starship. If Zhao Chen faces humiliation and expulsion, it will disgrace our entire class. Such folly is on his part. Zhao Chen paid no heed to these comments. Knowing that only a decisive victory could silence his detractors, Li Wei, seated beside him, was about to speak when another voice interjected. If one lacks sufficient strength, then every action they take is misguided. After all, you are part of our class, and I would prefer not to see you branded with disgrace. Your sister is a gifted student. Leveraging her connections should suffice to resolve this matter, Xin Bing stated coldly, standing before Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen gazed at the beautiful class leader, who hailed from humble beginnings. Do you not believe I can win, class leader? What do you think? Xin Bing retorted without hesitation. With a shrug, Zhao Chen replied, then let us await the outcome. As Xin Bing found her pleas unheeded, a deeper indifference flickered in her gaze, prompting her to turn away. Lao Zhao, are you truly intent on dueling Zhang Haoran? Li Wei inquired solemnly. Regarding Zhao Chen with scrutiny, his response was resolute, affirming yet evasive. Zhao Chen was growing weary of such inquiries. For the sake of future endeavors, it was time to demonstrate his prowess. Observing Zhao Chen, Li Wei sensed a notable shift in his brother's temperament over the past month. Since you've made your decision, then so be it. Tomorrow, you shall take my T2 hyena into battle. My first officer is a seasoned starship captain with 2 decades of experience in T2 Imperial starship combat. You need only to place your trust in him. You need not worry. I have a starship, Zhao Chen replied with a hint of exasperation. With those 3 dilapidated starships you exchanged for, how could you possibly secure a victory? Li Wei's frustration was palpable as he witnessed Zhao Chen's stubbornness. Realizing that further explanation would fall on deaf ears, Zhao Chen excused himself and departed the classroom. At this moment, it was likely that no one believed Zhao Chen could triumph in the duel. Yet, he was determined to prove them wrong. Chapter 12. Zhang Haoran's Starship, T2 Bald Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser. The following day, the 3rd starship duel area under the auspices of the North Star Starship Academy had been prearranged. This locale, situated within the periphery of the Academy, consisted of a cluster of abandoned, desolate asteroids. It was specifically designated for the simulation of starship combat and dueling events at the North Star Starship Academy. At this juncture, the duel was being broadcast live across the Academy's internal network, a customary practice for starship duels. In Classroom 8, someone has specifically tuned into the broadcast channel, with a holographic projection displayed at the center. When is the duel between Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoran set to commence? I have perused the announcement, which stipulated 10 o'clock. It is now precisely 10. According to the regulations of the duel, both starships must arrive at the combat zone within half an hour of the designated time. Look, is that not Zhang Haoran's starship? It is indeed a T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser. This vessel is renowned as one of the finest T2-class interstellar cruisers in our starry empire, with its speed only surpassed by the T2 interstellar frigates of the same class. I have heard that the current market price for this T2 White Eagle is at least 7 million star coins, and it is currently a commodity that is hard to come by. It appears that Zhao Chen is doomed this time. The students in Classroom 8 are presently casting doubts on Zhao Chen, as Zhang Haoran's starship stands imposingly. How can he possibly contend with that? Does Zhao Chen have a more formidable starship to present? Class Monitor Chen Bing, however, gazes at the T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser without displaying the envy exhibited by other students. She has studied this vessel and considers it a product that is flashy yet impractical. Its sole advantage lies in its speed. Beyond that, its configuration merely qualifies it as a modified version of an interstellar destroyer. Due to its classification as a light starship, its hull armor is not particularly robust, and its firepower equipment does not meet the standards of a typical T2 interstellar cruiser. However, in the case of a duel between individual starships, if the captain of the T2 White Eagle commands with sufficient meticulousness, it is entirely possible to employ a kite-flying combat strategy, relying on high speed to defeat the majority of starships. Yet, in the reality of an interstellar battlefield, faced with fleet-level engagements, such tactics hold little significance. Class Leader, do you think Zhao Chen stands a chance? Inquired Shen Bing's close friend, leaning curiously towards her. Xin Bing's position as class leader was not merely a result of her beauty. She was the most exceptional student in Class 8. Had it not been for her humble background, she could have easily been placed in one of the top-ranking classes. Nevertheless, over the past 3 years, Xin Bing consistently ranked among the top 10 in theoretical examinations, earning her the title of a scholarly prodigy from a commoner background. Very slim, Xin Bing replied tersely. Wasn't he quite confident yesterday? Isn't this a slap in the face? Her friend scoffed. If I were him, I would have probably hurried back to my territory by now, accepting my fate as a worthless baron. At this moment, several disparaging remarks echoed through the classroom. Class 8 was predominantly composed of students from ordinary backgrounds or those hailing from interstellar trading families. Only Zhao Chen was an anomaly. His status was ridiculed among the nobility and was equally unwelcome among the commoners, leading to a natural aversion towards this baronial student. Xin Bing remained silent. Reflecting on Zhao Chen's expression from yesterday, he had exuded confidence. Was it merely his arrogance? Why has Zhao Chen's starship still not made an appearance? With less than 15 minutes remaining until the half-hour deadline, could it be that this rascal has truly fled? I am beyond exasperated. I do not care whether he wins or loses, but this is a disgrace to our class. Well, whatever. If he loses, at least we won't have to endure the sight of his insufferable face next semester. The students of Class 8 mocked and ridiculed him. A loud crash echoed through the room. It was Li Wei. His fist had struck the wall, and he cast a cold glare over all the students present. Anyone who met Li Wei's gaze quickly averted their eyes. In Class 8, Li Wei held a position of superiority given his father's wealth and status. No matter how Zhao Chen may be, he is still one of our classmates. While you may choose not to support him, must you also mock him here? Where's the camaraderie you learned in military training? Li Wei admonished. The students in the classroom did not directly respond to Li Wei's rebuke. However, hushed whispers circulated, and most of the remarks were far from kind. Ahem, ahem. At that moment, a voice emerged from Li Wei's vicinity. It was the teacher for the class. All right. It's time to begin the lesson. Please return to your seats. The teacher cast a glance at Li Wei and proceeded to the podium. Preparing to commence the upcoming lesson, Li Wei clenched his fists and silently returned to his seat. He was deeply concerned for Zhao Chen, but since that morning, he had been unable to reach him. Look, that peculiar starship. Could it possibly belong to Zhao Chen? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in astonishment. All eyes were fixed upon the holographic broadcasting window, where, amidst the solitary T2 White Eagle spacecraft, another starship slowly approached. Its hull was adorned with the most ordinary iron-colored paint, and in stark contrast to Zhang Haoran's T2 White Eagle, this vessel appeared dilapidated, with some areas distinctly patched. What manner of starship is this? I do not recognize it. It resembles an interstellar battleship, yet the weaponry does not correspond to the caliber typical of such vessels. I surmise that if Zhang Haoran's T2 White Eagle were to fire upon this shabby starship, it would be utterly obliterated. The peculiar starship elicited disdain from the students of Class 8, who regarded it as mere refuse. Xin Bing, you excel in your studies. Do you recognize this starship? Her friend inquired once more. Xin Bing scrutinized the vessel intently, her brow furrowing. This starship exhibits structural characteristics of 3 different models: the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, the T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship, and the T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser. Could this be an assembled starship? An assembled starship? Zhao Chen believes he can defeat a T2 White Eagle with an assembled vessel? Surely, he cannot be serious, her friend scoffed. Xin Bing gazed at the antiquated assembled starship in silence. Class is commencing. Shut down all unrelated distractions. Your foremost priority now is to learn, not to engage in trivial pursuits. One must be grounded and diligent, the teacher proclaimed, signaling the start of the lesson. Yet, it seemed as if there were hidden words within his utterances. Li Wei clenched his fists, feeling a surge of indignation within. The holographic display in the classroom had also been turned off. Li Wei was eager to learn about the unfolding battle between Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoran. However, his academic standing differed significantly from that of Zhao Chen. Missing an entire month of classes would not result in retention for him. Yet he was compelled to attend every session. Zhao Chen had previously reassured him with a single message, not to worry and to focus on his studies, awaiting good news. But under such circumstances, who could truly concentrate on their lessons? It was not just him. Indeed, many in Class 8 were equally curious, not about the outcome, but rather how Zhao Chen might face defeat. It was likely to be quite a spectacle. Chapter 13. The duel commences. Bald Eagle versus Zero stormed the duel arena of Starship 3, located within a small space hub. Is dedicated to the adjudication of battles within this sector and serves as the primary spectator area. Although the audience numbered fewer than 100. Today's gathering boasted a particularly stunning visual appeal, as 3 renowned beauties from the Polaris Starship Military Academy were present. "Your brother truly came?" exclaimed a petite girl, barely 5 feet tall with playful twin ponytails, covering her mouth in astonishment. Zhao Wanner wore a complex expression, stating, "He lacks other notable traits. Yet his stubborn personality is quite pronounced. Is that the starship you mentioned that your brother assembled himself?" "Remarkably, it is operational," remarked a tall, icy beauty with waist-length hair, arms crossed, and a calm demeanor. "In just 1 month, he has managed to convert 3 old starships into a single operational vessel. Your brother demonstrates commendable skill in starship engineering." Zhao Wanner gazed at the ice-cold beauty, lightly biting her crimson lip. "Sister Sulan, if my brother truly loses, could I trouble you to speak with that Zhang Haoran and negotiate the withdrawal of the wager?" Both individuals were her dear friends. The twin-tailed lowly was her classmate, Shui Xiao, while the ice-cold beauty before her was her senior, Sulan. Sulan held a remarkably prestigious position. It was said that even the dean of the academy showed her a measure of respect. Perhaps it could be arranged before the duel, but after the duel. Sulan furrowed her brow slightly, her heart aching at the sight of Zhao Wanner's pleading expression. With a hint of resignation, she replied, "It shouldn't be a problem to prevent your brother from being expelled, but he will undoubtedly face humiliation at the hands of Zhang Haoran. As long as he isn't expelled, that's all that matters." Zhao Wanner nodded vigorously, joyfully linking her arm with Sulan's. "I knew you would be the best. Sister Sulan, Wanner, your brother hasn't even fought yet. How can you be so certain he will lose? What if he wins?" interjected the twin-tailed lowly softly. Zhao Wanner retorted, "How could he possibly win? What does my brother have?" "That's a T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser worth 7 million star coins. Among the starships owned by students in our academy, it ranks within the top 10 for combat capability in one-on-one engagements." She gazed at the assembled starship with a complex expression, her heart secretly wishing her brother would triumph. Yet, it seemed an utterly impossible feat at that moment. The judges began to contact the captains of the 2 starships, and 2 video feeds appeared before them. On one side was the bridge of the T2 Bald Eagle, where Zhang Haoran sat regally in an ornate military uniform, which did not appear to be standard issue. It seemed he had acquired this attire from an unknown source. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, likely in his 40s, whose demeanor suggested he was a retired military officer. Conversely, the scene on the other starship bridge appeared rather austere. Zhao Chen occupied an old captain's chair, adorned with a subtle smile. Behind him stood a young female half-beastkin, her white hair framing a face marked by a menacing scar. Her expression one of indifference. "Is that a half-beastkin?" the twin-tailed lowly gasped. Zhao Wanner covered her face, exclaiming with resignation, "After my brother assembled this starship, he lacked the funds to recruit proper crew members and had no choice but to purchase a batch of half-beastkin slaves to serve as his crew." "Half-beastkin crew members?" Sulan furrowed her brow, increasingly convinced of her friend's brother's unreliability. The duelists were Zhang Haoran from Class 2 of the 3rd grade and Zhao Chen from Class 8 of the 3rd grade. Aside from the prohibition against leaving the duel arena, the rules stipulated an unrestricted duel. The battle's outcome would be determined by one starship's surrender, the incapacitation of a starship, or a ruling from the judges. Once the judges announced the final result, the combat would cease immediately, and no further attacks could be made. "Do both duelists understand the rules clearly?" a middle-aged male chief judge declared. "Understood." Zhang Haoran sneered, observing Zhao Chen on the video screen before him. He was astonished that this fellow had the audacity to appear in front of him, piloting such a dilapidated starship. Victory in this duel seemed assured. "Understood," Zhao Chen replied, exuding an air of calmness as he casually yawned, as if the impending events were of little consequence to him. The judging panel would randomly designate a starting point for both starships within the dueling arena, and they were required to reach this point within 10 minutes. The judges would then signal the commencement of battle. After the chief judge concluded his announcement, he activated a device. Soon, 2 circles, one blue, one red, materialized on the star map of the battleground, marking the respective starting points for each participant. The starships promptly received this positional information and began their course towards the designated area. At this juncture, Zhang Haoran, through the video feed, taunted Zhao Chen, clapping mockingly as he spoke. "I must commend your bravery. I never imagined you would actually dare to show up. Where on earth did you unearth this scrap heap of a starship?" Its hull appears as though it would shatter upon the slightest impact. If I were to obliterate your vessel with a single cannon shot, would that not be rather cruel? A sinister grin spread across Zhang Haoran's face. After all, in a starship duel, eliminating the opponent was entirely within the rules. Zhao Chen stretched languidly and idly dug at his ear. Are you done? Once you are, you might want to consider booking a flight back home. Zhang Haoran's lips twitched as he pointed at Zhao Chen. You truly are one who does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Very well. Soon, you shall experience the vast chasm of our strengths. You, Zhao Chen, are not but a worthless baron, while I am destined to become a viscount, perhaps even an earl. At that moment, the video connection between the two was severed by the judges. Zhang Haoran turned to the vice-captain of the crew assigned by his father, Vice-Captain Wang. Vice-Captain Wang, I want you to toy with that fellow as one would with a mouse and utterly destroy his starship. Wang Qing, the vice-captain hired by Zhang Haoran's father, had once been a starship captain in the Imperial Army. He lifted his head confidently and replied, Young Master Zhang, rest assured. I guarantee that rickety starship will not return to port. The vessel he commanded was the T-2 White Eagle, a premier high-speed starship among T-2 class vessels. Although it had significant shortcomings in interstellar combat, in a duel such as this, against a mere academy student and his dilapidated starship, there were countless ways to ensure victory. Meanwhile, aboard the bridge of the zero-number Blizzard, Zhao Chen looked at his vice-captain, Charlotte. Charlotte, do you have confidence? 10 minutes to end the battle. 1 minute longer, and I shall take your surname. Charlotte replied nonchalantly, her expression betraying no interest in the impending conflict. Zhao Chen felt a surge of excitement as he touched the somewhat antiquated armrest of the captain's chair. This would be his inaugural starship duel. Chapter 14. The 10-minute battle of the white-haired beast-eared girl commenced battle. At the same moment, the bridge of the Zero Blizzard and the T-2 Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser resonated with the sound of the chief judge announcing the commencement of battle. Within the dual arbitration zone, supporters of Zhang Haoran erupted in jubilant cheers. Go, young Master Zhang, they shouted, urging him to decisively handle that overconfident individual. They hoped Zhao Chen would struggle a bit. Otherwise, if the battle concluded in mere minutes, it would be an utter waste of their effort to come and witness the spectacle, wouldn't it? Ha. These voices belonged to Zhang Haoran's close companions, who firmly believed that victory in this starship duel was destined for him. Among the spectators was also Jiang Sha, who coldly observed the live broadcast from the battlefield drone. The footage displayed both starships departing from their respective birthplaces, advancing towards the adversary's vessel. If both maintained their current courses, they would enter each other's fire range in 10 minutes. Zhao Chen, this time you have truly overestimated your abilities. Being expelled is a consequence of your own actions, so do not blame me, Jiang Sha mused inwardly. In her heart, this duel held no suspense. Was there any possibility other than Zhang Haoran's victory? On the bridge of Zero Blizzard, with the current course maintained, the speed held steady at 40 knots. First Officer Charlotte, under Zhao Chen's authorization, was now responsible for the battle coordination of the starship. 40 knots? Are you planning to play the fool? Zhao Chen remarked with a light chuckle as he regarded Charlotte. Charlotte remarked softly, I simply do not wish to squander time on trivial matters. At that moment, Zhao Chen, feeling equally unoccupied, raised his hand to summon the data page for the Zero Storm, a holographic projection materializing before him. The Zero Storm is classified as a starship cruiser, encompassing both interstellar destroyers and battleships. Its technological tier is T2, with a hull armor strength of 210 units and a secondary strength of 270 units. It boasts a cruising speed of 100 knots, powered by a Tier 3 warp engine, and has a mass of 85,000 tons, accommodating a crew of 50 individuals. The weaponry of the Zero Storm includes a single T2 heavy 1,200 mm Devil Crocodile cannon, firing one shot at a time with a cooldown of 300 seconds, alongside 5 T2 medium Hyena laser cannons that discharge one shot every 180 seconds. Additionally, there are 30 130 mm T2 medium point defense turrets, capable of firing 2 shots simultaneously without any cooldown. The 3 weapon systems aboard the Zero Storm include 2 that are directly mounted on the ship's surface. While the first features a concealed design, an astute precaution taken by Zhao Chen. May I venture a guess regarding your battle strategy? Zhao Chen inquired, stroking his chin as he regarded Charlotte. You are the captain. You may revoke my command at any moment. Here, your words are law, replied Charlotte, the vice-captain. Zhao Chen then raised his hand again, bringing forth a somewhat straightforward dossier on the opposing T2 Bald Eagle. The armament of the T2 Bald Eagle is primarily composed of three categories: 5 T2 medium 180mm rapid-fire cannons with a firing interval of 10 seconds, and 2150mm T2 medium quadruple-mounted point defense turrets, capable of launching 4 shots at once with no cooldown. Its primary weapon is a T2 medium White Eagle laser cannon, firing 1 shot every 210 seconds. Zhao Chen's eyes gleamed with intensity. Our advantage lies in the fact that our starship's capabilities are completely unknown to them. Your earlier order to maintain a speed of 40 knots was intended to create an illusion for our adversaries. Our starship's maximum speed is merely a little over 40 knots. However, when the time for confrontation arrives, we shall strike unexpectedly. The 5 T2 medium 180mm rapid-fire cannons of the T2 White Eagle possess considerable power. Yet their range is limited. The sole threat to us lies in their laser cannon. Thus, we can seize the opportunity. When the enemy's laser cannon fires, we will suddenly accelerate to increase the distance and evade their assault. The trajectory of the laser cannon's attack is predictable, and the time required for it to hit provides us with ample opportunity to dodge. Once that laser cannon enters its charging cooldown, it will be our turn to take advantage of their vulnerability. Charlotte regarded Zhao Chen with admiration. Your time at the military academy has not been in vain. I have yet to encounter a T2 starship capable of reaching a speed of 100 knots. Hence, I previously deemed this Zero-class Blizzard an invincible starship within the T2 category. I have foreseen the general operational plan. Zhao Chen reclined leisurely in the captain's chair, awaiting the unfolding of this grand spectacle. Soon, the Zero-class Blizzard and the T2 White Eagle appeared within each other's radar detection range. Charlotte glanced at the time and murmured, 10:45. Simultaneously, she initiated a countdown, projecting a holographic display between herself and Zhao Chen. The timer read 10 o'clock. A serious commitment to her previous declaration of concluding the battle in 10 minutes. At that moment, the T2 White Eagle on the other side also sprang into action. Report. Target acquired. The target is approaching our position at approximately 40 knots, the radar officer announced. Full speed ahead. Bombard that dilapidated starship. Zhang Haoran exclaimed with enthusiasm. First Officer Wang Qing cast a glance at Zhang Haoran. Ordinarily, advancing at full speed without understanding the enemy's starship capabilities would be a grave error on the interstellar battlefield. However, considering their adversary was merely a student, and that the peculiar starship appeared rather unimpressive, its weaponry was evidently lacking. Thus, it likely posed minimal threat. Furthermore, the T2 White Eagle boasted an impressive cruising speed of up to 65 knots, allowing for rapid adaptability should any unforeseen circumstances arise. The captain commanded, "Our ship will sail at full speed towards the target, and all weapons will be on standby." Although this order was directly issued by Wang Cheng, he still afforded Zhang Haoran the courtesy of using his name, as he was, after all, in the service of the latter. Utilize our T2 laser main cannon. Once within range, let us deliver a shot to showcase the disparity in power between starships. Haraha. I can already envision Zhao Chen's startled expression as he tumbles from the captain's chair. Zhang Haoran seemed to relish the thought of Zhao Chen's comically frightened demeanor. Understood. Wang Cheng replied, expressing no objections to the arrangement. After all, this is merely a duel with a predetermined outcome. Soon, both starships are poised to enter the maximum firing range. Charlotte's gaze is fixed on the starship's radar display, as if she is anticipating something. Warning! Warning! Laser weapon attack detected. Warning! Warning! Detection of. Warning! Zhao Chen noted the slight upturn of Charlotte's lips, and the ripples that appeared in her previously placid eyes. Full speed. Turn right. Charlotte barked. Chapter 15. Unleash our 1,200mm cannon. Let's show them what we've got. The audience in the dual arbitration zone watched as the two starships approached one another, knowing that their confrontation was imminent. Look, it's the laser main cannon of the T2 Bald Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser. It's about to fire. Zhao Chen should consider himself fortunate. I pondered whether his dilapidated starship could withstand such an assault. Just look at Zhao Chen's ship, whatever it is. What kind of weaponry does it even possess? Just a handful of point defense cannons and 5 T2 laser guns. How could that possibly compete with the T2 Bald Eagle? The spectators were clearly relishing the spectacle. In a corner, Zhao Wanner clenched her fists, her eyes betraying her deep concern. The T2 Bald Eagle's laser main cannon isn't extraordinarily powerful at this distance. A hit would likely result in severe damage. As long as your brother knows when to concede, there should be no peril, senior sister Su Lan remarked beside her. She no longer believes that Zhao Chen can emerge victorious. She merely hopes he will graciously concede. The man's fate is of no concern to her. She simply wishes to spare her dear friend from sorrow. Stubborn brother, you must not come to harm. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no need to worry about firewood. Zhao Wan mused to herself. The audience could see on the broadcast that the T2 White Eagle battleship, commanded by Zhang Haoren, had its T2 medium White Eagle laser main gun aglow with electrical brilliance, a clear harbinger of an imminent launch. Moments later, a laser shot forth, hurtling towards its target, the starship. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolded. The broadcast displayed various data regarding the duel, including a record of the ship's speed. The originally cruising Zero Storm at 40 knots suddenly veered right and accelerated. In less than 3 seconds, its speed surged from 40 knots to an astonishing 80 knots. Its trajectory traced an arc, seemingly revolving around the T2 White Eagle. This abrupt maneuver caused the laser to miss, failing to strike the Zero Storm. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the audience. What just happened? Was that merely an illusion? How could the Zero Storm's speed have increased so dramatically? A coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Or perhaps our detection instruments have malfunctioned. How could that decrepit starship possibly achieve 80 knots? It is inconceivable. The T2 White Eagle itself only reaches 65 knots. Yet, how did it evade the main gun's laser from the T2 White Eagle? In response to the inquiries posed by this individual, the previously skeptical onlookers fell into a profound silence. Just moments ago, what transpired? The young girl with twin ponytails, Shui Shishao, gazed wide-eyed at her two companions. 80 knots of stellar speed. How could this be possible? Zhao Wan swallowed hard. At that moment, senior sister Su Lan's expression turned serious as she focused intently on the live broadcast. Meanwhile, the Zero Storm, having executed a graceful maneuver, veered left once more. Its target unmistakably fixed on the T2 White Eagle, while its speed continued to escalate. 85 knots, 90 knots, 95 knots. All eyes were riveted on the speed data of the Zero Storm. Ultimately, the speed stabilized at an astonishing 100 knots. Unbelievable. Incredulous. This was the collective sentiment of everyone present. Even the mentors of the judging panel exhibited surprise. While it was not unheard of for T2 starships to reach speeds of 100 knots, such instances were exceedingly rare, typically involving either exceptional vessels or specially modified crafts. Yet, this unassuming assembled starship managed to achieve such velocity. How could this possibly be? At this moment, Zhao Chen aboard the Zero Storm was far too preoccupied to acknowledge the curiosity of the spectators. His breath quickened as he fixated on the radar star map, watching the trajectory of the laser attack sweep past the rear of the Zero Storm. Although the distance appeared significant, the ship's systems calculated that if they delayed even a second longer, the Zero Storm could very well be struck. While a single hit would not necessarily result in its destruction, damage to the hull was inevitable. In the spirit of reciprocity, it was now time to retaliate. Reveal our 1,200mm cannon. Let's show them. Zhao Chen, filled with exuberance, rose to his feet, one foot perched upon the captain's chair, pointing resolutely ahead. Vice Captain Charlotte issued the command. Set course directly for the enemy vessel, full speed ahead. Simultaneously, activate the T2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon. Understood. Full speed underway. The T2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon is being engaged, requiring 10 seconds. 10. At the bow of the Zero Storm, a hatch unexpectedly appeared, opening to reveal a dark and ominous cannon barrel. Instantly, the audience could no longer remain seated. They all rose to their feet. Even several instructors stood in disbelief. A middle-aged instructor exclaimed in astonishment. Is that the 1,200mm cannon of the T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship? How could it be mounted on this starship? Retrieve the students' records from the academy. The chief judge instructed a nearby official. Soon, a record was retrieved. As the chief judge examined the document, realization dawned upon him. T2 Grey Wolf, T2 Devil Crocodile, T2 Hyena, they all matched. This individual has astonishingly assembled a starship using these three models, even installing the main cannon of the T2 Devil Crocodile at the bow of his vessel. Behind him, some keen-eared audience members caught wind of this revelation. My heavens! It is indeed the main cannon of the T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship. The T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship. What manner of starship is this? It is a vessel released nearly a century ago, during an era that fervently pursued heavy firepower. This interstellar battleship was equipped with the largest cannon of its time, a formidable 1,200 mm bow-mounted gun, utilizing a cannon design. It is said that the power of this artillery could scarcely be resisted by any T-2 starship. A 1,200 mm caliber. Such specifications were typically reserved for T-3 starships. So why have we not heard of this starship until now? The answer lies in its significant design flaws. While it prioritized firepower, it failed to account for whether the other system modules of the T-2 starship could support such a robust armament, resulting in frequent malfunctions. Moreover, the construction costs were exorbitant, exceeding those of typical T-2 interstellar battleships by a considerable margin. Ultimately, production ceased within 3 decades of its release. At this moment, senior sister Sulan was also moved. She turned to Zhao Wanner and remarked, "You never mentioned that your brother had installed this cannon on a starship." "I am not quite sure myself," Zhao Wanner replied, her expression perplexed, wondering what her elder brother was up to. "Cannon! Cannon! I adore cannons!" exclaimed the energetic twin-tailed Loli, Shueshashao, bouncing with delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sulan and Zhao Wanner exchanged glances, exasperated. It seemed Shueshashao was once again caught up in her fervor. She suffered from a severe obsession with cannonry, reveling in the combination of interstellar battleships and large-caliber artillery. Chapter 16. Fire at will. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Zero Storm was hurtling towards the T-2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser at an astonishing speed. Gazing upon the gleaming 1,200 mm caliber Devil Crocodile cannon, everyone discerned the intentions of the Zero Storm. A palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere as all held their breath, anticipating the imminent unfolding of events. Damn it! Why does that starship possess a 1,200 mm caliber Devil Crocodile cannon from the T-2 medium interstellar battleship? Full-speed evasive maneuvers. Prepare all close-in defense weapons for interception. Vice Captain Wang Chung issued the command with a grave expression. "Wang, Vice Captain, what? What is happening?" Zhang Haoran stammered, his pallor evident. That monstrous cannon, and the speed of that wretched starship. We won't be in danger, right? This battle, the victory still belongs to us, does it not? Although Zhang was a wealthy scion, he had spent 3 years at the Starship Military Academy, possessing a modicum of foundational knowledge. The power of a 1,200 mm caliber cannon was not lost on him. Vice Captain Wang Chung remained silent, for it was evident to any discerning observer that the situation was dire. Their laser main cannon was in the cooling and charging phase, while the remaining secondary weapons had yet to be within range for attack. Meanwhile, the enemy starship surged forward, its speed nearing 100 knots, with the fearsome 1,200 mm cannon now fully displayed. Their T-2 White Eagle had tragically become prey beneath the hunter's gun. All they could do was fervently pray that the adversary's assault would not find its mark upon their starship. Then they could seize the opportunity to counterattack. Perhaps there was still hope. However, the mere thought of the enemy ship's terrifying speed of 100 knots cast a considerable shadow over Deputy Captain Wang Cheng's mind. Damn it, this is not a military academy. The opponent is not merely a fallen noble. How could they possess a starship capable of such astonishing velocity? On board the Zero Storm, the bridge crew prepared for the imminent engagement. In 1 minute, we will enter the maximum effective range of the enemy's secondary weapons. Prior to that, we shall initiate fire. Charlotte directed her gaze toward Captain Zhao Chen. "I will take control of the targeting. You will issue the firing orders." "Understood," Zhao Chen nodded. "I shall oversee the targeting of the Devil Crocodile cannon." Charlotte took charge of the launch preparations. In 40 seconds, the starship's speed will be reduced to 0. "Affirmative." 40 seconds until speed reduction, responded the crew member in charge of navigation. "Why must we decrease speed? Is a starship's accuracy higher while in motion or at rest when firing?" The answer is self-evident. The 40 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The crew immediately began their operations, initiating speed reduction. Engine retrothrust system activated. Current speed, 80, 60, 40, 20, 5. Report. The starship's speed is now 0. The vessel is at a standstill. All systems complete. From a staggering 100 knots to a complete halt. The Zero Storm accomplished this feat in less than 5 seconds. This astounding display redefined the perceptions of the students and instructors in the audience. The ship's acceleration and deceleration capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. At this moment, everyone was acutely aware of the impending events. Charlotte began to assess the automatic target acquisition data for the starship's weapon systems. The 1,200mm caliber Devil Crocodile cannon had already locked onto the T-2 White Eagle. Once confirmed, she reported, "Captain, target locked. We are ready to fire." Fire. Zhao Chen's thunderous command resonated throughout the entire bridge. The exhilaration was palpable, almost simultaneously. After an interval of over 80 years, the formidable 1,200mm heavy Devil Crocodile cannon unleashed its roar once more. A titanium alloy high-explosive shell, with a diameter of 1,200mm, was propelled from the barrel at an astonishing velocity. At the moment of firing, Zhao Chen could even feel the entire bridge tremble slightly. Observers from the outside would note that this cannonade had caused the Zero Storm to shift backward by several dozen meters, with the bow slightly elevated. The lingering chemical smoke from the cannon's muzzle was still visible. The bridge of the T-2 White Eagle was illuminated by a red light, and the system's warning alarms blared incessantly. All Starship close-in defense guns were ordered to launch a barrage for interception. Quickly, Vice Captain Wang Chung urgently issued the interception commands. At that moment, the 2,150mm T-2 medium quadruple close-in defense guns aboard the T-2 White Eagle unleashed their full firepower, creating a dense net of intercepting projectiles. Alas, these smaller caliber defensive rounds were pitted against a colossal cannon with a diameter of 1,200mm, an utterly futile endeavor. A deafening explosion reverberated within the bridge of the White Eagle as the entire structure began to tilt to one side. Zhang Haoren's body was propelled away. Soaring 3 meters before his head collided forcefully with a corner, blood streaming down his face. He fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding head. His voice trembling with fear as he uttered, What is happening? Am I going to die? I do not wish to perish. Mother, save me." At this moment, Vice Captain Wang Chung could scarcely attend to this pampered young master. During the bombardment, he had displayed a complete lack of even the most basic instinct to stabilize himself. Report: the port side armor of the ship has been breached, triggering a detonation in a munitions chamber on the left side, resulting in a chain explosion. This has directly affected 37 compartments, which have been sealed off. 8 crew members are confirmed deceased. The number of injured remains unknown. Report: the recent detonation has compromised our starship's energy system, with power supply diminishing at a rate of 10% per minute. If the situation is not contained, we anticipate a total energy failure within 10 minutes. Report: our weapon systems have malfunctioned, rendering several weapon modules inoperable. Report: the ship's speed is continuously decreasing and remains unmanageable. The command bridge was inundated with a cacophony of dire reports. How could this happen? Vice Captain Wang Cheng's expression was one of astonishment. He had never imagined that a single shell from the enemy could wreak such havoc. At this juncture, the T-2 Bald Eagle was in a severely damaged state. If the onslaught continued, the ship and its crew were likely to face annihilation. "Young Master Zhang, we have lost. It is time to surrender." Vice Captain Wang Chung approached Zhang Haoren, speaking somberly. "Defeated? How could this happen? You were supposed to be an exceptional captain. My father paid for your services. How could you allow me to lose? Do you realize that if I lose, I will be expelled from the North Star Academy? You are utterly useless." As the explosion subsided, Zhang Haoren regained his composure and, unsteadily, rose to his feet, delivering a sharp slap to Vice Captain Wang Chung. The Vice Captain bowed his head in silence. At that moment, the ship reverberated with the sound of further explosions. What is happening? What is happening? Zhang Haoren immediately crouched down again in fear. He looked up at the panoramic window at the front of the bridge. The T-2 Bald Eagle's bridge featured a unique 100-degree angle glass, allowing an unobstructed view of the cosmos. This was no ordinary glass. Its strength exceeded that of the starship's whole armor, making it one of the most fortified areas of the vessel. However, due to its exorbitant cost, it was only installed in select locations. At this moment, the panoramic window was marred by a network of spiderweb-like cracks. Report: an enemy ship is rapidly approaching our vessel. Their secondary weapons are inflicting damage. The crew reported in haste. Report: the damage to the frontal armor has reached 20. Report: the damage to the frontal armor has escalated to 40. Zhang Haoren, whether due to his imagination or reality, believed he could hear the sound of shattering glass. In his mind, he envisioned the catastrophic shattering of the bridge's window and the dire consequences that would follow. In that instant, he felt a chilling sensation in his lower body. He cried out in panic, "I concede. I surrender." Chapter 17, a direct hit. Securing victory, all the instructors and student spectators in the arbitration zone were left speechless. A direct hit. The Zero Storm unleashed a projectile that severely damaged the T-2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser, nearly bringing it down. They could clearly see a gaping hole, at least 10 meters in diameter, blasted into the starboard armor of the T-2 White Eagle, with flickers of flames from the subsequent explosions intermittently visible within. Furthermore, the Zero Storm's relentless pursuit inflicted continuous damage on the frontal armor of the T-2 White Eagle. If the assault continued, the outcome was inevitable. At that moment, the adjudicators were prepared to issue a mandatory ruling, as the victor was already apparent. Meanwhile, the T-2 White Eagle had also voluntarily conceded. The chief judge promptly declared Zhao Chen's Zero Storm the victor of this starship duel and immediately contacted Zhao Chen to cease the attack. This starship is astonishingly powerful. Zhang Haoran, has he truly lost? So this means Zhao Chen has emerged victorious? Many remained at a loss for words. Among them was Jiang Shasha, her expression frozen, eyes wide open. Zhao Chen has won? Zhao Chen's ragged starship triumphed over Zhang Haoran's T-2 White Eagle? Reflecting on Zhao Chen's earlier indifference towards her in the restaurant, Jiang Shasha now felt an uncomfortable sensation rising within her, especially after Zhao Chen's triumphant battle. Sasha, Zhao Chen actually won. A friend who accompanied Jiang Sasha looked at her with a peculiar expression. My eyesight is perfectly fine. Jiang Sasha wore a gloomy countenance. Casting one last glance at the peculiar starship displayed on the broadcast screen before turning to leave the audience area, intending to return to the academy. Sasha, aren't you waiting for Zhang Xiao? Please wait for me. Some were in low spirits, while others were quite elated. Did you see that? The giant cannon is the only truth. Warner, your brother's ship is truly impressive. When can I have a word with him and take a look? It would be best if I could even touch your brother's 1,200mm caliber giant cannon. The dual-tailed lowly, Shui Xiao Xiao, gazed at Zhao Warner with sparkling eyes. Zhao Warner's expression was one of sheer astonishment, utterly incredulous. Is this really the end? From the moment the two starships entered the combat range to the conclusion of the battle, it was scarcely 5 minutes. Most astonishing was that soul-piercing shot. No one had anticipated that such a single cannon fire would conclude the battle so swiftly. The T-2 White Eagle's whole armor was inherently weak. Moreover, it was up against the T-2 heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon. Once the hull armor was struck, the consequences were invariably severe. The armor was directly breached, leading to catastrophic explosions in the compartments. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck for your brother. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this assembled starship is indeed formidable. With an astonishing cruising speed of 100 stellar knots, Senior Su Lan provided her assessment from the side. Smiling as she looked at Zhao Warner, it seems your brother will not require my assistance after all. At this moment, Senior Su Lan's impression of her friend's brother underwent a significant transformation, sparking within her a burgeoning curiosity. Within the span of merely 1 month, he had managed to assemble such a formidable starship using 3 antiquated vessels. The third-year student Zhao Chen was undoubtedly a person of considerable talent. As the Zero Storm dazzled onlookers with its spectacular display, Zhao Chen exuberantly waved his fist on the bridge. Incredible, it was a perfect hit. We must have struck the enemy ship's ammunition bay, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that compromised multiple systems of the hull, Charlotte elucidated beside him. This was precisely the rationale behind her earlier command to execute a high-speed advance and continue the assault. Such a golden opportunity should not be squandered by a seasoned veteran. One must pursue victory relentlessly. Luck. Zhao Chen recalled the special reward fleet luck bonus previously granted by the system, which restricted him to recruiting female soldiers. In this light, it seemed that this extraordinary perfect hit was likely linked to that very boon. He imagined the delight of achieving such a feat with every shot fired in the future. Whether this hypothesis would hold true could only be ascertained in the battles yet to unfold. Zhao Chen, you have emerged victorious. Please cease all hostilities immediately. The voice of the referee rang out. Understood, Zhao Chen replied, observing the beleaguered T-2 White Eagle, its hull punctured and devoid of flames, yet still shrouded in thick, swirling smoke. It was evident that returning under its own power was no longer feasible. It would have to await the arrival of an interstellar tug for assistance. Chief Judge, may I establish video communication with the T-2 White Eagle? Zhao Chen made a request. The judge on the other end of the video hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced to the request. As a panel of judges, they possess the authority to initiate video communications between the two starships at any time. Soon, a video window materialized before Zhao Chen, revealing a disheveled bridge. Engulfed in thick smoke, with scattered, damaged components strewn across the floor, a stark contrast to the previously pristine and polished appearance of the command center. Captain Zhang Haoren was slumped on the ground, his complexion pale, and to his embarrassment, there was a puddle beneath him. Huh, Zhang Haoren, you actually what yourself? As Zhao Chen's voice echoed across the bridge, Zhang Haoren finally noticed the communication window, indignantly pointing at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, you cheated. There's no way you could have defeated me. You must have cheated. Chief Judge, are you listening? By accusing me of cheating. Do you not cast doubt upon the integrity of the judging panel? Zhao Chen retorted with a smirk. The judge facilitating the video communication replied coldly, Cadet Zhang Haoren. We monitored this starship duel in its entirety, and there were no irregularities. If you have any objections to our ruling, you are welcome to escalate your concerns to our superiors. Zhao Chen, unless there is anything further, we shall conclude this communication. It was evident that the judge held a rather unfavorable impression of this spoiled scion. Chief Judge, allow me one final remark. Zhao Chen turned his gaze to Zhang Haoren and stated calmly, the duel has concluded, and I trust that young Master Zhang has not forgotten our wager. However, it is indeed recognized by the Academy. Zhang Haoren, according to the terms of your Starship Duel Agreement, you shall withdraw from the Polaris Starship Military Academy. Are you fully aware of this? At this moment, the presiding judge did not miss the opportunity to deliver a sharp remark. Fully aware. Zhang Haoren felt lost and desolate. If he truly withdrew from the Polaris Starship Military Academy, it would spell disaster for him. His father, the Viscount, would undoubtedly take his life. The video communication concluded. Zhao Chen had no intention of paying attention to this defeated opponent. Let us return, he said. Seated comfortably in the captain's chair, his spirits soaring. Yet, the turmoil surrounding this interstellar duel was far from over. Class 3 to 8, today's lesson concludes here, announced the teacher. Immediately, some students began fervently searching for live broadcasts of the Starship Duel, only to discover that it had already been terminated. Why can't they find the duel between Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoren? A nearby student chuckled, come on, it's been quite a while. Zhao Chen has probably been defeated by Zhang Haoren. After all, he is the T2 White Eagle. Indeed. It is also Zhao Chen's fault for being overly ambitious and underestimating his opponent. Perhaps this is for the best. Our class will be rid of an annoying presence. Next year, we have a collective mission. If we include this guy, our class will be in jeopardy. Many in the class were now indulging in mockery. Li Wei, with a grim expression, began contacting Zhao Chen, already contemplating various ways to assist him. Wait, something feels off. Look at the trending topics on our academy's intranet. A girl, who frequently frequents the internal network forum, suddenly exclaimed, Zhao Chen seems to have one. Chapter 18, Zhao Chen won? Zhao Chen won. Upon hearing her words, the students in the classroom were taken aback. Those sitting farther away even questioned whether they had misheard. How could Zhao Chen possibly win? Are you sure you aren't mistaken? A boy chuckled as he inquired. This was posted on the college's internal forum. If you don't believe me, see for yourselves, the girl replied, magnifying the holographic screen before her so that those around could view it. On the trending topics list, a post was rapidly ascending. Its title proclaimed, Zhao Chen defeats Zhang Haoren to secure victory in the Starship Duel. Behold the 1,200mm caliber heavy cannon, delivering a soul-piercing shot to send off the T2 White Eagle. In addition, there were several other related posts, though none garnered as much attention as this one. The reason for its popularity was the inclusion of a complete video clip. It even showcased a close-up and detailed description of the 1,200mm caliber heavy cannon. Zhao Chen won? How is that possible? Some students remained skeptical, prompting the girl to play the duel video. Only 5 minutes? This video must be a fabrication, one student remarked, noticing the video's duration and immediately expressing doubt. Typically, Starship duels at this level last at least half an hour, with some engagements dragging on for several hours. How could it possibly conclude in a mere 5 minutes? Yet the subsequent footage rendered all the students present speechless. Even the teacher, who had been captivated enough to linger in the classroom, gathered around to observe the holographic screen. From the Zero Storm's impressive maneuvering at a speed of 100 light-years per hour to evade the laser cannon of the T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser, to the astonishing moment when Zero Storm reduced its velocity to a complete halt in merely 5 seconds, the subsequent scenes captivated all. When the colossal 1,200mm cannon made its appearance, several boys in the classroom were filled with fervor. The moment the massive cannon fired, striking and severely damaging the T2 White Eagle, left everyone in awe. My heavens! How could Zhao Chen's starship possibly possess a 1,200mm cannon? One student exclaimed. At that moment, the teacher stepped forward, swallowing hard, with a look of surprise as he remarked, if I am not mistaken. This should be the T2 Heavy 1,200mm cannon mounted on the T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship. Upon hearing the teacher's words, the students began to murmur amongst themselves. Even then, some still doubted the authenticity of the video until someone unearthed the announcement regarding the outcome of today's Starship Duel on the Academy's official website. It confirmed the veracity of the event. Starship Duel number 001. Competitors Zhang Haoran and Zhao Chen, with Zhao Chen emerging victorious. Even the class monitor, Shen Bing, was engrossed in replaying this video on his handheld terminal, his eyes wide with disbelief. He truly won. Wow, my brother is amazing. He won. Li Wei finally snapped back to reality, his excitement palpable as if the victory were his own. He pointed at the classmates in the room, exclaiming without hesitation. Did you see that? This is my brother, Li Wei. Previously, you all mocked him with scornful remarks, wishing for his departure. And now, my brother has struck true, rendering Zhang Haoran unworthy even to carry his shoes. You all are nothing but superficial opportunists. Go where it is cooler if you find it uncomfortable here. Having spoken, Li Wei disregarded the disapproving expressions of his classmates and dashed outside to seek out Zhao Chen for clarification. How could this fellow have emerged victorious? Surely, he must be concealing something from me. In Class 8, after being subjected to Li Wei's scornful taunts, not a single soul dared to voice a response. Even the teacher appeared dismayed, having previously held the belief that Zhao Chen was destined to lose. Li Wei's words felt like a series of slaps delivered directly to their faces. The Zero Storm was docked at the North Star Military Academy's starport, occupying a berth that Zhao Chen had reserved well in advance. As the vessel had sustained no damage during the recent battle, there were no repairs required. All right, mission accomplished. You are now free to roam within the confines of this starship, Zhao Chen said, patting the shoulder of First Officer Charlotte. In truth, Zhao Chen's gaze lingered on Charlotte's fluffy head. He was tempted to stroke the fur of this white tiger beast woman, although it remained merely a fleeting thought. Those sharp tiger teeth were not mere decoration. His attention was drawn to her pair of white, truncated ears, which evoked a pang of sympathy, detracting from her overall beauty. Zhao Chen resolved once more to restore Charlotte's body in the future. After all, she was now his first officer. It would be a benefit for the crew. Understood. Captain Charlotte quietly acknowledged the command. Zhao Chen departed from the bridge and returned to his captain's quarters. Upon entering his spacious chamber, approximately 50 square meters in area, he found it equipped with a bedroom, a living area, a writing desk, and even a bathroom for bathing. Though the layout of the starship was reminiscent of decades-old designs, the captain's accommodations were undeniably commendable. Zhao Chen had previously visited the crew's dormitories, which bore a resemblance to the bedrooms from his past life, albeit with considerably less space. Each dormitory housed 6 triple-decker folding beds, accommodating 18 individuals. The narrow corridor between the beds was less than a meter wide, and all 18 shared a single restroom. The lingering odor was almost palpable, and even after several decades, Zhao Chen found it strangely nostalgic. Even aboard a starship, space constraints were significant, necessitating the compression of ordinary crew members' living quarters. However, there were designated single and double rooms for the higher-ranking officials. The situation had worsened, as the dormitory originally designed for 50 crew members was now overcrowded with 100 half-orc personnel. Many half-orc crew members were left to sleep on the floor. In contrast, Zhao Chen's living environment was exceedingly comfortable. With a sigh, Zhao Chen threw himself onto the large bed. After relishing a few moments of its luxurious comfort, he turned his attention to more pressing matters. Following his victory over Zhang Haoran, his task system had notified him of the completion of his mission, awaiting his reward. The mission required him to challenge Zhang Haoran to a duel aboard the starship and emerge victorious in the confrontation. Task difficulty, D task reward, 1 task point and 300 points penalty for failure, deduction of 300 points task completed. Please claim your reward. With a thought, Zhao Chen claimed his task rewards, 300 points and 1 task point. At that moment, Zhao Chen's interface displayed these rewards. Host, Zhao Chen profession, Elite Starship Engineer Special Attribute, Fleet Luck Bonus. I have insight points, for 100 task points, 1 number of starships, 1 task, quarterly task, incomplete, warehouse, T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battlecruiser technical blueprint. His points increased from 100 to 400. And he also acquired an additional task point. Now that he possessed a task point, He wondered if he could exchange it for something worthwhile in the marketplace. Zhao Chen opened the system marketplace in search of a target. Chapter 19. Selling Starship Technology T1 Grey Mouse Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer. T1 Shield Soldier Class Medium Interstellar Frigate. T1. Zhao Chen's excitement gradually waned. As he scrolled further down, he discovered that the majority were merely T1 starships. The exchange conditions were not stringent. One task point and a few dozen system points could procure a T1 item. Yet the crux of the matter was that Zhao Chen held no desire for these T1 starships. Although he understood that these system starships surpassed their real-world counterparts in terms of class and type, boasting exceptional cost-effectiveness, they remained T1 starships regardless. Zhao Chen has only assembled obsolete starships of T2 level. How could he possibly construct a T1 level starship? However, the dilemma lies in the fact that the marketplace currently only offers goods of T1 technological grade. He contemplated upgrading the system marketplace. The conditions for upgrading the T1 system marketplace are as follows. First, exchange for a T1 level item, incomplete. Second, complete a D level system task, completed. Third, expend 100 system points for marketplace enhancement, provided the first two conditions are met. It turns out there are prerequisites for the upgrade. Zhao Chen had successfully fulfilled the D-level system task during his duel with Zhang Haoren. He also possesses sufficient system points now. The only requirement he has yet to meet is the exchange for a T1 level item. This brings him back to square one. He must still acquire a T1 item. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He realized that if he were to exchange for a T1 starship, there was no necessity for him to construct it himself. He could sell it instead. Exceptional starship technology has always been in high demand. However, due to its rarity, few are willing to part with it. Zhao Chen harbored no such reservations, while direct sales might yield less profit compared to constructing and then selling. He currently lacked the time to engage in such endeavors. It would be far more prudent to sell it outright and earn a quick profit. Thus, he boldly decided to offer a T1 starship technology for sale. Although it is merely the rudimentary T1 starship technology, as a student, I cannot help but attract attention. Thus, I must conceal my identity. To discreetly sell starships while minimizing complications, Zhao Chen pondered deeply. Suddenly, a name struck him, Li Wei. The Li family is engaged in interstellar trade and operates a conglomerate known as the Northern Goose Interstellar Trade Group. It is rumored that in recent years, they have been expanding into the starship and arms trade. However, the few starship products they have developed have yielded lackluster results, with scant orders. During a casual conversation with Li Wei, he had mentioned that if they failed to produce a best-selling starship by the end of this year, the Li family might have to abandon the starship sales business altogether. This presents a prime opportunity. If Li Wei could act as an intermediary, it would mitigate the risk of exposing my identity. Zhao Chen promptly accessed the Academy's network to gather information regarding the starship trade undertaken by the Li family. Over the past 5 years, the Li family has launched a total of 6 starship models, encompassing both auxiliary and combat types, yet all have met with dismal failure. They either exhibited significant performance flaws or offered poor cost-effectiveness. The most abysmal model sold fewer than 10 units and was discontinued due to complaints regarding its performance defects, resulting in substantial compensation payments. Even the top-selling model managed to sell fewer than 100 units, operating at a loss, while seeking to establish its reputation. Yet it ultimately failed in that endeavor. Zhao Chen began to rapidly browse through the research in search of the starship style most suitable for the Li family, while comparing it with the T1 starships available in the system's marketplace. The construction difficulty of this vessel is rather high. This one won't do. Its market scope is too limited. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Zhao Chen finally settled on the T1 starship technology. This is the one. Zhao Chen clicked to exchange. He confirmed the consumption of 50 system points and 1 task point to acquire the item, T1 Wolf Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer. Confirm. Congratulations on obtaining the T1 Wolf Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer Technical Blueprint. Your remaining system points, 350 points. Zhao Chen felt a jolt as a surge of starship blueprints flooded his consciousness. This was the T1 Wolf Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer. Do not underestimate this T1 starship. It was meticulously selected by Zhao Chen. Were it not for the Zero Storm and the technical blueprints of the T3 Storm-class light interstellar battlecruiser in his possession, he might have considered constructing this starship himself. Its advantages lie in its excellent cost-effectiveness and robust durability. At that moment, The gentle voice of the starship's artificial intelligence chimed in. Beep, beep, beep. Captain, an external network request for communication has been made by your classmate, Li Wei. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A smirk crept onto Zhao Chen's face, revealing a shrewd merchant's expression. Little Li, don't blame me for being demanding. Brothers must keep their accounts clear. If I sell this starship to your Li family, it will undoubtedly elevate your family's reputation in the starship arms trade, especially within the T1 starship series. Have him wait for me. I shall be out shortly. Zhao Chen instructed the artificial intelligence as he descended from his bed, preparing to disembark from the ship. Prior to this, he had commanded Deputy Captain Charlotte to remain on board, ensuring that no crew member was permitted to leave the Zero Storm without his express orders. Nor was anyone allowed to enter the vessel. In the event of an emergency, they were to contact him immediately. Outside the starship's docking bay, Li Wei gazed at the imposing steel giant before him, the Zero Storm, which spanned nearly 260 meters in length. Its formidable size was attributable to its design as an interstellar battleship. Despite the ship's armor bearing signs of rust and an unmistakable sense of age in its design, Li Wei felt as though he were beholding a magnificent starship. Regrettably, the concealed 1,200 mm caliber cannon was not visible at that moment. At that juncture, the starship's hatch opened, and Zhao Chen strolled out with an air of nonchalance. Li Wei hurried forward and embraced Zhao Chen's neck, exclaiming, "When did you manage to conjure up such a starship?" "You know, it was constructed from the 3 starships exchanged at the Academy," Zhao Chen replied. "I meant, when did you acquire such technical prowess?" Li Wei pressed further. Zhao Chen shrugged with a smile, saying, "While someone was busy pursuing romance, playing games, and indulging in leisure, I was diligently studying." "You were studying starship engineering?" Li Wei questioned, his expression one of skepticism. Zhao Chen had indeed been a diligent student, consistently ranking among the top 5 in their class, particularly in theoretical knowledge. Thus, Li Wei did not doubt Zhao Chen's explanation. He was merely astonished by the extent of Zhao Chen's self-directed learning. "Brother, may I join you? Just a glimpse would suffice." "I would love to catch a sight of that 1,200 mm caliber cannon," Li Wei implored. "It's not impossible, but I need you to assist me with the task." Zhao Chen replied, regarding Li Wei as if he were a wealthy magnate. "Are you hoping for my collection of action-packed films featuring 720 distinct races, each boasting a size of tea?" Li Wei grinned mischievously, leaning closer to Zhao Chen and whispering with a sly smile, "I'll share them with you. I've recently gathered a few exceptional pieces. We can delve into them together." Zhao Chen immediately recoiled, jumping 3 meters away with a look of disdain. "Do I strike you as that sort of person?" Chapter 20. It's you. Aircraft carrier starship. As Li Wei walked through the narrow and somewhat dilapidated corridor of the starship, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Are you disappointed? After all, this vessel is assembled from 3 starships with a history spanning nearly a century, so it naturally lacks the comfort and aesthetic appeal of modern starships. Zhao Chen discerned Li Wei's sentiments clearly. After wandering for a little over 10 minutes, Li Wei and Zhao Chen left the Zero Storm, finding the outside view much more pleasing. "However, old Zhao, why are all your crew members half-orc females? I had no idea you had a preference for this kind," Li Wei remarked. "While such inclinations are not inherently problematic, the matter of starship combat is quite serious," he cautioned Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. "I'm not as sordid as you presume. There is a reason I recruited these half-orc female crew members. Moreover, they were initially serving as female crew members. Circumstances have merely led them to this unfortunate state. You witnessed the Battle of Zero Storm, did you not? Would a mere gathering of ornamental figures be capable of executing such a splendid engagement? Your assertion holds considerable merit. By the way, you previously mentioned needing my assistance. What is the matter at hand?" Li Wei brought up Zhao Chen's earlier request. Zhao Chen commenced with the main topic. "Isn't your Li family involved in interstellar trade? I have heard that in recent years you have expanded into the realm of starship armament trade. I happen to possess a T1 starship that I developed myself, and I would like to ask you to forward the technical schematics to your family members to gauge their interest in purchasing it. However, this must be conducted discreetly, as I wish to keep my identity concealed. You understand, do you not? Even if your father inquires, do not reveal who I am. You intend to sell your own developed T1 starship?" Li Wei was taken aback. "You are capable of developing starships on your own?" Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed plausible. After all, Zhao Chen had managed to assemble 3 outdated starships into a formidable vessel. The development of a T1 starship was not beyond reach. considering the technical challenges were relatively manageable, with some schematics already made public for educational purposes. As for our family's business, I cannot intervene, and I cannot guarantee the purchase of your starship. However, I can mention it to my sister, as she was the one who initially proposed the expansion into the starship armament trade and is currently the head of this sector within our group. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that our company has held a rather pessimistic view on this line of business, having incurred losses for 4 consecutive years. Even the T1 starship, which was originally slated for release this year, has yet to materialize. The shareholders of the company have begun to exert pressure, urging the abandonment of this venture. Li Wei remarked. Zhao Chen patted Li Wei on the shoulder and handed him a thumb-sized storage device. Whether or not we can achieve cooperation is of little consequence. What matters is that this information reaches the members of the Li family. Encrypt this data and send it directly to your sister. Remember, keep my identity confidential. If she inquires, simply concoct an excuse. Does this contain the technical blueprints for the T1 starship you mentioned? Are you truly at ease in trusting it to me? Is the network transmission secure? Should I personally deliver it to my sister? I happen to have a break coming up in a few days and plan to return home. I will inform you of the outcome next semester. Li Wei responded cautiously. Although it was merely the blueprint data for the T1 starship, it was, after all, Zhao Chen's hard work. This constituted a business secret, typically delivered in person, as network transmission was rarely employed. Do not worry, the files within are encrypted. Once sent, inform me, and I will remotely decrypt them for review. You may proceed to send it now. I am pressed for time, Zhao Chen insisted. He could not afford to wait until the semester concluded. His intention was to leverage the T1 starship technology to secure funding, ultimately aiming to construct a genuine system starship. While the Zero Storm was commendable, it was still merely an assembled starship. Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest, but do not harbor overly lofty expectations. Li Wei cautioned. Li Wei first explained to Zhao Chen, fearing that Zhao Chen's technical blueprints might be rejected by his elder sister, thereby causing Zhao Chen embarrassment. Given his sister's temperament, she is utterly unyielding in business matters. If she is dissatisfied, she will categorically refuse to accept anything. No worries, just follow my instructions. You need not concern yourself with the subsequent matters, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. As long as Li Wei's sister is not foolish, she will undoubtedly recognize the inherent value of this starship. After bidding farewell to Zhao Chen, Li Wei returned to his dormitory and, as per Zhao Chen's request, sent the data stored in the device to his sister. The file was substantial, and given the interstellar transmission involved, it would take approximately a day to complete. Li Wei preemptively sent a brief message to his sister, mentioning this matter. Zhao Chen also returned to his dormitory. Although he now had the captain's quarters aboard the Zero Storm, many of his belongings remained in the dormitory, necessitating their transfer to the starship. Conveniently, the semester was coming to an end, so he would not need to book a ticket. He could simply return to the territory aboard the Zero Storm. The dormitory was a single occupancy room, and its space was, of course, incomparable to that of the captain's quarters. Sitting on his single bed, Zhao Chen accessed the system interface and entered the upgrade section of the marketplace. T1 System Marketplace Upgrade Conditions. First requirement. Exchange for 1 T1 level item completed. Second requirement. Complete 1 D-level system task completed. Third requirement. Consume 100 system points for marketplace upgrade. The first 2 requirements completed. Upgrade available at any time. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Chen clicked to upgrade the system marketplace. Confirm the consumption of 100 system points to upgrade the T1 mall to T2 mall. Confirm the expenditure of 100 system points for the upgrade of T1 mall to T2 mall. Your remaining system points, 250. Congratulations. You have unlocked the T2 series products in the system mall, granting you an opportunity to exchange for any item without the need for task points. A delightful surprise has emerged. Zhao Chen was initially pondering how to acquire more task points to conveniently exchange for the T2 starship. After all, the system mall stipulates that exchanging goods necessitates corresponding task points. Upon reviewing the T2 series products, Zhao Chen discovered that 3 task points were still required. Given his current situation, it was uncertain how long it would take to accumulate these 3 task points. It appears that higher-tier products not only demand greater system points, but also require more task points. Zhao Chen glanced at the requirements for upgrading the T2 mall to T3, which necessitates completing 2 C-level tasks, exchanging for 2 T2 system products, and consuming 2,000 system points, significantly increasing the difficulty. At this moment, Zhao Chen felt he was not yet equipped to consider the entirety of this endeavor. attending to the immediate matters was paramount. Naturally, the primary concern was selecting a starship. Let me see, which shall be our first genuine starship? Zhao Chen began to meticulously evaluate his options, this time with even greater seriousness. After all, this would be his first true starship, while the Zero Storm could only be deemed a half measure. Should he choose an interstellar destroyer, or perhaps an interstellar cruiser, or even an interstellar battleship? Zhao Chen deliberated, ultimately fixating on a particular option. T2, the carrier starship. This is it. Chapter 21. Zhao Chen's T2 supercarrier starship, the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. In a previous life, aircraft carriers were undeniably the dream of every Chinese individual. In the interstellar era, carriers similarly existed. If one were to consider the vessels that could be deemed colossal in this age, they would likely be of two types: interstellar battleships and carrier starships. At this moment, Zhao Chen chose to exchange. He confirmed the consumption of 250 system points and a one-time opportunity to exchange goods without task points. Opting for the item T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship, confirmed. Congratulations on acquiring the technical blueprint for the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. Your remaining system points, 0, fortuitously. Zhao Chen's system points were just sufficient to redeem this T2 carrier starship. In that instant, a wealth of data regarding the T2 Queen B flooded Zhao Chen's mind. Typically, if an interstellar fleet possesses a carrier starship, it necessitates a significant number of escort starships, unlike interstellar battleships, which can operate independently. Consequently, the actual number of operational carrier starships is vastly outnumbered by interstellar battleships. After all, the cost of constructing an interstellar fleet centered around a carrier starship is immense. Otherwise, it is illogical for a carrier starship to possess combat capability on its own. However, the T2 Queen B is entirely different. It possesses the capability to stand alone, which is precisely why Zhao Chen sought to exchange for it. The combat strategies of carrier starships primarily encompass three categories: interstellar fighter aircraft, interstellar drones, and small to medium-sized starships. The instances of third-party vessels are scarce. The carriers capable of accommodating starships must, at the very least, be of T3 classification. For anything less would be impractical due to size constraints. To return to the subject at hand, let us first discuss the T2 Queen B. This starship employs interstellar drones as its combat mechanism. Zhao Chen perused the detailed introductory materials. Queen B-class heavy carrier starship type, carrier starship technological level, T2 hull armor strength, 300 units cruising speed, 40 knots warp engine, level 4 warp engine length, 460 meters mass, 400,000 tons crew capacity, 100 personnel starship armaments, T2 Young B-class light interstellar drones, interstellar interceptors, T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, interstellar fighters, T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones, interstellar bombers, standard hangar configuration, capable of housing 300 T2 Young B-class light interstellar drones, 100 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, and 20 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones. Merely by examining its dimensions and mass, one can ascertain that this vessel is a colossal entity. With a length of 460 meters, it is nearly double that of the Zero-class Blizzard, and its mass of 400,000 tons is almost 5 times greater. This ship can accommodate 3 types of interstellar drones, totaling 420 units. Typically, a carrier starship would only house a single type of starfighter or interstellar drone, as varying models necessitate distinct repair teams and systems. However, this T2 Queen B is uniquely equipped with 3 varieties of interstellar drones. This is not an act of folly. Rather, it is a testament to the T2B King's integration of a nearly T3 starship-level intelligence system. Under prudent and efficient management, these 3 interstellar drones can operate seamlessly without any gaps. These drones can be categorized into 3 types: the interstellar unmanned interceptor, the interstellar unmanned fighter, and the interstellar unmanned bomber. The interstellar unmanned interceptor serves as the close guardian of carrier starships, primarily tasked with safeguarding the carrier's security and intercepting all enemy assaults. The interstellar unmanned fighter constitutes the central force for seizing air superiority in interstellar combat and can also strike enemy vessels. As its name suggests, the interstellar unmanned bomber possesses bombing capabilities, with the capacity to carry interstellar missiles, bombs, and even torpedoes as required. Its striking power against starships is unparalleled. However, Its own capabilities in interstellar aerial combat are relatively weak. Thus, these three unmanned drones can synergize, perfectly complementing one another's functions. Typically, multiple carrier starships would fulfill this complementary role, but the T-2B King consolidates all three tasks within itself. Most importantly, this is the reason it requires no escort fleet. It astonishingly possesses the Star Shield function. The Star Shield function is an energy defense shield, a standard feature of T-3 starships, capable of generating an energy barrier in a designated area to intercept enemy weaponry from that direction. This represents a revolutionary technological advancement for T-3 starships, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. This is why one often hears that T-3 starships are the true epitome of starships. To return to the main topic, as the queen of the T-2 starship, the B-King possesses a stellar shield, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Coupled with the T-2 lightweight interstellar drones, it forms a formidable combination of offense and defense. While it may pose some risks against a T-3 starship fleet, it remains a terrifying presence against T-2 starships, capable of taking on multiple adversaries. Thus, Zhao Chen opted for this T-2B King. The construction cost amounts to a staggering 3 million star coins. Upon calculating the expenses required to build this starship, Zhao Chen gasped in astonishment. It is worth noting that the total savings of the Zhao family do not exceed 100,000 star coins. Furthermore, due to the barren nature of his interstellar territory and mismanagement, the annual revenue from taxes and other sources barely reaches 1 million star coins. This is also the reason why Zhang Haoren refers to him as the Fallen Baron. Zhao Chen cannot even afford a T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, priced at 4 million star coins. However, if he were to sell this T-2B King, it could easily fetch 2 to 3 million star coins. Selling starships is a lucrative avenue for wealth, as the arms trade has always been a source of immense profit across all eras. Yet, at present, Zhao Chen lacks the capability and time to consider such matters. 3 million star coins. With the funds from selling my T-1 Lyse-class medium interstellar destroyer, it should suffice to complete the construction of a T-2B King, he murmured. Now, he awaits news from Li Wei. At the headquarters of the North Goose Interstellar Trade Group, a board meeting is currently in session, attended not only by members of the Li family, but also by several other shareholders and directors. For the past 5 years, our Northern Geese have consistently operated at a deficit in the realm of starship arms trade, relying on other industries to compensate for the losses. This situation even led to an overall deficit in our profits last year. Therefore, I believe we should abandon the starship arms trade. It is not a venture that can be easily established, given the substantial research and development investments required and the high risks involved. It would be wiser to continue diligently with our interstellar trade, transportation, and interstellar industry. A director declared emphatically, slamming his hand on the table. The other directors nodded in agreement, insisting on halting all business activities related to the starship arms trade. No, our Northern Geese have reached a bottleneck. The competition within our original business sectors is intensifying. If we do not discover a breakthrough soon, Northern Geese will inevitably decline. An alluring woman, with a curvaceous figure, rose to speak passionately. However, the other directors opposed her vehemently. Miss Li, this matter cannot be dictated by you. Although Northern Geese was established by your family, you and your father currently hold only 45 of the shares, and the rest are against it. This is the board's resolution, scoffed a director, who held the next largest share after the Li family. Li Yaqi bit her lip in silence, unwilling to respond. The starship arms trade represented her dream and her dedication. While others saw only 5 years of investment, Li Yaqi had been orchestrating this endeavor for a decade, pouring her entire time and energy into it. At over 30 years of age and still unmarried, how could she abandon her life's work? Chapter 22, The Enigmatic Starship Technology. Cough, cough, cough. The middle-aged man seated in the main position cast a sweeping glance over the gathered assembly. You are all uncles and elder relatives of Yaqi. Her venture into the interstellar arms trade is, after all, for the betterment of our Bayan. This marks the beginning of our expansion. Every great endeavor encounters challenges at its inception. When my father established Bayan, it was not without enduring the arduous initial decade that we arrived at the present-day Bayan Interstellar Trading Group. This middle-aged man is the chairman of the Bayan Interstellar Trading Group, the current head of the Li family, and the father of Li Wei. Chairman, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Now, everyone here has families to support. We placed our trust in you, believing in you as the head of the Li family, which is why we have invested our fortunes and lives into Bayan. But look at our situation now. We are facing deficits. The investment in Starship arms trade is akin to pouring resources into a bottomless pit. If this continues, Bayan is bound to crumble. The second director scoffed. Sticking to outdated practices, lacking innovation, and fearing to step outside our comfort zones are precisely the reasons we find ourselves on the brink of ruin. Liyaki could no longer contain her anger and stood to rebuke the assembly. Upon hearing Liyaki's impassioned words, the directors began to murmur amongst themselves, criticizing her for her perceived lack of propriety and respect for her elders. I have said it before, a young woman is ill-suited for the world of business. Yaki, you are nearing 40. If only you had heeded my advice and married the Countess' son, you would not be toiling here today, but rather enjoying the privileges of being a countess. The second director chuckled lightly. Enjoying privileges? Uncle, I do not wish to become a gilded canary in the hands of others, much like my cousin, even when her husband seeks pleasures elsewhere. She dares not utter a word. If this is what it means to enjoy a life of comfort, then I, Liyaki, would rather forego such fortune. Without hesitation, Liyaki retorted fiercely. The expression on the face of the second director darkened. This second director is Liyaki's uncle, the younger brother of her father, and the second largest shareholder of the Bayan Interstellar Trade Group. Very well, let us grant Yaki a little more time. Was it not agreed upon that we would allow 5 years? Within this 5-year period, if Yaki's Starship Arms Trading Department can turn a profit, we shall continue to support its existence. After all, there are still 6 months remaining. Why the rush? The head of the Lee family said cheerfully. Let us give my niece 6 months, and in that time, her uncle will arrange a fine marriage for her. The second director snorted coldly and departed from the meeting room, followed by the other directors, observing his daughter's expression of unwillingness and resentment. The head of the Lee family sighed deeply. Yaki, it is not that your father is unwilling to assist you. Business operates on such principles. All that matters to others is profit. You have but 6 months remaining. If your arms trading department can achieve profitability, or at least break even, I can ensure its continued existence. However, should you fail, then it must be accepted. If you still wish to engage in trade, you may revert to the previous interstellar transport business. 6 months, how can one possibly turn a profit in such a short span? Currently, she possesses not a single commendable Starship product, and she finds it hard to believe that she can turn a profit within 6 months. I understand. Father, I feel somewhat weary. I shall return now. Liyaki murmured as she exited the conference room. She collapsed onto her bed, and a fluffy pet resembling a small creature leapt before her. Miming, I am quite fatigued today. Please entertain yourself nearby. Liyaki shielded her eyes with her arm, striving to suppress her tears. 5 years of preparation, 5 years of dedication, over a decade of youth. Is it truly to end like this? At that moment, her handheld terminal chimed, and she glanced at it. It was a communication request from her younger brother. She sat up, composed herself, and clicked to accept the call. Sister, why are your eyes so red? Li Wei greeted her through the video screen. However, due to interstellar communication delays, there was nearly a 10-second lag. It's nothing. I've just been exhausted these past few days. Did you need something? She inquired. Have you run out of living expenses? If I recall correctly, aren't you about to have a holiday soon? Or could it be that you failed your grade assessment this year and must repeat a year? Liyaki scrutinized Li Wei. He pouted. Sister, why do you never wish me well? I still have living expenses left, and I haven't failed. Next year, I will be in the 4th grade and can truly pilot a starship. Then why on earth are you contacting me? Liyaki regarded her brother, who only reached out when there was something amiss. Li Wei began to address the matter at hand. I sent you a schematic of the starship yesterday. It should have arrived by now. It was created by a friend of mine, and I wanted to inquire if you have any intention of making a purchase. Starship schematics? Liyaki fixed her gaze on her brother. You aren't in debt and trying to deceive me, are you? Sis, why do you always underestimate me? Li Wei replied. All right. To take a look at it quickly. If you're interested, just let me know. I can connect you with that friend of mine. Don't set your expectations too high. If it's barely usable, just offer a reasonable price, as a favor to your younger brother. At that moment, Li Wei still harbored doubts about Zhao Chen's capabilities in designing a starship, which is why he resorted to flattery. I'll refrain from further discussion for now. Remember to contact me after you've reviewed it. Li Wei, unwilling to engage in further conversation with his sister who constantly belittled him, abruptly ended the call. This kid. Where did he find a friend capable of designing a starship? It sounds like a ruse to me. Liyaki was entirely skeptical of Li Wei's claims. Yet, she found herself sitting on her bed, dazed for several seconds, before inexplicably opening her email. Indeed, there lay a data file, already decrypted. Well, Since I have nothing better to do and my starship design department is devoid of any promising leads, I might as well take a look at the material Li Wei sent. Liyaki reassured herself. Upon opening the file, as she gazed at the extensive starship blueprints, her expression began to shift dramatically. From the initial nonchalance to an extraordinary seriousness, even her breathing had quieted considerably. After more than half an hour of contemplation, she suddenly snapped back to reality, raising her hand to summon a holographic computer, beginning to simulate some data from the document. No issues, no issues. Everything is fine. This process continued for another 3 hours. Liyaki's expressions were exceptionally vivid as she muttered, T1 Wolf Tick Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer. This technical blueprint. Abruptly, she sprang to her feet, swiftly copying the starship technology onto a data disk, then dashed out of her bedroom. Hurrying toward the starship design research department she had established. What would ordinarily be an hour's journey, she accomplished in merely 10 minutes by piloting her flying car. Without pausing to change into research attire, she burst into the research department, standing before her team of engineers, pointing to the data disk. You must help me assess whether this starship blueprint's technology is feasible, Liyaki exclaimed, her excitement barely contained. I need a reliable feasibility report within 5 hours. No, I want it in 3 hours. Chapter 23, 3 million star coins, buyout within the span of 3 hours. The entire research team transitioned from initial confusion to astonishment and delight. Presently, where did you acquire this starship technology? Although only 80% of the data is available. With crucial technological information redacted, this starship technology is undoubtedly viable. Moreover, this T1 class medium-sized interstellar destroyer boasts an exceptional cost-performance ratio. I never anticipated that a starship of such modest expense could exhibit such remarkable capabilities. If introduced to the market, it would undoubtedly become a highly sought-after starship product. The chief engineer of the research facility, an elderly gentleman with a mane of white hair, stood before Liyaki with palpable excitement, clutching the data disk. She regarded it as a treasure. If she had previously descended into despair, this data disk was akin to a lifeline dropped from the heavens. You are to set aside all current research tasks and delve deeply into the technology of this starship, Liyaki instructed as she handed the data disk to the chief engineer. Directorly, where did this starship technology originate? Before the elder could finish his inquiry, Liyaki had already dashed out of the research room. Seated in her flying car, she promptly attempted to contact her brother. On the first attempt, it ended abruptly. Liyaki felt a sense of confusion. The second attempt, again, it was disconnected. Anxiety began to creep into her heart. The third attempt, once more, it was cut off. However, this time, Li Wei replied with a text message. Sis, I'm in the shower. Can we talk once I'm done? A few lines of irritation crossed Liyaki's face as she gritted her teeth and responded, if you wish to remain alive. Answer me immediately. Should you dare to hang up again, the day you, Li Wei, return home will mark your demise next year. Liyaki sent her fourth communication request once more. This time, it was not abruptly terminated. After a brief pause of nearly half a minute, the call was finally connected. There stood Li Wei, wrapped in a towel, appearing as though he had just hastily emerged from a bath. Sis, what are you in such a rush for? Li Wei displayed an expression of melancholy, as if he had been interrupted during a significant endeavor. Who provided you with the starship technical blueprints? Liyaki inquired directly. Ah, that one. Li Wei hesitated, recalling Zhao Chen's instructions. He cleared his throat and replied, Sis, my friend prefers to remain discreet, so I cannot disclose their identity. Just tell me, how is that starship technology? Do you want it? If not, I will provide my friend with an answer. Not even your sister can know? Liyaki scrutinized her younger brother, then enticingly added, if you reveal that person's identity to me, I shall triple your living expenses for the next semester. Li Wei paused, grappling with his internal conflict, yet he resolutely stated, no, I made a promise to them. Besides, sister, think about it. If they find out I disclose their identity, what if they become upset and refuse to negotiate with you? Upon considering this, Liyaki acknowledged the validity of his reasoning and stifled her curiosity. She surmised that it might be a masterpiece presented by a faculty member from the Starship Engineering Department of the North Star Starship Military Academy. Then please assist me in contacting this gentleman. I am exceedingly interested in his starship technology. Could we perhaps arrange a time to discuss this in person? Inquired Liyaki. Are you interested? Li Wei responded with a hint of surprise. Did you not review the content within? I did not, he replied, waving his hand dismissively. I am not like you, my sister. I am not from the Starship Engineering Department. Such matters are beyond my comprehension. Li Wei's elder sister, Liaki, graduated from the Starship Engineering Department, which fueled her profound interest in starship research and manufacturing. Moreover, being born into a family renowned for starship trade, she aspired to engage in the business of military starship commerce. Go on. As soon as you receive any news, forget it. Just stay on the line. I will await your updates here, Liaki urged. Without acquiring the authorization for that starship technology, she felt as though her mind could find no peace. It was her sole lifeline at this moment. Under Liaki's insistence, Li Wei proceeded to contact Zhao Chen. A mere 10 minutes later, Li Wei reappeared in the video communication window. Sister, my friend mentioned that an in-person discussion is off the table. If you have something in mind, you should enter this virtual room to converse. With that, Li Wei sent a link to Liaki. Discussing in a virtual room? Liaki was taken aback. Such a significant matter being addressed in this manner seemed rather unexpected. Nevertheless, her immediate priority was to secure that starship technology. I understand, she replied, clicking the link to the room. Soon, a new window materialized before her, not for video communication, but for text chat. Liaki took a deep breath and initiated the conversation. Greetings, I am Li Wei's elder sister, Liaki, the head of the Starship Armaments Trade Department at Bayan Interstellar Trade Group. After sending the message, half a minute passed before a response arrived. Hello. The simplicity of those two words left Liaki feeling a lump in her throat. It was her first time negotiating business in such an environment. I am very interested in your T-1 Wolf Tick-class medium interstellar destroyer technology. I hope we can arrange a time to discuss our cooperation in detail. No need to set a time. If you are certain about wanting this starship technology, just provide a price. If I find it satisfactory, you can transfer the funds, and I shall send you the complete technical documentation for the T-1 Wolf Tick. Liaki was taken aback by the straightforwardness of the proposal. A price? At that moment, she was uncertain about how much to quote. This unexpected turn of events caught her off guard, completely deviating from her previous business practices. The other party was not adhering to the usual protocols. After contemplating for a moment, she sent a message. What do you consider a suitable price? The other side remained silent for several minutes before sending a figure. 3 million star coins. 3 million star coins? That licensing fee seems rather exorbitant. Considering this is merely a T1 starship, with a market value of at most 20 to 30,000 star coins. At that moment, the other party sent 2 words. Buyout. Upon reading those 2 words, Liaki's heart skipped a beat. Are you certain that 3 million star coins will secure the buyout of this starship technology? Liaki promptly sent a message inquiring about the meaning of a buyout. It implied that upon payment, the starship technology would belong exclusively to her. Previously, she had only sought authorization. Do you agree to this price? Upon reading these words, Liaki immediately replied with a succinct affirmation, agreed. On the other end of the communication window, Zhao Chen was taken aback by her response, clutching his heart in distress as he lamented, damn, I quoted too low. Moments before, he had intended to suggest that there was room for negotiation, believing his price to be somewhat inflated. To his astonishment, Liaki had readily accepted. Chapter 24. Brother Zhao, may I have a glimpse of your cannon? Ultimately, the deal concluded with Liaki purchasing the T-1 Wasp-class medium starship technology for 3 million star coins. After finalizing the agreement, Zhao Chen promptly sent all the technical data of the T-1 Wasp to Liaki. I have forwarded the starship technology data to your email. Please transfer the 3 million star coins to my account within 3 days. Below was a starry Imperial Interstellar Bank card number. Sir, you have just handed over the starship technology to me? Aren't you concerned that I might renege on our agreement? Liaki expressed her astonishment at his audacity, questioning whether he truly believed she would default. This felt less like an interstellar transaction and more akin to a casual purchase in a supermarket. I trust Li Wei, and should you dare to act otherwise, I will ensure you pay 1,000-fold price. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall conclude here. It has been a pleasure collaborating. The virtual room indicates that the other party has already departed. Liaki hurriedly wished to inquire about how to reach them in the future, but there was no response. Such a peculiar individual. This must rank among the most bizarre business dealings I have ever encountered. Liaki still felt as if she were caught in a dream. Moreover, she realized that she did not even know how to address the other party. A strange person, a strange transaction. Nevertheless, regardless of the oddities, as long as she could acquire the complete technical documentation for the T-1 Wolf Lice, she was confident that within 6 months, she could turn the Starship Arms trade from losses to profits. She would astonish those who awaited her failure. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have offered 4 million. Zhao Chen chuckled bitterly. In the realm of business, he was still quite inexperienced. To be honest, 3 million star coins for a buyout price is already considered rather high within the realm of T1 Starship technology. It just so happened that Liyaki was in dire need of Starship technology. A thirsty person, upon receiving a bottle of water, naturally overlooks the somewhat exorbitant price. 3 million. 3 million. Zhao Chen began to contemplate constructing his second starship, namely, the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier. Building a starship requires extensive preparations. It is not simply a matter of assembly. Raw materials, construction sites, building techniques. There are countless complexities involved. Beep, beep, beep. Zhao Chen's handheld terminal chimed. To his surprise, it was his younger sister, Zhao Wanner. Oh my, the young lady has remarkably decided to contact me. Zhao Chen gazed at Zhao Wanner on the opposite side of the video window, teasingly remarking. It was uncommon for Zhao Wanner to seek him out, typically. Her inquiries were made in person and privately. At this moment, Zhao Chen noticed 2 stunning young ladies behind Zhao Wanner. Perhaps it would be more accurate to refer to them as one older and one younger beauty. Enough of the banter. My friend is present, Zhao Wanner retorted, casting Zhao Chen a playful glare. She then shifted aside to introduce the 2 young women. This is my senior, Sulan from 5th grade, and this is my classmate, Shui Xiao from 4th grade. As for this one, I needn't introduce him. He's my brother. Upon uttering the words my brother, Zhao Wanner's expression clearly conveyed her disdain. Hello, we often hear Wanner speak of you. Sulan greeted politely. She mentions me? Well, it's a relief if she doesn't speak ill of me. Zhao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Zhao Chen Gitch, may I see your cannon? The adorable twin-tailed Shui Xiao suddenly leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Such a statement was rather. Zhao Wanner promptly pulled Shui Xiao back, exclaiming, Xiao, what are you saying? What's wrong? I merely wish to take a closer look at Zhao Chun Gij's Zero Class Blizzard's 1,200mm caliber heavy cannon. Shui Xiao pouted, undeterred. Sulan, you must have come to me for a specific reason. Please, just state your purpose, Zhao Chen interjected, finding the young girl's comments quite disconcerting. Sulan replied. Then let us address the matter directly. The reason we sought you out is related to yesterday's starship duel. Zhao Chen squinted his eyes, remaining silent as he awaited further words from senior sister Sulan. She continued, stating it was Zhang Haoran who sought connections. Someone informed him of my acquaintance with your sister, Zhao Wanner, which led him to approach me. He hopes that you might reconsider the expulsion penalty imposed on him. As soon as senior sister Sulan mentioned the starship duel, Zhao Chen understood that this matter pertained to Zhang Haoran. He was certain that Zhang Haoran would not comply with the expulsion from the Beiji Starship Military Academy without a fight, for it directly impacted his future. Is it possible to revoke this expulsion penalty, considering it is recorded in the context of the starship duel? Zhao Chen inquired curiously. Senior sister Sulan replied. According to the Academy's regulations, the stakes involved in the starship duel are recognized and enforced by the institution. However, if the victorious party is willing to forego the penalty, the defeated party may be spared from punishment. Therefore, your consent is essential. Zhao Chen remained silent. Senior sister Sulan continued. A friend of mine has entrusted me with this matter. I owe him a favor. If you are unwilling, consider this conversation as never having taken place. Should you be open to discussion, I can arrange a time and place for you both to meet. You may propose your terms, as it would be unjust for you to waive the penalty without compensation. May I speak privately with my sister for a moment? Zhao Chen requested. Senior sister Sulan agreed, departing with Shui Xiao. Now that senior sister Sulan and Shui Xiao have left, feel free to speak your mind, Zhao Wanner said, crossing her arms. Do you wish for me to assist the senior sister Sulan? Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Wanner was taken aback and replied. Why are you asking me about your own affairs? My younger sister seldom seeks my assistance. It seems that you share a close bond with senior Sulan. Zhao Chen chuckled as he gazed at Zhao Wanner. Her cheeks flushed as she candidly confessed, I admit, I have a great admiration for senior Sulan. Since my arrival at the North Star Military Academy, she has been incredibly supportive of me. She is one of my only 2 friends here, the other being Shui Xiao. I am aware of the circumstances surrounding senior Sulan. She is being pursued by a 5th-year senior named Han Tianwang. He had previously assisted her with a matter, and since then, he has used that as a pretext to cling to her, even expressing a desire to date her. Although senior Sulan does not reciprocate his feelings, She endures his harassment out of a sense of obligation. If I could repay his kindness this time, then Senior Su Lan would no longer have to tolerate his advances. Zhao Chen nodded and said, "Very well. Have Senior Su Lan handle this matter. And send me the time and place tonight. I consent to a discussion." "Really?" Zhao Wano exclaimed in surprise. After all, it was her first time requesting assistance from me. Zhao Chen smiled playfully. Zhao Wano rolled her eyes and retorted, Who is asking you? You can choose to help or not." With that, she ended the call. Zhao Chen pondered over Zhang Haoran's situation. To him, Zhang Haoran's decision to withdraw from school was of little consequence. He had never cared about this peripheral character or his relationship with Jiang Shasha. Were it not for the system's task, he would never have proposed a duel aboard the starship. There exists an opportunity to assist Zhao Wano as senior while simultaneously taking advantage of the situation. Such a splendid chance, how could Zhao Chen possibly let it slip away? A smile gradually crept upon his lips. Tomorrow promises to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 25. You shall kneel at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, within the serene ambience of the oceanic-themed restaurant. Zhao Chen gazed at the holographic images of aquatic creatures from an unknown galaxy, gracefully floating before him. The restaurant exuded an atmosphere of tranquility, with merely a handful of patrons present, making it one of the more upscale dining establishments in Northern Star. It was a place frequented primarily by individuals of noble descent. It is said that half of the ingredients used are sourced from organic cultivation. 3 charming young ladies strolled alongside Zhao Chen, drawing considerable attention from the other diners. "Zhao Chen, have you considered what terms you will propose to Zhang Haoran?" inquired Sister Su Lan. "I have a plan in mind," Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Not wishing to say much further, Sister Su Lan understood her role merely as a facilitator in this matter. The success or failure of the endeavor was of little concern to her. She was merely repaying a favor owed to someone else by stepping in to mediate. "Lan, over here," a voice called out. From a distance, Zhao Chen spotted a delicate young man seated at a round table by the window, waving to Su Lan and her companions. 3 individuals were already seated around the table, one of whom was Zhang Haoran, while another was an unfamiliar face. Zhang Haoran's expression was visibly strained, and when his gaze briefly met Zhao Chen's, he quickly averted his eyes, appearing rather pitiful. However, Zhao Chen keenly sensed the animosity emanating from Zhang Haoran. Such individuals would not be subdued by a mere lesson. "Feel free to express your thoughts later. If we cannot reach an agreement, we shall take our leave without concern for our presence," whispered Senior Sister Su Lan into Zhao Chen's ear. Zhao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Wano, standing beside them, appeared somewhat uneasy. Her gaze was filled with concern for her elder brother. Although he was a baron of the territory, he had never encountered such formal situations. In contrast, Shui Xiaoxiao wore an expression of anticipation as she relished such occasions of mischief. As Zhao Chen and his companions took their seats, the senior named Han Tianwang disregarded Zhao Chen, who was supposed to be the focal point of this negotiation, and instead directly pulled out a chair beside him that had been left vacant. "Lan, come sit here." The round table had only 7 seats, perfectly accommodating Han Tianwang and his 2 companions along with Zhao Chen and his 3 friends. Han Tianwang had deliberately reserved a spot beside him, seemingly for Su Lan. However, upon glancing at it, she merely smiled and greeted Han Tianwang, saying, "It's all right, I can sit over here." With that, she joined Zhao Wano and Shui Xiaoxiao at another table, leaving Han Tianwang feeling somewhat awkward. Consequently, the only seat available for Zhao Chen was next to Han Tianwang. At this moment, Han Tianwang finally addressed the individual before him, stating lightly, "You must be Zhao Chen, right? Please, have a seat." Although he invited Zhao Chen to sit, Han Tianwang had already taken his seat, leaving Zhao Chen as the only one yet to sit. However, Zhao Chen did not approach Han Tianwang's side, but instead rested his hand on a chair before him, stating, "No need, I can sit here." In that instant, the atmosphere in the room began to shift uneasily. Zhao Chen's hand was precisely placed on the chair where Zhang Haoran was seated. Zhang Haoran's expression darkened as he glanced at Senior Han Tianwang, who averted his gaze. Faced with this situation, Zhang Haoran could only rise with a scowl. Preparing to take the seat beside Han Tianwang, Zhao Chen, occupying Zhang Haoran's chair, noticed his intent to sit and promptly splashed a glass of water onto that very chair. "Is there a place for you to sit here?" The atmosphere plummeted once more into an icy tension. Zhang Haoran clenched his fists. "Zhao Chen, my dear junior, there is no need to be so aggressive. Previously, it was merely a misunderstanding between Haoran and you. Now that we are gathered for a meal, let us consider this misunderstanding resolved. We can all be friends moving forward." At this moment, Han Tianwang stepped in as a mediator. Lan Lan, what do you think? Su Lan smiled gently. We are merely here as companions this time, choosing to remain silent. Everything lies in the hands of Junior Zhao Chen. If there is a place for him to sit here, then there is no place for me. Zhao Chen met Han Tianwang's gaze without backing down. A flicker of shadow crossed Han Tianwang's eyes, yet he maintained a cheerful facade as he replied, Indeed, an apology must be accompanied by the proper demeanor. Haoran, you may stand. Waiter, please remove this extra chair. Zhao Chen called for the waiter. In this establishment, the servers are not mechanical automatons, but rather elegantly dressed young women, embodying the restaurant's sophistication. The chairs have been removed, leaving Zhang Haoran standing like a pillar between Zhao Chen and Han Tianwang. While we are seated, you stand alone. Does this not suggest that you hold a superiority over me and the senior students? This makes us quite uncomfortable. Zhao Chen gazes at Zhang Haoran with a smile. Zhang Haoran grits his teeth. What more do you want? Kneel. Zhao Chen casually utters those 3 words. The expressions of those present shift dramatically. Zhang Haoran, filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment, retorts, Zhao Chen, do not push your luck. Overstepping? I have heard that you and your little gang boasted about defeating me in the Starship duel and demanded that I kneel and apologize. At that moment, did you not find that excessive? Zhao Chen continues to smile at Zhang Haoran. Or do you mean to suggest that the esteemed Zhang is too proud to continue his studies at North Star? Zhao Chen's final remark strikes directly at Zhang Haoran's heart. He cannot afford to withdraw from North Star. His father, a viscount, soon to be an earl, has more than just him as a son. North Star is one of the top 3 Starship military academies in the Stellar Empire, a place his father painstakingly secured a position for him. If he fails to graduate from North Star, he risks having his title usurped by his siblings. Upon learning of this predicament, his mother sent him a message urging him to find a solution, insisting that he must not withdraw from North Star under any circumstances. Zhao Chen, there is no need for this, Han Tianwang remarked. Haoran has already recognized his mistake. We are all classmates, and there is no reason to let our relationships become so strained. Please, grant me this favor. Let us dine first and discuss how to resolve the misunderstanding between you and Haoran over the meal. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory answer. Favor? Zhao Chen chuckled, his gaze fixed on Han Tianwang with a hint of mockery. Are you suggesting that I offer you a favor by kneeling on his behalf? Nearby, Zhao Waner gasped, bewildered by her brother's boldness. Was he on some sort of a rampage today? Confronting Zhang Haoran was one thing, but now he was challenging Han Tianwang as well. Su Lan and the twin-tailed Xue Xiao exchanged astonished glances, realizing that this junior seemed quite different from the norm. At that moment, Han Tianwang's expression darkened. Fine, I will kneel, Zhang Haoran shouted, dropping to his knees where the chair had been. The table's height conveniently obscured his head. What are you all staring at? We came here to eat. Didn't we? Hurry up and order. I'm starving. Han, feel free to order whatever you like. Don't hold back. Zhao Chen raised his hand and activated the holographic ordering interface. With remarkable speed, he tapped away, leaving Zhao Waner beside him unable to discern what he had selected. I've placed the order. You all take a look and see if you need anything else. Let us enjoy this rare opportunity to dine with Han. We should make it a pleasant experience. Zhao Chen smiled at everyone. Xue Xiao nearly burst into laughter, struggling to contain herself. Chapter 26. You could sell that T2 White Eagle. As the dishes were served, even senior sister Su Lan was astounded. Every dish was crafted entirely from natural ingredients. There was the black egg stir-fried with 6-legged pork for 200 star coins, the vinegar-stirred 3-legged duck for 300 star coins, the flaming fish soup, a specialty of the Flaming Star system for 500 star coins, and a fruit platter for 1,000 star coins. The set of 3 specialties from the Augat Star system was priced at 5,000 star coins. Yet, what caught Han Tianwang's attention even more was a bottle of wine that was brought to the table. It was a renowned fruit wine, valued at an astonishing 13,000 star coins. It nearly equaled the total cost of the entire meal. Before he could gaze upon it any longer, Zhao Chen had already poured wine for himself and the 3 beautiful ladies beside him. Ah, it's all poured out. If Senior Han wishes to drink, feel free to order a few more bottles. Zhao Chen smiled at Han Tianwang. No, it's fine. I don't drink, Han Tianwang replied, his lips twitching. In this restaurant, there was only this single bottle of wine. There was no chance to order more. Hey, are you sure it's all right to order so much? Zhao Waner whispered in Zhao Chen's ear. Don't worry about it. This exquisite food is far superior to any artificial fare. Once we leave this village, we won't find this establishment again, so we must indulge. At this moment, Zhao Chen began to devour his food with remarkable speed. Indeed, the term devour perfectly encapsulated his approach. Initially, Su Lan and the others were somewhat cautious about dining etiquette, but witnessing the rapid disappearance of food before Zhao Chen, they cast aside their reservations and quickened their pace, though their manner of eating remained leagues more refined than Zhao Chen's. Such an opulent and sumptuous feast, even Su Lan and her peers have never experienced. They may have savored but a few of the dishes. After all, a single meal of this magnitude could deplete the lifetime savings of countless families. The average annual salary for an ordinary person amounts to merely 40 star coins, which barely sustains a family of 3, and even then, they subsist solely on synthetic food, having consumed nothing but artificial sustenance for over a month. Zhao Chen now finally realized that his palate was still capable of savoring flavors. Han Tianwang observed Zhao Chen devouring his meal with the ferocity of a wild beast. He attempted to speak several times, but found no opportunity. Ultimately, he resigned himself to joining the ranks of the diners, for if he delayed any longer, this bountiful spread might vanish before his eyes. It was indeed a rare occasion for him, Han, to indulge in such lavish fare. The most pitiable among them was Zhang Haoran, who remained in a kneeling position, enduring the dual torment of olfactory and gustatory sensations, while his heart bled. As this banquet was ostensibly at his expense, after an hour of voracious consumption, Zhao Chen rubbed his considerably distended belly. Were it not for the elastic nature of his attire, he feared the buttons would pop open. Meanwhile, Zhao Wan'er and Su Lan were not faring much better, their expressions betraying a sense of satiated yet uncomfortable fullness. In that moment, Han Tianwang hurriedly called out to Zhao Chen, "Zhao Chen, having feasted to our heart's content, shall we now address the matter we agreed upon? Please submit a request to the Academy to lift the punishment imposed on Haoran." "Oh right, I almost forgot. We have yet to discuss the main issue." Zhao Chen resumed his seat, chuckling. "I apologize. As an insignificant individual, I have never indulged in such exquisite cuisine. Please do not mock me." Observing Zhao Chen's playful demeanor, senior sister Su Lan could not help but laugh. Zhao Wan'er, however, gazed intently at her elder brother, pondering how she had never before recognized his cunning nature. "Now, to enlighten me, what conditions do you propose for me to spare Zhang Haoran?" Zhao Chen inquired earnestly. Han Tianwang was taken aback, staring incredulously at Zhao Chen. "Conditions? You cannot possibly believe that a mere meal could resolve this matter." Zhao Chen feigned astonishment, responding, "Oh, is that so?" Han Tianwang's lips twitched. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike Zhao Chen. Suppressing his fury, he smiled. "Then by all means, Zhao Chen, present your terms. I appreciate your directness." Zhao Chen raised his hand, displaying 5 fingers. "My starship has endured considerable toil in battle. The costs of combat, personnel losses, and repairs upon returning to port are all expenses to be accounted for." Zhao Wan'er rolled her eyes. "Please. That 5-minute skirmish likely saw your starship's energy expenditure barely reaching 1%. As for combat losses, Zhang Haoran's T2 White Hawk didn't land a single hit on your ship. Let alone the notion of repairing mere air." It was evident to all that Zhao Chen was attempting to extort 50,000 star coins, perhaps? Han Tianwang gazed at Zhao Chen's outstretched fingers. Zhao Chen immediately interrupted, grinning. "Not 50,000 star coins, but 500,000 star coins. 500,000 star coins." The lion's wide-open mouth left Su Lan, the senior, wide-eyed in astonishment. 500,000. "Are you extorting me?" Zhang Haoran could no longer contain himself and leapt to his feet, perhaps due to having knelt for too long, only to tumble headlong onto the dining table, remnants of the meal splattering across his face. Fortunately, the round table was fixed in place. Otherwise, his predicament would have been even more embarrassing. "Extortion? If that is your belief, then it seems there is no need for further discussion. I can forego this 500,000 star coins, and you may choose to leave North Star in disgrace." Zhao Chen spread his hands and stood up, preparing to depart. Zhang Haoran's heart seethed with anger and despair as he shouted, "I can offer compensation, but I truly do not have 500,000 star coins." "You do," Zhao Chen replied. Zhang Haoran stared at him in disbelief. "Your T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser, though significantly damaged, could still fetch 50 to 60,000 star coins if you act swiftly." Zhao Chen smiled at Zhang Haoran, a devilish grin. This man was a true demon. He had meticulously planned everything before arriving. The impression of Zhao Chen had completely overturned in the minds of everyone present. "Oh, I have another condition. I believe I heard your friend say that if you were victorious, you would graciously allow me to kneel before you and call you grandfather? In such a case, perhaps I could consider not withdrawing from school." At that moment, Zhao Chen's smile appeared devilish to Zhang Haoran. Time is of the essence for me. I will give you 10 seconds. Zhao Chen's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. In that instant, everyone present turned their gaze toward Zhang Haoran, as if they silently began to count down. Ultimately, Zhang Haoran found himself kneeling on the ground, a gesture that conveyed the answer to all present. Grandfather Zhao Chun. I was wrong. His forehead struck the floor. Chapter 27. He actually packed up "Do not halt until I have exited the dining hall. Before the semester concludes. I expect a remittance of 500,000 star coins. It should not be difficult for you to trace my academy account, should it? Zhao Chen declared. Upon the arrival of the funds, I shall petition the academy to revoke your punishment. With that, Zhao Chen departed the dining hall, accompanied by Zhao Wanner and others. Meanwhile, Zhang Haoran remained kneeling obediently, repeatedly murmuring, Grandfather Zhao Chen. I was wrong. Observing the chaotic scene in Zhang Haoran's pitiful demeanor, akin to a bereaved dog, Han Tianwang spoke in a somber tone. This Zhao Chun possesses some skill, yet Haoran, remember, a gentleman's revenge is best served cold. Remaining at the North Star Military Academy is of utmost importance. I swear, I will make Zhao Chen pay 1,000-fold. Zhang Haoran vowed, his face contorted in anguish. Honestly, I believe it would be wiser for you to concede. You are not Zhao Chen's equal, remarked a distinguished gentleman who had previously remained silent, seemingly a mere observer of the gathering. Nevertheless, he did not consider his presence wasted. It was indeed a splendid spectacle. Young master son, circumstances are influenced by our actions. I also believe that Zhao Chun has indeed overstepped his bounds and deserves a lesson. Han Tianwang's eyes glinted with a cold light. Recalling how Zhao Chun had publicly slighted him in front of Su Lan, young master son smiled faintly, choosing not to respond further. At that moment, a restaurant manager approached, observing Zhang Haoran kneeling on the floor with a look of surprise. How much is it? Zhang Haoran rose, his legs trembling slightly. The total is 53,000 star coins. But we can waive the small change, the manager replied with a professional smile. Zhang Haoran nearly lost his balance, staring incredulously at the manager. 50,000 star coins? How is that possible? Our table's bill is only 20,000 5-star coins. However, the departing guest had packed 2 additional meals besides the drinks. Thus, it amounts to 50,000 star coins, the manager clarified with a smile. Packing. Zhang Haoran was overwhelmed with rage, spitting blood as he shouted, Zhao Chun, observing Zhao Chun, who was comically struggling with 2 or 3 bags in each hand, was rather amusing. Your brother was quite entertaining just now. This meal, was certainly worth it. Not only did we eat and drink to our fill, but we also enjoyed a splendid show. And now you're packing. I glanced at the bill earlier, a full 50,000 star coins. I bet Zhang Haoran's face turned green when it came time to settle the bill, remarked Shui Xiaoxiao, with her twin ponytails swaying as she patted her little belly. Stop calling him your brother. Just refer to him as Zhao Chun. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes and fixed her gaze on Zhao Chun. Aren't you concerned about targeting Zhang Haoran like this, especially without showing any respect to Han Tianwang? What if they decide to retaliate against you later? Your words suggest that my benevolent demeanor in discussions with them might somehow shield me from future vengeance. Yet, if change is unattainable, why should I not take the opportunity to strike down a drowning dog? Zhao Chen chuckled nonchalantly. Su Lan covered her mouth and laughed softly. Wanner, your brother is truly unique. He is nothing like the bookish person you described earlier. If this is considered foolishness, then it seems there are no wise individuals left in this world. How was I to know he was hiding so much depth? Zhao Wanner pouted. Senior Su Lan turned her gaze to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, I must still caution you. Today you have severely offended Zhang Haoran and Han Tianwang. While I am not familiar with Zhang Haoran, Han Tianwang is a cunning individual, petty in nature. By disregarding his pride today, he will undoubtedly seek to undermine you in the future. I will be mindful of that. Zhao Chen nodded. Do you have any plans for this holiday? Inquired the curious, twin-tailed Shui Xiaoxiao. Wanner and I are returning to our territory. After all, I am a nominal baron, and there are numerous matters awaiting my attention. Zhao Chen replied with a hint of resignation. And those matters are not all arranged by your sister? Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. Speaking of your sister, I recall she is serving in the Imperial Army of the Starry Empire. I have heard she has performed exceptionally well, even becoming the captain of Her Highness the Princess's personal guard, Senior Su Lan remarked. Zhao Chen contemplated the thought of his sister. In truth, his impression of his sister was rather faint, for since he could remember, their parents had been absent, and at that time, his sister was already attending the Starship Academy. After her graduation, she joined the Imperial Army. The time she returned to the territory was less than a month each year, and within that month, their encounters were few and far between. However, Zhao Wanner was correct. Had it not been for this sister managing the affairs of the territory, Zhao Chen could scarcely imagine what state his land would be in now. "Oh, this year you need not book a ticket. You shall return on my starship," Zhao Chen remarked to Zhao Wanner. In previous years, Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner would both purchase starship tickets to return to their territory. The expenses incurred by traveling on a starship were exponentially greater than those for a mere ticket. Zhao Wanner leaned closer to Zhao Chen and whispered. Zhao Chen chuckled. "Do not forget, your brother is now quite affluent." Upon recalling the sum of 500,000 star coins, Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. "Very well then. To be candid, returning aboard his own starship indeed took at least 3 times less time than purchasing a ticket. Your brother is quite the gourmand, with so much food. How long will he take to consume it all upon his return?" Su Xiao, with her twin ponytails, remarked, swallowing hard, for the flavors of those dishes were truly delightful. As Zhao Wanner gazed at her brother's silhouette, she felt he had changed significantly, to the point where she scarcely recognized him. "Your brother is rather intriguing," Senior Su Lan commented. Both Zhao Wanner and Su Xiao were astonished, for a man deemed interesting by Senior Su Lan was rarer than a precious species. As Zhao Chen, breathless, entered the starship cabin, Charlotte had already awaited his arrival, following his instructions. "Quickly assist me, help me." With these, Zhao Chen said, extending several food containers toward Charlotte. He glanced at his arms and wrists, which bore red imprints, and noticed that a few of his fingers had even turned purple due to lack of circulation. "Captain, what is inside these?" Charlotte inquired, looking at the bags in his hands. "It's a secret. Inform all crew members to assemble in the dining hall." Zhao Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Without further inquiry, Charlotte complied with his command, and together they made their way to the starship's dining hall. "Do you not require my assistance with carrying these?" Zhao Chen observed Charlotte, who, despite holding so many items, remained composed and unfazed. "Are they heavy?" Charlotte replied with a calm question. Zhao Chen paused. "Indeed. This must be the strength of the half-beast White Tiger clan." Chapter 28. Can we have rice with every meal now? In accordance with Captain Zhao Chen's directives, all 100 half-beast female crew members gathered in the starship's dining hall. "Why is everyone standing? Please, take your seats." Zhao Chen gestured for the neatly lined-up female crew members to sit. Under somewhat restrained circumstances, they gradually settled down. "Charlotte, please assist me in distributing this food," Zhao Chen instructed, opening the bags of food that Charlotte had brought. In an instant, an enticing aroma filled the dining hall. It is well known that the sense of smell of half-beasts far surpasses that of humans, making them even more captivated by the delightful scents wafting through the air. Charlotte stared at the enticingly aromatic meal boxes for several seconds, lost in thought. "Stop just gazing, hurry and take action. Otherwise, they will cool down and lose their flavor," urged Zhao Chen. He personally took on the role of the kitchen matron, meticulously dividing the contents of these boxes into 100 portions. He then instructed Charlotte to distribute the plates filled with the meals. In truth, distributing those dishes would only yield a single bite for each person. Yet, aside from those, there was also a large bowl brimming with food, rice. Many of the half-orc female crew members swallowed hard at the sight of the fluffy white rice. "Are we really going to distribute all of this?" Charlotte was puzzled by Zhao Chen's intentions. "What is the matter? This is today's lunch for everyone," Zhao Chen casually replied. "Lunch? Is this mouth-watering feast really for us?" Upon hearing Captain Zhao Chen's words, Charlotte and the 100 female crew members present were dumbfounded. Gazing incredulously at the captain, they had gradually come to know. "Hurry and serve it up, everyone is waiting," Zhao Chen urged, noting that Charlotte was still in a daze. It was only then that Charlotte began her task, delivering each meal to the waiting crew members. In a short while, over 30 portions had been distributed. Zhao Chen took a moment to glance around, only to find that the female crew members who had received their meals had yet to take a single bite. Although some were already salivating at the sight of the delectable dishes, they remained seated, looking stunned. "What are you all waiting for? Eat up. Those who have received their food should begin, and those who haven't will have to wait a bit longer. Do not rush. Everyone shall partake," Zhao Chen declared. Observing the stillness among the crowd, he feigned anger and commanded, "This is an order." At that moment, the female crew members, to whom the food had been distributed, finally began to eat. Initially, they were somewhat reserved, taking dainty bites, but soon the tantalizing flavors overwhelmed their restraint, rendering them unable to maintain their composure. Their taste buds, long tormented by artificial sustenance, felt as though they were parched wanderers in a desert finally savoring a drop of water. One by one, they began to devour the food ravenously, some even resorting to using their hands. A single portion vanished in under 3 minutes, and they continued to lick their plates and utensils with insatiable delight. Observing the scene of the female crew members, adorned with animal ears, licking the remnants from their plates, Zhao Chen found it both endearing and bittersweet. Many of them were younger than he, some even still minors. However, in Zhao Chen's perspective, within the half-beast community, the concepts of minor and adult were non-existent. As long as one could fight, they were deemed adults. Thus, typically, half-beasts as young as 12 or 13 were thrust into the realms of battle and labor, irrespective of gender. Only through combat and toil could they secure their daily rations. Before long, all 100 portions of food had been distributed. The final serving was personally delivered by Zhao Chen to Charlotte. Do try it. The flavor is quite delightful. Especially the fruit. Charlotte gazed at the sumptuous spread before her, which included a crescent-shaped slice of apple and diminutive fruits the size of her fingers. She gazed at Zhao Chen, then you. I have already eaten, and I am quite full. If you don't believe me, just look at my belly. Zhao Chen, disregarding his image, patted his round stomach. Charlotte let out a soft laugh, lowering her head to begin devouring the food before her. After a few bites, Zhao Chen noticed that Charlotte's head had lowered even more, her face nearly parallel to the plate. Initially, he was puzzled by this behavior. But upon catching a glimpse of the glistening corner of her eye peeking through her white hair, he understood what she was concealing. At that moment, Zhao Chen heard the sound of weeping emanating from the restaurant. A female crew member was eating while crying, tears mingling with the food she shoveled into her mouth. Perhaps the exquisite taste of the food moved her to tears, or maybe it triggered memories of her past struggles and reflections on her siblings back home, who fought desperately just to survive. For the first time, they realized that food was not merely sustenance. It was an experience of sheer delight. As everyone continued to eat, Zhao Chen seized the moment to announce something. His sudden words startled all the female crew members in the dining area, causing even those still eating to pause. It's all right. Please continue eating, just listen to me. He gestured for them to resume their meals, yet their attention remained fixed on him. Reluctantly, he turned his gaze to Charlotte, who had also ceased eating. Understanding his intent, she led the way in resuming her meal, albeit at a noticeably slower pace. What I wish to address pertains to the welfare and treatment of all personnel. Previously, we reached an agreement. You would serve me for 3 years, and in return, I would grant you your freedom, correct? However, there are certain details that we have yet to clarify, particularly regarding the welfare provisions for the crew members. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte and inquired, what was the meal allowance for your former fleet? Charlotte paused momentarily before responding. The daily meal standard was set at 0. 0 1-star coins. Zhao Chen's lips twitched slightly. 0 1-star coins? That is essentially the price of a single serving of the most basic synthetic food, which implies that they were limited to 1 meal per day. After calculating, he continued, we will eliminate synthetic food entirely. Henceforth, our meals will consist solely of natural provisions. While we may not be able to offer the same lavishness as today, we can certainly ensure 3 substantial meals a day. The meal standard we have established is 0. 3-star coins per person daily, with a monthly cap of no more than 10-star coins. As for the specifics of the menu, I will confer with the logistics department responsible for meal provisions shortly. Zhao Chen announced this with a calm demeanor, yet everyone present was left in stunned silence. After a considerable pause, a 15-year-old half-orc female crew member, her voice trembling, spoke softly. So, does that mean I can have rice for every meal now? Chapter 29. What I desire is a hopeful fleet, not a band of the living dead. Every meal of rice. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow slightly, as some female crew members' expressions began to dim. Zhao Chen shook his head and remarked, having rice for every meal is a bit challenging. For we could enjoy porridge and bread in the morning, indulge in pasta at noon, and savor rice or other dishes in the evening. Upon hearing the captain's words, the previously despondent female crew members seemed to momentarily ascend to paradise. All right, continue your meal. I shall attend to other matters, Zhao Chen said. Observing the suppressed joy among the female crew, he discreetly exited the dining area. The instant he stepped out, laughter and expressions of delight echoed behind him. My heavens! Can we truly have rice for every meal each day? Is the captain playing tricks on us? How could this be possible? Even the Lord's fleet from our territory never afforded such luxury. I believe the captain would not deceive us. Just look at the food he provided earlier. It was undeniably the most delectable fare I have ever tasted. Does the captain even need to deceive us? We are but slaves purchased by him. Even if he withholds such comforts, we must still diligently serve him. A faint smile grazed Zhao Chen's lips. This was precisely his intention. He desired not a lifeless fleet of slaves, but rather an elite armada imbued with morale and a thirst for battle. Although in this era, the technological advancements of starships often overshadowed the morale of the crew, a fleet with high spirits would always surpass its counterparts. Moreover, a spirited fleet is capable of achieving miracles. How then does one cultivate such a fleet? It is quite simple. Provide the crew with what they desire, instilling in them a sense of hope for the future. In doing so, anything that stands in the way of their aspirations, aiming to shatter their dreams, will be regarded as an adversary. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind. Captain, I believe your decision is rather ill-considered. Charlotte interjected, positioning herself in front of Zhao Chen. What is the matter? I think it's quite good, and isn't everyone rather pleased? Zhao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Charlotte replied earnestly. I appreciate your efforts to improve the standards of the crew's meals, but do you understand what a daily meal allowance of 0.3 star coins per person signifies? I can still do the math. That amounts to 10 star coins a month, and with 100 crew members, our monthly expenditure would be 1,000 star coins. Zhao Chen remarked with indifference, 1,000 star coins. Do you realize how many energy blocks, military supplies, missiles, and bullets that could procure? Zhao Chen gazed at Charlotte with a smile. Have you finished? Charlotte continued, you could enhance the meal allowances. I believe a daily allowance of 0.1 or even 0.05 would suffice, and we need not completely abandon those synthetic foods. After waiting for Charlotte to finish, Zhao Chen chuckled, I understand your concerns, but to me, nothing is more crucial than ensuring everyone is happy and fulfilled. Previously, they were a group of lifeless slaves. But do you know what I saw in them just now? Hope. What I seek is a fleet brimming with promise, not one that resembles a mere shell of existence. As for the standards regarding welfare and dining, there is no need for discussion. This is the captain's command, immutable and unyielding, and in the future, should the need arise, it shall even be gradually elevated. If a captain cannot sate the hunger of their crew, they are unfit for the role. As he spoke, Zhao Chen suddenly reached out, brushing his fingers at the corner of Charlotte's mouth. She was momentarily taken aback, noticing a grain of rice on his finger, only to witness him placing it into his own mouth. In a moment, summon the logistics department for a meeting. We must discuss the procurement of necessary supplies in the future menu for the starship's dining hall, Zhao Chen instructed, departing without acknowledging the blush that colored Charlotte's cheeks. After a prolonged moment, Charlotte regained her composure, clutching her heart. The captain's actions had undeniably stirred something within her. Particularly, his unwavering insistence on establishing those luxurious meal standards left her with an indescribable sensation. The menu is thus established. You shall provide the crew with meals according to this list henceforth. As we are to embark on a voyage in a few days, I will procure a batch of living supplies and military provisions. Charlotte, you are tasked with preparing a detailed inventory for me. Do not concern yourself with financial matters. Simply calculate based on the actual circumstances of Zero Storm. Zhao Chen gazed at the senior female crew members convening before him. All right, Charlotte responded. Yet since entering the room, she had avoided making eye contact with Zhao Chen. Your logistics department may begin preparations. I will first order a batch of food supplies to be delivered within 3 hours. Our meal standards will commence with tonight's dinner, Zhao Chen declared. Understood. The female crew members from the logistics department replied enthusiastically before exiting the conference room. Zhao Chen turned his gaze toward Charlotte. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Charlotte hastily remarked, I will now tally the required quantities of living and military supplies, and promptly departed. Zhao Chen felt a sense of bewilderment, sensing something peculiar about his role as captain. That evening, the news of the Starship restaurant's menu change rapidly disseminated across all Starship posts. Previously, they had assumed that the captain's policies would take time to implement. However, they were astonished that mere hours after the announcement, alterations were already underway. Soon, a throng of off-duty female crew members flocked to the restaurant. The atmosphere of the restaurant had transformed entirely from its previous state. Even the decor had undergone some changes. What was once a ration dining experience had now shifted to a self-service model. Previously, the daily menu was fixed, offering only 1 or 2 choices, primarily consisting of synthetic food categorized into Meal Plan A and Meal Plan B, with portions strictly predetermined. However, the scenario was now distinctly different. In addition to the delicacies displayed in the showcase, one may also place direct orders with the kitchen, selecting their desired dishes, which will be freshly prepared on-site. Naturally, the chosen items must be from the menu, and the prices are somewhat elevated. The menus for breakfast, lunch, and dinner have each expanded to encompass over 10 categories. Furthermore, the meal allowance for each female soldier has been adjusted to a monthly quota of 10 star coins. Each dining female crew member is free to order as she pleases, provided that her total expenditure does not surpass this limit over the course of the month, and any wastage is strictly prohibited. "Look, there's meat," exclaimed one female crew member, her eyes widening at a dish of stir-fried vegetables with shredded meat. However, that particular dish comes at a steep price, equivalent to the standard meal cost for 3 days. Yet, with a little frugality, enjoying meat once a week is certainly feasible. May I place an order now?" inquired another female crew member, her tone a mixture of timidity and eagerness. "Of course," the head chef affirmed. "As long as the options displayed on the sign remain illuminated and those showcased in the cabinet are available, you may order them." The head chef, an orc who previously served under a certain orc lord, is quite adept in culinary arts and currently holds the position of logistics chef on the Zero Storm. "I'd like a rice bowl, please. I want a meat patty. I'll have a serving of rice and a portion of vegetables. I want beef noodles." Chapter 30. A crisis in the Xianglong star system. This room was originally designated for the second officer, but as I have only one first officer, it has remained unoccupied. Especially since I intended to bring you back this time. "You shall reside here for the next few days," Zhao Chen remarked, gesturing towards the single accommodation meant for the vice captain, while carrying his sister's luggage. "It's quite nice." Zhao Wanner assessed the room. "What about your starship?" Zhao Chen inquired. Zhao Wanner, a fourth-year student, possessed her own dedicated starship. Senior Su Lan has a long-term docking lease at the starport. She plans to return home during this holiday, so my starship can remain at her berth. "My crew consists entirely of academy students, and they have already been granted leave," she explained as she settled onto the bed. "If I recall correctly, your starship is a T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser," Zhao Chen reminisced. Zhao Wanner nodded in affirmation. When she selected her starship in her 4th year, she faced a similar predicament as Zhao Chen. Lacking funds, she had to choose from the Academy's starship warehouse. However, Zhao Wanner was fortunate. Being an exemplary student, the Academy went out of its way to accommodate her by providing a T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser, albeit a second-hand vessel with a 30-year service history. Nonetheless, it was certainly regarded as a premium ship among T2 starships. Coupled with Zhao Wanner's esteemed reputation as an outstanding student, she naturally attracted a steady influx of students from other disciplines eager to join her crew. Yet, considering the matter of remuneration, she chose to recruit primarily among the civilian students. The T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser is indeed commendable, yet it is, after all, an aging vessel. "Perhaps one day, I shall procure a new ship for you," Zhao Chen murmured. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. "A new ship? Spare me the pretense. Do not think that just because you managed to acquire 500,000 star coins from Zhonghauern, you can flaunt your wealth. 500,000 star coins barely cover the cost of a T2 starship's components." Zhao Chen merely smiled in silence. He refrained from revealing to Zhao Wanner that he had completed another transaction, having garnered a substantial 3 million star coins by selling the technology for the T1 Laos-class medium interstellar destroyer. Furthermore, he had no intention of purchasing a starship. With his system housing a myriad of starship technologies, wouldn't it be more suitable for him to construct one himself? "You should trust me. Just tell me what type of vessel you desire, and I shall arrange it for you before the year concludes." Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. Zhao Wanner chuckled. "If you possess the capability, then procure for me a carrier starship. The price of a carrier starship is the highest among all vessel types, bar none. This is due to the extensive array of interstellar fighters and drones it accommodates, which collectively inflate the cost." Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile. "You have effectively walked into my trap. No problem, it's merely a carrier starship. I will ensure it is arranged for you," Zhao Chen said with a beaming smile. All talk and no action, Zhao Wanner certainly did not believe him. It is important to note that even a lightweight T2 carrier starship commands a price not less than 10 million star coins. "Well then, after we tidy up, let us go for a meal." Zhao Chen approached the entrance, waiting for Zhao Wanner for a moment before they made their way to the starship restaurant together. As they arrived at the corridor leading to the restaurant, Zhao Wanner took a sniff and remarked, "I seem to detect a delightful aroma." Zhao Chen smiled, but remained silent. By the way, I've noticed a certain change in those half-orc female crew members of yours, yet I cannot quite articulate it, she continued. Zhao Wanner regarded Zhao Chen with suspicion. You haven't done anything to those half-orc female crew members, have you? Zhao Chen playfully tapped her head. You mischievous girl. What nonsense are you conjuring up? Zhao Wanner stuck out her tongue, her eyes twinkling as she gazed at Zhao Chen. She realized that their relationship had transformed significantly over this period. The previous Zhao Chen would never have dared to touch her head and would always appear quite reserved in her presence, as if she were the elder sister and he the younger brother. As they bantered, they entered the restaurant, but in an instant, Zhao Wanner halted in her tracks, her expression one of astonishment as she beheld the scene before her. Steaming noodles, fragrant bread, fluffy white buns, and succulent meat dishes filled her view. There was even a crescent-shaped delicacy, the legendary dumplings. Is this your Starship restaurant? Zhao Wanner gasped in disbelief. Of course. You should go ahead and place your order. Zhao Chen instructed, gesturing to the chef behind the counter while indicating Zhao Wanner. Her order is on my tab. Captain. Surely you won't need to swipe for this, the chef replied with a peculiar expression. According to the regulations established by Zhao Chen himself, dining at the Starship restaurant comes with specific meal standards. However, due to his position as captain, his meal standard is 3 times that of an ordinary female crew member. Naturally, female officers possess a higher meal standard than that of their ordinary counterparts. This hierarchical distinction serves as an incentive, encouraging female crew members to excel in their performance, as those who demonstrate exceptional capabilities may be promoted and enjoy superior dining standards. It is a form of motivational policy, adhering to established protocols. Zhao Chen then proceeded to place his order. I would like a serving of pork and cabbage dumplings. A considerable portion of the menu here was curated by Zhao Chen himself, prominently featuring a plethora of Chinese cuisine. Dumplings, a renowned dish in this world, are said to have originated from an ancient culinary tradition of a blue planet. However, due to the high cost of natural ingredients over time, this dish gradually became a delicacy reserved for the nobility, a legendary fare in the eyes of the common folk. Do hurry with your order. Those behind you are waiting. Zhao Chen urged Zhao Wanner, who appeared momentarily perplexed. Flustered, she glanced quickly at the menu and ordered a serving of shredded pork and garlic sauce over rice. Subsequently, a hovering robot scanned Zhao Chen's face, signifying the completion of the payment. Please take a seat and await your meal. A robot will deliver it shortly, the chef informed them. Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner found an empty table to sit. What is going on here? Are all these ingredients truly natural? Zhao Wanner inquired as soon as she settled into her seat. Zhao Chen nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Zhao Wanner pointed to the holographic electronic screen on the dining table and inquired, are those dishes available for ordinary crew members to order? Each individual has their own meal standard. As long as it does not exceed the limit or result in waste, it is permissible. What is the meal standard for ordinary crew members? 0. 3 star coins per day, not exceeding 10 star coins per month. 10 star coins? Zhao Wanner exclaimed, her voice startling those around her. Immediately, she lowered her head and whispered, have you lost your mind? 10 star coins. Even the noble guards of our Starshine Empire do not have such a high meal standard. I only allocate a mere 0.05 star coins per day for my crew. Just because they have a lower standard, does that mean I cannot set a higher one? This is my starship. I shall determine the standards as I see fit. Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Zhao Wanner covered her face. Do not think that having those 50,000 star coins grants you the freedom to act recklessly. At this rate, you will encounter trouble sooner or later. Well, we'll deal with it when the time comes, Zhao Chen shrugged. At that moment, their meals arrived, fragrant pork and cabbage dumplings alongside a delightful fish-flavored shredded pork rice dish. Faced with the delectable food, Zhao Wanner abandoned her attempt to lecture Zhao Chen. As she savored the meal, a look of bliss spread across her face. Just as she prepared to continue her education of Zhao Chen, her handheld terminal chimed with an incoming message. Upon checking, her expression changed dramatically. This is not good. There has been an incident in the Xiaolong star system. The Xiaolong star system was none other than Zhao Chen's domain. What has happened? Zhao Chen inquired. Zhao Wanner projected a hologram displaying a brief message. This is a confidant left by my sister in the Xiaolong star system. There are individuals colluding with outsiders in the Xiaolong star system, attempting to assassinate the Zhao family. Second young master and third miss must not return. Chapter 31. The first warp voyage of Zero Storm individuals in the Xiaolong star system are plotting to kill me? Zhao Chen frowned. The sudden news disrupted his original plans. This person is a trusted informant left by my sister in the Xiaolong star system. Only my sister and I are privy to her identity, and the message she relayed must be true. I believe we should refrain from returning to the territory for now, Zhao Wanner expressed with concern. Is it possible to contact her? Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Wanner pondered briefly before responding. I possess a private communication channel to reach her, but I cannot guarantee a prompt reply. Zhao Chen fell into deep contemplation. His return to his territory was not merely a holiday at home. It was a strategic consideration for his future development. To enhance his strength and acquire the means of protection, he must establish a sufficiently robust foundation. The Xiaolong star system represented a ready opportunity. However, due to its decline over the past decades, the internal situation was dire and convoluted. Therefore, Zhao Chen intended to seize this chance to return and properly reorganize the Xiaolong star system, preparing for his future. Yet, if this sudden news were to disrupt his plans, 3 months hence marks the commencement of the academic year at the academy, and the subsequent arrangements for the entire year will render it exceedingly difficult for him to address matters concerning the Xiaolong star system. This delay could extend for a year and a half. Zhao Chen does not possess such an abundance of time to squander. We must return home, Zhao Chen asserted earnestly. Zhao Wanner, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, Hey, have you lost your mind? You are fully aware that a group of individuals from the Xiaolong star system is heading our way, and you still wish to return to present ourselves as targets? Who said we are returning to be targets? Zhao Chen replied with a smirk, a cold laugh escaping his lips. The situation in the Xiaolong star system has always been chaotic, and due to the Zhao family's declining strength, the various noble factions within the system have not regarded us with any seriousness. To truly seize control of the Xiaolong star system, it is imperative to eradicate those insidious tumors. Initially, I had intended to proceed gradually, but now that they have provided me with an opportunity, why should I let it slip away? Zhao Wanner discerned Zhao Chen's intentions. He aimed to seize this opportunity to uproot the forces behind the assassination attempts against him and to initiate a thorough reshuffling within the Xiaolong star system. While I do not oppose your plan, you must also recognize your own limitations. We are unaware of how the enemy has arranged themselves, and we possess only 2 T2 starships between us. Wouldn't that be akin to sheep entering the tiger's den? Zhao Wanner remained concerned for their safety. We shall return, but not immediately. First, you must reach out to the individual you mentioned and endeavor to glean more intelligence from her. For instance, who orchestrated this assassination operation? And what elaborate plan was devised? Is there an organized interstellar fleet? Zhao Chen spoke with a grave demeanor. These are not the pressing issues, but our strength. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Rest assured, I shall be prepared. He raised his hand and unveiled a star map. On it, he marked his current location as well as the position of the Xiaolong star system, commencing a meticulous selection between the 2 points. Ultimately, he designated a specific location. Zhao Chen pointed to that spot. We shall first proceed here. At the Arctic Fox starport, Zhao Wanner gazed at the name of the place, her expression one of astonishment as she looked at Zhao Chen. Why are we going there? You will understand once you arrive. Is there no need to bring my T2 Fire Crow? Not necessary. Zhao Chen, what exactly are you planning? To construct a ship? After a series of preparations, the Zero Storm officially departed from the starport of the North Star Starship Military Academy. Prior to this, Zhao Chen had also received 2 substantial funds in his accounts, 500,000 star coins from Zhang Haoren and 3 million star coins from Liyaki. The former was from the Academy's account, while the latter was from a clandestinely opened account Zhao Chen had established before selling Starship technology, intended to keep his identity concealed. Originally, he had planned to depart on July 1st. However, due to matters concerning the Xiaolong star system, Zhao Chen needed to hasten his timeline, thus departing 2 days earlier and sending a farewell message to Li Wei. Zhao Wanner also hurriedly bid farewell to senior sister Su Lan and others. The coordinates are located at the Arctic Fox starport within the Arctic Fox galaxy. Our initial destination will be the Stargate of the Polaris galaxy, followed by a passage through the Stargate to reach the Stargate of the Arctic Fox galaxy, ultimately arriving at the Arctic Fox starport. The journey is expected to consume approximately 5 hours. First Officer Charlotte stood beside the captain's chair, reporting her meticulously devised navigational plan to Zhao Chen, who sat in the captain's seat. Just ensure we reach the Arctic Fox starport in the shortest time possible, Zhao Chen instructed. Nearby, an irate Zhao Wanner was visibly displeased, frustrated with Zhao Chen for not clearly articulating his intentions. Next, we shall activate the Level 3 warp engine. During the warp travel phase, all crew members will enter deep-sea navigation mode. and all personnel will be placed in sleep chambers, as stated by First Officer Charlotte. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. To expedite our journey to the Polaris Galaxy starport, utilizing the warp engine is imperative. A starship typically possesses 2 to 3 navigational engine systems. One is a conventional engine, such as the Zero Storm, which can achieve a speed of 100 knots. This utilizes the conventional engine. The most commonly employed system is the warp engine, designed for extended voyages, allowing the starship to undergo extreme acceleration. During the operation of the warp engine, the majority of starships must enter deep-sea mode. Failing to do so would expose crew members not in the sleep chambers to the catastrophic side effects of warp travel, which could result in immediate death due to the human body's inability to withstand warp speeds. Furthermore, combat is not feasible during the warp travel phase. The warp engine is classified into levels based on speed, ranging from 1 to 9. The Zero Storm starship is equipped with a Level 3 warp engine. The warp engine's flight path has been meticulously prepped, and we are now poised to enter the acceleration phase. In 10 minutes, we shall transition into warp travel. Within this time frame, all crew members are to assume deep sleep mode. I repeat, all crew members must enter deep sleep mode within 10 minutes. At this moment, the voice of Commander Charlotte resonated throughout the starship, accompanied by a gentle lavender glow that illuminated the interior. This served as a prelude to our impending warp journey. Simultaneously, several sleep pods materialized beside Captain Zhao Chen's chair. These were vertically oriented, transparent cylindrical chambers designed to ensure that crew members could swiftly return to their posts and resume combat readiness upon exiting warp mode. This capability is crucial in the heat of battle, particularly during operations behind enemy lines, where the responsiveness of a starship's crew is put to the ultimate test. Zhao Chen stood beside the sleep pod, observing Zhao Wanner as she prepared to enter. Don't be anxious. It will be over in the blink of an eye. Please. I have completed combat missions in my 4th year at the Academy. I don't need your instruction, Zhao Wanner retorted, rolling her eyes before activating her sleep pod. A transparent cover sealed the chamber, and a cerulean liquid began to fill it. Within this slumber-inducing fluid, individuals could breathe autonomously while also being gently sedated. Zhao Wanner closed her eyes, resembling a serene, sleeping beauty beneath the water's surface. Zhao Chen did not immediately enter the sleep state. Instead, he continued to watch Charlotte, who remained at the control panel. At this moment, the majority of the energy supply to the Zero Storm had been severed, diverting nearly all resources to the warp drive, while the starship itself remained in a low-consumption state. With 3 minutes remaining until the 10-minute mark, Charlotte turned to Zhao Chen and reported, all crew members aboard, totaling 102, are accounted for. 100 have entered hibernation. In 3 minutes, we will officially commence warp travel. It is our turn. Zhao Chen crossed his arms over his chest and took a deep breath before activating the hibernation pod. The pale blue liquid began to envelop his body, causing no discomfort. On the contrary, it instilled a sense of relaxation, and soon he drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 32. Stargate Jump Arctic Fox Starport Zero Storm. System notification. Arrived at the designated location. Now in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen, in a haze, sensed a sound echoing in his ears. Zero Storm Starship Intelligence System. Zero Storm is in travel mode, having reached the designated location, now in autopilot mode. The voice gradually intensified, and memories seemed to return to him in that instant. Zero Storm Starship Intelligence System notification. Zero Storm has exited warp travel mode, having arrived at the designated location. Now in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath as he gazed at the slowly opening transparent hatch. The bridge lights had been restored, and familiar figures began to resume their duties on the command deck. Within a minute, all personnel on the bridge returned to their posts, diligently checking the starship's various data. All personnel aboard the starship are to return to their stations within 3 minutes and remain on standby. Vice Captain Charlotte continuously issued commands while Zhao Wanner assisted her. Zhao Chen instinctively took a couple of steps forward, only to find his legs felt weak. Had he not been holding onto the nearby handrail, he might have collapsed onto the floor. Captain, you have awakened. Our ship has successfully arrived at the periphery of the North Star System Stargate. All indicators are normal, and we have resumed standard navigation, Vice Captain Charlotte promptly reported upon seeing Zhao Chen. You all woke up before me? Zhao Chen gazed at them in surprise. Zhao Wanner, noticing his trembling legs, chuckled softly. We woke up a minute earlier than you. I must say, your physique is rather lacking. I've told you before. You ought to exercise more. Do not assume that piloting a starship is merely a mental endeavor. Navigating through the cosmos demands both intellect and physical prowess. Zhao Chen, disregarding Zhao Wanner's teasing, inquired of Charlotte, "How long have we been in hibernation?" 32 minutes, Vice Captain Charlotte replied. 32 minutes. This made Zhao Chen feel as though an eternity had passed. Do not presume that these 30 minutes entailed little progress. If we had not employed the warp engine, traversing this distance with only conventional engines would have taken nearly 100 days. The development of warp engine technology has propelled civilization towards interstellar exploration, akin to the revolutionary advancements brought by Stargate technology. Suddenly, Zhao Chen felt a wave of discomfort in his stomach and instinctively leaned forward to retch. The Vice Captain Charlotte appeared to be well prepared, as a floating waste bin materialized before Zhao Chen. He retched for quite some time before managing to recover. It dawned on him that traveling at warp speed could be such a tormenting experience. This was his first encounter with a military hibernation pod. Previously, during his trips to and from the Xiaolong star system and the Academy, he had utilized a travel hibernation pod, which included a phase for bodily acclimatization. However, the military hibernation pod offered no such comfort. Once he reached his 4th year, he would engage in training related to this. The vast majority of first-timers would experience nausea. Zhao Wanner explained, her smile evidently a testament to her superior constitution compared to Zhao Chen. Ignoring her, Zhao Chen staggered to his captain's seat, scanning the bridge. He was the last to awaken. The hibernation pods of the others had already sunk beneath the bridge's surface, while his pod had only just begun its descent. Requesting passage through the Stargate, destination, Arctic Fox star system, Stargate, Zhao Chen instructed. The request has been sent. A response will be received within 10 minutes. Replied Vice Captain Charlotte. Before the 10 minutes elapsed, within just a few minutes, the Zero Storm received permission to pass. However, this was contingent upon Zhao Chen paying a fee for the use of the Stargate. The Zero Storm navigated according to the route provided by the North Star Stargate Management Department, and soon Zhao Chen beheld a line of starships waiting to traverse the Stargate, as well as vessels that had crossed into the North Star system. Yet, none of this mattered. Zhao Chen's gaze was captivated by the immense Stargate. Although Zhao Chen had studied the knowledge pertaining to Stargates during his academic courses and had viewed images, it was still his first experience witnessing one so vividly in person. The North Star Stargate resembled 3 interconnected temple doors, emanating brilliant blue, red, and golden auras from each of the 3 gates, akin to the shimmering surface of a tricolor lake. Gazing upon this magnificent Stargate, Zhao Chen's mind was flooded with information about it. The North Star Stargate was classified as a T3 level Stargate of the Trigod Gate type, independently developed by the Starshine Empire, comprising over 70% of the Stargate network within the Empire's territory. "Captain, we have arrived," came the voice of First Officer Charlotte, pulling Zhao Chen back from the awe-inspiring spectacle before him. Zhao Chen inhaled deeply, his hand instinctively tightening around the armrest of the captain's chair. Utilizing a Stargate for a jump does not necessitate entering deep-sea mode. The reasons behind this are intricate and can only be elucidated by interstellar scientists. For the average person, it suffices to grasp this fundamental concept. The entire process was swift, truly rapid. Zhao Chen felt a fleeting blink as the surroundings vanished, and his pupils appeared to glimpse a kaleidoscopic world before his vision began to restore, revealing the vast, dark cosmos once more. This sensation was far superior to the previous experience of warp travel. After all, it was a service that came at a cost. The earnings of an ordinary person throughout their lifetime would scarcely suffice for a short-distance jump with a T1 starship. A glance at the time revealed that less than 30 seconds had elapsed. This is the remarkable power of the Stargate. It significantly shortens the distance between galaxies. However, the Stargate does have its limitations. There is a cap on the number of starships that can be dispatched each hour, which varies depending on the type of starship. For instance, if one can send 10,000 T1 starships in an hour, only 1,000 T2 starships can be sent, and merely 100 T3 starships. The principle remains consistent. The higher the level of the starship, the greater the cost of utilizing the Stargate. We have now arrived at the Arctic Fox galaxy. Positioned at the Stargate. Once we exit the Stargate's range, we will re-enter warp travel, with an estimated arrival at the Arctic Fox spaceport in 1 hour. Deputy Captain Charlotte began to narrate the forthcoming events. Zhao Wanner leaned closer to Zhao Chen and whispered, "You truly stumbled upon a rare talent. I never expected such command prowess among the half-orc slaves. Charlotte is more professional than many fifth-year students I know." Zhao Chen chuckled inwardly. realizing that her abilities were yet to be fully revealed. He issued navigation orders towards the Arctic Fox spaceport. Chapter 33. I will build ships. The transition from the Northern Star Galaxy to the Arctic Fox Galaxy left Zhao Chen with little remarkable sensation. If not informed, he might not even recognize that he had entered another galaxy, for the surroundings appeared strikingly similar. The vast, dark cosmos, the boundless expanse, and the diverse array of planets, satellites, and asteroids. When Zhao Chen awoke from the hibernation pod once more, the initial discomfort had somewhat lessened, yet his legs still trembled. Captain, our ship has arrived at the periphery of the Arctic Fox starport. Charlotte reports. Zhao Chen gazed at the colossal starport before him, its size dwarfing that of the North Star Military Academy's port by an incomprehensible magnitude. This was the true essence of a starport, akin to an interstellar city. Contact this individual and inform them it is Zero Storm, Zhao Chen. Raising his hand, Zhao Chen dispatched a communication link to Charlotte. Following his instructions, Charlotte promptly activated a video window. On the other side appeared a strikingly beautiful woman clad in what resembled a work uniform. Good day, Mr. Zhao Chen. I am the representative in charge at the Arctic Fox starport, designated CC-11. It is my honor to assist you. As per your prior communication, a large-scale starship retrofit and construction workshop has been prepared for you. I shall send you the address shortly. You have reserved it for a duration of 2 months at a cost of 100,000 star coins. Additionally, your order of goods totaling 1.5 million star coins has been fully arranged and placed in your starship workshop as per your specifications, the female representative said with a smile. 1.5 million star coins. Zhao Wanner exclaimed, her astonishment evident as she stared at the unflinching Zhao Chen. Charlotte also cast a surprised glance at Zhao Chen. Yet her years of mental fortitude prevented her from reacting as dramatically as Zhao Wanner. Thank you, young lady. I shall treat you to tea another day. Zhao Chen replied with a smile. The female representative chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Sir, you jest. During your stay, I am your dedicated representative. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I am at your service 24 hours a day, she concluded, not forgetting to cast a flirtatious glance. This individual is indeed a significant patron. The bonus from this contract is equivalent to her usual half-year salary. Charlotte secured a berth at Star Harbor, and under the guidance of the harbor's dispatch, she slowly navigated towards the port. What is this 1,500,000 star coins all about? Zhao Wanner could not restrain herself and inquired once more. I sold AT-1 Starship technology, Zhao Chen replied candidly, realizing that it would soon be unnecessary to conceal the truth. Sold T-1 Starship technology? Zhao Wanner was taken aback. Zhao Chen produced an imperial card and, upon activation, a holographic projection revealed a balance exceeding 190,000 star coins. Where did you acquire such a substantial sum? Zhao Wanner exclaimed in astonishment. The assets of the Xiaolong star system did not amount to this much. I sold the T-1 Starship technology for 300,000, and then secured 500,000 from Zhonghauren. Renting the Starship workshop at Arctic Fox Star Harbor for 2 months cost me 100,000 star coins. The order for a batch of goods amounted to 1,500,000 star coins. Additionally, the supplies before the departure of the Zero Storm cost 10,000 star coins. Adding it all up, I should be left with approximately 190,000 star coins. Zhao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Zhao Wanner listened to this, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. She discerned the crux of the matter. T-1 Starship technology? Where did you obtain T-1 Starship technology? I developed it myself. When did you start developing Starship technology? Did you not see me assembling a starship? Assembling and developing are entirely different matters. To me, it is merely a somewhat challenging endeavor. Zhao Wanner cradled her head, pondering how developing a brand new starship had become merely a slightly challenging endeavor. Just as she was about to inquire further, her handheld device flickered with notifications. She glanced at it, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. It was the undercover informant arranged by her sister, inquiring if video communication was possible. Zhao Chen posed the question. Zhao Wanner checked briefly and responded. She says yes, but only for 5 minutes. 5 minutes would suffice. The video call swiftly initiated, revealing a window before Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner. On the opposite end was a refined lady. Zhao Chen recalled the details about this woman, a minor administrator in the interstellar trade sector of the Xiaolong star system. To his surprise, she was the informant assigned by his elder sister, seemingly named Jiang Hong. Second young master, third miss, Jiang Hong greeted with a slight bow. Let us be succinct. What is the situation in the Xiaolong star system? Zhao Chen directly inquired. Jiang Hong was taken aback. She had not anticipated the previously timid second young master's tone to be so assertive, though it aligned with her intended message. 2 days ago, I received intelligence that several nobles from the Xiaolong star system have colluded with interstellar pirates. They aim to use the pirates to ambush you in the third miss upon your return during the holiday, intending to subsequently petition the Empire to endorse a new lord. As I have been unable to contact the eldest miss, it is imperative that the second young master and third miss do not return. Jiang Hong conveyed urgently. Interstellar pirate attack? Zhao Chun let out a cold snort. Such a scheme was truly cliché, yet undeniably effective. Are you aware of how many starships the interstellar pirates they contacted have prepared for our ambush? Additionally, I require the list of nobles involved in this scheme and the number of starships they command, Zhao Chen inquired. Jiang Hong was puzzled by Zhao Chen's inquiry, but fortuitously. She possessed the information. That band of interstellar pirates was not a significant force. They were merely a transient group, possessing only 30 starships, 5 of which were T2 vessels, while the remainder were T1. As for the nobles from the Xiaolong star system who orchestrated this plan, I have compiled a list. If the second young master requires it, I can transmit it to you. The fleets commanded by these nobles number merely over 10 ships, predominantly T1, with a few families possessing 1 or 2 T2 starships. Transmit the list to me immediately and maintain your concealment while remaining on standby. Notify me at once if any further intelligence arises, Zhao Chen commanded. Understood, Jiang Hong responded, momentarily taken aback by her compliance with the second young master's orders. She hastily inquired, and what are your intentions, second young master? For the time being, we shall not return. I have other plans, and I will contact you again, Zhao Chen replied. Then I shall find a way to reach the young miss. As long as she intervenes, this matter can certainly be resolved. It is unwise for me to remain in contact for too long, so I shall conclude our conversation here. Second young master, third young miss, please take care. With that, Jiang Hong ended the communication. At that moment, a list materialized before Zhao Chun and Zhao Wanner, featuring numerous family factions, including the Chui and Bao families, among others, totaling over a dozen. However, the majority are inconspicuous small families and minor factions. Only the 2 mentioned at the beginning hold significance within the Xiaolong star system. It is shocking that the Chui and Bao families have colluded with interstellar pirates, plotting to eliminate us, Zhao Wanner exclaimed with indignation. The influence of the Chui and Bao families in the Xiaolong star system has long surpassed that of our Zhao family. Our title as lords is merely a fade. Their insatiable desires compel them to aspire beyond the status of mere nobility within a single star system. Zhao Chun gazed at the list, astonished, and remarked, what surprises me is the absence of her family. What shall we do now? By the way, you have yet to clarify the purpose of our arrival at this Arctic Fox starport. The questions swirling in Zhao Wanner's mind were akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Didn't I already mention it? We are here to construct ships. Zhao Chen replied. Construct ships? What kind of ships? Zhao Wanner asked, bewildered. At that moment, the Zero Storm had already entered the vast starship workshop. This workshop dwarfs that of the North Star Military Academy, being dozens of times larger. Even the Zero Storm would fit comfortably within. Our journey to the Arctic Fox starport is due to the presence of one of the few large starship workshops in the northern sector of the Xingyao Empire. Equipped with comprehensive facilities and readily available raw materials, significantly accelerating the shipbuilding process. As Zhao Chen surveyed the workshop before him, a surge of excitement welled up within him. Shipbuilding. What exactly are you planning to construct? Zhao Wanner could not help but press for answers. Zhao Chen raised his hand, and a holographic image of a starship materialized before Zhao Wanner, instantly captivating her attention. It was a magnificent aircraft carrier starship. This is it. Chapter 34. I have taken away my eldest sister's aspiration. Are you planning to construct an aircraft carrier starship? Zhao Wanner gazed at Zhao Chun in astonishment, while Charlotte cast him a look of surprise as well. To be precise, it was a T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship, and it was a starship technology one had developed myself. Zhao Chen unabashedly claimed this honor for himself. After all, it was a product of the system, and no one could contest it. You developed it? Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chen in disbelief, her astonishment palpable. As a brilliant student of the North Star Starship Military Academy, she understood the significance of T2 aircraft carrier starship technology. Though T2 starships do not compare to T3 starships equipped with stardust shields, for many lord fleets, private fleets, and interstellar adventurers, T2 starships represent the most cost-effective choice available. As one of the dual titans of starships, the value of an aircraft carrier starship is evident. Zhao Chen shrugged, choosing not to dwell further on the matter with Zhao Wanner. He had many pressing tasks to attend to. Charlotte, I will provide you with some funds. During this period, you can purchase female half-orc slaves, limited to 500 individuals, through that female manager. My only stipulation is that they must be female slaves. Zhao Chen issued his command to Charlotte. Charlotte's heart trembled. The thought of rescuing those half-orc warriors, once her comrades, who had been sold into the Starry Empire, had always occupied her dreams. As for Zhao Chun's final stipulation that the slaves must be female, she was still grappling with his intentions. However, the salvation of the half-orc slaves eclipsed all other concerns. Wanner, for the time being, unless there is intelligence to report from that Jiang Hong, I must not be disturbed. Zhao Chen declared before departing from Zero Storm. He made his way to the control station on the opposite side of the vast starship workshop, where interstellar containers filled with various raw materials worth 1.5 million star coins awaited him, alongside a starship manufacturing platform. Was he truly intending to construct a T2 aircraft carrier starship all by himself? Zhao Wanner muttered in disbelief. Alone? That seemed implausible. Yet, as the days passed, Charlotte began to accept the reality that this was indeed Zhao Chen's plan. He tirelessly operated the mechanical arms and various devices, immersing himself in the starship construction project day and night, and the progress was astonishingly swift. By the 5th day, Zhao Wanner witnessed the completion of the carrier starship's keel assembly. Standing on the platform, she gazed at her brother, whose appearance was somewhat disheveled as he continued to work diligently. She felt an overwhelming distance between them, more profound than ever before. To complete the keel of a T2 aircraft carrier starship in just 5 days, all by himself, was an achievement that even professional starship manufacturers would typically require at least half a month to accomplish. Upon reaching Zhaochun, the time was remarkably condensed to a mere third of what it originally required, all accomplished solely by his efforts. Over the course of 5 days, Zhao Wanner observed as Zhao Chen methodically progressed, operating like a well-oiled machine. He only took brief moments of respite at the workstation when tasks arose that did not necessitate his involvement or when there were no other duties to attend to. Within this span, he managed to sleep for less than 10 hours. Although he consumed nutritional supplements daily, the strain on his body was undeniably excessive. Clenching her fists, Zhao Wanner hastily approached the grease-streaked Zhao Chun and pulled him toward her. Are you trying to throw your life away? Zhao Chen opened his eyes and regarded his sister, inquiring, Did Jiang Hong contact you? Taken aback, Zhao Wanner did not anticipate that his first question would be about this. And no. Zhao Chun furrowed his brow slightly and resumed his journey to the workstation. Did I not make it clear? Unless Jiang Hong reaches out, do not disturb me. Biting her lip, Zhao Wanner exclaimed, Why have you suddenly changed? Is it truly necessary to exert yourself so for the construction of a starship? We could follow Jiang Hong's suggestion and wait at the Northern Star Military Academy until our elder sister arrives. So you intend to offload everything onto her? Zhao Chen's hands continued their work, his voice subdued. Our elder sister is now a member of the Imperial Army, serving as a starship captain within Her Highness's personal guard fleet. She could easily resolve this matter if she intervened, Zhao Wanner insisted. Zhao Chen spoke without lifting his head. So everything is to be entrusted to the elder sister, is it? Zhao Wanner paused, feeling an inexplicable sting from Zhao Chen's words, as if they pierced her heart. I am aware that you share a close bond with her. The elder sister has never favored me, for I have taken what rightfully belonged to her. Zhao Chen said with a bitter smile, yet his hands remained in motion. At this juncture, his gaze dimmed slightly. Is it too excessive to demand this of the elder sister? Although my interactions with her have been limited, I have heard from the servants that her lifelong ambition has been to become the lord of the Xiaolong star system, to cultivate it into a flourishing interstellar domain. Yet, due to our father's selfish desires, this aspiration was shattered, compelling her to assist the very individual who usurped her dream. If it were me, I might not be capable of such restraint, even if it were my own younger brother. Why? I possess greater capability, greater talent, and have accomplished so much. Why must it all be bestowed upon him? By what right? Yet she, our elder sister, she remained silent and acquiesced to our father's wishes. It was unclear when exactly Zhao Chen began to feel himself gradually merging with the memories of this body. The emotions and sentiments of the past enveloped him, which he had previously attempted to control. However, he discovered that these feelings surged forth like a torrent, growing more tumultuous the more he sought to suppress them. Thus, Zhao Chen resolved to embrace them openly. Regardless of who he might ultimately become, whether the ordinary Zhao Chen of his previous life or the second young master of the Xiaolong star system, it mattered not. He simply wished to act according to his own desires. For these years, my elder sister has only reported good news from the Imperial Army while concealing the troubles. Not only must she advance her own career, but she also bears the responsibility of fostering the development of the Xiaolong star system. Do you truly believe these matters to be trivial? Although we cannot see it, I can imagine the profound solitude my sister endures during these times. Zhao Chen turned to Zhao Wanner and said, I cannot bear to see my sister in such a state. Her sacrifices have been more than sufficient. I am a man. I am the Lord of Xiaolong. These burdens should rightfully fall upon my shoulders. Now that I possess the ability, I shall exert every effort to shoulder them, rather than cower behind my sister as a timid and feeble second young master. In that moment, Zhao Wanner gazed at her brother before her and, for the first time, she perceived a glimmer in the eyes of this unassuming sibling. An indescribable emotion began to swell within her. Chapter 35. T2 Queen B-Class Heavy Aircraft Carrier. Completion by the end of August. It had been 2 months since the North Star Military Academy's vacation, marking the duration Zhao Chun and the others had spent at the Arctic Fox starport. Initially, there was merely a skeletal framework of an aircraft carrier in the shipbuilding area, but now, a brand new aircraft carrier proudly stood displayed. Its pristine hull armor, adorned in a striking yellow and black livery, exhibited a sleek and aerodynamic design. From both aesthetic and practical perspectives, it was indeed quite impressive. Beside it, the Zero Storm stood in comparison, resembling a child beside an adult. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, steadied his weary body, and concluded the final inspection of the starship. Then, he swayed slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Is it complete? Zhao Wanner approached, carrying a meal prepared for Zhao Chun. It is complete. Next comes the trial navigation. Zhao Chun took the food she offered, disregarding his dirty hands, and began to eat voraciously. One could only imagine how he had endured the past 2 months. Not a single night of uninterrupted sleep had graced him during that time. Fortunately, the advanced medical technology here, along with energy drinks to invigorate him, had kept him from succumbing to exhaustion countless times. At last, his efforts bore fruit. He had successfully constructed the T2 Queen B-Class Heavy Aircraft Carrier starship. Witnessing this accomplishment, Zhao Wanner was genuinely impressed by her brother. To single-handedly build a T2 Queen B, and to have designed and researched it herself. If the instructors at the North Star Military Academy were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly feel a pang of inadequacy. How did I not realize you possessed such remarkable talent before? Zhao Wanner inquired, her curiosity piqued. Previously, Zhao Chun had been an unremarkable presence, distinguished only by his academic abilities, devoid of any other notable traits. Our family already boasts a genius in our eldest sister, and now another prodigy has emerged in you. If I were to showcase my own talents, do you think I would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives? I suspect that the individuals from the Xiaolong star system are wary of your potential growth. Their actions are likely dictated by this apprehension, hence their timing. A tall tree attracts the wind. Zhao Chen reasoned, crafting an excuse for himself. So, you have been concealing your true self all along? Zhao Wanner was astounded. This is called discretion, Zhao Chun replied, crossing his arms. At that moment, Charlotte approached. Captain, did you call for me? Charlotte's condition has improved significantly compared to 2 months ago, and she has grown accustomed to life with Zhao Chen. After all, who wouldn't relish 3 meals a day consisting of natural foods? How is the training of the 500 half-orc female crew members progressing? Zhao Chen inquired. Charlotte spent a month utilizing the slave trade network of the Arctic Fox starport to procure 500 half-orc female crew members. Upon their arrival, she commenced their training. Fortunately, they recognized Charlotte, the legendary general, and thus complied with her directives. Additionally, with the welfare benefits Zhao Chen established for his female crew members, they became utterly enchanted upon seeing the steaming white buns. The training of the 500 half-orc female crew members has been remarkably smooth. If there were 5 Zero-class blizzards available now, they could be immediately deployed into combat. Charlotte replied. And what about this T2 Queen Bee? Zhao Chen gestured towards the massive starship behind him. Charlotte glanced at the enormous vessel adorned in yellow and black, confidently stating, within 3 days. I can master this starship and forge effective combat capability. Zhao Chen patted Zhao Wanner on the shoulder and said, Charlotte, you will take Wanner and 100 selected crew members aboard for a test flight of this T2 Queen Bee. Am I included? Zhao Wanner asked in surprise. Did you not express a desire to possess a star carrier? This starship is my gift to you. However, once we return to the Academy, you will temporarily use your original starship, as this carrier must not be exposed. A tall tree catches the wind, Zhao Chen explained. Zhao Wanner gazed at Zhao Chen in astonishment, gesturing toward the T2B King and then to herself. Are you giving me this starship? She asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. But it's not for free. You need to serve as my captain. How reluctant are you? Zhao Chen teased. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. I'll just help you out this once. Who needs your starship anyway? With that, she swiftly took Charlotte's hand and boarded the ship, eager to familiarize herself with the T2B King. The interior of the T2B King was leagues beyond the Zero-class blizzard, boasting a pristine condition that was a far cry from the latter, which bore the marks of age at every turn. Upon reaching the bridge, Zhao Wanner found it to be a circular, enclosed structure. However, when activated, it would display a panoramic view of the surroundings, utilizing 360-degree projection technology. Charlotte, let us get ready. I can hardly wait to take this starship out for a trial run. Zhao Wanner exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Commanding an aircraft carrier had always been her dream, and she had never anticipated that the opportunity would arise. Preparations would take some time, approximately half a day. The crew needed to acclimate to the ship's environment and their respective roles. Fortunately, some of the half-orc female crew members she had recruited had prior experience serving on aircraft carriers, which would expedite their familiarization. Moreover, being merely a T2 class carrier, the technical challenges should not be overly daunting, as Charlotte noted. Subsequently, the selection of crew members for the T2 Queen Bee commenced, and those chosen swiftly received notifications to report for duty aboard the vessel. Within a spacious chamber, Charlotte observed the 100 half-orc female crew members gathered before her, each donned in neat attire and adorned with smiles. It is worth noting that a month prior, when they were brought here, they were clad in the garb of slaves, their expressions reflecting the terror of caged birds. As Captain Zhao Chen aptly stated, they now possessed a spark in their eyes. I hereby announce that from this moment forth, you are the official crew of the T2 Queen Bee. Detailed assignments will be dispatched to each of you individually. Over the past month, I trust you have found contentment in your lives aboard the Zero Storm. However, it is imperative to recognize the source of your newfound circumstances. Perhaps you still harbor doubts about that man, questioning his intentions. Nonetheless, you are to fight for him. Should any of you display complacency in your duties, even if you were once my comrades, I shall expel you from this starship. Charlotte fixed her gaze upon each individual present. Remember these two words, gratitude. That man has granted you a second chance at life. Without him, you would not be residing in clean quarters or savoring delectable meals. We half-orcs must learn to express our gratitude. Do you understand? Understood. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen reclined on the grand bed in his captain's quarters aboard the Zero Storm, his attention captivated by the scene of Charlotte's admonition. Through the inside eye, it was evident that these half-orc female crew members exhibited unwavering loyalty towards him. However, he no longer harbored any animosity towards himself, instead feeling a sense of gratitude. He believed that it would not be long before the perspectives of these individuals would undergo a complete transformation. Let us take a look at his gains. Zhao Chen, fighting off drowsiness, opened the system interface. Upon the completion of the construction of this T2 Queen Bee, a system task notification had already been marked as finished. Quarterly task. On a starship, system produced. Completed. Rewards available for claiming. Zhao Chen clicked to claim the task rewards. The quarterly task rewards were successfully claimed, and he received 5 task points, a technical blueprint for a T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, 500 system credits, and a T1 super soldier serum. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's sleepiness vanished. An interstellar industrial ship. Chapter 36. Interstellar industrial ship. The interstellar industrial ship, a type of auxiliary starship, is also known as an interstellar mobile factory. As its name implies, the interstellar industrial ship can carry out the vast majority of industrial production tasks and can even be utilized for the manufacturing of starships. Zhao Chen had previously been fixated on the realm of interstellar industry. Without a foundation in this sector, he had to continuously rent workshops at starports for starship production, which was both inconvenient and unsafe. If he could possess his own interstellar industry, all these troubles would vanish. And now, Zhao Chen had the opportunity to own an interstellar industrial ship. This meant that as long as he had the raw materials and the technology, he could produce starships anytime and anywhere. Establishing his own interstellar fleet was no longer a dream. Type of heavy interstellar industrial ship. Hammer-class technology level. T2 hull armor strength. 100 units cruising speed. 20 knots warp drive, level 4 warp engine length, 500 meters mass, 200,000 tons crew, 200 personnel ship weapons, 50 light closed defense turrets. Zhao Chen examined the data of this T2 Hammer-class ship, noting that its size surpassed even that of the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier. Its armament was rather meager, as it was not a combat-oriented vessel, equipped only with the most basic defensive capabilities. However, upon reviewing its core functionality, interstellar industrial operations, Zhao Chen was nearly drooling with excitement. This ship is a semi-intelligent interstellar industrial vessel that requires only a minimal crew to carry out production tasks, boasting remarkably high efficiency. For instance, after just completing the T2 Queen, which involved renting the finest Starship workshop at the Arctic Fox starport and laboring tirelessly for 2 months, Zhao Chen realized that with the T2 Hammer, he could achieve the same results even in his absence, by merely inputting the blueprints. The Starship system would distribute tasks among various manufacturing stations. Moreover, it allows for confidential production methods, whereby each crew member is privy only to the technical details pertinent to their specific role. The most crucial technologies could be overseen by Zhao Chen himself, significantly alleviating the workload. Additionally, this interstellar industrial ship could reduce raw material wastage by 20. This implies that the original 5 million star coins worth of materials could save nearly 300,000 star coins. Undoubtedly, this is the most formidable T2 interstellar industrial ship known to date. With this, Zhao Chen felt as if he had gained the wings of a tiger. He was determined to construct a ship, absolutely must build one. His eyes sparkled with fervor. However, after calculating the construction costs, Zhao Chen was taken aback. The price for a single vessel stood at 2 million star coins. Goodness, that was even more expensive than the T2 Queen Bee. He glanced at his account. Previously, he had 190,000 star coins. Although he had allocated several thousand to Charlotte for the purchase of half-orc slaves, he still had over 180,000 remaining. Yet, there was a shortfall of more than 20,000. Furthermore, he had yet to account for the expenses of leasing the Starship workshop at the starport. Additionally, he needed to reserve some funds for the maintenance of the number 0 Blizzard in the T2 Queen Bee starships. All considered, without at least 250,000 star coins, Zhao Chen would lack the qualifications to construct this T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Once again, I find myself short on funds, Zhao Chen muttered, scratching his head. Indeed, shipbuilding was an extravagant endeavor. It was often said that starships were the playthings of the wealthy. What to do about this deficit? Should he approach Liyaki to sell a starship? However, she currently had 1 starship in production and had no immediate need for a second. Should he seek out other starship vendors? Yet, that could provoke those he could not afford to offend. The principle of innocent bystanders suffering for possessing a treasure was something he learned in elementary school. Frowning, Zhao Chen pondered deeply. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. The money was right there waiting for him. How could he have overlooked it? The nobles of the Xiaolong star system were quite affluent. Though the star system was impoverished, it did not hinder these nobles from amassing wealth. A cold smirk crept onto Zhao Chen's lips. In addition to a reward for starship technology, Zhao Chen received 3 additional rewards: 5 mission points, 500 system credits, and a T1 super soldier serum. The mission points and system credits were self-explanatory, perfectly fulfilling Zhao Chen's needs. However, it was the third reward that captured Zhao Chen's attention, the T1 super soldier serum. T1 super soldier serum, a transformative agent for the human body, designed for direct injection. Was that it? Such a simplistic description seemed almost meaningless. The name itself implied its purpose. Zhao Chen felt a sense of disbelief. Yet he trusted that the system would not present him with anything harmful. Moreover, his current physique was undeniably feeble. Over the past 2 months of work, he had fainted 5 times. During his previous use of the military cryopod, he had embarrassed himself in front of Zhao Wanner. He was a man destined to conquer the stars and oceans. How could he be so weak? Without hesitation, Zhao Chen retrieved the serum from the System S repository. Instantly, a 20-centimeter-long cylindrical vial materialized in his hand, containing a luminescent light blue liquid. Zhao Chen swallowed hard, silently thinking, "System, you won't betray me, will you?" With that thought, he swiftly injected the serum into his arm. In an instant, the blue liquid was entirely administered. No sensation. Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback. But the next moment, his pupils dilated as he felt an overwhelming sensation within his body, as if every cell were exploding. He collapsed to the ground in agony, attempting to scream, only to find his throat constricted, rendering him utterly voiceless. This sensation, in Zhao Chen's perception, seemed to stretch on for an eternity, akin to a century. Huff, huff, huff. Zhao Chen abruptly gasped for air, rising to a sitting position as the discomfort that had plagued him dissipated. Glancing at the clock, he noted that only 3 minutes had elapsed. He examined his body, discovering not only the absence of any pain, but also that the fatigue he had previously experienced had vanished entirely. Rising to his feet, Zhao Chen summoned a mirror to behold his reflection. His face appeared more chiseled than ever. Lifting his shirt, he was astonished to find that his once flat abdomen now boasted defined muscles, and even his arms displayed the sinewy definition of strength. Zhao Chen attempted to throw a punch. Hearing the whoosh of air, he jumped, effortlessly reaching the ceiling. Elated, he resumed performing push-ups, feeling no strain whatsoever. Completing 500 in one breath, all the while sensing no fatigue. Am I becoming a superhero? Zhao Chen marveled at the transformation. This T1 super soldier serum truly works. Wait a moment. If there is a T1, does that imply the existence of a T2? A thought struck him as he accessed the system store. He began to browse the T1 product section and was astonished to find the very T1 super soldier serum he had just used. T1 super soldier serum requires 1 task point and 30 system credits. So, such items are indeed available in the system store. Previously, while perusing, Zhao Chen had only focused on starship schematics, completely overlooking these offerings. At that time, he was reluctant to expend his precious task points on such items. Zhao Chen then glanced at the T2 series products and quickly identified his target. T2 Super Soldier Serum requires 3 task points and 600 system points. At present, I do not feel an urgent need to enhance my physical capabilities. The current state suffices. In due time, when resources are abundant, I can redeem it without haste. Upon observing the price, Zhao Chen chose to set it aside for now. With the weariness dissipated, he proceeded directly to the bridge of the Zero Stormbreaker. Greetings, Captain. A half-orc female crew member on the bridge promptly greeted him, her gaze cautiously fixed on the captain. She noted that today, he appeared somewhat different, more elevated and handsome than before. Seated in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen established a connection with the T2 Queen Bee's bridge. The video window revealed Zhao Wanner and Charlotte. Why haven't you taken a rest? Zhao Wanner inquired, looking at Zhao Chen. I am not particularly fatigued at the moment. Zhao Chen replied. How is the preparation of your starship progressing? Almost ready. We will need about half a day's time to finalize everything, Charlotte responded. Very well. Charlotte, please compile a list of the necessary supplies and military provisions. Ensure they are all loaded before our departure. The Zero Stormbreaker will accompany you during the trial run. And once that is complete, we shall set forth towards the Xiaolong star system, Zhao Chen instructed. Are you in such a hurry? Zhao Wanner expressed her surprise. Zhao Chen chuckled teasingly. This grand banquet has kept our guests waiting for 2 months. Any further delay would be inappropriate. He was indeed eager to collect his wealth. Chapter 37, Journey to the Xiaolong Star System Report. All trial run projects for the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier have been completed, achieving a 100 completion rate. Please provide instructions, Captain. On the bridge of the T2B King, Charlotte engaged in a video communication with Zhao Chen, who was situated on the bridge of the Zero Storm. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Since everything is prepared, let us embark. Our destination, the Falcon Dragon Star System. Are we truly going to eliminate those interstellar pirates? Just with our 2 starships? Zhao Wanner inquired anxiously from the other end of the video call. Zhao Chen smiled at her. You must have reviewed the performance data of the T2B King. How can you still harbor doubts? It's not disbelief. It's just that. We only have 2 starships. Isn't that a bit reckless? I'm simply worried about any unforeseen circumstances, Zhao Wanner murmured. Zhao Chen's lips curled upward. This mission will have no unforeseen circumstances. By the way, before we set off, send a message to Jiang Hong and inquire in detail about the starship data of the pirate fleet, as well as the situation regarding the Noble's starship fleet. If we could obtain information on their vessels, that would be even better. All right, I will get in touch, Zhao Wanner responded. As the communication ended, Zhao Wanner settled into the captain's chair on the bridge of the T2B King, glancing around in disbelief at her surroundings. It was hard for her to fathom that she was aboard such a formidable aircraft carrier. Charlotte, do you think this mission poses any danger? Zhao Wanner asked, turning her gaze towards Charlotte. Over the course of 2 months, their relationship had blossomed, and Zhao Wanner often sought Charlotte's guidance in starship command and combat techniques. Charlotte harbored no aversion towards the girl who did not discriminate against her half-orc kin, speaking openly, without reservation. According to the intelligence relayed by your Dark Sentinel, The interstellar pirates, alongside those treasonous noble fleets, number less than 50 starships, the majority of which are T1 vessels. Thus, this operation poses minimal risk, unless they possess more than 20 T2 ships or a singular T3 starship. After all, you must be aware of the terrifying capabilities of the T2 Queen Bee that your brother constructed. Gazing at the starship's bridge, Charlotte asserted, "This is not merely a T2 carrier. It is a quasi-T3 carrier. Who has ever encountered a T2 starship equipped with star shields?" On the bridge of the Zero Storm, the warp engine's course had been prepped, and they were about to enter the acceleration phase, transitioning to warp travel in 10 minutes. All crew members, enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. I repeat, all crew members, enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. Zhao Chen commanded via the ship's intercom. As he spoke, all the cryopods on the bridge sprang open. In that moment, a thought crossed Zhao Chen's mind. He wondered what the experience of the T2 Queen Bee's cryopod would be like, likely far superior to that of this assembled starship. Unexpectedly, the first individual to experience his newly constructed vessel was not himself. However, once he completed the construction of the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, it would be time to build the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. By that time, he would possess a genuine T3 starship, the T3 Blizzard. This was the starship technology blueprint that Zhao Chen had long yearned for in his systems repository. The emergence of the T2 Hammer had provided Zhao Chen with the necessary capital to construct it. Report: out of the 101 crew members aboard, 99 have entered the sleep chambers, reported a half-orc female crew member. She was a temporary assistant assigned to Zhao Chen by Charlotte. I understand. You should also enter the sleep chamber, Zhao Chen replied. Yes, the female crew member said as she entered the sleep chamber and the liquid was injected. Zhao Chen cast a glance at the dimming lights of the bridge and then at the star map, where the T2 Queen Bee was accelerating into warp travel. This time, the journey would not merely take half an hour as it had previously, but would require a full 2 weeks. They were to traverse 2 star systems. The Arctic Fox star system and the Owl Dragon star system were neighbors. However, due to the absence of a Stargate in the Owl Dragon star system, they had to rely solely on the starship's navigation capabilities to reach it. This underscores the significance of stargates to a star system. Between star systems lies a desolate expanse, often devoid of anything. Crossing this barren stretch demands a considerable amount of time, akin to how, in ancient times, one would need to traverse an endless ocean to journey from one continent to another. This region is known as the galactic marginal space. As Zhao Chen reclined within the sleep chamber, the blue liquid rapidly filled the chamber, and a voice resonated. Trigger task: eliminate the interstellar pirate fleet. Task details: annihilate the interstellar pirate fleet in the Xiaolong system difficulty level. See rewards: 3 task points and 600 credits penalty for failure. Deduction of 600 credits, such fortuitous timing. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Chen accepted this task. Subsequently, he succumbed to a state of hibernation. The Zero Storm and T2B King also departed from the Arctic Fox system, heading towards the Xiaolong system. On a habitable planet within the Xiaolong system, 5 kilometers above the ground in a lavish residence, Jiang Shasha was enjoying dinner with her family. Although the Jiang family held noble status in the Xiaolong system, their living conditions were only marginally superior to those of ordinary citizens. Jiang Shasha gazed at the meal laid out before them. Each person was served a portion of rice along with 3 servings of green vegetables, one of which contained minced meat no larger than a fingernail. The rest comprised artificial synthesized food. These synthetic dishes appeared opulent, laden with fish and meat, yet their taste was devoid of distinction, akin to eating plastic. Nevertheless, such meals constituted a month's worth of sustenance for the average person outside. In the past, Jiang Shasha might have taken pride in her family's status. However, after her experience at the North Star Military Academy and exposure to the wider world, she began to detest this way of life. Father, why do you not join the plans of the Bao and Chui families? If the operation succeeds and we eliminate Zhao Chen, our 3 families could dominate the entire Xiaolong system. Whether we choose to nominate a lord ourselves or leverage the Xiaolong star system as a stepping stone to align with other interstellar forces, it mirrors our current predicament. Jiang Shasha's father gazed at the elder, puzzled by his indecision. Could it be that he still harbors foolish loyalty towards the Zhao family? To this day, due to the elder Jiang's influence, the Jiang family has refrained from joining the plans of the Bao and Chui families. Chapter 38. The turmoil of the Xiaolong star system. The family members turned their attention to Elder Jiang, curious about his reluctance to act. The elder murmured, I have never been loyal to the Zhao family. I am merely a businessman, engaging solely in matters that pertain to profit. Firstly, while we have not directly aligned ourselves with the Bao and Chui family schemes, should they succeed, we could effortlessly reap the rewards. After all, the Jiang family controls 70% of the limited interstellar trade routes in the Xiaolong star system. Secondly, let us not forget the young lady of the Zhao family. Surely, you do not naively believe that her absence over the years signifies a severance from the Zhao lineage. Once she becomes aware of the rebellion instigated by the Bao and Chui families, her capabilities would undoubtedly allow her to dismantle them. If we were to openly align ourselves with them, we would merely become targets for the Zhao family's young lady. Thus, the wisest course of action is to remain observant and patient. A prudent individual always ensures an avenue of retreat for themselves. Upon hearing Elder Zhang's lengthy discourse, everyone was enlightened. I recall Sha mentioning that the incompetent Zhao Chen had defeated the son of a viscount using an assembled starship at the academy. Old Master Jiang gazed at Jiang Sha, who nodded in acknowledgement. At the very first opportunity upon her return from the academy, she had relayed this matter to her father and grandfather. Just a single starship, could it truly stir up any significant turmoil? I have heard that the Bao and Chui families have enlisted the services of professional interstellar pirates, this time former elite star military personnel, no less. Zhang's father scoffed, seemingly envisioning the moment when the worthless Baron Zhao Chun would meet his demise. It is worth noting that in previous holidays, the Zhao siblings would typically arrive closely behind Sha. Why have they yet to return? Could it be that they have uncovered the plans of the Bao and Chui families? Zhang's mother murmured from the sidelines. Jiang Sha replied, according to the information we have received, that fellow Zhao Chen, along with his sister, has made their way to the Arctic Fox star system. The reports indicate that their Zero-class Blizzard is undergoing repairs at the Arctic Fox starport. However, they are expected to return during this holiday, though the specific timing remains undisclosed. At that moment, a man resembling a steward approached the dining table, whispering a few words into Old Master Zhang's ear. The old gentleman turned to his family. The latest news indicates that our esteemed Baron has departed from the Arctic Fox starport and is en route back to the Falcon star system. He is anticipated to arrive in 2 weeks and, after a brief stay, intends to return to the Northern Star Military Academy. This news, at last, brought a sense of relief to the members of the Bao and Chui families. Zhang's father remarked with eager excitement. Old Master Jiang squinted at his impulsive son and said, "Remember, this time our Jiang family must remain low-key. No one is to interfere in this matter. Summon all direct descendants of the Jiang family to prevent any complications." "Yes, father," Zhang's father replied obediently. 2 weeks later, in mid-September, 2 starships traversed the vast expanse of the cosmic frontier. The intelligence system of the Zero Storm starship announced, "The Zero Storm has exited warp speed and has arrived at the designated location, currently in autopilot mode." Zhao Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Compared to his previous experience of warp travel, he felt remarkably more lucid at this moment. This was likely due to the administration of the T1 super soldier serum. As the hatch of the cryosleep chamber opened, although he had been submerged in a blue liquid, his clothing had dried automatically by now. He stepped out of the chamber, his legs steady and his spirit remarkably vibrant. Captain, the recently awakened half-orc crew member, gazed in astonishment at her awakened captain, noting his excellent condition. It was noteworthy that just moments before, she had seen him trembling upon awakening. Typically, it requires at least 3 months to fully acclimate to military cryosleep chambers. "Let us commence our duties." Zhao Chen's expression remained calm as he began his responsibilities. With Charlotte absent, there were many tasks that Zhao Chen had to undertake personally, and he started issuing commands. Within 1 minute, all personnel on the bridge were to return to their respective positions and check the starship's various data. All personnel aboard the starship are to return to their posts within 3 minutes and remain on standby. The communications department is attempting to establish contact with the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier. Meanwhile, the radar department is scanning the surrounding star fields in search of the T2 Queen B. Just as Zhao Chen issued his orders, a video window appeared, revealing a request for communication from the bridge of the T2 Queen B. Zhao Chen accepted the call, and the bridge of the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier came into view. "Have you already arrived?" Zhao Chen inquired, observing Charlotte and Zhao Wanner, who did not appear to have just awakened. "We arrived half a day earlier than you," Zhao Wanner replied. Charlotte added, "Had it not been for the need to synchronize with the speed of the Zero Storm, we could have arrived 5 days ahead of schedule, given the T2 Queen B's level 4 warp engine." The Zero Storm is equipped with a Level 3 warp engine, while the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier boasts a Level 4 warp engine, resulting in a significant difference in travel speed. As Charlotte noted, if the T-2 Queen B had not set a travel speed to accompany the Zero Storm, they would have already reached the Xiaolong star system. I managed to get in touch with Jiang Hong. She is extremely anxious about our reckless actions and repeatedly emphasized that we should leave at once. Zhao Wanner interjected. Did Jiang Hong provide any other useful information? Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Wanner transmitted a star chart, revealing that, according to the intelligence gathered by Jiang Hong, the Bao and Chui families are preparing to launch an attack on us from this position. Zhao Chen studied the star chart of the Xiaolong star system intently. The location of the attack is a crucial passage to the planet where the Zhao family resides in the Xiaolong star system. Moreover, they have precisely calculated the optimal endpoint for the warp travel. The Bao family and the Chui family have devised a plan. Should their assault on us succeed, they will immediately launch an attack on our home planet, seeking to annihilate all descendants of the Zhao family. Zhao Wanner expressed her indignation, stating, "Our Zhao family has truly raised a pack of ingrates." Continuing, she remarked, Jiang Hong provided me with information regarding the starship models of the interstellar pirate fleet, as well as those of the private fleets belonging to the Chui and Bao families. Please transmit both pieces of information to me, Zhao Chen instructed. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. Although Zhao Chen felt a profound sense of confidence within, he understood that one must never let their guard down. Chapter 39. The game begins. My Lord Baron soon. The two sets of information arrived before Zhao Chen. He gazed at the two data frames, which not only contained the names and models of the starships, but also included schematic images. These vessels are among the more commonly encountered starships in the market. The interstellar pirate fleet comprises a total of 35 starships, including 5 T-2 starships. Specifically, 1 T-2 Greyshark-class medium interstellar cruiser, 2 T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers, and 2 T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigates. The remaining 30 T-1 starships consist of 15 T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates, 10 T-1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyers, and 5 T-1 Blue Jay-class medium interstellar cruisers. Upon further examination of the rebellious nobility, it is evident that they possess a mere 16 starships, a testament to the tremors and destitution of the Xiaolong star system. Among these 16 vessels, 2 are T-2 starships, the T-2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser and the T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. The remaining 14 consist solely of T-1 starships, all of which are T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates. Observing these starships, Zhao Chen could not help but chuckle at the sight of vessels older than himself. Even the relatively newer T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer was acquired as a second-hand starship, purchased with decades of the Chui family's savings. As for the starships employed by the interstellar pirates, they are primarily those commonly utilized by pirates, known for their affordability and ease of repair. Dominating the fleet are the T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates, a design developed by the Starshine Empire 2 centuries ago. Although their combat capabilities are modest, they are cost-effective and accessible in terms of technology. Furthermore, the Starshine Empire has made the technology for these starships publicly available, resulting in lower market prices, making them highly favored among minor nobles, interstellar pirates, and adventurers alike. Based solely on the intelligence gathered about these enemy vessels, achieving victory in this battle seems rather uncomplicated. The pressing question now lies in determining where and how to engage, Charlotte remarked. Zhao Chen pondered, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He gazed at the star map of the Xiaolong star system and murmured, "We cannot fight on their predetermined battlefield, although we would prevail regardless of location. However, let us endeavor to minimize our losses, and since we are situated adjacent to my Zhao family's home planet, we must consider the potential collateral damage." Suddenly, Zhao Chen had an epiphany. With a vacant gaze, he pointed to a location on the star map. "Who says we must seek them out? Let us compel them to seek us." Charlotte and Zhao Wanner exchanged knowing glances, comprehending Zhao Chen's intentions almost simultaneously. The flagship of the interstellar pirate fleet was a T-2 Grey Shark-class medium cruiser, its hull bearing the scars of battle and signs of repair, a testament to its storied past. A burly man, sporting a scruffy beard, lounged in the captain's chair, his feet resting on the control panel before him. "Damn it. I've been waiting here for 2 months. If it weren't for those fellows being sensible enough to send a few women my way, I wouldn't be inclined to linger here." This grumbling individual was the captain of the pirate fleet, who referred to themselves as the Three-Claw Serpent Interstellar Pirates, their vessel adorned with an emblem of a three-clawed serpent. At that moment, a slender man emerged from an adjacent room, adjusting his trousers. From behind him, anguished cries and pleas from women could be heard. These women, emaciated and fragile, were quickly exhausted. "This is dull. It's far more enjoyable to toy with those noble ladies. If it were up to me, we might as well raid the nobility of this star system," the thin man remarked, his enthusiasm unquenched. The bearded captain cast a sidelong glance at his subordinate, who served as his first mate. "Though the fleet of this wretched star system may not possess formidable strength, let us not forget who summoned us here. Should we dare to disturb this galaxy, we shall find ourselves in a precarious situation. It is prudent to earn this commission honestly and refrain from unnecessary trouble," the bearded captain remarked. The slender first officer, picking his nose, suggested, "We may forego pillaging these planets, yet we could certainly negotiate a better deal for our commission. After all, our fleet of several dozen starships has been idly waiting here for 2 months." The bearded captain grinned mischievously, raising 3 fingers. "I have already considered this. Once they permit us to take action, we shall demand a 30% increase in our commission." The slender first officer gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Truly, our leader is astute and shrewd." Just then, a communication request appeared, signaling the arrival of work. The bearded captain, with a cheerful demeanor, activated the video call. On the other side appeared a middle-aged man, someone he recognized, the patriarch of the Bao family from the Xianglong star system. "Patriarch Bao, I was just about to seek you out. My brothers have been waiting here for over 2 months, and their impatience is palpable," the bearded captain stated with a hint of displeasure. Patriarch Bao replied earnestly, "Have we not been sending you a monthly supply of women and provisions? Now, let us discuss serious matters. A target has emerged, but they have just informed us of a sudden change in their itinerary. They will not be returning to their home planet. They intend to make an appearance on a planet at the outskirts of the system called Longway Star, where they will stay for 1 day before departing back to the Beiji Starship Military Academy. Therefore, our operational plan must be revised. Commence your journey immediately to the vicinity of Dragontail Star and eliminate the target. The adversary possesses but a single starship. I trust you shall manage with ease." The bearded captain tapped his foot, remarking, "Adjusting the operational plan poses no issue, as we are within the same star system, and the journey will only take a few hours. However, we have been delayed for over 2 months. Chief Bao, you must understand the toll this has taken on our brothers' enterprises. You ought to calculate the cost of this time delay. Otherwise, I will struggle to provide an explanation to my subordinates." Chief Bao recognized the insinuation of extortion and silently cursed the band of interstellar rogues. Little did he know, these individuals seldom encountered such tasks over the course of a year or more, yet they exaggerated the impact of a mere 2-month delay. Nevertheless, the paramount task at hand remained the disposal of that ineffectual baron. "Name your price," Chief Bao said coldly. The bearded captain raised 3 fingers, a 30% increase in commission, non-negotiable. Chief Bao's lips twitched, but he ultimately suppressed his fury. "Very well. Once the task is completed, I shall transfer the payment." "Splendid. I appreciate your decisiveness," the captain replied. "Provide us with the coordinates, and my men will proceed to deal with this baron." The bearded captain assumed a serious demeanor as he set his foot down. "I will send the coordinates shortly. Remember, notify us immediately upon completion of the operation." Chief Bao reminded him. "Not a problem. We are professionals in our endeavors," the captain asserted confidently. Subsequently, he received the location coordinates, immediately arranged for the departure of the interstellar pirate fleet, establishing coordinates, and entering hyperspace navigation mode. Due to the presence of T1 starships and the necessity to maintain uniform speed within the fleet, the speed of the T2 starships has been intentionally reduced. The entire journey took nearly 6 hours. Upon awakening from the stasis chamber, Captain Bearded immediately commanded preparations for battle while simultaneously seeking out targets. However, there was no need to search, for as soon as they activated the starship radar, they detected a solitary vessel suspended near the tail of the Dragon Star, akin to prey awaiting its predator. "Captain, our target lies 20 minutes away," exclaimed the lean lieutenant. "It is the Baron S. No. 0 Blizzard." Captain Bearded grinned maliciously. "Let the game begin, my dear Baron." Meanwhile, aboard the No. 0 Blizzard, the Baron awaited his quarry. Chapter 40. The maiden battle of the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. The Triclaw Serpent Interstellar Pirate Fleet did not immediately adopt a combat formation. Instead, they advanced slowly, resembling a typical interstellar fleet. As they neared the operational range of the number 0 blizzard, the vessel suddenly stirred, as if sensing something, and began to navigate in another direction. "Boss, have we been detected?" inquired the lean lieutenant. "At this distance, what does it matter if we have been discovered?" In a familiar tactic, two T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar corvettes led several T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar corvettes to encircle their target from both sides. At this distance, intercepting them would be effortless, the bearded pirate captain proclaimed with confidence. In that moment, the Triclaw interstellar pirate fleet shed all pretense and pursued the Zero Storm at full speed. Among them, two T-2 Ishkor-class corvettes and T-1 Vulture-class corvettes boasted the fastest speeds. This class of starship is renowned for its exceptional maneuverability, with only certain interstellar cruisers capable of matching their velocity. The interstellar corvettes, relying on their high speed, executed fleet formations and engaged in interception operations against enemy vessels. Thus, interstellar pirates favored these economical and suitable ships for plunder. They charged forward en masse, relentlessly pursuing any starship in sight. At this juncture, the Zero Storm likely sensed the imminent threat and began to accelerate. However, the Triclaw pirate fleet clung to their target like an unyielding adhesive. The distance between them diminished rapidly, and it was evident they were closing in. "My dear, thinking of escaping? The prey I have set my sights on has never eluded capture," the bearded pirate captain sneered. Just then, a communications officer exclaimed, "Captain, we have a communication signal requesting connection. It seems to be from the Zero Storm." The pirate captain paused in surprise, then erupted into laughter. "It appears that the worthless Baron has been frightened into seeking our mercy. In the following moments, I am eager to witness the expression of a Baron pleading for mercy in his final moments." As the video communication connects, a window materializes before the bearded pirate captain. The visage of a man comes into view. Contrary to the anticipated horror and dread, I observe instead a playful, almost mocking glint in his eyes, as if he were gazing upon a mere toy. "You must be the leader of the Triclaw Star pirate fleet," the man states nonchalantly. This opening remark momentarily stuns the bearded pirate captain, leaving him questioning whether something has gone awry in the exchange. How can this individual display no fear whatsoever? "Do you know me?" the captain responds, astonished. "I also know that you are employed by the Bao and Chui families to launch an assault against us," Zhao Chen replies, resting his chin on one hand. The captain, spreading his arms in a gesture of amusement, retorts, "Since you are aware, Baron, there is nothing more to discuss. We are merely mercenaries for hire. I kindly request that you resign yourself to death." "Death?" Zhao Chen chuckles lightly. "I'm afraid it is not I who is destined for demise, but rather you." "We?" The captain bursts into laughter. "You pathetic Baron truly has a sense of humor. You intend to send us to our graves? What gives you the right? Is it this dilapidated, hybrid starship of yours? Do take a moment to observe your surroundings. Those vessels belong to me. They are poised to obliterate your ship, and you, unfortunate Baron, shall find your end within your own planetary system. I suggest you take a good look at your surroundings," Zhao Chen replies, his gaze unfocused yet a smile playing on his lips. At this moment, the radar operator of the bearded pirate captain exclaimed, "This is bad. We are surrounded by a multitude of energy signatures, and they are rapidly approaching us." Energy signatures? Could they be starships? The bearded pirate captain gazed at the radar, where hundreds of luminous points converged from all directions, aiming directly at their three-claw serpent interstellar pirate fleet. "It doesn't seem to be starships. They appear to be interstellar fighters," the radar operator replied. "Interstellar fighters?" The bearded pirate captain was taken aback. He activated the deep space telescope and soon discerned the nature of the dense array of lights. A swarm of interstellar drones. Hundreds of them have completely encircled our three-claw serpent interstellar pirate fleet. Meanwhile, during the ongoing video communication, Zhao Chen contemplated without reservation, knowing that the opposing pirate leader could hear his words. With a cold demeanor, he issued the command to attack. "Attack! Annihilate all interstellar pirate starships. Leave not a single one behind." Subsequently, the interstellar drones began to lock onto their respective targets. The first to launch an assault were 100 T-2 killer B-class medium interstellar drones. Equipped with laser cannons, their firepower could not rival that of starship weaponry. But their advantage lay in their ability to close in on enemy vessels and find the most opportune positions for attack. Most importantly, these were T-2 class interstellar drones. "Captain, this is dire. My starship is under heavy attack from a multitude of interstellar drones. Damn it. These interstellar drones are too swift. My point defense cannons cannot fend them off. Report. The T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate's bridge has come under attack, resulting in the captain's immediate demise and the loss of command systems aboard the vessel. Report. The T-1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer is besieged by enemy interstellar drones, requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. On the bridge of the bearded pirate captain's ship. A cacophony of dire news reverberated. Hundreds of interstellar drones swarmed like a hive, devouring their starships. Counterattack. Counterattack. Form a fire net to intercept these interstellar drones. The bearded pirate captain gritted his teeth as he issued the command. At that moment, a colossal fireball erupted, and the shockwave even affected his flagship, accompanied by the thunderous sound of trembling hull armor. What is that? The bearded pirate captain was momentarily stunned. One of our T-2 Blue Jay-class medium interstellar cruisers is suspected to have been bombarded by enemy interstellar drones. The starship has fallen, reports the crew of pirates. Observing the increasingly chaotic battlefield before him, the bearded pirate captain swallowed hard, unsure of how to proceed. Split the forces immediately. One fleet shall continue the assault on the Zero Storm, while the other highly mobile fleet seeks out our carrier starship. It must be lurking nearby. Once we destroy that carrier, these interstellar drones will pose no threat. The thin lieutenant offered the most astute suggestion at this critical juncture. The bearded pirate captain regained his composure and immediately commanded, all interstellar destroyers remain here to continue the pursuit of the Zero Storm. The remaining interstellar cruisers and interstellar frigates proceed at full speed to search for the enemy's carrier ship. A report soon followed. We have located the coordinates of the enemy carrier. The interstellar drones that completed their assault are returning in this direction. The carrier ship should be in this vicinity. The radar crew member, a pirate, pointed to a specific location on the star map. The returning interstellar drones showed no intention of concealing their movements. Under the radar scans of their starship, it quickly became apparent that lurking behind a satellite was indeed an enemy carrier ship. The bearded pirate captain, as if confronted by a nemesis, bellowed in a frenzy. Charge forward. I shall obliterate that carrier ship. Chapter 41. One shot, instant kill. T-2 Heavy Interstellar Destroyer, T-2 Queen B-Class Heavy Carrier Ship, Bridge. Report. The first wave of interstellar drones has successfully returned and landed. It is estimated that reloading ammunition will take 60 seconds. The operational report for the first batch of interstellar drones has been compiled. We lost 7 T-2 Killer B-Class medium interstellar drones and 1 T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone. We have destroyed 2 enemy T-1 Bluebird-class medium interstellar cruisers, for T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates, and 2 T-1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyers. Report. The enemy fleet has detected our ship's location and is now approaching at full speed. The female crew members on the bridge stood at attention, continuously relaying the current status to the captain and the first officer. Charlotte stood beside them, her gaze fixed on Zhao Wanner, who occupied the captain's chair. Prior to this battle, Zhao Chen had discreetly contacted her, instructing that during the onset of conflict, command of operations would be entrusted entirely to Zhao Wanner. She was authorized to intervene only if Zhao Wanner issued an erroneous command, or if the battle spiraled out of control, at which point she could assume command. Thus far, Zhao Wanner's directives had been commendable. The young woman seated in the captain's chair exhibited a demeanor of calmness, devoid of any signs of panic or anxiety. She appeared not as an ungraduated student, but as a seasoned military professional. The deployment of T-2 Bumblebee-class light interstellar drones commenced, aimed at intercepting the enemy fleet. The starship began to maneuver, sailing at full speed toward the predetermined course, while the star shield system was activated. The fully supplied interstellar drones prepared for a second wave of assault. Zhao Wanner articulated each operational command with precision, her eyes continually scanning the data panels. In the face of the ferocious approaching pirate fleet, the T-2 Hive Queen began to accelerate away. However, due to its classification as a heavy aircraft carrier starship, its maximum speed reached only 30 knots, rendering it unable to escape the pursuing adversaries. Concurrently, numerous holes appeared in the abdomen of the T-2 Hive Queen, from which T-2 Bumblebee-class light interstellar drones were deployed. In less than 10 seconds, 300 T-2 Bumblebee-class light interstellar drones had been released into the fray. The densely packed T-2 Juvenile B-class light interstellar drones surged forth to pursue the interstellar pirate fleet retreating behind them. At this moment, the battlefield was distinctly divided. On one side stood the Zero Storm, and on the other, the T-2 Queen Bee. However, the Zero Storm showed no intention of assisting the T-2 Queen Bee. Instead, It began to alter its course, executing a graceful arc toward the right flank, thus entering the range of enemy fire. Several starships from the pirate fleet promptly prepared to unleash their weapons. Yet, the enemy's speed was too swift, requiring precious moments to lock onto their target. The command to change course was issued by Captain Zhao Chen. Otherwise, with such velocity, the Zero Storm would remain perpetually out of reach for the pursuing pirate vessels. Engage the T-2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon, commanded Captain Zhao Chen. The crew understood and commenced activation of the T-2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon, requiring 10 seconds. 10. The bridge crew executed the orders. At that moment, the colossal cannon of the T-2 Zero Storm emerged. The engines on the right starship powered down, while those on the left roared to life. Pivoting in place, let us aim our main cannon at that T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer, Zhao Chen commanded. The right starship's engines powered down, completed. The left starship's engines surged, completed. The Zero Storm, which had been navigating in an arc, abruptly executed a brake turn, its bow now facing directly towards the pursuing interstellar pirate fleet. This sudden maneuver took the pursuing interstellar pirate fleet completely by surprise. Zhao Chen fixed his gaze on the targeting window of the main cannon. As the red circle of the targeting reticle aligned with that T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer, he bellowed, "Fire!" In an instant, the entire Zero Storm shook with the force of the shot. Without pausing to assess the outcome of the cannon fire, Zhao Chen swiftly issued his next command. Restart the starboard engine and maneuver the Zero Storm to orbit the enemy fleet at a speed of 70 knots. Adopting a high-speed hunting mode. Understood, the confident helmswoman of the starship exclaimed. The so-called orbital maneuvering around the enemy fleet in high-speed hunting mode involves utilizing the overwhelming velocity of one's own starship to encircle the enemy vessels. In doing so, a select few of both one's own and the enemy's ships are kept within the range of fire. This tactic minimizes the risk of sustaining fire from the entire enemy fleet simultaneously, significantly reducing the chances of being hit. Such maneuvers demand a high level of skill from the starship helmsman. Fortunately, the Zero Storm possessed an astonishing speed, granting it a definitive advantage. Once again, the Zero Storm surged forward, completing the entire maneuver in less than 10 seconds, a testament to the terrifying agility of the starship. At this moment, Zhao Chen finally had the opportunity to assess the results of the earlier shot. He felt a mix of astonishment, while others around him were gripped by fear. Before their eyes, the entire bow of the T-2 Ishtar-class vessel vanished, leaving behind a gaping crater as if it had been decapitated. The surrounding interstellar pirate fleet witnessed the entire spectacle. The starship they had been pursuing abruptly executed a sharp turn, followed by a devastating shot from its main cannon. To their astonishment, one of the only two T-2 Ishtar-class ships in their fleet was obliterated in a single strike. It is crucial to note that this was a heavy interstellar destroyer, denoting a larger hull, more formidable weaponry, and thicker armor. Yet, this T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer was vanquished in an instant by the enemy's firepower. That was a 1,200 caliber cannon. Suddenly, the captain of one of the pirate ships exclaimed in the internal communication channel. The other pirate captains hastily employed deep space telescopes to assess the situation. They were horrified to see that the bow of their pursued target, the Zero Storm, was armed with a terrifyingly large cannon. It was this very cannon that had just annihilated the T-2 Ishtar-class vessel. How could a T-2 starship possibly mount such an enormous cannon? What manner of monstrous starship was this? The captain of a T-1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer felt a chill run down his spine. If a higher-tier T-2 Ishtar-class vessel could not withstand such a blow, what fate awaited the lower-tier T-1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer? One could only imagine the dire consequences of enduring a single shot. 5 minutes per shot. Let me count how many ships remain. A ship, 2 ships, 3 ships. Zhao Chen grinned menacingly, as if counting beans, tallying the enemy's starships. Chapter 42. Does this T-2 carrier starship possess a star shield? Report, Captain. One of our T-2 Ishtar-class vessels has been obliterated by that Zero-class blizzard. One shot. Just one shot. The internal communication channels erupted with panicked cries. The pirate captain, sporting a scruffy beard, felt a jolt in his heart. Had one of his T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers been destroyed? He was acutely aware that these 5 T-2 starships in his fleet were his lifeblood. Losing a T-1 starship didn't trouble him. He could always procure another. However, each T-2 starship was an expensive asset. He had toiled for 5 years with his pirate fleet's earnings to acquire that very T2 Ishtar class from the black market. And now, in such a brief moment, it was gone? Don't joke with me. That was a T2 Ishtar class heavy interstellar destroyer. How could it possibly be destroyed by a single shot? If you keep babbling nonsense, I swear I'll have you castrated and turned into wine when we return. The bearded pirate captain thundered, utterly unwilling to accept such a harsh reality. Captain, it's true. The enemy's Zero-class Blizzard is armed with a 1,200mm caliber cannon, an entire 1,200mm caliber. The trembling voice of the pirate captain's subordinate conveyed the gravity of the situation. A 1,200mm caliber cannon? The bearded pirate captain felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing that at such a moment, his subordinate would not jest. The Bao and Chui families. Those aristocratic scoundrels are deceiving me. He currently shifts all responsibility onto the employers, the Bao family and the Chui family, claiming that it is their incomplete intelligence that has led to this predicament. What a lamentable baron he is! Upon my return, if my commission does not triple, I shall assault his planet and seduce his wife right before his eyes. The bearded pirate captain cursed vehemently. Alas, he would never have such an opportunity again. During the pursuit of that aircraft carrier starship, several of his T-1 starships were annihilated by interstellar drones. Notably, one T-2 interstellar bomber unleashed explosive power equivalent to the main cannon of a T-2 starship. Moreover, they meticulously targeted a specific location for repeated bombardment. Typically, 3 such T-2 interstellar bombers could effortlessly obliterate a T-1 starship within mere minutes, especially when complemented by the attacks of T-2 killer B-class medium interstellar drones. Report, we have lost another T-1 Blue Sparrow class medium interstellar cruiser. One subordinate reported cautiously. The bearded pirate captain clenched his fists. Report, we have entered firing range. We can attack the aircraft carrier starship now. Another subordinate announced, bringing good news. The pirate captain immediately commanded, fire, fire, tear that damned aircraft carrier starship to shreds. Yes. The laser main cannon aboard the T-2 Gray Shark class medium interstellar cruiser locked onto the aircraft carrier starship and promptly opened fire. As the aircraft carrier starship moved sluggishly, it had little chance to evade the laser. The interstellar pirates awaited the moment of impact with bated breath. As the laser approached the carrier starship from a considerable distance, it collided with a shimmering barrier, resulting in a spectacular explosion that dissipated into nothingness. The carrier starship remained unscathed, leaving the interstellar pirates in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? The bearded pirate captain frantically seized one of the crew members responsible for the weaponry module. I have no idea. The crew member replied, his face a portrait of innocence. The lean first mate, however, could scarcely believe his ears as he uttered 2 incredulous words, Star Shield. Star Shield? The other pirate crew members began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It is indeed the Star Shield, they exclaimed. The spectacle they had just witnessed was unmistakably that of a Star Shield. But how could a T-2 carrier starship possess such a defense? Could it be a T-3 carrier starship? The bearded pirate captain listened intently to the crew's discussions, then bellowed, silence. He turned to the lean first mate. Isn't the Star Shield a feature exclusive to T-3 starships? This carrier starship does not remotely resemble a T-3. Judging by the scale and combat capability of its accompanying interstellar drones, it certainly does not fit the T-3 classification. Yet, what we witnessed was indeed the Star Shield. Sweat trickled down the first mate's forehead as he realized that the course of this interstellar battle had exceeded their expectations. What shall we do now? The bearded pirate captain demanded. The Star Shield can only deflect attacks from a limited range. Therefore, if our starships can launch simultaneous assaults from several other directions, the Star Shield will be unable to respond in time, the lean first mate replied. The bearded pirate captain, his teeth having pierced his lip, tasted the iron tang of blood filling his mouth. He was acutely aware of this reality. Yet, after pursuing their quarry, they had already sacrificed several T-1 starships, barely managing to catch the tail of this aircraft carrier. What further cost would they incur to launch a simultaneous flanking assault? Captain, we have no alternative now. If we retreat, will that Baron allow us to leave? The lean first mate remarked, it has become clear to me that the Baron came prepared. He lured us in with his flagship, only to orchestrate an ambush with a swarm of interstellar drones. This is a trap. In this dire situation, it was a matter of survival. Either they would perish or their foes would. Such predicaments were not unfamiliar to interstellar pirates. In the past, they might have felt the fire of battle within them. However, today, with 35 starships besieging merely 2, they had yet to scratch the armor of their adversary, while suffering nearly a third of their own fleet's losses. This was a devastating blow to morale. Full speed ahead. We must destroy that aircraft carrier at all costs, the bearded captain declared through gritted teeth. Having come this far, they had no path of retreat left and could only fight to the bitter end. Report. T-1 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruiser number 03 has sustained damage to its side armor, with remaining strength at 50. Report. T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate No. 11 has been destroyed, with no survivors. Report. T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate number 19 has been severely damaged, losing power and unable to navigate. Report. The T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate has suffered a breach in its left hull armor, creating a gaping 10-meter-wide hole. 23 compartments have been sealed in an emergency, resulting in 32 fatalities, while the ship's power systems are compromised, causing a steady decline in speed. This pursuit has endured for over half an hour. The T-2 Queen B-class heavy carriers interstellar drones have made an average of nearly 10 landings, with losses exceeding 30%. However, due to the exceptional interception capabilities of the T-2 Hornet-class light interstellar drones, the pursuing interstellar pirate vessels have been unable to launch a flank attack on the T-2 Queen B. The Star Shield is also persistently intercepting attacks from the rear. Our ship has been under assault, with the Star Shield's remaining energy at 44%. Amidst the shimmering light on the Star Shield, the crew aboard the T-2 Queen Bee nervously report the figures. On the bridge's holographic projection, Zhao Water can observe the diminishing energy levels of the Star Shield, shifting from green to yellow, and now on the verge of turning red. Nevertheless, Zhao Water remains unflinching. Report. One of the enemy's T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigates has breached our T-2 Hornet-class light interstellar drone's interception and is approaching our starboard side. Simultaneously, the flagship of the enemy fleet, the T-2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser, continues to fire upon our vessel from behind. If both ships attack simultaneously, our Star Shield will be unable to defend against threats from 2 directions, reports the officer controlling the Star Shield. Zhao Waner pauses momentarily before commanding sharply, deploy all interstellar drones to launch a full assault on the T-2 Ishkor. Meanwhile, the Star Shield must continue to resist the rear assault. Charlotte observed the orders issued by Zhao Waner, recognizing them as the most prudent course of action in this moment. The primary objective was to neutralize one side of the assault, even if it meant that the ship might endure a few hits, at the very least. The broader strategy would remain intact. Reporting, Captain, our ship is positioned at the target's flank. We are ready to open fire, bellowed the captain of the T-2 Ishkor. The bearded pirate captain, in a fit of frenzy over the communications channel, shouted, "Fire! Fire! Blast a gaping hole in that damned aircraft carrier." Affirmative. Preparing to fire. Yet, at that very instant, a stunning scene unfolded. An interstellar warship surged forth at remarkable speed, positioning itself between the T-2 Ishkor and the T-2B Queen. Directly confronting the T-2 Ishkor, the imposing 1,200mm cannon seemed to herald an imminent event. The pirate captain of the T-2 Ishkor jolted in his command chair, frantically shouting, "Fire! Fire!" Chapter 43. We surrender. The laser main gun of the T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate discharged, sending a beam hurtling towards the Zero Storm, which stood resolutely in front of the T-2B Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier. Almost simultaneously, the 1,200mm cannon of the Zero Storm unleashed its own firepower. In the ensuing moment, a colossal fireball erupted between the T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate and the Zero Storm, the explosion generating a swirling cyclone that formed circular mists. Remarkably, the attacks from both vessels collided fortuitously, effectively neutralizing each other. Such an extraordinary coincidence was indeed hard to fathom. Zhao Chen aboard the Zero Storm was acutely aware that the phenomenon he was witnessing was the result of the fleet luck bonus conferred by the system. Even the previous instance of a single cannon shot successfully striking the T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer was a similar occurrence. The probability of such events transpiring was less than 1 in 10,000. However, under the auspices of the fleet luck bonus, the likelihood of these occurrences had significantly increased. Through Zhao Chen's experiments, he discerned that not every assault guaranteed a direct hit or exceptional outcomes. Yet, the probability of success was indeed considerably heightened. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhao Chen promptly issued the command, "Full speed ahead, target that T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate." The Zero Storm's velocity surged, reaching an impressive speed of 100 knots within mere seconds. 5 T2 medium Hyena laser cannons and 30 T2 medium close-in weapon systems unleashed a relentless barrage. Utilizing its superior maneuverability, the Zero Storm swiftly closed in on the T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate, with both vessels' secondary armaments firing at full capacity. However, the T2 Ishkor-class frigate struggled to land hits against the rapidly moving Zero Storm. In stark contrast, the Zero Storm's secondary and close-in weaponry exhibited near-perfect accuracy, relentlessly bombarding the hull of the T2 Ishkor-class frigate. As the frigate's hull absorbed the blows, a deafening roar echoed in Zhao Chen's ears, and the bridge deck trembled beneath him. Report: our portside hull armor has sustained cannon fire. Hull armor integrity remains at 90. Report: our portside hull armor has sustained cannon fire. Hull armor integrity remains at 80. Report: the portside hull armor of our ship has sustained artillery fire, with the remaining strength of the armor at 70. This marks the first instance of the Zero Storm enduring an assault. Nevertheless, thanks to the robust hull armor of the interstellar battleship, it can easily withstand the fire from the secondary guns of an interstellar corvette. On the other hand, the T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar corvette, which has been under attack from the Zero Storm, fared little better. Its hull suffered multiple impacts, even developing cracks. The T2 Ishkor-class corvette must now await the cool-down of its laser main guns. At this moment, a chilling glint appeared in Zhao Chen's eyes. Behind the hull of the Zero Storm, 3 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones surged forth. 3 interstellar torpedoes were launched at a dangerously close proximity to the T2 Ishkor-class corvette. Due to the recent skirmish with the Zero Storm, most of the corvette's weaponry had entered a cooldown phase, rendering it unable to intercept the approaching T2 Hornet-class drones. Helplessly, they watched as the 3 torpedoes struck the ship's bridge, the belly of the hull, and the previously targeted left side. 3 fireballs erupted around the T2 Ishkor-class corvette, which then shattered into countless pieces, meeting its demise here. Report: our T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar corvette, number 2, has fallen. The thin officer trembled as he relayed this news to the bearded pirate captain. The bearded pirate captain slumped in his chair, lost in thought. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Zero Storm, a sense of foreboding washed over him. This indicated that the pirate starships on the other battlefield had likely been decimated. He gazed at a data panel before him, which recorded information about all the vessels in his fleet. As anticipated, the majority of the starship icons had turned gray. Particularly, those designated for the assault on the Zero Storm had all met their demise. Among them were 2 T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers and a T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate. This signified that the 3-clawed Serpent pirate fleet was left with but a solitary T2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser. Furthermore, only 4 T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates and a T1 Blue Jay-class medium interstellar cruiser remained. Although, in terms of numbers, the 3-clawed Serpent fleet still had a threefold advantage. The pirates were acutely aware of their impending fate, with both the T2 carrier and the T2 Zero Storm fixated on them. Their conclusion was all too evident. Captain, perhaps we should surrender, the lean first officer ventured cautiously. Surrender? The bearded captain was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that this assassination mission, which he believed was a sure victory, would culminate in such an outcome. However, it had become painfully clear that continuing the battle was futile. The destruction of the remaining 6 pirate starships was merely a question of time. Contact the Baron. We are willing to surrender, the bearded captain murmured, his spirit utterly crushed. An hour ago, he could scarcely have imagined that he would find himself in this moment, reduced to a surrendering and defeated wretch. Captain, the flagship of the adversary has transmitted a communication, expressing their willingness to cease resistance and surrender. Charlotte inquired Zhao Chen's opinion aboard the T2 Queen Bee. Zhao Chen replied coldly, we are prepared to accept their surrender, but they must immediately shut down all engines of their starships. Charlotte hesitated briefly but ultimately conveyed Captain Zhao Chen's command. Soon, all 6 starships had ceased their engines. Within the shadowy confines of the starships, the interstellar pirates contemplated their impending fate. Would they be imprisoned in dungeons, sold into slavery, or escorted to the mines, to toil for eternity in the depths until death claimed them? Regardless, at least they could survive for the time being. Report: the enemy's 6 starships have shut down all engines, Charlotte announced. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Chen unexpectedly issued an order that took everyone by surprise. The Zero Blizzard and T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carriers are to launch an immediate assault on the remaining 6 pirate starships and destroy them at once. He coldly regarded the 6 pirate vessels. Their appearance here had sealed their fate, annihilation. Chapter 44. From the moment they set foot in this place, the option of surrender was no longer available. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's command, the crew's reactions varied greatly. Zhao Wanner was taken aback. They have surrendered. Why must we still destroy them? Zhao Chen's expression remained icy. Surrender? When they initiated this battle, the option of surrender was never part of their fate. Have you ever contemplated the dire circumstances we would face had we been the ones to suffer defeat? Zhao Wanner wore a complex expression as she envisioned that outcome. Perhaps death in battle would be preferable. However, should they fall into captivity, she and the other female crew members aboard the ship would endure a fate worse than death. Zhao Chun continued, I recently took a moment to connect with the communication network of the Shao Longstar system. During their 2-month stay there, these interstellar pirates have received at least 500 women from various planets sent by the nobility. Can you fathom the treatment these women will endure aboard those pirate vessels? You should know all too well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanner bit her lip in distress. Yet, the textbooks from the Academy emphasize human rights. Charlotte. If Zhao Wanner can no longer command the battle, I hereby transfer the command of T-2 Queen B to you. Continue to execute the combat orders, Zhao Chen declared coldly. Yes, Charlotte responded, and in that moment, the complex emotions in her eyes dissipated entirely. Instead, she wholeheartedly agreed with Captain Zhao Chen's decisive command. A seasoned veteran of the battlefield, she understood all too well that survival in the interstellar theater necessitated a cold-blooded resolve. Miss, Captain Zhao Chen's directive is not mistaken. In this arena, there can be no semblance of mercy, especially when confronting these unscrupulous scoundrels. They are devoid of attachments and moral boundaries, if they survive. They are capable of any atrocity. The sins they bore were sufficient to condemn them to death 100 times over. The sordid acts they had committed were beyond the realm of your imagination. Charlotte stood beside Zhao Wanner, offering counsel. However, Zhao Wanner expressed her concerns about the captured women aboard those pirate starships. Charlotte replied solemnly, for those women, death may indeed be a form of liberation. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wanner turned to Charlotte and asked, May I continue to command the operation? Charlotte nodded in agreement, with a newfound coldness in her gaze. Zhao Wanner fixed her eyes on the 6 pirate starships before her. All interstellar drones were prepared for the final assault. The bearded pirate captain awaited the arrival of the enemy's fleet to take over his ship, only to be met by the approaching swarm of interstellar drones and the 1,200mm cannon of the Storm Zero. The tremors from the assault jolted the captain into realization. Zhao Chen, you scoundrel! You are so fickle! He bellowed in furious indignation, which would be his last utterance. In the next moment, his T-2 Grey Shark-class medium star cruiser was struck by the 1,200mm cannon of the Storm Zero. The remaining 5 starships succumbed to the barrage. By the time they sought to restart their vessels, it was already too late. Under the relentless attack of the Storm Zero and the bombardment from the T-2 Queen Bee's drones, the 6 pirate starships fell one by one. Ultimately, they were all reduced to mere wreckage upon this battlefield. The battle was over. After a 10-minute pause for regrouping, Charlotte, please compile the combat consumption statistics for the 2 starships. If all is well, we shall proceed to the core region of the Phoenix Dragon Galaxy in 10 minutes. Zhao Chen stated, most of the nobles reside in the core area of the Phoenix Dragon Galaxy. This matter is far from resolved. Understood, Charlotte promptly began her task. Zhao Chen settled into the captain's chair, exhaling deeply. This could be considered his first genuine star battle. Although the adversaries were merely interstellar pirates, it was far more exhilarating than the mock starship duels he had previously experienced at the Academy. The 2 starships had successfully annihilated 35 pirate vessels. Such a victory was indeed commendable. Leaning back in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen closed his eyes as if to rest. In truth, he had accessed the system interface. The reason he sought to eradicate this band of interstellar pirates was due to the existence of a system task. Task description: eliminate the interstellar pirate fleet in the Phoenix Dragon Galaxy. Task difficulty: Level C. Task reward: 3 task points and 600 credits. Task status: task completed. Rewards available for collection. Indeed, it was for this system task. Zhao Chen clicked to claim his rewards, acquiring 3 task points and 600 system credits. Coupled with the quarterly task he had previously completed, Zhao Chen now possessed a considerable amount of resources. Host: Zhao Chen. Occupation: top-tier starship engineer. Special attribute: Fleet Luck Bonus. Eye of Insight Points, 1100 Mission Points, 8 Number of Starships, 2 Mission, None Warehouse, T3 Blizzard Class Light, Interstellar. With 8 mission points and a substantial 1100 system points, Zhao Chen contemplated redeeming a T2 item soon. He felt a flicker of anticipation as his strength grew, gradually laying the foundation for establishing an interstellar fleet. However, Charlotte's post-battle report interrupted his thoughts. He opened his eyes and gazed at Charlotte on the video screen. In just 1 hour of combat, they had expended 8,000 star coins. Although this amount paled in comparison to Zhao Chen's amassed wealth of over 1 million star coins. For an ordinary person, it represented a lifetime of savings. Yet, they had successfully destroyed 35 starships, including 5 T2 vessels, the wreckage of which could be salvaged for reuse. Charlotte conveyed another piece of news that left Zhao Chen elated. 600,000 star coins? So much? Zhao Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Charlotte clarified. Although these 35 starships are outdated, if sold, their value would be no less than 600,000 star coins. Upon reflection, it made sense. The original price of the pirate fleet was 600,000 star coins, and the remaining wreckage could indeed yield around 600,000 star coins. However, this estimate was based on their plans for reprocessing the wreckage. Should they choose to sell it directly to others, they might only receive 300,000 star coins. Charlotte added, by the way, it seems that the Xiaolong star system lacks industrial facilities to process the debris of these starships. Zhao Chen helplessly cradled his head, lamenting the backwardness of the Xiaolong star system, which is devoid of any amenities. The technological level remains firmly entrenched at the T1 tier. These starship remnants shall remain here for now, as there is no one to claim them. The Zero Storm and the T2 Queen Bee are poised to depart, embarking on a warp journey towards the core region of the Xiaolong star system. It is time to pay a visit to my uncles and aunts, who have prepared a grand homecoming gift for us. I must reciprocate their kindness properly. Zhao Chen's gaze was vacant, his eyes reflecting an air of indifference. The moment has arrived to cleanse the Xiaolong star system. Although this cleansing may very well destabilize the foundations of the Xiaolong star system, as many families have vested interests in its affairs. Chapter 45. I, Zhao Chen, have returned. The Xiaolong star system comprises a single star, 12 planets, 5 dwarf planets, 400,000 asteroids, and 77 moons, with over 400 periodic comets. Based on their habitability coefficients, these celestial bodies are categorized into 3 tiers: high-quality habitable planets, low-quality habitable planets, and marginally habitable planets. High-quality habitable planets, as the name suggests, boast natural environments that are exceptionally conducive to life, either due to innate characteristics or subsequent modifications. Low-quality habitable planets possess certain factors that pose risks to life, yet remain suitable for habitation. Marginally habitable planets present a more complex scenario. Some interstellar races can thrive there, while the vast majority require specialized equipment to survive, or necessitate the construction of small artificial habitable cities under energy domes. The Xiaolong star system is characterized by its scarcity of resources, harboring only 1 high-quality habitable planet, 7 low-quality habitable planets, and 73 substandard habitable celestial bodies. These habitable worlds include planets, dwarf planets, satellites, and asteroids. The Xiaolong star system is home to a population of 500 million, of which 99 are human, while the remainder consists of humanoid extraterrestrial races. The central star of this system is known as Xiaolong Prime, a planet where the majority of the nobility reside. And it is also the sole high-quality habitable planet in the region. Today, an eerie atmosphere envelopes Xiaolong Prime. All space elevators have ceased operations, and no starships are permitted to depart from the orbital starport surrounding the planet. Such orders seem to herald the occurrence of a significant event. At this moment, the patriarch of the Bao family, Bao, is seated in the Great Hall, where numerous anxious descendants of the family await. Patriarch, may we attack the Zhao family estate now? One of the Bao descendants could not contain his impatience, voicing the question. With his eyes closed, the patriarch responded in a deep tone, not so fast. Without news from Longwei Star, no ship, no mech, and no soldier from the Bao family shall move. Observing the composed demeanor of the patriarch, many present believed that he was being overly cautious. The worthless baron was likely dead beyond any doubt. Why waste time in such a manner? Yet, without the patriarch's consent, none dared to act rashly. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away from the Bao family estate lies the most favorable environment on Xiaolong Prime, the location of the Zhao family estate. The Zhao family residence lacks the aura of modern technology, instead characterized by its wooden structure, nestled amidst the mountains and rivers, exuding an ancient charm. In this tranquil abode, however, every member of the Zhao family now wears a countenance of despair, some already weeping inconsolably. It is over. It is over. The Zhao family is utterly finished today. Had I known, I would have followed my cousin out of the Xiaolong star system. Wandering in a foreign land would be preferable to awaiting death here. Alas, my poor child, born only to face such a fate. At this moment, an elderly woman, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, slowly emerged, striking the ground with her staff. What pitiful appearances! Is this what the Zhao descendants have come to? She exclaimed with indignation. Accompanying her was a woman with flowing red hair. Lady Zhao? The Baos and the CUIS, leading that bunch of ruffians, have now besieged the entire Xiaolong Prime Star, taking control of the patrol fleet. There are even rumors that they have hired a pirate fleet to ambush Zhao Chen and Zhao Waner. This is nothing short of an attempt to annihilate our Zhao family. A middle-aged man lamented. The communications throughout the Xiaolong Prime Star have been severed. Even if we wished to seek help, we would be met with silence from the heavens and the earth. Today, the Zhao family faces extinction. Another woman, cradling her child, wept bitterly. The elderly matriarch observed the disheartened assembly, her breath quickening with anger. Matriarch, your health is fragile. Perhaps it would be best to return indoors and rest. The red-haired woman suggested. Jiang Hong, is there still no contact with Xiao Xia? The elderly matriarch murmured. The red-haired woman shook her head. The young lady is still unreachable. What about the second and third? You previously mentioned that they were determined to return. Did you advise them against it? Lady Zhao inquired. The red-haired woman hesitated. I did attempt to dissuade them, but after that last communication, there has been no further word. I am uncertain of their current situation. Xiao Hong, you originally concealed your identity. Now that you openly appear in the Zhao family, Lady Zhao expressed her concern for the woman before her. My mission has always been to protect the Zhao family. Jiang Hong's life was saved by the young lady, and thus, I am compelled to fulfill this duty. Today, I stand with the Zhao family in life and death, the red-haired woman stated unflinchingly. This red-haired woman was none other than Jiang Hong, the watchful sentinel left behind by the eldest daughter of the Zhao family in the Xiaolong star system. Aware that the current mission of the sentinel had lost its significance, she resolutely arrived at the Zhao residence, prepared for the ultimate battle. Alas, who could have foreseen that our Zhao family would find itself in such dire straits? Once, my esteemed father, cough, cough, cough. Lady Zhao erupted into a fit of harsh coughing, prompting Jiang Hong to assist her back indoors. At that moment, a deafening explosion reverberated from above. Instinctively, everyone looked up. A starship was plummeting from the atmosphere, engulfed in flames, with visible damage scattered across its hull. That is, the T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar corvette. Jiang Hong instantly recognized the crashing vessel. The T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar corvette plunged into the distant ocean, the impact sending forth towering waves that swiftly transformed into a tsunami, surging forth to engulf the surrounding area. Fortunately, there are no densely populated areas surrounding the tsunami. This revelation left the Zhao family in astonishment. Look, it seems there is a fierce battle occurring in space. The keen-eyed members of the Zhao family noticed flickers of red light sporadically appearing beyond the atmosphere. Who could possibly be engaged in combat outside the Xianglong home planet? This question lingered in the minds of all present. Could it be that the interstellar pirates have clashed with the members of the Bao and Chui families? Someone murmured. Activate the energy shield of the Zhao residence. The battle mechs immediately took their positions. At that moment, Jiang Hong stepped forward to issue commands. In no time, a radiant barrier enveloped the entire Zhao estate. Implementing energy shield technology on the ground is relatively straightforward, yet transferring it to a starship represents a revolutionary advancement. 30 T-1 battle mechs emerged around the Zhao residence, forming the family's last line of defense. Although, in the face of an assault from a starship, their chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Look, something is about to enter the atmosphere, a voice exclaimed. A colossal figure was slowly descending through the atmosphere, measuring an impressive 300 to 400 meters in size. Is that a starship? Someone recognized the silhouette. It appears to be a carrier starship. As the massive form entered the atmosphere, the onlookers finally discerned its true nature. However, this revelation only deepened their confusion. They had never seen such a starship before. Why had it appeared above the Xianglong home planet? Suddenly, a voice resonated across the land, thunderous in its clarity. It emanated from the carrier starship. I, Zhao Chen, have returned. Chapter 46. If the living cannot be summoned, the dead will suffice. As the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier entered the atmosphere of the Xianglong home planet, a multitude of interstellar drones was deployed. These drones possessed combat capabilities that rendered them overwhelmingly superior on the surface. Ordinary combat mech stood no chance against them. They could effortlessly circumnavigate the planet in a mere 10 minutes. On the bridge of the T-2 Queen B, a list lay before Zhao Wanner. This was the task assigned to her by Zhao Chen. After the T-2 Queen B's arrival at the Xianglong home planet, she was to invite all the individuals on the list to the Zhao family estate. Zhao Wanner recalled Zhao Chen's words, "If the living cannot be summoned, the dead will suffice." This list comprised all the families that supported the Bao and Chui clans in the assassination plan. The interstellar drones just released were headed toward the residences of these families, tasked with inviting them. "Sister Charlotte, you will command the ship from here. I will take the shuttle to the Zhao family estate," Zhao Wanner declared. "Understood. I will handle things here," Charlotte nodded. "However, just in case, I will arrange for a squadron of interstellar drones to follow you remotely, ensuring your safety." "Very well." With that, Zhao Wanner departed the bridge and proceeded to the hangar to board the shuttle. The shuttle was a small interstellar transport vessel, typically accommodating 3 to 10 individuals, with minimal cargo capacity, unsuitable for long-distance interstellar travel. However, due to the inability of the interstellar battleship to land after entering the planet's atmosphere, passengers typically resort to utilizing shuttles to reach their final destinations. The shuttle is quite compact, comparable in size to a car, and fits comfortably within the confines of the starship. At this moment, Zhao Wanner piloted the shuttle away from the T-2 Queen B, observing the familiar landscape of the planet's surface before swiftly arriving at a serene mountainous area. In the distance, she could discern a residence nestled between the hills, enveloped by a shimmering energy shield. That was her destination, the Zhao family estate. Zhao Wanner hovered her shuttle outside the energy shield, where several battle mechs within were poised, weapons aimed directly at her. "I am Zhao Wanner, the third young lady of the Zhao family. The situation is under our control. You may lower the energy shield," she announced through the shuttle's loudspeaker. However, there was no immediate response, indicating lingering doubts regarding her identity. With a sense of resignation, Zhao Wanner activated the automatic hover mode and opened the front hatch of the shuttle, standing up to ensure she was clearly visible to those inside the energy shield. Before long, the shield descended. "It truly is the third young lady. The third young lady has returned," one exclaimed. "I saw her shuttle descend from that aircraft carrier starship. Could it be that she has brought reinforcements?" Within the courtyard of the Zhao family estate, the once apprehensive relatives were now filled with surprise and joy, yet perplexed about the situation at hand. Upon witnessing the shield retract, Zhao Wanner deftly maneuvered the shuttle to land directly within the courtyard of the Zhao family estate. She descended from the shuttle, and the Zhao family immediately surrounded her. "Miss Wanner, what on earth is happening? What is the situation with that aircraft carrier?" "Third Miss, there is a grave crisis in the Xiaolong star system. The Bao and Chui families are plotting treachery and even attempting to launch an attack against you." Zhao Wanner gazed at the encircling members of the Zhao family and calmly stated, "The situation has been largely brought under control. As long as everyone remains within the Zhao estate, there is no danger." "Wanner, what is truly going on? I have heard that the Bao and Chui families have enlisted a fleet of space pirates to assault you and Chen. How is it that you are here? Did you not encounter that band of space pirates?" The old matriarch of the Zhao family emerged, leaning on her dragon-headed cane. The previously chattering members of the Zhao family fell silent, sensing the gravity of the moment. "My brother and I piloted 2 starships and have successfully annihilated that fleet of space pirates in the vicinity of Longwei Star," Zhao Wanner declared. Upon hearing this, the entire Zhao family erupted in astonishment. "That fleet of space pirates has been eradicated? I heard they boasted a total of 35 starships, including 5 of T2 class. How could merely 2 starships accomplish such a feat? This is inconceivable." Most of the onlookers were skeptical of Zhao Wanner's claim. In truth, had she not experienced it firsthand, she herself would likely struggle to believe such a tale. At present, there is no time for explanations. "My brother is commanding the T-20 Storm to eliminate the starships of the Bao and Chui families outside the Xiaolong Prime Star. He has instructed me to command the T-2 Queen B to secure control of the Xiaolong Prime Star. Rest assured, Secondant, everything is well within our grasp." Zhao Wanner gazed respectfully at the elderly matriarch before her, who, in terms of status, surpassed even Lord Zhao Chen. for she was the younger sister of Zhao Chen's grandfather. However, due to personal reasons, she remained unmarried throughout her life and has lived to this day in good health. Has Chen returned? Is he truly commanding the starships in battle? The old matriarch expressed her astonishment, and the Zhao family members surrounding her wore expressions of disbelief. It must be noted that he was known throughout the Xiaolong star system as the inept baron, possessing little ability beyond his literacy. The notion that he could now command starships in battle was preposterous. Zhao Wano noticed the skeptical gazes of those around her, her expression darkening. Second aunt. Please wait a moment. My brother will arrive shortly, she assured. After what felt like an eternity, nearly half an hour, an astonishing sight unfolded. 2 interstellar warships plummeted from the outer atmosphere, their hulls ablaze and marred by multiple signs of damage. One even bore a conspicuous gaping hole, seemingly belonging to the starships of the Bao and Chui families. Those are the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer and the T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser. Someone recognized the vessels and exclaimed. As the 2 starships crashed, they struck a desert and a mountainous region, creating a tremendous shockwave upon impact, yet causing no harm to the Zhao family estate. As the Zhao family remained astonished by the unfolding events, a shuttle unexpectedly descended upon the Zhao estate. This vessel was considerably larger than the one belonging to Zhao Waner. The hatch opened, and a battalion of female soldiers clad in combat attire emerged. Following them was a man whom the Zhao family knew all too well, Baron Zhao Chen of the Xiaolong star system. The female soldiers, armed with laser rifles, escorted Zhao Chen through the throng of the Zhao family, their piercing gazes radiating an air of menace that compelled the family members to part ways. Zhao Chen paid little heed to the other members of the Zhao clan and strode directly to the matriarch, Zhao Leofuren. He knelt on one knee, fists clasped, and declared, "Your unfilial descendant, Zhao Chen, has arrived late, causing you distress, dear second grandmother." Chapter 47. The Butcher Zhao Chen among the Zhao family. The individual Zhao Chen held in the highest regard and affection was, without question, the venerable second grandmother before him. Zhao Chen had lost his parents at a tender age, leaving him in the care of a distant elder sister and a younger sister still in the cradle. The majority of the Zhao family regarded Zhao Chen as superfluous. His birth had inadvertently forced the eldest daughter, who could have ascended as the head of the Zhao family and the baron of the Xiaolong star system, to seek refuge elsewhere. Throughout his childhood, it was Zhao Leofuren who nurtured him with the tenderness of a grandmother and mother combined. "Rise, rise," she urged, her voice laced with urgency. "You are a baron now. How can you kneel before this old woman?" With great care, Zhao Leofuren assisted Zhao Chen to his feet, her expression brimming with affection as she gazed at the young man before her, who had grown taller and stronger during their year-long separation. After Zhao Chen was assisted to his feet, he helped the elderly matriarch Zhao into the house, saying, "You are of advanced age. It is unwise to wander outside at this hour. Allow me to escort you back inside. At this moment, how could I possibly find peace to rest? Earlier, I heard Warner mention that you had annihilated the interstellar pirate fleet and were currently clearing the remnants of the Baos and the Chui starships?" The elderly matriarch, Zhao, inquired with concern. Zhao Chen replied, "Everything has been resolved. The 35 vessels of the 3-clawed serpent pirate fleet were completely eradicated near Longwei Star. 16 starships controlled by the Bao and Chui families, including 2 T2 starships and 7 T1 starships, were destroyed by our fleet. The remaining 7 T1 starships have all surrendered. With the loss of their fleet's power, the Bao and Chui families can no longer stir up any significant trouble." The Zhao family, though outwardly calm, was inwardly astonished by Zhao Chen's nonchalant announcement of events that had once cast a shadow over the Xiaolong Prime Star for 2 months, leading them to believe calamity was imminent. "Jiang Hong, please contact all the nobles of the Xiaolong system. Within 5 hours. Summon all the clan leaders to the Zhao family residence to meet with me. Inform them that this is the Baron's command. Anyone who dares to refuse will face the consequences." Zhao Chen commanded directly to Jiang Hong, whom he was meeting for the first time, without a hint of hesitation. Jiang Hong paused momentarily, instinctively glancing at Zhao Waner. Zhao Waner affirmed, "Jiang Hong, proceed as my brother has instructed." "Understood." Jiang Hong replied as she began to carry out the task. "Chener, do you intend to address this matter?" Madame Zhao sensed the underlying implications in Zhao Chen's words. Zhao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Madame Zhao then inquired, "Allow this old woman to speak candidly. What are your plans?" "The Xiaolong star system has languished in decay for far too long. It is time for a thorough cleansing," Zhao Chen replied. Madame Zhao gazed at him, her withered hand gently caressing his cheek. You have grown up. Our dear Chen has truly matured. Go forth, whatever you choose to do. You are still the Baron of the Zhao family, and your grandmother supports you. Grandmother, the forthcoming scene may not be suitable for your eyes. Perhaps you might consider stepping away? Zhao Chen expressed with concern. Madame Zhao chuckled heartily, gripping her dragon-headed cane. Chen, pursue whatever it is you desire. I have lived over a century. I have witnessed all manners of scenes. You may not know, but when your grandfather ascended to lordship, I served as the vice commander of the fleet in the Xianglong star system. Today, I shall remain here to witness how my Chen purges the family. Wanner, please assist me in bringing that chair over here. Zhao Wanner glanced at her brother, realizing that the sibling she once looked down upon had now become her pillar of support. Zhao Chen subtly nodded. Zhao Wanner entered the room and retrieved an ancient redwood chair adorned with dragon motifs, its surface marked by cracks and fading signs of age. This chair belonged to Zhao Chen's great-grandfather, the founder of the Zhao family, and it was Madame Zhao's favorite. With her dragon-headed cane in hand, Madame Zhao settled herself into the redwood chair. At that moment, a fleet of interstellar drones materialized in the distant sky, seemingly dangling something beneath their frames. Subsequently, a horrifying scene unfolded before the Zhao family. Several corpses were unceremoniously dropped into the Zhao family courtyard by these interstellar drones, accompanied by a voice emanating from one of them. Reporting to the captain, the Chui family remains obstinately defiant, attempting to resist with force. As per your orders, the Chui residence has been obliterated, and all 225 members of the Chui family have been exterminated. Here lie the remains of the family patriarch and several high-ranking officials. The mention of the Chui family prompted some members of the Zhao clan to scrutinize the lifeless bodies on the ground, whereupon they discerned a bloodied head. Indeed, it belonged to the Chui family head. Women and children began to stifle their cries, overwhelmed by the stench of blood that filled the air. That old wretch from the Chui family deserved this fate long ago. A treacherous ingrate. Had it not been for my father's benevolence in sheltering their ancestors and providing them with sustenance, there would be no Chui family in the Xianglong star system. Bah! The matriarch of the Zhao family gazed upon the gruesome tableau without flinching, instead unleashing her ire upon the Chui clan. Soon after, several more batches of interstellar drones arrived, either delivering corpses or living captives. The latter were ensnared in nets and unceremoniously dropped from several meters above into the Zhao family courtyard, most barely clinging to life. The Zhao family recognized that all those delivered were, without exception, nobles who had covertly or overtly supported the Chui and Bao families. Suddenly, one individual, suspended by the drones, captured everyone's attention. Bao Dazhan, the patriarch of the Bao family. His visage was smeared with blood, his eyes vacant, appearing utterly lost. Like the person before him, he was forcefully thrown to the ground. Chief Bao, I trust you have been well, Zhao Chen remarked with a smile, observing Bao Dashan, who lay discarded like a lump of clay. Upon recognizing the individual before him, Bao Dashan's fury ignited, and he bellowed, Zhao Chen, you wretched beast, you fiend, you have slaughtered my entire clan. I will never rest until I have avenged them. Even in death, I will not spare you. Hearing Bao Dashan's words, the Zhao family trembled, witnessing yet another noble of the Xianglong lineage brought to ruin. Bao Dashan, I must say, your audacity is astonishing. Who orchestrated the assassination plot aimed at me and Zhao Wanner? Who covertly assembled ground forces, poised to seize control of the Zhao residence upon news of my demise? Zhao Chen retorted with a mocking tone. Bao Dashan was rendered speechless by the confrontation. Yet his glare at Zhao Chen was filled with a murderous intent that seemed capable of tearing Zhao Chen to shreds. However, with his legs shattered, he found himself utterly powerless to exact revenge. Find a pillar and bind the clan leader, and the corpses as well, bind them all. Let us lay them on the ground. We would want them to catch a chill, Zhao Chen remarked nonchalantly. In no time, the once mighty chief of the Bao family, one of the three great noble families of the Xianglong star system, was bound to a pillar like livestock. Zhao Laofuran, observing Zhao Chen's actions, remained silent, occasionally sipping her tea. At this moment, a shuttle arrived at the entrance of the Zhao residence, but due to the interception by interstellar drones, it could only hover outside the courtyard. Report, the head of the Jiang family has arrived, a servant of the Zhao family announced. The Jiang family stands as the sole survivor among the three prominent clans of the Xiaolong star system, and it is also the family of Zhao Chen's fiancée, Jiang Shasha. Chapter 48. Zhao Chen's death list. At this moment, the patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Xiong, was slowly making his way into the Zhao family estate, accompanied by his 2 children. "Father, did you truly mean what you said about the annihilation of the interstellar pirate fleet by 2 starships?" Jiang Ziwang, Jiang Shasha's brother, inquired softly. Beside him, Jiang Shasha's expression was grim. She bit her lip, seemingly lost in troubling thoughts. "The battlefield was at Longway Star, where our collateral relatives are stationed. The news is undeniably true. The wreckage of those pirate starships continues to drift beyond Longway Star," Jiang Xiong replied in a grave tone. "Sister, were those 2 starships belonging to Zhao Chen? How did he acquire such formidable vessels?" Jiang Ziwang asked curiously. Jiang Shasha recalled the images of the 2 starships her father had shown her earlier, one of which was the aircraft carrier hovering 2,000 kilometers above them. It was named Zero Storm, the very ship Zhao Chun had used to triumph in the starship duel at the North Star Military Academy. "As for the other aircraft carrier, I have yet to see it and remain unaware," Jiang Shasha murmured. Suddenly, a wave of a metallic scent assaulted their senses. As they pondered the source of the bloodied aroma within the Zhao family estate, the sight before them caused their pupils to dilate in horror. Stone pillars stood resolutely in the courtyard of the Zhao residence, each bound with a person. Some were alive, others barely clinging to life, and some had already breathed their last. They recognized the identities of these individuals. Among the 2 individuals, one perished while the other survived. They were well acquainted. The patriarch of the Bao family and the head of the Chui family, both prominent figures from the 3 great clans of the Xiaolong star system. Traversing the stone pillar forest, Jiang Xiong and his companions arrived before the Zhao family members. Jiang Shash gazed at the man before her. He appeared unfamiliar, despite the resemblance. His demeanor, expressions, and the aura surrounding him made her feel as though the Zhao Chen she had known for over 2 decades was an entirely different person from the one standing before her. Jiang Xiong, accompanied by his children Jiang Ziwen and Jiang Shasha, had been dispatched to pay their respects to the Baron. Jiang Xiong was the first to bow before Zhao Chun, with Jiang Ziwen and Jiang Shasha following suit. "Uncle Jiang, you arrived quite early," Zhao Chen remarked with a cheerful smile. "Upon receiving the Baron's missive, I hastened here without delay," Jiang Xiong replied, lowering his head in a humble and earnest manner. "Are you aware of the rebellion involving the Bao and Chui families?" Zhao Chen inquired directly, revealing a primary intention. Jiang Ziwen and Jiang Shasha felt a sudden chill, as if a blade were poised at their throats. "Yes," Jiang Xiong responded. "Then you were involved?" Zhao Chen asked calmly. "No," Jiang Xiong replied. "If you were not involved, what have you been doing during this time?" Zhao Chen fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xiong. "I only learned of the rebellion concerning the Bao and Chui families a month ago. However, at that time, the Xiaolong main star was already under their control. The starships under my command were forcibly requisitioned by them. I did not wish to ally with them, yet I was powerless to stop their actions. Thus I could only watch as events unfolded. Fortunately, the Baron remains unharmed and has resolved the crisis." As Jiang Xiong shifted his tone, he knelt on one knee, expressing, "Yet I acknowledge that, as a subordinate, my inaction regarding the betrayal of the Bao and Chui families renders me complicit. I, Jiang Xiong, am prepared to accept any punishment from the esteemed Baron, with the sole plea that you spare the lives of my family." Jiang Shasha cast a worried glance at her father, then at the unfamiliar man. "You bear no fault. I do not blame you for this matter. First, take your children aside. I am about to convene a noble assembly for the Xiaolong star system," Zhao Chen interjected, deftly shifting the conversation and refraining from directly punishing the Jiang family. As time passed, the Zhao family's courtyard became increasingly filled with corpses and prisoners. The number of noble patriarchs arriving upon hearing the news steadily grew, and each new arrival was taken aback by the gruesome scene before them. "Everyone has arrived," Jiang Hong whispered as she approached Zhao Chen. Surveying the courtyard, Zhao Chen noted that, aside from the living and deceased bound to the pillars, the various nobles of the Xiaolong star system were all present, approximately 20 to 30 individuals in total. Among them, the most powerful was undoubtedly the Jiang family, the last remaining of the 3 great clans. "I have dealt with the matter of the Bao and Chui family's treachery thoroughly. All who participated are bound to those bloodied pillars," Zhao Chen declared, gesturing towards the gruesome sight. "I am aware that many of you have previously disdained my authority as your lord, deeming me a useless figure." Zhao Chen spread his hands. "It matters not. I truly do not concern myself with your opinions or whispers behind my back. Should you deem me unworthy of being your lord, you are entirely free to depart from the Xiaolong star system in search of other opportunities. I, Zhao Chen, shall not impede your choice." Zhao Chen's expression shifted, radiating an unyielding authority. However, I harbor a profound disdain for duplicity, those who present one faade while concealing another. Having chosen this path, they must bear the consequences of their decisions. Jiang Hong, at your service. Jiang Hong stepped forward. Zhao Chen produced a list. Every family inscribed upon it, so long as they still drew breath, shall be detained, their leaders executed, and the remaining family members dispatched to the mines for indefinite labor. The onlookers gazed upon Zhao Chen's list, their faces reflecting sheer terror. That was a death list. Second, madam, it grows late. We should partake in our meal. I have prepared dinner for you, which I am certain you shall enjoy. Zhao Chen smiled as he assisted the elderly matriarch into the main house, a stark contrast to the fearsome visage he had just portrayed. Left in the courtyard, the assembled individuals exchanged bewildered glances. It was unclear who first moved, but one by one, they lowered their heads and departed from the Zhao residence. Aboard the Jiang family shuttle, Jiang Xiong spoke solemnly. Prepare yourselves. We shall migrate as a family. Migrate? Why? We possess numerous enterprises here in the Xiong star system. Jiang Ziwen exclaimed, astonished. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Xiong responded, did you not discern the underlying message in Zhao Chen's words? He was issuing a warning. If we do not surrender our enterprises willingly, our Jiang family shall meet the same fate as the Bao and Chui families. Without our enterprises, we can always start anew. Moreover, in recent years, I have already established my presence in other galaxies. As an interstellar merchant, one must comprehend the wisdom of having multiple avenues for escape. Yet, must we truly depart? Shasha is Zhao Chen's fiancée, and given the relationship between our families, we could wholeheartedly support Zhao Chen. Perhaps we could even rise to a position of considerable authority within the Xiaolong galaxy. Jiang Ziwen mused. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Shasha lowered her head even further. Jiang Xiong, gazing at his daughter, spoke coldly. Are you unaware of your sister's actions at the Beiji Starship Military Academy? Our ties with the Zhao family have long been severed. If we involve ourselves in the rebellion alongside the Bao and Chui families, Zhao Chen would not hesitate to bind us to that stone pillar. While we still possess the option, it would be wise to discreetly depart from here. Jiang Xiong glanced through the shuttle's window towards the Zhao family's direction. The Zhao family has a promising air. Chapter 49. Building a new city on the ruins. In the following days, Zhao Chen consolidated 7 surrendered T-1 starships. Previously, Zhao Chen had instructed Charlotte to procure 500 half-orc slaves in one go at the Arctic Fox starport, 100 of whom were assigned to the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, including the 100 half-orc slaves acquired earlier at the Beiji Starship Military Academy. With 50 assigned to work on the Zero Storm, there remained 450 half-orc female crew members without formal positions. Let them temporarily take command of these T-1 starships, tasked with maintaining order in the Xiaolong star system. Additionally, all remnants of the 35 ships from the Sanjua Snake Pirate fleet on the battlefield near Longwei Star must be collected. This orchestration has given the Xiaolong star system an appearance of tranquility, as if everything were normal. Yet, the reality is that profound transformations have transpired within the Xiaolong star system. Although originally a noble family, the Zhao clan, long marginalized, has in a single night seized total control of the system. The T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier leads a fleet of interstellar drones, alongside several combat mechs from the Zhao family, to ensure that the assets of the families listed on the death toll are entirely secured under Zhao control. These families have been designated as rebels, and their properties and assets have been confiscated by the Lord. The endeavor alone consumed nearly a week of effort. Second, young master, this is the wealth we have extracted from the rebellious nobles over the past few days. Moreover, we have fully taken over their enterprises, which have now resumed production. Jiang Hong reported to Zhao Chen. When it comes to managing affairs in the Xiaolong star system, no one is more suited than Jiang Hong. Previously, she held a minor leadership role in the trade department, but her extensive connections within the Xiaolong star system have rendered her exceptionally knowledgeable about its intricacies. Zhao Chen entrusted her with all these matters, and Jiang Hong accepted without hesitation, for her mission is to safeguard the Zhao family's legacy. At this moment, the two individuals found themselves within the temporary office of Zhao Chen, situated in the Zhao family residence. How much is the total value of those valuable assets? Zhao Chen inquired. In total, over 600,000 star coins, Jiang Hong replied. Zhao Chen was genuinely taken aback. Over 600,000 star coins? These individuals possess quite the knack for self-enrichment, amassing such wealth. Jiang Hong continued. Additionally, including the Jiang family, Dozens of noble families have relocated from the Xiaolong star system within this week. The properties they left behind have all been consolidated by us, and some items they could not take have naturally become part of the Zhao family as possessions. That collection is valued at around 100,000 star coins. Another 100,000 star coins. This brings the total to 700,000 star coins. Zhao Chen was overwhelmed with joy, envisioning the prospects for his T2 Iron Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Second young master, are you truly allowing the Jiang family and those noble families to depart? Is that appropriate? Your previous list had already eliminated half of the noble forces in the Xiaolong star system, including the Ba and Cui families, two formidable giants. Now, with the Jiang family leaving and taking a group of noble families with them, there remain less than 20% of the noble families compared to before. Jiang Hong looked at Zhao Chen with concern. Allowing those noble families to depart indeed represents a significant loss for the Xiaolong star system. Those who wish to stay will do so without our prompting. Those who wish to leave cannot be hindered by us. Zhao Chen spoke with an air of indifference. This way is preferable. It allows for a clean break, sparing me the sight of their duplicitous faces, which might compel me to take drastic measures against them. Jiang Hong furrowed her brow. Second young master, have you considered the situation of the Xiaolong star system? After all this turmoil, its already meager resources have been further depleted. The Xiaolong star system has always been a dismal mess. Can it truly become any worse? Zhao Chen replied, spreading his hands with a sense of calm. Rather than entangling ourselves in the murky affairs of the Zhao family, it is far wiser to dismantle and rebuild. Establishing a city upon the ruins is far simpler than attempting to rehabilitate a decayed one. Applause erupted. Zhao Chen and Jiang Hong turned to see the matriarch of the Zhao family, leaning on her cane as she emerged. What a splendid notion, to erect a new city on the remnants of the old, a truly commendable idea. She continued, Jiang Hong, I believe Chen is correct. Instead of lingering in endless deliberation with that group of families, we should simply expel them and start anew. Seeing the matriarch's stance, Jiang Hong felt unable to refute her. Nonetheless, she remained unconvinced by Zhao Chen's approach. Second madam, why have you come out again? Zhao Chen stepped forward to assist the matriarch in taking her seat. I merely wish to see. I have heard that you will soon be departing the Xiaolong star system to return to the North Star Military Academy? The matriarch inquired. Her gaze fixed on Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. Indeed, it is already late September, and the academy commences in early October. We will require 2 weeks to traverse the spatial fringes beyond the Xiaolong star system. Although I have already taken a leave of absence, the college's assessments are stringent. If I fail to meet the academic requirements, I will not be able to pass at the end of the term. Indeed, academics are of utmost importance. It is unfortunate that our Xiaolong star system lacks a Stargate. Otherwise, it would be much more convenient. The old matriarch Zhao sighed deeply. The absence of a Stargate has always been a source of lament for the Xiaolong star system. The current technology for Stargates necessitates the existence of a binary star system, and since our star system has only a single star, the construction of a Stargate is impossible. Grandmother, do not fret. Soon, the Xiaolong star system will possess its own Stargate. If you wish to see me and Wanner, just let us know, and we shall return swiftly, Zhao Chen said with a smile. The Stargate represents an insurmountable hurdle in Zhao Chen's plan for the development of the Xiaolong star system. Within the T2 category of the system's marketplace, there are no technological advancements that meet the requirements. The only option is to upgrade the marketplace to T3, placing hope in the offerings available at that level. How splendid it would be if such a day were to arrive. The old matriarch Zhao chuckled, though she did not take the matter too seriously. After some idle chatter, she patted Zhao Chen on the shoulder and said, Chener, you have grown. Pursue your aspirations boldly. Your grandmother supports you. As you mentioned, the current state of the Xiaolong star system is a complete mess. It cannot possibly deteriorate further. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Once the old matriarch departed, only Zhao Chen and Jiang Hong remained in the room. Jiang Hong, I am aware that you have always held a grudge against me. Do you believe that the position of the Lord of the Xiaolong star system should not be occupied by me, but rather by my elder sister? Zhao Chen gazed at Jiang Hong, whose expression remained indifferent. Jiang Hong, unfazed, replied, Indeed, I do not require your allegiance. As long as your intentions are sincere for the Xiaolong star system, it matters not whether you are loyal to me or to my elder sister, Zhao Chen stated. Jiang Hong remained silent. Zhao Chen continued to scrutinize her. Wainer and I plan to depart the day after tomorrow. I shall leave you with 200 half-orc crew members, and you may take command of the 7 T1 starships. All affairs of the Xiaolong star system will be entrusted to your capable hands. Before my departure, I will publicly declare you the acting lord of the Xiaolong star system. Seeing you shall be akin to seeing me. Jiang Hong was taken aback. She had not anticipated Zhao Chen would make such arrangements. Despite knowing her loyalty did not lie with him, he was willing to entrust the Xiaolong star system to her. During this period, Zhao Chen had been observing Jiang Hong and had come to understand her background. Jiang Hong was a little girl discovered by the eldest daughter of the Zhao family while she was wandering in other star systems. At that time, she was found perched on the lifeless body of her mother, lost in a daze. Though she wished to cry, hunger had rendered her voice silent. It was the eldest daughter of the Zhao family who took Jiang Hong in and gave her mother a proper burial. From that moment forth, she treated Jiang Hong as if she were her own sister, teaching her to read and write, imparting knowledge and wisdom. Gradually, Jiang Hong's innate talents began to shine through. She possesses the remarkable ability to learn swiftly, and she excels in management. Over the years, it has been Jiang Hong who discreetly managed several affairs of the Xiaolong star system on behalf of the Zhao family. With directives relayed by the matriarch of the Zhao clan, Zhao Chen serves merely as a nominal lord. While the eldest daughter of the Zhao family had relinquished her responsibilities as a hands-off manager years ago, gradually, Jiang Hong became exceedingly adept at handling various matters. Most importantly, her loyalty to the Zhao family, the very family that nurtured the eldest daughter, is unwavering. Currently, Zhao Chen finds himself devoid of capable talents. He cannot remain in the Xiaolong star system, as it is far too impoverished. Charlotte, while a capable general adept at commanding starships in battle, is ill-suited for governance of the Xiaolong star system. Thus, Zhao Chen has chosen Jiang Hong, this woman who does not easily submit. Are you willing to manage the Xiaolong star system for me? Jiang Hong inquired, expressing her doubts. Zhao Chen nodded affirmatively. I entrust it to you. I have complete faith in your abilities. For a moment, Jiang Hong was at a loss for words. Zhao Chen then began to articulate his strategic vision. For the Xiaolong star system to rise and flourish, 3 pivotal opportunities are required. The first, Stargates. A system devoid of Stargates lacks any prospects for development. This issue cannot be resolved in the short term, but I shall devise a solution. The second, industry. The Xiaolong star system has long been limited to rudimentary T1 technological industries, merely sustaining its self-sufficiency. In fact, it is not uncommon for dire circumstances to arise on those planets, leading to starvation. If I recall correctly, the Galactic Alliance employs a rating system that assesses the living conditions of a system's populace, ranging from 0 to 10, correct? In our Xiaolong star system, the rating stands at a mere 0.3, significantly below the average of 5. Therefore, we must cultivate a promising industry, one that possesses advantages in foreign trade. This will enable us to attract external funding to develop the Xiaolong star system. I have devised a strategy for this, though it requires some preparatory time. The third point concerns the establishment of a new order. The old aristocracy has largely diminished, with many gone or departed. The Xiaolong star system now necessitates a fresh order. While I harbor disdain for the nobility, the presence of prominent families remains essential. Your task during this period is to re-establish the order within the Xiaolong star system, centered around the Zhao family. This may involve elevating the status of loyal, smaller families or nurturing new ones that pledge loyalty to the Zhao lineage. I believe you can accomplish this task. As Zhao Chen spoke at length about these matters, Jiang Hong regarded the first 2 points as mere fantasies, utterly unattainable. However, she found agreement only with the third point. The Xiaolong star system, in a state of disrepair, urgently requires a new system of order. The mission entrusted to me by the young lady is to safeguard the Xiaolong star system and the Zhao family in her absence. Jiang Hong cast a cool glance at Zhao Chen, asserting, I am not doing this for you. I am doing it for the young lady. The woman displayed a hint of pride at that moment. After reaching a simple agreement, Jiang Hong took her leave. Zhao Chen projected a holographic map of the Xiaolong star system using a handheld terminal, gazing upon the expanse of this cosmos. He raised his hand, as if to caress the starlit sky. Since this was your former aspiration, allow me to fulfill it on your behalf. Zhao Chen appeared to be engaged in conversation with someone, a gentle smile gracing his face. Subsequently, he accessed the system interface. Host, Zhao Chen profession, elite starship engineer special attributes, fleet luck enhancement. Eye of insight points, 1100 task points, 8 number of starships, 2 current tasks, none warehouse, T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battleship technical blueprint, T1 Wolf Lice class medium interstellar destroyer technical blueprint, T2 Queen B Class Heavy Carrier Starship Technical Blueprint. T2 Hammer Class Heavy Interstellar Industrial Ship Technical Blueprint. With 1,100 system points and 8 task points at his disposal, he pondered the prerequisites for upgrading the system mall. T2 System Mall Upgrade Requirements. First condition, exchange for 2 T2 level items, 1-2. Second condition, complete 2 C-level system tasks, 1-2. Third condition, spend 2,000 system points to upgrade the mall. 1,100 2,000. Zhao Chen's expression darkened as he realized that his meager savings were woefully insufficient for the T2 system mall upgrade. Nevertheless, he resolved to tackle the upgrade conditions one by one. The third condition could wait. The completion of the second condition's C-level tasks depended on chance. Thus, he decided to fulfill the first condition, exchanging for 2 T2 level items. Having previously acquired the T2 Queen B, he now needed just one more. Fortunately, Zhao Chen had already contemplated his next move. He recalled having seen an item previously. Where could it be? Zhao Chen rummaged through the T2 item section of the system mall, and, at last, he discovered the product he had encountered before. The T2 Bronze Eden Class Starship Technical Blueprint. Due to its unredeemed status, lacks detailed data, yet offers a brief introduction. The T2 Bronze Eden Class Starship is an auxiliary vessel capable of engaging in agricultural, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishery operations without resource expenditure in an infinite cycle. In simpler terms, it functions as an interstellar farm, ranch, forest, and fishery, all at no cost. The redemption requires 400 system points and 3 task points for the commodity T2 Bronze Eden Class Starship Technical Blueprint. Confirmed. Congratulations on acquiring the T2 Bronze Eden Class Starship Technical Blueprint. Your remaining system points, 700. Your remaining task points, 5. Zhao Chen immediately began to explore the data related to this starship. As described, the T2 Bronze Eden is an auxiliary starship capable of interstellar navigation, utilizing nutrients transformed from cosmic particles to cultivate agricultural, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishery resources indefinitely. Essentially, it allows for the cultivation of crops and livestock without any resource expenditure. This technology has been researched by the Galactic Alliance, yet its cost-effectiveness far surpasses that of conventional crop cultivation on planets. However, it has yet to be commercialized or mass-produced. Zhao Chen's situation, however, differs significantly. The cost of a single T2 Bronze Eden starship is merely 3 million star coins. In comparison, the T2 Queen B requires only 1.5 million star coins, reflecting a twofold price disparity between the two. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the monthly agricultural yield from the T2 Bronze Eden is approximately equivalent to a market value of around 1 million star coins, with the specific amount dependent on the cultivated species. This yield can sufficiently sustain the needs of at least 1 million individuals. By this calculation, constructing 500 T2 Bronze Edens would eliminate the food crisis in the Xiaolong star system. Moreover, the produce from natural crops has consistently been a hard currency in interstellar trade. In the future, it could also become a vital component of the Xiaolong star system's external interstellar commerce. This is precisely why Zhao Chen had prior intentions. As he previously conveyed to Jiang Hong, his objective is to achieve food freedom. Chapter 51. The uniform of female soldiers T2 Queen B Class Heavy Aircraft Carrier. Bridge. This marks Zhao Chen's first time aboard the bridge, aside from when it was constructed. The space here is significantly more spacious than that of the Zero Storm. Zhao Chen surveyed his surroundings and took a seat in the captain's chair. Zhao Wanner, the nominal captain of the T2 Queen B, did not utter much, as this starship was built by Zhao Chen. Shall we set off ahead of schedule? We can proceed at the fastest warp speed to the Arctic Fox star system? Zhao Wanner inquired. Yes, this time we need not wait for the Zero Storm. We shall depart first and rendezvous at the Arctic Fox starport, Zhao Chen replied. Have you ensured that everything you were instructed to bring is aboard? Zhao Wanner affirmed. All the supplies, valued at a total of 700,000 star coins, acquired from the nobles, are securely stored in the T2 Queen B's cargo hold. The remnants of the three-clawed serpent interstellar pirate fleet were entrusted to the Zero Blizzard for transport to the Arctic Fox galaxy. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the funds for constructing starships that these represented. I never expected you would truly let the Jiang family go, Zhao Wanner remarked, somewhat astonished as she looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen smiled. What else would you have me do? Annihilate the Jiang family as well? According to Jiang Hong's intelligence, while the Jiang family was aware of the plans of the Bao and Chui families, they remained mere bystanders, refraining from involvement. I needed to establish authority over the Xiaolong galaxy, Thus, I eliminated the Bao, Shui, and other families. However, no one desires a lord who kills indiscriminately. Excessive bloodshed brings more harm than benefit. Therefore, I shall not touch the Jiang family, but I will ensure they vacate my territory." Zhao Wanner nodded in understanding, having initially thought that Zhao Chen might seize this opportunity to deal with Jiang Shasha's family. Yet, surprisingly, Zhao Chen had never mentioned Jiang Shasha's name throughout. "Let us prepare for departure," Zhao Chen said, stepping into the sleep chamber ahead of time. The sleep chamber of the T2B King was considerably superior to that of the Zero Blizzard, featuring an aesthetically pleasing design and a more comfortable lying position. Even the blue liquid infused within exuded a subtle fragrance. Gradually, Zhao Chen began to drift into slumber. The T2B King simultaneously entered a state of warp travel, ready to traverse the interstellar boundary and journey towards the Arctic Fox Galaxy. Arctic Fox Starport. Greetings, Mr. Zhao Chen. I am the personnel in charge of the Arctic Fox Starport, designated CC-11. It is my utmost honor to serve you once again. The woman greeted with a smile from the video window. Please arrange for me another Starship workshop, similar to the previous one, and reserve it for 2 months. Additionally, I will provide you with an order for raw materials valued at 2 million star coins. Please procure the materials as swiftly as possible. Lastly, secure a ticket to the North Star Military Academy for me, Zhao Chen instructed. Very well, I have already arranged a large Starship workshop, the same one you utilized last time. Furthermore, your ticket to the North Star Military Academy has been booked. It is a first-class ticket on a T2 interstellar cruiser for tomorrow afternoon. Is that acceptable? The female manager inquired with a smile. That will suffice, Zhao Chen replied, transferring 210,000 star coins from his account. Initially, he had merely 190,000 star coins. But after seizing 700,000 star coins from the noble class of the Shulan star system, he possessed a total of 260,000 star coins. Even after this expenditure, he still had a substantial 50,000 star coins remaining. The female manager smiled broadly, saying, "During your stay, should you require anything, feel free to contact me at any time. I am at your service 24/7. With a flirtatious glance, she ended the video communication, reluctant to part, as he was indeed her affluent patron. A ticket? Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment, unsure of his intentions. The T2 Hive Queen, having undergone a week of warp travel, relying on its 4th-level warp engine, arrived at the Arctic Fox Starport a full week ahead of the Zero Storm. Coincidentally on the last day of September. I have some matters to attend to, so I will not return to the Academy just yet. You shall take this flight back to the Northern Star Military Academy tomorrow, Zhao Chen remarked. What could possibly be more important than your studies at the Academy? Aren't you concerned about not passing the assessments at the end of the term? Zhao Wanner muttered, her displeasure evident at Zhao Chen's decision to return alone. Zhao Chen gently ruffled her hair and reassured her, "Do not worry, your brother knows what he is doing. I shall return in a little over a month. Or at most 2. Then I will wait for your return at the Academy," Zhao Wanner replied. The T2B King glided slowly into the shipyard where it was originally constructed. Although one T2B King had been docked, there remained ample space for additional ships to be accommodated or constructed. With the raw material orders yet to arrive, it was the perfect opportunity for idleness. Let us explore the Arctic Fox Starport. I have not had the chance to properly visit since I was preoccupied with the construction of this T2B King, Zhao Chen proposed. After a week of dormancy, he yearned to savor this brief respite before the impending busy days ahead. That sounds wonderful, Zhao Wanner eagerly agreed. Subsequently, Zhao Chen summoned a squad of half-orc female guards arranged by Charlotte. Together, they boarded an unmanned vehicle and departed from the shipyard. Entering the heart of the Arctic Fox Starport, the interior of the Arctic Fox Starport resembled a vast city, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, provided one possessed the means to do so. Speaking of which, it seems my crew lacks a standardized uniform. Zhao Chen caressed his chin, observing the 5 half-orc female soldiers accompanying him, clad in the most unremarkable of garments. These outfits were the very ones gifted by the slave trader upon their initial purchase. Coincidentally, he had not procured any new attire this year either. Let us acquire some new clothes. I shall also place an order for a batch of uniforms for the crew, Zhao Chen proposed. I have my academy uniform, Zhao Wanner replied. Zhao Chen gazed at Zhao Wanner, who had yet to change out of her academy attire. No one wished to wear a uniform all day, and the reality was that it was a means to conserve expenses. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen grasped Zhao Wanner's arm and urged her forward. No. Today we must buy you new clothes. You won't return until we have procured at least 10 outfits. Zhao Warner looked on in bewilderment. As their group made its way, a figure cloaked in black, head bowed, staggered toward them. The vigilant half-orc female soldiers swiftly positioned themselves in front of Zhao Chen. The cloaked individual collided with one of them and immediately began to apologize, her voice raspy. I'm sorry, she murmured before hastily retreating. Zhao Chen watched her retreating silhouette until it vanished around a corner. What is the matter? Zhao Warner inquired, noticing Zhao Chen's peculiar demeanor. Nothing, let us proceed to buy clothes, Zhao Chen replied. Inside the clothing store, Zhao Chen scrutinized several outfits displayed before him, his expression one of deep contemplation. Form-fitting uniforms, maid costumes, bunny girl attire. The mere thought of his female crew members donning such garments aboard his starship conjured a vision too splendid to behold. Do not even think about it. Simply follow the design I have sketched. Zhao Warner directly illustrated several clothing designs beside her, shattering Zhao Chen's beautiful fantasies. Suddenly, Zhao Chen spotted a familiar figure outside the shop, accompanied by several shadowy figures lurking behind. Warner, please wait here, he instructed. You two stay behind, while the three of you come with me. Zhao Chen abruptly led 3 half-beast female guards away from the clothing store, disappearing into the throng. Chapter 52. Interstellar Succubus. Not far from the clothing store, in a secluded and abandoned underground passage, the cloaked figure who had previously collided with Zhao Chen's female guards cautiously traversed the dark corridor. After an indeterminate length of time, he turned into a narrow tunnel and rhythmically tapped on the wall a few times. Soon, dozens of silhouettes emerged from the shadows, all unmistakably female, adorned with short horns atop their heads, small wings at their backs, and slender tails protruding from their posteriors. Sister Lilith, the girls gathered around the cloaked figure. The figure lowered the hood, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage. Though smeared with a substance resembling mud, her allure remained undeniable. Like the girls, she too sported black horns on her head. You must be hungry. Here is some food I managed to procure. Please, eat first. Lilith produced a container filled with a viscous green substance. This is synthetic food. Though the taste was unpalatable, the sight of the food compelled the girls to seize it eagerly, feeding it into their mouths without hesitation, revealing their prolonged hunger. Observing these children consume the meager sustenance, Lilith could not help but swallow hard. Regrettably, she had set her sights on a wealthy patron today, yet the opportunity to act had eluded her. For the man's bodyguards were astutely vigilant, leaving no chance for her. Lilith's sister, why don't you have some too? Inquired a small girl, appearing around 13 or 14, holding a handful of green synthetic food while gazing at Lilith. With a gentle smile, Lilith replied, I have already eaten outside, so I am not hungry. Please, indulge yourselves. The little girl blinked and began to devour the food with great enthusiasm. Lilith turned away, lightly caressing her flat abdomen. In truth, she had consumed nothing, as the food she had pilfered that day was scant. It barely sufficed to meet the needs of her companions, and should she partake in any, there would not be enough to go around. Missing a meal was inconsequential for her, yet the thought of her kin enduring hunger was unbearable. Watching the bowl of green, viscous synthetic food rapidly deplete, with even the bottom of the container licked clean, she sighed. It seemed she must venture out for another hunt today. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps echoed nearby. However, Lilith's keen ears detected them immediately, and she turned towards the source, commanding, Who goes there? Indeed, I was not mistaken earlier. This girl is a succubus. Indeed, you are astute. It appears that this succubus is not alone, and by following the trail, one might uncover the presence of others. To my astonishment, there are so many. Presently, the market price for a succubus of good quality is rumored to exceed 1,000 starlet coins, and the one before us could well be worth 10,000. 7 men emerged from the shadows, wielding blades and other cold weapons. There are regulations within the starport that prohibit the carrying of firearms in the internal trading zones, hence they are armed solely with melee weapons. The 7 men grinned maliciously as they appraised the succubus before them, along with the terrified succubi huddled together behind her. Succubi are among the rarest interstellar species, entirely female, capable of asexual reproduction. Each succubus is an alluring enchantress, originally inhabiting a secluded planet. However, upon their discovery, their captivating forms attracted the predation of humanoid beings. The planet inhabited by the succubi soon descended into invasion and warfare. The succubi, lacking in strength, ultimately succumbed, with many perishing or being captured. The remaining succubi fled aboard starships, embarking on a prolonged existence of wandering. During their nomadic journey, the succubi gradually dispersed. In the black market, the price for a single succubus can exceed 1,000 starlet coins, with those of exceptional beauty commanding up to 10,000. Numerous nobles and aristocrats take pride in possessing a succubus as a slave. However, due to rampant hunting, the number of succubi now visible is alarmingly scarce. Who could have imagined that within the abandoned conduits of this starport, dozens of succubi thrived? This was indeed a moving treasury. You all must flee, Lilith exclaimed, drawing a dagger and assuming a combat stance. The succubi behind her began to scatter in haste. However, escape was not an option. The men surged forward. Lilith brandished her dagger, but it was evident that her combat prowess was lacking. Soon, a man wrested the dagger from her grasp. My dear girl, I advise you against resistance. Rather than languishing here, allow me to sell you into the hands of the nobility. You would then dine in luxury, instead of enduring this wretched existence. The man sneered as he seized Lilith's arm. Who would willingly become your captive? I would rather perish than allow you to succeed, Lilith declared defiantly, biting down on the man's arm. In retaliation, he delivered a brutal kick to her abdomen. Lilith was sent tumbling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching her aching belly, "Let go of me. Sister Lilith, save me," came the desperate cries of her fleeing companions. Gritting her teeth, Lilith raised her head only to see 4 or 5 others blocking the exit at the far end of the conduit, already apprehending her comrades. It was clear they were a coordinated group. Hey, why are you being so rough? If you injure her, she won't fetch a good price, another man shouted in anger. The man who had been bitten let out a cold snort as he approached Lilith, remarking, if we can't sell her, we might as well enjoy her ourselves. After all these years, I have yet to indulge in a succubus. They say that one encounter with a succubus is worth sacrificing 10 years of life. As he spoke, he stepped directly onto Lilith's back, gripping her hair tightly, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Tonight, I shall savor the renowned flavor of the succubus. Lilith, with her hair firmly in his grasp, lifted her head, the pain coursing through her body, paling in comparison to the anguish within her heart. She understood all too well the fate that awaited her and her companions upon capture. After years of evading danger, struggling to survive, she pondered, why did succubi not possess the right to live equally? Was it merely because of their beauty? Lilith harbored a deep-seated resentment, a profound hatred for this wretched universe and for those who had invaded her home planet. She loathed the men before her. If only someone could rescue them. Lilith would willingly sacrifice everything, even her life. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the pipes. Initially, it was assumed to be a fleeing succubus. But soon it became apparent that something was amiss as a shadow emerged from the darkness. This commotion is quite delightful. I hope you do not mind my joining in. Chapter 53. Succubus Lilith. Zhao Chen observed the lively scene within the underground passage with a smile, flanked by 3 vigilant female soldiers who were protectively encircling him. Who are you? The man standing on the lily's back fixed his gaze on Zhao Chen, his hands behind him gesturing subtly. His companions, who had been previously engaged in capturing the succubus, began to encircle Zhao one by one. Who am I? Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, appearing contemplative, then replied with a smile, who I am is of no concern to you. The man felt humiliated and angrily pointed at Zhao Chen. Kid, I warn you. I am affiliated with the Black Fox Society of the Arctic Fox Starport. If you leave now, I might pretend nothing has happened. Otherwise, I will ensure you never leave the Arctic Fox Starport. The Black Fox Society? The name resonated with the essence of a criminal organization. However, Zhao Chen was unfazed. He chuckled lightly, shaking his head, and spread his hands. Your so-called Black Fox Society may indeed possess some prowess. Yet, do you truly believe you and your companions can leave this place alive? The man discerned the implication in Zhao's words and immediately drew a dagger. His comrades followed suit, brandishing their weapons, forming a group of over a dozen. 3 half-beast female soldiers positioned themselves in a combat stance. Hold on. Let me handle this myself, Zhao Chen interjected, stepping forward alone and beckoning to the group. No more delays. Let us settle this swiftly. You are seeking death, the man commanded. His associates surged forward, but the narrowness of the underground passage allowed only 5 to advance side by side, resulting in 3 being at the forefront of the fray. As the 3 female soldiers stood by, they instinctively grasped the daggers at their waists. General Charlotte had previously asserted that the preservation of the captain's life was of utmost priority, regardless of the circumstances. However, the captain had now commanded them not to intervene, creating a conflict within them. They could only wait and observe, prepared to act should the captain find himself in peril. Unexpectedly, a remarkable scene unfolded. Zhao Chen led the charge, deftly evading the dagger wielded by the first assailant, and delivered a powerful punch to the man's chest. The resounding crack of a broken rib echoed through the air. Following this, Zhao Chen executed 2 swift kicks, sending the remaining 2 adversaries sprawling. His speed, fluidity of movement, and overwhelming strength left the 3 half-orc female soldiers in awe. His prowess was comparable to that of the elite warriors from their own kind. Continue, Zhao Chen declared, a glimmer of battle intent igniting in his eyes. After being injected with the T1 super soldier serum, Zhao Chen had engaged in simulated combat aboard the starship, and the data indicated that his physical capabilities surpassed those of the vast majority of interstellar soldiers. Yet, lacking real combat experience, he remained unaware of the extent of his strength. If he were to face those half-orc female crew members, they would likely hold back due to his rank as captain, and he would hesitate to unleash his full might against them. Thus, he had been patiently awaiting an opportunity to display his skills, and now it had finally arrived. 3 minutes later, aside from the lone man, all his accomplices lay motionless on the ground, a third of them having succumbed to their injuries. Their fates were sealed, either due to their hearts being shattered by a devastating blow or their necks severed by a precise strike. Zhao Chen's strength was simply beyond what an ordinary human body could withstand. Please don't come any closer, the man stammered. Terror etched across his face as he gazed at Zhao Chen. He retreated frantically, ultimately turning to flee in sheer panic. Zhao Chen picked up a dagger from the ground and hurled it with precision. The blade struck the man squarely in the posterior, eliciting a piercing scream as he collapsed beside Lilith, his body contorted in an unusual position. Zhao Chen, dissatisfied, remarked, "The accuracy still leaves much to be desired." I had aimed for his head. Lilith observed the fallen man and recalled the harrowing years of their escape, during which individuals like him relentlessly pursued them, claiming the lives of many of her sisters. Consumed by rage, she seized a nearby small knife and plunged it into the man's neck, blood splattering across her face. After a few moments of stunned silence, Lilith regained her composure and warily regarded the peculiar quartet of 1 man and 3 women. "You belong to the succubus clan, don't you?" As Zhao Chen spoke to Lilith, he gestured for the 3 female soldiers behind him to secure the area, ensuring that any remaining life among their adversaries was swiftly extinguished. For the half-orc female crew members, this was a commonplace occurrence. A swift strike often meant the end of a life. "Are you here to capture us as well?" Lilith inquired, placing the dagger against her fair neck. "I would rather die than allow you to humiliate me." Zhao Chen shrugged and replied with a smile, "If you wish to die, then so be it. But I assure you, I harbor no intention of humiliating you. I merely felt a fleeting curiosity upon encountering a member of the succubus clan." Lilith was taken aback, unable to comprehend the true meaning behind his words. "The environment here has become perilous. If it does not trouble you, I invite you to my starship, where I can assure your safety," Zhao Chen proposed. Lilith regarded Zhao Chen with a wary gaze and queried, "How can I trust that your intentions differ from theirs? If my objectives aligned with theirs, I could easily seize you without engaging in this futile discourse," Zhao Chen replied. "Should you refuse my goodwill, it matters not. We shall take our leave. Rest assured, individuals will arrive shortly to apprehend you. Your demise would be swift, but alas, I lament for your kin, particularly the children among them." With that, Zhao Chen turned, prepared to depart. Lilith felt a pang of vulnerability as she glanced back at her frightened kin huddled together. Biting her lip, she ultimately relented, calling out, "Wait, I am willing to accompany you, provided you ensure the safety of my people and do not harm them. I can agree to any terms you present." Such words wielded considerable impact, especially when uttered by a captivating succubus. "You 3. Devise a plan to escort them back to our starship. It should pose no challenge," Zhao Chen instructed his loyal female guards. The guards surveyed the succubi and nodded in agreement. "Captain, we can procure several hover cars and position them at the exit of the underground tunnel, concealing them within the vehicles for transport back to the starship. It is a straightforward task." "Then it is settled," Zhao Chen declared, striding towards the tunnel exit without a backward glance, seemingly indifferent to the succubi behind him. Lilith embraced her kin, uncertain whether her choice was right or wrong. Yet, rather than await death in this place, she preferred to take a gamble. She gazed at the man's silhouette, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Unbeknownst to her, the corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards. Chapter 54. What a vessel this is. It is nothing short of paradise. The succubi, apart from their captivating appearance and inherent charm, possess another remarkable trait. They are exceptionally intelligent. Although their combat prowess is minimal, their intellect is formidable. They excel in cerebral endeavors, adeptly managing numerous affairs and acquiring knowledge with remarkable speed. However, in comparison to these capabilities, society predominantly fixates on the succubi's exterior allure. After all, there are many astute interstellar races. Several unmanned aerial vehicles came to a halt within Zhao Chen's starship hangar. During this period of leasing the hangar, it had effectively become Zhao Chen's private domain. Without his consent, even the personnel from the Arctic Fox starport were prohibited from entering. "Come forth, you are safe now," Zhao Chen called out as he exited the vehicle. Subsequently, the succubi cautiously descended from the craft, cloaked in dark garments that concealed their identities. "This is my starship hangar. And this vessel is mine," Zhao Chen introduced, gesturing to the ship. "And I am the captain of this starship. My name is Zhao Chen. I am Lilith, their leader." She stepped forward, her demeanor revealing her anxiety and trepidation. Yet, for the sake of her clan behind her, she knew she had to take a stand. At this moment, a woman descended from another drone, and it was Zhao Wanner. She gazed in astonishment at the several individuals who had suddenly appeared before Zhao Chen. Upon closer inspection, she exclaimed, "Succubus." Lilith immediately regarded the woman with caution. "Do not be alarmed. She is my sister." Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively before turning to Zhao Wanner. "You are responsible for accommodating them. They will temporarily reside on our starship. First, take them to bathe, then to the dining hall for a meal, and afterwards, provide them with clean clothing and quarters." "Understood," Zhao Wanner instinctively replied, but soon she pondered the situation and pressed, "Wait, you haven't explained where you acquired these succubi." Although they were women, Zhao Wanner was acutely aware of what succubi represented to men. "Hey, what do you mean by acquired? I am merely lending a helping hand." Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. "I will elaborate on this matter later. It seems my batch of raw materials is arriving. I need to check on that. As for the clothing we ordered, you will handle the arrangements." With that, Zhao Chen hurried off, leaving Zhao Wanner and the group of succubi behind. Succubus or not, nothing is more important than Zhao Chen's starship. Lilith, along with her kin, boarded the colossal vessel. "I am Zhao Wanner. Although I am unsure how you all came to be brought here by that fellow, rest assured, as long as I am present, he will not do anything untoward to you," Zhao Wanner declared resolutely. "I am Lilith," she whispered softly. Her kin remained timidly huddled behind her. Yet they gazed curiously at the resplendent corridors of the starship. In comparison to the Zero Storm, the interior design of the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier was undeniably exquisite, akin to a masterpiece. Upon her first entry, Zhao Wanner was captivated by the vessel. "You all seem to carry a certain scent. Allow me to take you for a cleansing bath," Zhao Wanner remarked, casting a glance at Lilith. A flush crept onto Lilith's cheeks, for the succubi had been hiding in the underground conduits of the spaceport, undoubtedly bearing unwelcome odors. The grand bathhouse was enveloped in a mist of steam, with shower stalls equipped with shower heads on either side, and a soaking tub situated in the center. "Please hurry and wash up. Clean garments are set aside here for you. Once you are refreshed, you may change into them. I will take you for a meal shortly," Zhao Wanner instructed at the entrance of the bathhouse. "All right. Okay," Lilith responded, still feeling somewhat reserved. Though one of the succubi could not resist rushing to the shower to enjoy the warmth of the water. "Is it really hot water? It has been ages since I last bathed in hot water. However, will we be scolded for using so much? I have heard that water resources on starships are quite precious. I once traveled on a T-2 starship, and there were only 5 shower stalls. It was difficult to turn around, and each person had merely 3 minutes to wash. Not to mention the water was not nearly as clean as this," one succubus remarked. Lilith surveyed her surroundings, fully aware that such a luxurious bathing facility was a rare configuration for someone who had once served aboard a starship in the realm of succubi. "Rest assured, you may indulge in the water. Our starship employs the most advanced cosmic particle technology for water molecule collection, rendering water quite abundant." Zhao Wanner's voice resonated from outside, dispelling any lingering concerns. With that reassurance, the succubi began to relax and immerse themselves in the soothing waters, washing away the grime that clung to their bodies, revealing their exquisite forms. Had Zhao Chen been present at that moment, he would surely have been captivated, for previously, the dim light of the underground tunnels had obscured their features. Now, however, each succubus glimmered with radiance, truly deserving of the admiration they garnered from humanoid males across the cosmos. After a brief interlude of 10 minutes, the succubi had completed their baths and donned clean garments. In truth, had they not received word of an impending meal, they might have reveled in this blissful sanctuary for the entire day. Sister Lilith. Will I have the chance to bathe here again? A young succubus tugged at Lilith's arm, gazing wistfully at the bathing area behind her. Lilith, touched by the hopeful glimmer in the young succubus's eyes, could not bring herself to deny her, whispering softly, "Yes, you will." Yet, she remained unaware of the true intentions of the man named Zhao Chen in aiding them, nor did she comprehend the fate that awaited them. Miss Warner, we are all finished bathing. Thank you for the clothing. Truth be told, our own garments are still quite wearable, Lilith said, a hint of shyness in her tone. However, the garments they wore were tattered and ill-fitting, entirely inadequate for their needs. During their days of fleeing, who could afford to concern themselves with attire? As long as they had something to cover themselves, it sufficed. Zhao Warner gazed at the dozen or so succubi before her, her eyes widening in astonishment. You are simply too beautiful, she remarked with envy. The succubi possessed an innate allure, an irresistible aura that emanated from their every movement, an essence beyond their control. Thus, they were veritable embodiments of beauty. Lilith felt a flush rise to her cheeks, yet she had long grown accustomed to such admiring glances. Zhao Warner glanced at Lilith, then at herself, particularly at her own modest bosom, feeling a stark contrast. Nevertheless, Zhao Warner was not without her own charm. She simply had yet to fully blossom, and her style diverged greatly from that of Lilith and the others. Ahem, let us proceed to dine, Zhao Warner suggested, redirecting the conversation as she led Lilith and the others toward the Starship restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Zhao Warner gestured toward the buffet. Feel free to select whatever you desire. Just refrain from waste. After her declaration, not a single succubus stepped forward. Zhao Warner looked on in bewilderment, observing the succubi standing frozen in place. Several of them were fixated, their eyes locked onto a half-orc female crew member who was eating in the distance, causing the half-orc to feel quite bashful. Is this what you usually consume? Lilith inquired, astonished. The menu featured only natural foods, devoid of any artificial alternatives. Of course, indulge yourselves as you wish, Zhao Warner replied, her tone nonchalant. Lilith inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting towards her, her heart exclaiming, "What a starship this is! It is undoubtedly a slice of paradise." Chapter 55, The Overindulged Succubi. I would like an order of dumplings, and may I have a serving of that steak rice? Sister Lilith. There are fruits. Fruits. Is this truly the legendary fruit? The succubi stood before the serving counter, brimming with excitement, reminiscent of children who had never ventured outside. Observing her kin, Lilith felt a pang of sorrow within her. After placing their orders, the succubi remained at the counter, eagerly awaiting their meals. The chef, chuckling, remarked, "You may take a seat. The mechanical servers will bring your food once it is prepared." Upon hearing this, the succubi turned, glancing back every few steps as they made their way to a nearby dining area. Moments later, the first of their orders was ready. It was indeed fragrant rice. The succubi gazed in disbelief at the delightful dish before them, and as they savored the rice, waves of bliss cascaded over their taste buds. Envious glances were exchanged among the others, but soon their meals were also ready. One by one, they began to devour their food ravenously, reveling in a joy they had never before experienced. Gradually, one succubus, lost in her meal, began to weep. Lilith turned to the young succubus with concern, asking, "Why are you crying? Is the food unsatisfactory?" "It's not that it's unsatisfactory, it's so exquisitely delicious. But the thought that I may not be able to enjoy this again in the future, I can't help but cry. Sister Lilith, I no longer wish to wander in hiding as I once did." Enduring days of hunger, the little succubus wept bitterly. Lilith, in silence, embraced the young succubus, her words lingering in the air. Sadness, too, is contagious. Soon, a significant number of succubi were quietly sobbing while consuming their food. One petite succubus, cradling a bowl nearly the size of her own face, timidly approached the dining table and stammered, may I have another bowl?" The bowl had been licked spotless, as if it had been washed. "What did you say?" The chef initially failed to hear her, perhaps due to her soft voice. The diminutive succubus, feeling self-conscious, lowered her head and murmured, half a bowl would be fine." "Oh, you wish to eat more, do you? No worries. Miss Zhao Warner mentioned earlier that you may eat as much as you like today, as long as there is no waste. Let me see. You ordered beef noodles. Just wait a moment. It will be ready shortly," the chef responded warmly. Thank you," the petite succubus said, then scurried back to her place, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the dining table. An hour later, when Zhao Wana returned, she was met with a startling sight. The once delicate and enchanting succubi now sported round bellies, resembling those of pregnant women. Some even bore expressions of discomfort. "What has happened to you all?" Zhao Wana exclaimed, glancing in astonishment at Lilith. Lilith spoke with a hint of apology and shyness. I'm sorry. They simply lost control and overindulged. A few of them have overeaten." As she spoke, she instinctively gathered her own slightly protruding belly. Burp. "This is the first time I felt this. So this is what it means to be stuffed." The little succubus leaned back in her chair, her expression a blend of pain and pleasure. Zhao Wana chuckled. "I'll arrange for someone to bring you some digestive medicine shortly. Once you feel better, I will take you to see your dormitory." "Thank you, Miss Warner." Lilith genuinely expressed her gratitude. She understood that the value of this meal far surpassed the total worth of the food she and her fellow succubi had consumed over the past several years. "It's nothing to thank me for, just a meal," Zhao Warner replied, having become accustomed to the meals served in the starship's dining hall. She gradually found them unremarkable, as if humans were meant to consume such natural foods rather than the artificial alternatives. "Do all crew members eat this?" Lilith inquired. Zhao Warner nodded and raised a finger, saying, "That guy Zhao Chen, my brother, has set a dining standard of 10 star coins per month for the crew aboard this starship." 10 star coins. Upon hearing this dining standard, Lilith felt a jolt in her heart. It seemed rather extravagant. When she had glanced at the menu earlier, she noticed that with a budget of 10 star coins, one could dine here every day without indulging in extravagant feasts. Such a life seemed incredibly blissful. "I have another question. Since earlier, it seems that all the crew members aboard this starship are female. Moreover, aside from you and Captain Zhao Chen, all of them are half-orc female crew members." Lilith expressed a question she had pondered. Zhao Wana rolled her eyes and retorted, "You should inquire with my older brother. All these half-orc female crew members are slaves he procured from the black market." "Slaves?" Lilith exclaimed in astonishment, observing the half-orc female crew members laughing and enjoying their meals in the dining area. "Are they really slaves? When did slaves come to enjoy such treatment?" However, considering that this starship is entirely crewed by women, she couldn't help but harbor some doubts about Zhao Chen's intentions. After several satiated succubi had rested, Zhao Warner led them toward the dormitories. "There are 18 of you, correct? I shall arrange 5 dormitories with 4 beds each, leaving any unoccupied beds empty," Zhao Wana stated as she walked. Lilith hastily waved her hand, saying, "No need for that. Just 1 dormitory will suffice. If it comes to that, a place to sit will do." Lilith glanced at the clean corridor. Resting here would not be a problem. After all, during their years of fleeing, they had endured far worse conditions than this, including underground tunnels. No need to be polite. What we have in abundance on this starship is rooms. Although the ship requires only 100 people to operate, it can comfortably accommodate 300. With a bit of crowding, it could easily accommodate 700 or 800. Zhao Wana proudly proclaimed, as if introducing her own home. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory area. "This will be your residence from now on. The beds and bedding have been arranged for you, and there are fresh clothes on each bed. This is a temporary identification badge. You may proceed to the bathhouse for your daily showers and dine at the restaurant," Zhao Warner explained. Lilith gazed at the dormitory before her, feeling as though her feet were rooted to the ground. Such a pristine and well-lit room would be her sleeping quarters. Moreover, to her left upon entering was a private bathroom. She had never heard of a starship dormitory featuring such an amenity. Typically, a communal bathroom served an entire dormitory area, and the conditions were often deplorable. Furthermore, the room was quite spacious, measuring approximately 40 to 50 square meters, accommodating 4 bunk beds. Yet, the lower bunks had been repurposed as study desks. The corridor between the beds was at least 1 meter wide. Spacious, clean, orderly, and convenient. It was truly hard to believe that this was a dormitory on a starship. Lilith couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, "What kind of celestial starship is this?" Chapter 56. Where would you like to go? I can escort you there. After settling the succubi, Zhao Warner made her way to the control station on the opposite side of the starship workshop. There, Zhao Chen was diligently planning the upcoming starship construction project, his hands deftly manipulating the holographic projections before him, adjusting various parameters. "Hey, did you bring those succubi back for some nefarious purpose?" Zhao Wana scrutinized Zhao Chen as though he were a suspect. Zhao Chen paused his work and sighed. "Well, I suppose I've done a good deed, haven't I? Don't you find those succubi quite pitiable?" Zhao Wana squinted at him. "Indeed, they are unfortunate. But I find it hard to believe that your sole motivation for bringing them back is pity. There are countless wretched souls within the Arctic Fox starport. Realizing he could not deceive Zhao Wanner any longer, Zhao Chen chuckled. Come on, they are succubi. I know they are the enchanting beings you men adore. Zhao Wanner crossed her arms and scoffed. Pooh, do you think I am so trivial? What I mean is, those succubi are remarkably intelligent. Zhao Chen raised his hand and presented detailed information about the succubi, particularly highlighting their exceptional learning abilities and intelligence with a red underline. Zhao Wanner deduced his intention. You wish to recruit them? Precisely. What I currently lack is talent, especially those half-beast female crew members. Although they qualify as competent interstellar soldiers, they fall short in certain aspects. For instance, Charlotte excels in combat, but when it comes to managing the myriad affairs of the fleet, well, it's a complete disaster. The succubi, on the other hand, excel in management and possess excellent memory, making them well-suited for various roles aboard the starship. Talent. That is what I need. Zhao Chen exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. But is that truly your only intention? Zhao Wanner gazed at Zhao Chen with a skeptical eye. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes in response. Hey, I'm still your brother, you know. If I were truly that kind of person, would you have ever seen me interact with even a single half-beast soldier over these past few months? Well, that may be true, but those succubi are undeniably alluring. Even I find myself captivated, she retorted. Who knows if you might turn out to be even worse than a beast? Zhao Wanner scoffed. All right, enough of this banter. You should return and get some rest. You need to board the interstellar cruise ship back to the North Star Military Academy tomorrow morning, Zhao Chen advised. Are you really not coming back with me? Zhao Wanner inquired. Zhao Chen pointed at the holographic starship designs before him. Take a look. Do you think I can return now? What kind of starship is this? Zhao Wanner asked curiously. Zhao Chen smiled mysteriously. This is the foundation for us to build an interstellar fleet in the future. An interstellar fleet? Zhao Wanner had intended to tease him. After all, the smallest interstellar fleet requires at least 30 ships, and he only had 2 at most. Aspiring to establish a fleet seemed rather extravagant. However, considering Zhao Chen's previous achievements, from assembling the zero-number Blizzard to constructing the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, one couldn't help but wonder if he truly could accomplish it. Very well. I shall await your return at the North Star Military Academy, Zhao Wanner declared, fixing Zhao Chen with a stern gaze. But I warn you, if I find out that you dare to bully those succubi, beware. She made a scissor gesture before turning to leave. Where on earth did she learn such antics? Zhao Chen muttered a remark before immersing himself in his work. As for those succubi, they would need to be set aside for a while. Subduing them was not an immediate concern. Now that they had boarded his starship, they had no opportunity to disembark from this rogue vessel. After a considerable time had passed, the sound of a system notification jolted Zhao Chen back to reality. He set aside his current task and opened the system interface. 2 pop-up windows appeared. Quarterly task. Please construct and possess 3 distinct starships of T2 or above system produced. It turned out that the quarterly task had emerged. Zhao Chen glanced at the time. It was already October. It seemed this quarterly task was issued every 3 months, with no penalties for non-completion. However, if left unfinished, it would be automatically cancelled, while the rewards were substantial. This served as an excellent avenue for acquiring system rewards. He then examined the other pop-up window. Monthly points, 80 points. Zhao Chen's system points had remarkably increased by 80 points. Upon further investigation, he discovered this was the passive income generated by the T2 Queen Bee. As previously mentioned, there were various methods for obtaining system points. Besides completing system tasks, passive income from owning system starships was another avenue. The T2 Queen Bee had been commissioned at the beginning of September, so by October, he could collect monthly points, accumulating to 80 points daily. The more starships one possessed, the more points accumulated. The higher the starship's tier, the greater the points awarded. This was indeed a positive development. With an increasing number of starships in the future, even without undertaking system tasks, substantial system points would continue to accrue. Zhao Chen felt a surge of joy within. Time swiftly passed, and 1 week later, on the second day after the arrival of the succubus Lilith at the T2 Hive, Zhao Wanner embarked on an interstellar cruise back to the North Star Military Academy. Meanwhile, all the raw material orders required by Zhao Chen were in place, thus commencing his prolonged journey into the construction of starships. During these 5 days, one individual was engulfed in anxiety, Lilith the succubus. She had initially anticipated that the man would seek her out the following day to reveal his intentions. To her dismay, he did not appear, and even Miss Zhao Wanner took her leave. On the 3rd day, the man was still absent. The 4th day passed with no sign of him. By the 5th day, to her astonishment, Lilith had grown accustomed to life aboard the starship, rising with the female soldiers, making her bed, attending to her hygiene, and dining in the mess hall. The remainder of her time was spent assisting with the ship's cleanliness, despite the presence of cleaning robots. Yet, unwilling to remain idle, they sought out tasks to occupy themselves. Gradually, they became familiar with the half-orc female crew members and discovered that their lives here were quite satisfactory. The captain had never coerced them into any obligations. On the sixth day, anxiety began to consume Lilith. The more she adapted to her current existence, the more anxious she became, particularly due to the man's continued absence. That night, she found herself unable to sleep. On the seventh day, Lilith lay on the soft bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to drift into slumber. It had been an extensive period since she had last slept in a bed. Indeed, there were times when merely having a shelter from the elements to rest would have sufficed. On the first day, many succubi found themselves unable to sleep, with some ultimately collapsing onto the floor in exhaustion. Simultaneously, Lilith observed the pervasive anxiety manifesting among her fellow succubi. She understood all too well what that expression signified, a profound unwillingness to relinquish their current way of life, which was the very existence they had longed for. On the eighth day, Lilith, bearing the weight of dark circles under her eyes, entered the starship dining hall and ordered her favorite dumplings, taking a seat. Before long, a plate of dumplings was placed before her, and a person sat down across from her. In that instant, it seemed the entire restaurant fell silent. Raising her gaze, Lilith beheld the man who had been missing for 7 days, the very man she had awaited. "Speak, where do you wish to go next? I can escort you," Zhao Chen remarked nonchalantly while consuming his dumplings. His voice, though casual, resonated throughout the dining hall, reaching the ears of all the succubi present. This statement struck them like a bolt from the blue. It was as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss, rendering their delectable meal suddenly devoid of allure. Chapter 57. The Lament of the Succubi. Her name was Bessie, a succubus. She had heard her companions speak of a once thriving succubi kingdom, now overrun by malevolent invaders, forcing them into a life of flight. From the moment she could remember, she had been on the run, on planets, aboard starships, and in various hiding places. They had to conceal their identities, remaining unseen by the world. Their sleeping quarters were often dark, damp, infested with pests, and reeking of decay. The sustenance they consumed was predominantly synthetic, and it often took 2 or 3 days for them to secure a meal. She had witnessed several companions perish from starvation. On numerous occasions, they narrowly escaped capture by malevolent individuals or succumbed to hunger. Fortunately, their formidable sister Lilith consistently guided them away from peril and managed to procure food for them. However, one fateful day, a group assailed their refuge in the subterranean tunnels. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, a powerful man appeared. He effortlessly vanquished the nefarious assailants and escorted them aboard his starship. She had never beheld such a magnificent vessel, and within its confines, they no longer needed to conceal their identities, as the majority of those present were female half-beasts. Sister Lilith had often cautioned them to be exceedingly wary of men, declaring that they were all ravenous demons. Subsequently, a beautiful and gentle lady arranged for them to take a bath. It was her first experience bathing in clean, warm water, as previously they had only been able to cleanse themselves with filthy water. As she felt the water cascade over her body, she became enamored with the sensation. Not only was there a bathing area, but it also featured a pool where one could revel in the bliss of being submerged. Afterwards, they were escorted to a dining hall, where the lovely lady informed them that they could order freely. Upon glancing at the menu, she was struck by a sense of unfamiliarity, for she had only ever consumed artificial food. The few instances of tasting natural fare had consisted of cookies the size of a finger and some wild creatures captured in the wilderness of the planet. Ultimately, she chose a dish that appeared to be abundant in meat. When that large platter was presented before her, the enticing aroma enveloped her senses, and the exquisite delight she experienced while savoring each bite awakened her to the realization that eating was not merely a means of survival, but rather an indulgent pleasure. Subsequently, they were assigned to a remarkably clean room, furnished with a soft, inviting bed, pristine linens, and even a private bathroom, complemented by neatly arranged clothing imbued with a subtle fragrance. Each person was afforded their own private space, free from the confines of cramped quarters. Everything seemed utterly splendid, akin to a dream. If this were indeed a dream, Betsy fervently wished never to awaken from it. For an entire week thereafter, they resided aboard the starship, enjoying the comforts of clean rooms and delectable meals. They even assisted the crew members with minor tasks aboard the vessel. Yet today, the man who had brought them here reappeared, and his words echoed in her mind like whispers from an abyss. Now, tell me, where would you like to go next? I can take you there. In an instant, Betsy's gaze became vacant, the meat she had once relished losing all its allure. One thought consumed her mind. They were to leave this place. They were to return to their former lives. No, she would not accept this. What do you mean? Lilith exclaimed, staring at the man before them in bewilderment. Zhao Chen stated, I have already made arrangements to secure tickets for the interstellar cruise, transporting you to any planet or starport of your choosing. Lilith, momentarily taken aback, found herself at a loss for words, as the man's utterance had completely caught her off guard. Suddenly, a succubus erupted in distress, seizing a fork from the tray and pressing it against her own throat. I won't go anywhere. I won't go anywhere. The succubus, Beishi, wept profusely, her voice trembling as she gazed at Zhao Chen. Beishi, what are you doing? Put down the fork at once. Lilith admonished, her eyes fixed on the youngest among them, Beishi, who, in terms of the succubus lineage, was still a mere child. The little succubus, disregarding Lilith's plea, turned to Zhao Chen and implored, why? Zhao Chen regarded the petite figure of the young succubus, who stood at approximately 1.40 meters in height. Yet, owing to the innate developmental advantages of her kind, she possessed a remarkably alluring physique. Should certain enthusiasts of youthful charm lay eyes upon her, they would undoubtedly be left in awe. Sister Lilith, I do not wish to return to that former life. I refuse to drink that black water again. I do not want to hide in the depths of despair, nor endure a life fraught with fear. I cannot bear the thought of scavenging moss from the walls in hunger, consuming dirt, or seeking anything edible, only to suffer in silence in a corner with the agony in my stomach. I do not wish to battle terrifying beasts in the desolate wilderness for a morsel of food, nor witness the fallen bodies of our comrades in the throes of combat. The little succubus, Beishi, gazed around with tears welling in her eyes. With a bitter smile, she remarked, Here, I have come to realize that living can indeed be a delightful experience. The irony of such a statement is palpable, yet for those succubi dwelling in darkness, mere survival is a formidable challenge, let alone the prospect of savoring life. Many succubi present were choking back sobs, their eyes swollen and red. Some of the older succubi continued to consume the food in their bowls, meticulously chewing each grain of rice, for this might be the last occasion in their lives to relish such exquisite sustenance. They would soon return to the abyss. Beishi, her eyes bloodshot, fixed her gaze intensely on Zhao Chen, her voice breaking as she cried out, If you intend to send us away, why treat us with such kindness? Why allow us to experience this life, providing us with clean clothes, warm water, nourishing food, and soft beds? Why reveal to us that we could live so blissfully? You have shown us the light, and now you seek to thrust us back into darkness. As she spoke, Beishi's fork and knife clattered to the ground, and she collapsed, covering her face as she wept. Lilith, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions, stepped forward and embraced the little succubus. She felt a profound sense of guilt, yet was equally powerless. Chapter 58. They could have endured the darkness, as long as they had never glimpsed the light. Zhao Chen observed the succubi, whose emotions were fraying before him. He understood that his objective had been achieved. In truth, they could have endured the darkness had they never glimpsed the light. However, Zhao Chen ushered them aboard the starship, presenting them with a life of unimaginable bliss. He cast a radiant beam into their previously pitch-black existence. Yet now his words suggested that this illumination was about to vanish. For them, this was a cruel reality. If you do not wish to leave, you need not depart, Zhao Chen remarked with a calm demeanor. In that moment, all 18 succubi present turned their gazes toward him. Even Lilith's eyes glimmered with a hint of yearning. You may join my crew, like those half-orc sailors, and fight for me, Zhao Chen declared. Lilith was taken aback. She had never anticipated such a choice. Fighting for a human was something she had never contemplated. In the eyes of humanity, they were never seen as interstellar warriors, but merely instruments for indulgence. I shall give you time to ponder this. You may finish your meal. Should you choose freedom, exit through the back door, where arrangements will be made for you to travel to any planet or spaceport you desire. If you wish to remain here, proceed to the front entrance, where your information will be recorded, and from this moment forth, you shall be my crew, Zhao Chen concluded. After speaking, he wiped his mouth and stood up, departing the dining hall. He had already given the succubi their choice, and deep down, he was aware of the answer. No sooner had Zhao Chen left than the young succubus, Beishi, wiped away her tears and dashed toward the front door without hesitation. Regardless, she must remain. If she cannot stay here, she would prefer death. One by one, the other succubi began to make their way towards the front door. Sister Lilith, let us stay. Another succubus gazed at the silent Lilith, stepping forward to grasp her hand and gently persuade her. Lilith bit her lip, and soon she found a sense of release. She had previously yearned for freedom, yet what would await her outside? As the little succubus Bessie articulated, would they merely continue to hide and scrounge for food? You go ahead. I will join you shortly, Lilith said, caressing the head of the succubus before swiftly heading in the direction Zhao Chen had departed. As Zhao Chen walked down the starship corridor, he heard footsteps approaching from behind, and he understood that he had succeeded. Wait a moment, Lilith called out, positioning herself before Zhao Chen. Is there something you wish to discuss? Zhao Chen inquired. Lilith fixed her gaze upon him and posed her question. What is your true intention? Are you attempting to entice us with promises of a superior life? What do you seek to gain from us? Is it merely to have us serve as your interstellar soldiers? My intentions, as you have articulated, are clear, Zhao Chen replied with a shrug. Lilith regarded him with skepticism. He recognized that unless he provided her with a satisfactory answer, she would remain unconvinced. To be candid, my fleet has just been established. Consisting of only 2 starships and approximately 800 interstellar soldiers, all of whom are half-beasts. While they are adept at operating starships in combat, they lack the necessary skills for managing the internal affairs of the vessels and fleet operations. I am in dire need of talent. You succubi are precisely the talents required in this regard. Of course, I will conduct assessments and training for you subsequently. Zhao Chen articulated his thoughts. You truly value not our physical forms, but rather our abilities? Lilith expressed her astonishment, as she had not anticipated that anyone would remember the innate talents of succubi. You are indeed beautiful and alluring. However, I shall not force anyone to engage in actions they do not desire. Likewise, should you choose to depart, I will not hinder you, Zhao Chen stated with a smile. This was his genuine sentiment. Lilith bit her crimson lip and remarked, do you comprehend the magnitude of trouble that would ensue if you were to recruit us and news of succubi serving on your starship were to spread? Trouble? Zhao Chen replied with a slight smile, then, with an air of authority, if anyone dares to trouble my crew, I shall become the greatest inconvenience in their life. Zhao Chen possessed many admirable qualities, yet he had one flaw. He was fiercely protective. You are indeed an eccentric individual, yet you have managed to persuade me. Lilith regarded Zhao Chen. I am willing to work for you, though I cannot yet claim absolute loyalty. Zhao Chen responded with a smile. I do not seek your loyalty. Merely your sincere commitment to work here. For the sake of us all, and for your own well-being. In truth, Zhao Chen was indifferent to notions of loyalty. He simply awaited the moment when they would genuinely acclimatize to life here. By then, loyalty would be of little consequence, for they would find themselves utterly unable to part from it all. Zhao Chen bestowed upon them light. He was, indeed, their beacon. Naturally, they would gravitate towards this luminescence. What then shall we undertake next? Lilith swiftly embraced her role. Zhao Chen handed Lilith a handheld terminal, within which lay a trove of educational materials for her to study with her kin. A month hence, I shall assess your progress. This evaluation will determine the ranks you may hold within my fleet, directly influencing your future living conditions here, including the prospect of enjoying meat with every meal. Lilith accepted the terminal with a smile, remarking, given your final explanation, I am certain they will diligently engage with the materials. Learning? The succubi excel in the art of acquiring knowledge. Having momentarily addressed the affairs of the succubi, Zhao Chen returned to the construction workshop of the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial vessel. The keel of the T2 Hammer has been laid, yet the completion of the entire vessel remains a distant endeavor. The quarterly objective encompasses 3 distinct types of T2 starships at present. I possess 1 T2 Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier. To fulfill the task by the end of December, I must construct an additional T2 starship. Zhao Chen was determined not to forfeit the bountiful rewards associated with the quarterly assignment. Within the Arctic Fox starport, in the subterranean passage where Zhao Chen had previously taken the succubi, a team equipped with searchlights ventured forth, uncovering corpses and signs of habitation within the underground conduit. A young man pinched his nose, casting a disdainful glance around him. Brother, we have discovered several corpses of the rats. Half of them succumbed to severe trauma, while the rest appear to have had their throats slit after sustaining grave injuries. The assailants acted with remarkable decisiveness. Furthermore, there is no trace of our target, the succubus. An underling approached the young man to report. I was wondering why the rats had gone missing these days. It turns out they met their fate here. The succubus we have been searching for is also nowhere to be found. This is a task that our esteemed leader of the Black Fox Society has emphasized time and again. The relevant clues were painstakingly acquired at the cost of several thousand star coins. Who dares to snatch our prey from the jaws of the Black Fox Society at the Arctic Fox starport? A cold glint flashed in the young man's eyes. Find them for me. Deploy people to scour every exit of this underground tunnel for clues. We must ascertain who has taken the succubus. Chapter 59. The Xianglong fleet. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Zhao Chen's construction project for the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was now more than halfway complete. It appeared he would need to recruit some soldiers skilled in starship construction. Otherwise, he would be left to shoulder all the burdens alone, inevitably leading to exhaustion. Zhao Chen, his face smeared with grease, gazed at the new vessel before him. He chuckled. Brother, with you by my side, my workload shall be considerably alleviated. At that moment, a delicate feminine voice floated from behind him. Captain Zhao Chen turned around, his eyes brightening at the sight. A figure clad in a pristine, tailored military uniform, with a short skirt just above the knee, complemented by white knee-high socks, graced his vision. Due to her identity as a succubus, special openings were deliberately crafted at the hem of her skirt and the back of her top, allowing her tail and petite wings to emerge. The already enchanting succubus, adorned in this attire, rendered Zhao Chen acutely aware of the allure of uniform seduction. He silently expressed gratitude towards his younger sister. For this exquisite starship uniform was indeed designed and tailored by Zhao Warner. Considering the uniqueness of Zhao Chen's fleet, the design of the starship uniform was not fixed. Only the fabric and general style remained constant, ensuring that upon first glance, one could discern them as part of a cohesive series. Variations could be made according to the specific physique and characteristics of the female soldiers, as Zhao Chen's troops were either half-orcs or succubi. Captain, Lilith called out to Zhao Chen once more. It was only then that he regained his composure, realizing he had momentarily lost his demeanor. He feigned calmness and inquired, Is there something you need from me? We have completed the material you assigned us to study. May I ask when the assessment will commence? Lilith asked. Zhao Chen then recalled the matter he had delegated a month prior. Let it be today. Have all the succubi gather in the Starship conference room. Understood, Lilith replied. And just as she departed, Charlotte appeared. In fact, Charlotte had arrived here aboard the Zero Storm at the beginning of October. Lilith greeted Charlotte with a respectful nod before taking her leave. The two had crossed paths several times during this period, perhaps due to their somewhat similar fates. They quickly developed a profound camaraderie. It was evident that the succubi had grown accustomed to life here. Charlotte approached Zhao Chen, and their familiarity had blossomed to that of old friends. How do you find my arrangements? Zhao Chen inquired, appraising Charlotte's standard military attire from head to toe. Given Charlotte's position as the vice captain, her uniform bore subtle distinctions. Yet, fundamentally, it remained unchanged, a white blouse paired with a white skirt and white stockings. However, on Lilith, it exuded an alluring charm, while on Charlotte, it transformed her into a spirited and formidable female general, offering entirely different visual impressions. There were indeed rumors regarding the innate talents of succubi, particularly their remarkable learning abilities and commendable management skills. Yet, as you well know, the focus of attention often lies on their physical forms, with few having ventured to explore their potential. It seems you are the only one who would recruit the succubi to serve as your interstellar soldiers. If outsiders were to discover this, they would surely decry your actions as a waste of resources, Charlotte jested. Zhao Chen chuckled, responding, allowing them to realize their worth in appropriate roles is what truly signifies value. Charlotte gazed at the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship that Zhao Chen was constructing. Isn't your interstellar industrial ship nearing completion? She asked. It will be finished in no more than a month, he replied. During this period, pay attention to procuring a batch of half-beast female soldiers skilled in starship manufacturing and maintenance, as previously requested, Zhao Chen stated. I can't help but wonder if you truly possess some peculiar preferences. It's rather strange. Among the hundreds of women aboard our starship, while not all may be strikingly beautiful, they certainly have their charm. Moreover, isn't it true that your kind has a particular fondness for half-beast females, often referring to them as beast-eared maidens? Charlotte scrutinized him with a hint of suspicion. Zhao Chen replied earnestly, Come on, we've known each other for 3 to 4 months. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Suddenly, Charlotte leaned closer and whispered in Zhao Chen's ear, Captain, could it be that you have some physical issues? Zhao Chen paused, then immediately retorted, What do you mean by physical issues? I assure you, if you dare to visit my room tonight, I'll show you what true vigor looks like. Charlotte was not offended by Zhao Chen's lewd remark. After all, having previously served as a captain herself, She had heard her fair share of crude jokes from the half-beast men under her command. However, she wasn't quite prepared to entice Zhao Chen. Shifting the conversation back to business, she asked, "So, with the construction of this interstellar industrial ship, does that imply you intend to build a fleet of starships in the future?" Zhao Chen nodded. "My immediate goal is to establish an interstellar fleet. This brings forth several issues to address. Currently, we possess 2 starships, but in the future, we aim to expand that to 3. At that time, we must finalize our name. Shall we refer to ourselves as the Night Eagle Fleet, based on your territory's title, or shall we choose a different appellation? Furthermore, our fleet's emblem has yet to be determined," Charlotte remarked. Upon hearing Charlotte's words, Zhao Chen reflected that this was indeed the case. Now that we have the standardized uniforms for the fleet, other items also need to be gathered. The fleet shall be named the Night Eagle Fleet. And as for the emblem, we shall adopt the Night Eagle emblem that my ancestors from the Zhao family used in their era. With that, Zhao Chen retrieved a dragon emblem from his handheld terminal. The Night Eagle Fleet, accompanied by the Night Eagle emblem. Henceforth, we shall refer to ourselves as the Night Eagle Fleet. Charlotte committed the Night Eagle emblem to memory, intending to arrange for its application on the vessels upon her return. She continued, "There is another matter to consider. Although we currently possess only 2 starships, I believe you should contemplate the arrangement of the fleet's flagship. The flagship denotes the principal starship within a fleet, the most significant entity. The flagship shall remain undetermined for now, as we do not possess many starships at present." Zhao Chen responded. In truth, he had already contemplated the flagship's arrangement. It would be that T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser resting in his system's warehouse. Regrettably, it has yet to be unveiled. Nonetheless, Zhao Chen had resolved that the inaugural flagship of the Night Eagle Fleet must be a T3 starship. Frankly speaking, within the Night Eagle system, the term Night Eagle Fleet is rather uncommon. Since the decline of the Zhao family, the starships of the families within their territory have ceased to refer to themselves as the Phoenix Dragon Fleet, resulting in the emblem falling into obscurity. Zhao Chen gazed at this emblem, reminiscing about the arduous journey of his forefather, who, through immense struggle, established the illustrious Zhao family. He was determined to make the Phoenix Dragon emblem shine once more within the Starry Empire, ensuring that the name of the Phoenix Dragon Fleet would echo throughout the cosmos. In the conference room of the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship and T2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier, 18 succubi stood poised and ready. The examination commences. "You are required to complete the questions before you within 3 hours," Zhao Chen announced to the 18 succubi. Each of them faced a holographic screen displaying their assessment questions. At the moment Zhao Chen declared the start of the examination, not a single succubus uttered a word. They all diligently set to work on their tasks. In truth, these examination questions were sourced by Zhao Chen's sister, Zhao Wanner, from the administrative courses of the North Star Starship Military Academy. Furthermore, these questions were intended for 6th-year students. Previously, the materials provided to Lilith and her companions were theoretical resources that the administrative students of the North Star Starship Military Academy were required to study over their 6 years. However, Zhao Chen had only allowed them a month to prepare. Throughout this month, the succubi immersed themselves in study, even while eating, sleeping, or bathing. Today was the moment to validate their capabilities. Time ticked away, with some succubi maintaining a composed demeanor, others furrowing their brows in contemplation, and still others displaying signs of anxiety and concern. 3 hours swiftly elapsed. All activities ceased as I prepared to receive the content of your examination. The results will be announced in a few hours. For now, you are to vacate the conference room and engage in leisure," Zhao Chen declared with a serious demeanor. Although the examination had concluded, each succubus remained tense, awaiting outside the conference room with bated breath. Young succubus Beishi grasped Lilith's hand, whispering, "Sister Lilith, if we did not perform well in this assessment, will Captain be inclined to dismiss us?" While Captain Zhao had previously mentioned that the examination would influence their future positions aboard the starship, he had not clarified whether poor performance would result in expulsion. Thus, they had spent the past month in a state of anxiety. "Fear not. You have all exerted great effort. I have faith that your performance will meet expectations," Lilith reassured her. An hour later, Zhao Chen emerged through the door. The gazes of the 18 succubi were fixed upon him, reflecting a mixture of tension, anxiety, and fear. I shall now announce the rankings of the assessment. First place goes to Lilith. This outcome was anticipated by all, as Lilith's prowess surpassed that of her peers. Second place, Marcy. Third place, sixth place, Beishi. Upon hearing her rank, Beishi exhaled in relief, grateful to be sixth rather than last. Conversely, the succubi who ranked at the bottom felt a surge of anxiety, glancing helplessly at Lilith and the captain, with some already covering their faces in tears, lamenting their lack of diligence. After Zhao Chenyan announced the rankings, he surveyed the room and declared, "Each of you has passed." A collective sigh of relief escaped the few succubi who had ranked at the bottom. One of them cautiously inquired, "Does that mean, Captain, we can stay?" "Of course," Zhao Chenyan replied with a smile. The truth was, their performance and eligibility to remain were entirely at his discretion. The assessment was merely a formality. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that they had performed admirably. Within just a month's time, even the lowest-scoring succubus had attained a level equivalent to that of a fourth-year student in the administrative department of the North Star Starship Military Academy. Among them, Lilith had achieved the highest score, surpassing the passing mark of the academy by several points. "I shall now announce your future positions," Zhao Chenyan stated. "Lilith will serve as my secretary, and Marcy will take the helm of the Zero Storm." As he proclaimed each individual's role, all were assigned to positions within the administrative sector of the starship, with Lilith holding the highest rank. The position of secretary is regarded as the second-in-command within a fleet, subordinate only to the fleet commander. Within a starship, it undoubtedly places her among the top 3 authorities, on par with the vice captain. "Me, as a secretary?" Lilith was taken aback. "Indeed, this is well-deserved due to your capabilities. I hope you will approach your duties with the utmost seriousness. Should we encounter other succubi in the future, you too may recruit them, just as Charlotte does," Zhao Chenyan continued. Lilith gazed at Zhao Chun with a hint of astonishment. She had never anticipated that he would place such great trust in her. "Captain, I shall strive to work diligently." Beside her, Bessie exclaimed with excitement. For them, being able to remain here was the epitome of happiness. Thus, Lilith and her fellow succubi officially became part of the Xiong fleet. In the final days of November, Zhao Chen's T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was finally completed. The emblem of the Xiong fleet adorned its hull, symbolizing their unity. "With this, I can construct our starships more swiftly and in greater numbers," Zhao Chen exclaimed with joy as he admired the T2 Hammer before him. He turned to Charlotte and inquired, "How have you progressed with the task I assigned you?" "In accordance with your instructions, I have assembled a crew of 200 half-orc personnel experienced in starship manufacturing and maintenance," Charlotte reported. "Excellent. From tomorrow onward, let them board the ship and begin their training to master the T2 Hammer as quickly as possible," Zhao Chen replied, his enthusiasm palpable. However, the staggering cost of 900,000 star coins proved insufficient to meet the raw material requirements for constructing a starship. Once again, he found himself in need of funds. Zhao Chen scratched his head, surprised that only a few months had passed before he faced financial constraints again. He needed to devise a plan to acquire money, but with just over a month remaining until the deadline for quarterly tasks, time was not on his side. The system task accept and complete the bounty mission issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox Galaxy has been triggered. Would you like to accept this task? Refusing will incur a cost of 300 system points. At this moment, another system task emerged, seemingly related to the Arctic Fox Galaxy. Initially, Zhao Chen was reluctant to accept it. However, upon considering the 300 system points penalty for declining, he ultimately chose to accept. Task details: accept and complete the bounty mission issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox Galaxy. Task difficulty: Grade C task rewards, 5 task points, and 1,000 points special rewards. Random rewards based on task completion failure penalty. Deduction of 1,000 system points. Zhao Chen glanced at the system task and immediately requested Charlotte to investigate whether there were any bounty missions announced in the Arctic Fox Galaxy. "Are you aware of this matter?" Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. "What matter?" Zhao Chen inquired, sensing that Charlotte had some knowledge about it. Charlotte replied, "Just now, an announcement was broadcasted throughout the Arctic Fox starport, requesting private fleets and adventurer fleets to accept bounty missions. The content is that a remote asteroid base in the Arctic Fox Galaxy has encountered a cosmic insect nest, and a small contingent of Imperial warships has already been dispatched for support. However, the number of interstellar insectoids in the nest is considerable, and the situation is dire. The Lord's fleet of the Arctic Fox Galaxy and other Imperial warships will take a day to arrive, while we can reach the location in just 3 hours. The task requires us to escort the 5 million residents of that asteroid base to safety." Insectoids? Zhao Chun felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Chapter 61. The interstellar swarm. The interstellar swarm is a phenomenon akin to a species that seemingly materializes from thin air shrouded in mystery with no available intel. It is instinctively belligerent, voraciously consuming any life forms within its perception, and instances of cannibalism among its kind have been observed. Should it descend upon a planet, it would spell catastrophic doom for all living beings inhabiting that world. Typically, the interstellar swarm emerges alongside the appearance of cosmic wormholes. The cosmic wormhole, to date, remains devoid of any scientific explanation for its existence. It is also referred to as a cosmic rift or an interstellar fissure, resembling a tear in the fabric of the universe through which the interstellar swarm surges forth to launch attacks on nearby celestial bodies. If left unchecked, these swarms will devour all life on a planet, subsequently reproducing and spreading to neighboring worlds and star systems. The duration of a cosmic wormhole's existence is unpredictable, varying in length and scale. The magnitude of the wormhole correlates with the size of the interstellar swarm it produces. In this regard, researchers from the Galactic Alliance have established a systematic classification, categorizing cosmic wormholes from levels 1 to 3, in accordance with T1 and T2 technological standards. Combatants have discerned that certain formidable individuals within the interstellar swarm possess prowess comparable to that of interstellar battleships. These formidable entities are referred to as the Hive Mother ships. The Hive Mother ships carry vast numbers of interstellar swarm members into battle, conquering and laying waste to numerous planets. Zhao Chen reflected on the knowledge he had acquired regarding the Zerg at the Northern Star Military Academy. Is there any detailed information about this mission? He inquired of Charlotte. She shook her head. I have only heard vague news. I am unaware of the specifics. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chen instructed Charlotte, please prepare immediately. Arrange for the Zero Storm and the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier to be fully stocked with military supplies and expedite their departure. Departure? Where to? Charlotte asked, but her eyes widened in realization. Captain, you cannot possibly. Follow my instructions, and I will seek additional intelligence on this matter. Zhao Chen replied before promptly heading to the bridge of the T2 Queen B. Meanwhile, Charlotte proceeded to issue orders for the Zero Storm. During Zhao Wanner's absence, the two were responsible for these starships. Upon arriving at the bridge, Zhao Chen immediately contacted an individual. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am the Port Authority Officer CC-11. How may I assist you today? The female officer greeted him with a smile. Are you aware of the cosmic wormhole situation? Zhao Chen asked. The officer hesitated for a moment before nodding. Are you referring to the cosmic wormhole incident that occurred around asteroid P331? If your sector has not encountered two cosmic wormholes, then that is indeed the case, Zhao Chen affirmed. If you wish to acquire detailed information, you may proceed to the headquarters of the Arctic Fox Starport, where an introduction is available, the female supervisor replied. I lack the luxury of time. I require immediate access to all pertinent intelligence regarding this mission, and I must undertake it with utmost urgency, Zhao Chen stated. You intend to accept this mission? The female supervisor was taken aback, for it was known that half an hour had elapsed since the bounty was posted. The head of the starport had personally inquired with several commanders of the private fleets and adventurer squads stationed there, yet none were willing to take on this task. Indeed, Zhao Chen affirmed. The supervisor responded, accepting the mission is feasible. However, according to protocol, we must first register your fleet and I demand expedience. Complete these formalities within 10 minutes, Zhao Chen interjected. 10 minutes? The supervisor appeared troubled. These procedures are mandatory. They also serve to ensure the safety of your fleet. Beep, beep, beep. Your account has received 1,000 star coins. The supervisor suddenly received a notification of the deposit. She cast a fleeting glance at the holographic image of Zhao Chen, and they exchanged a knowing look. Given the unique nature of this mission, we can utilize an expedited channel. I will make arrangements to contact you and provide a response within 10 minutes. In the meantime, I will send you all the relevant mission intelligence. The supervisor swiftly concluded her instructions and abruptly terminated the communication with Zhao Chen to pursue the urgent channel. Indeed, wealth facilitates the resolution of matters everywhere. Zhao Chen, undeterred by such thoughts, began to peruse the mission intelligence dispatched by the female officer. This event had transpired 3 hours prior in a remote region of the Arctic Fox galaxy, where a secondary cosmic wormhole had abruptly manifested. Upon receiving this news, the Lord of the Arctic Fox galaxy promptly issued orders to deploy a fleet to eradicate the interstellar insectoids. However, a significant portion of the Imperial Army stationed in the Arctic Fox galaxy had recently been reassigned. Moreover, the Lord's own fleet had been dispatched to another border battlefield for a minor operational task. Consequently, Only a small contingent of the Imperial Army remained to guard the Arctic Fox Galaxy, and this unit had already rushed to the scene of the incident. Regrettably, the sheer number of interstellar insectoids rendered their efforts insufficient for suppression. The Arctic Fox Galaxy immediately sought assistance from neighboring galaxies and the governor of the Northwind Sector. The Northwind Sector, one of the 8 domains of the Starry Empire, encompasses 63 galaxies, including the Xiaolong Galaxy, the North Star Galaxy, and the Arctic Fox Galaxy. However, reinforcements would require time, with the earliest arriving no sooner than 10 hours hence, according to simulations conducted by the High Command of the Arctic Fox Galaxy. Within this 10-hour window, the swarm of interstellar insectoids would threaten inhabited planets within their reach, including 3 asteroids and 1 satellite, totaling a population of 70 million. The first to bear the brunt of the assault would be the 5 million inhabitants of asteroid P331. Within the upper echelons of the Arctic Fox Galaxy, 2 distinct voices have emerged. One advocates for the abandonment of the P331 asteroid, proposing a retreat to other, more populous planets until reinforcements arrive. The other voice suggests relinquishing P331, but insists on the complete evacuation of the 5 million inhabitants residing there. Ironically, this latter opinion belongs to the commander of the last remaining Imperial fleet, who, acting unilaterally, directed the fleet towards the P331 asteroid. He urgently requested the immediate dispatch of interstellar transport vessels to facilitate the evacuation of the populace. However, calculations reveal that the Imperial fleet alone is incapable of ensuring the safe withdrawal of the 5 million souls on P331 in the face of an impending onslaught from the interstellar insectoid forces. Consequently, the fleet commander conceived a bold plan. In light of the unavailability of both the Lord's fleet and the Imperial forces, he would seek assistance from civilian ships. Thus, the current bounty mission was born, offering a substantial reward of 500,000 star coins. Additionally, the commander guaranteed that all losses and expenditures incurred by the starships during the conflict would be borne by the Imperial forces. Chen rubbed his chin, reflecting that his concern for the lives at stake was not paramount. He would not risk the safety of the personnel aboard his 2 starships for the sake of rescuing others, as he did not consider himself a savior. However, the corpses of the interstellar insectoids hold significant value. Their remains are rich in various resources, akin to mobile treasure troves. Unfortunately, Chen found himself in dire financial straits, coupled with the system's mission. Chapter 62, Objective. At the fringes of the Arctic Fox star system, within the confines of the P331 asteroid, lies the Arctic Fox starport, the headquarters for interstellar missions. Sir, calling upon us is futile. This is a secondary universal wormhole, with no less than 3 T2 Hive motherships and over 30 T1 Hive motherships. How could our band of adventurers possibly withstand their assault for even a few hours? Although the bounty is a substantial 500,000 star coins, one must have a life to spend it. Everyone knows that dealing with these creatures can lead to the annihilation of an entire starship. They do not offer you the courtesy of surrender. What is a mere 5 million lives to them? I propose we retreat to the rear, to the P300 asteroid, which hosts a population of 20 million. Defending that position would require merely a 2-hour stand, and the swiftest reinforcements would arrive in time. However, at P331, we would need to endure the onslaught of the interstellar insectoid for at least 3 hours to ensure the safe evacuation of those 5 million lives. The risk is far too great. In a chamber, the chief administrator of the Arctic Fox starport gazed despondently at the 3 commanders of the largest private fleets currently stationed at the port. Each of them had rejected the task for various reasons. I will personally increase the bounty by an additional 100,000 star coins. Won't you reconsider? This mission does not require you to engage in a full confrontation with the insects, merely delaying for 3 hours. Perhaps 2 hours would suffice. The chief administrator urged. Don't even mention 600,000 star coins. For 1 million, let those who wish to undertake this task do so. I certainly will not. It is rather peculiar, isn't it? The fleet commander who recklessly attempted to evacuate 5 million citizens from the P331 asteroid. Has his mind been ensnared by the door? You all are quite something. Why not simply command the esteemed lord of the Arctic Fox star system to order the fleet's withdrawal? One individual remarked, smirking. The chief administrator of Arctic Fox starport sighed deeply, harboring unspoken grievances. Of course, the lord above desired the Imperial fleet's retreat. While the Imperial military did not fall directly under his command, a lord typically wields some authority over their domain. Moreover, the lord of the Arctic Fox star system is a count, and it is among the most prosperous in the northern Windstar region, thus holding a significant status. Yet, the commander of that imperial fleet possesses an even more remarkable standing. The Lord of the Arctic Fox star system has declared that he would not mourn the loss of those 5 million souls. Even if the total demise of 70 million across the surrounding planets were to occur, it would not grieve him. However, should anything happen to that commander, he would find himself in dire straits. At that moment, the chief administrator of Arctic Fox Starport received a message on his terminal. Upon reading its contents, he was elated and promptly connected. "Hello, you say there is a fleet willing to accept this bounty mission?" The 3 individuals present exchanged astonished glances upon hearing the administrator's exuberant words. None of them dared to undertake this task. Who were these audacious newcomers willing to accept it? Incomplete paperwork? No matter, at this critical juncture, all procedures can be simplified. They should set off immediately, the chief officer of the Arctic Fox Starport declared. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he inquired, "What is the background of the other party? How many starships do they possess?" "The Black Dragon fleet?" he continued, astonished. "Currently, there are only 2 starships at our starport." The chief officer of the Arctic Fox Starport was taken aback. The name Black Dragon Fleet left the 3 bystanders murmuring, as they had never heard of such a faction in the entire North Windstar domain. Moreover, only 2 starships? While it was possible that most of their vessels were not docked, did anyone truly dare to undertake this mission? Regardless, it did not matter what fleet it was. Inform them to depart immediately. If they successfully complete this task, the Arctic Fox Starport will reward them with an additional 100,000, no, 200,000 star coins, the chief officer asserted. As the communication concluded, he turned to the 3 individuals present and asked once more, "Are you truly not reconsidering? This bounty task has no limit on the number of participants. The 4 of you could go together, perhaps." Forget it, forget it. Such an easy task should be left to this so-called Black Dragon fleet, one of them remarked with a tone of derision. "I'm quite curious to see if they can successfully evacuate those 500,000 people." Another added mockingly, his tone and gaze reflecting complete skepticism regarding the other's capability to accomplish such a feat on board the T-2B King-class heavy aircraft carrier. The bridge officer stated, "Mr. Zhao Chen, we have registered you on our end. You have accepted this mission. Furthermore, we have added a reward of 200,000 star coins. Should you successfully complete this task, you will receive a total remuneration of 700,000 star coins," the female supervisor conveyed to Zhao Chen via video communication. "Thank you," Zhao Chen replied. Wishing you a triumphant return, the female supervisor responded before the communication concluded. Zhao Chen then turned his attention to the other end of the video call, where Charlotte awaited. "What is the situation with the Black Dragon fleet?" Charlotte inquired with curiosity. Zhao Chen explained, "Registering the mission requires a name. After some contemplation, I decided not to use the name of the Falcon Fleet, as that would be too ostentatious. Therefore, we shall initially present ourselves as the Black Dragon Fleet." After elucidating, Zhao Chen gazed at Charlotte and asked, "Aren't you curious as to why I am so determined to undertake this mission?" Charlotte replied, "What mission you choose to accept is your prerogative as the captain. As your subordinate, my sole duty is to engage in battle." It must be said that Charlotte is indeed an exceptionally skilled starship commander. At present, the T-2 Queen Bee and the Zero Storm are departing from the Arctic Fox Starport, and it will still take some time before they enter warp speed. Zhao Chen continued, "What do you think our chances of success are if we undertake this mission alone?" Charlotte's expression turned serious as she raised her hand, summoning a holographic projection detailing the mission. "This is a Level 2 cosmic wormhole. Assuming there are more than 3 T-2 Hive Mother ships and 30 T-1 Hive Mother ships engaging in a relentless struggle, we possess scant chances of victory. For those creatures, we currently lack interstellar supply ships, and even if we exhaust all our ammunition, we may not be able to eradicate them entirely. However, if our objective is merely to buy time and facilitate the evacuation of the 500,000 inhabitants on the P-331 asteroid, the task becomes significantly more manageable. We stand at roughly an 80% probability of success. Such a high estimation. I had anticipated you would deem my assessment rather reckless," remarked Zhao Chen, somewhat astonished by Charlotte's appraisal. Charlotte responded, "Were we to deploy 2 ordinary T-2 starships, our odds would dwindle to less than 30%. Yet, your 2 vessels cannot be classified as mere T-2 starships. Furthermore, I have encountered the interstellar insectoids on a few occasions. Unless faced with a massive swarm, their threat is considerably diminished." With Charlotte's reassurance, Zhao Chen felt a surge of confidence. The course for the warp engine has been predetermined. We shall soon enter the acceleration phase, and in 10 minutes, we will commence warp travel. Within this time frame, all crew members are to enter deep-sea mode. I repeat. Within 10 minutes, all crew members are to enter deep-sea mode. Zhao Chen issued the command. Target acquired. The edge of the Arctic Fox star system, asteroid P331. Chapter 63. They dare to fire 20 minutes later. The Zero Storm and the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier arrived at the designated coordinates in succession. Zhao Chen immediately regained consciousness, exited the hibernation pod, and settled into the captain's chair, poised to issue orders when a voice interrupted him. All personnel on the bridge return to your stations within a minute to inspect the starship's various data. All personnel aboard the starship must return to their stations within 3 minutes, ready for immediate action. The starship promptly enters a state of elevated combat readiness. With interstellar drones poised for deployment, Zhao Chen glanced over and observed Secretary Lilies had already begun issuing commands. Noticing Zhao Chen's gaze, Lilies, somewhat bashful, remarked, Am I doing something wrong? No, you are performing admirably. I did not anticipate your swift recovery. Your physical condition is quite impressive, Zhao Chen commended. The role of the secretary is to assist the captain in issuing orders, and when necessary, to preemptively give commands that fall outside the captain's designated authority. Much like the earlier directives, Lilies responded, I previously served aboard a starship of the Succubus Kingdom and participated in the war against invaders, though ultimately, we were defeated. The Succubus Kingdom campaign, I believe that occurred over 50 years ago. Had you already been in service at that time? How old are you now? Zhao Chen began to ponder the age of his secretary. Indeed, I am 75 years old this year, Lily stated. Zhao Chen was taken aback. 75? Given Lily's appearance, one might easily mistake her for merely 20. Sensing Zhao Chen's skepticism, she elucidated, Our kind, the succubi, can live up to 300 years under normal circumstances. With the aid of technology akin to what your human race possesses, we might even reach 400 years. 400 years? Zhao Chen swallowed hard. By this calculation, Lilith was indeed akin to a young lady of merely 20 years in human terms. The maximum lifespan of humanity has now reached 150 years. However, this privilege is reserved solely for the aristocracy. The average lifespan for ordinary individuals remains around 70 to 80 years. Captain, the Zero Storm has successfully completed its warp travel. Please provide further instructions. The communication window from Charlotte popped up. What is our current distance from asteroid P331? Zhao Chen inquired. Lilith promptly replied. If we consider the speed of the T-2 Queen Bee, we expect to arrive at asteroid P331 in no more than half an hour. As for the Zero Storm, it could reach there in just 10 minutes. Warp travel only allows for an approximate arrival at a designated location. In a non-combat environment, we can approach the destination more closely. However, when heading toward a combat zone, interstellar fleets typically reduce speed in advance, ceasing warp travel at a considerable distance from the conflict area before employing conventional engines to enter the battlefield. The Zero Storm will first form a formation with the T-2 Queen Bee to proceed to asteroid P331. We shall discuss the specific combat plan upon arrival, Zhao Chen stated. Understood. Both Charlotte and Lilith responded in unison. Subsequently, the two starships maintained the same speed as they navigated in a singular direction. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, they encountered a fleet of sluggish interstellar transport vessels. What are those starships? Zhao Chen queried, gazing at the interstellar transports that appeared to be moving at a mere 10 knots, clearly not their typical cruising speed. According to the identification numbers of these interstellar transport vessels, they belong to the fleet of the Arctic Fox star system's overlord. The model is the T-2 Seahorse-class medium interstellar transport ship. Their presence here suggests they are tasked with evacuating the populace from the P331 asteroid. Lilith promptly responded. Zhao Chen gazed at her in astonishment. Lilith quietly explained, I came across this information in my studies. Contact their starship and inquire about their sluggish speed. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. Soon, communication was established. Which fleet do you belong to? The opposing fleet commander inquired first. We are the Black Dragon Fleet, assigned to support the evacuation operation at P331 asteroid. You are the interstellar transport vessels responsible for the evacuation, correct? Why is your speed so slow? Lilith questioned. The opposing fleet commander hesitated momentarily. Our starships have sustained damage, hence our reduced speed. Since you are here to provide support, you may proceed ahead. With that, the fleet commander severed the communication, turning to his aide with a chuckle. It appears there are indeed fools willing to accept this task. They must be out of their minds. We are not so foolish. If we rush there, and the interstellar Zerg attack while we are evacuating people, what then? We shall proceed at a leisurely pace. And when the Imperial forces can no longer hold their ground and inform us that our presence is unnecessary, we will simply retreat. I advise your fleet to carry out your operational duties and accelerate towards the P-331 asteroid. The voice of Lilith resonated. The fleet commander furrowed his brow, pondering the source of such unwarranted interference. As communication was not established on this end, his words remained unheard by the T2 Queen Bee. The aide, casually smoking beside him, remarked nonchalantly, "Pay them no mind. We shall pursue our own course. They are not the Imperial forces. What could they possibly do to us?" Suddenly, a report came from the bridge crew. "Captain, the unidentified starship has all its secondary cannons trained on our fleet." The commander snorted disdainfully. "What? Do they truly dare to fire upon us? We are but a subordinate fleet of the Arctic Fox Star Systems Dominion." In an instant, streaks of meteors crossed the view outside the bridge's panoramic window, with the nearest one less than 100 meters from the command center. The starship audaciously prepared to fire. "This is your final warning. Should you continue to neglect your duties, you shall bear the consequences," the feminine voice echoed once more. The fleet commander swallowed hard, exclaiming, "A lunatic. This must be the work of a lunatic, desiring death, yet dragging us along. What shall we do? They truly seem intent on firing. We lack a fleet of escorts. With only our interstellar transport vessel's meager firepower, we have no means of retaliation." The aide, visibly startled, exclaimed as he realized the cigarette had burned down to his hand, causing him pain. The fleet commander, face darkened with frustration, muttered, "It seems fortune has turned against me this time, but I shall remember this grudge." Full speed ahead. Set course for asteroid P-331. Upon observing the once sluggish interstellar transport fleet suddenly accelerate, Zhao Chen, stationed on the bridge of the T2 Queen Bee, could not suppress a satisfied smile. He was all too aware of the hidden motives harbored by these individuals. Typically, it was of no concern to him. They could act as they pleased. However, this time it was his mission at stake, and he would not allow any deliberate delays. Chapter 64. The Nest Mothership asteroid P-331, with a population of 5 million, is a modest resource-rich planet. Consequently, the Arctic Fox Star System established several bases here, assigning 5 million personnel to engage in resource extraction activities. Little did they foresee the calamity that was to befall them, the emergence of a cosmic wormhole. Their very own P-331 asteroid was the first to be endangered. The asteroid's overseer was frantically orchestrating evacuation efforts, but alas, the number of interstellar transport ships was woefully inadequate. To date, they had managed to evacuate less than 1/10 of the population. Their transport capabilities were far from sufficient, and the fleet of interstellar transport ships, which should have arrived half an hour earlier, had yet to make an appearance. "How is your evacuation progressing?" A video window materialized before the asteroid's overseer, revealing a woman clad in the military uniform of the Stellar Empire. "To date, we have only managed to evacuate 500,000. Over 400,000 remain awaiting rescue," came the response from the asteroid's overseer. "And the interstellar transport fleet?" The female officer furrowed her brow, clearly displeased with the efficiency. "They have not. They have yet to arrive," the overseer replied, resigned. "Captain, a vast swarm of insects has appeared on the right flank of our fleet. The numbers are overwhelming. We must retreat on a large scale. Captain, the enemy's T2 insect nest mothership is attacking our ships with plasma cannons. One of our T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyers has sustained damage." The voice of the female officer was drowned out by the cacophony of reports, each message intensifying the asteroid commander's concern. "My lord, perhaps you should retreat for now. Sacrificing 30 Imperial warships for the sake of a few 100 million lives is not worth it," the asteroid commander urged once more. He had repeated this sentiment countless times. Had it not been for this noble leader commanding the Imperial fleet to this location, he might have already evacuated aboard a starship. "We still have time. We cannot abandon a single citizen of the Empire," the female officer asserted vehemently. The asteroid commander internally sighed. "Your compassion is admirable. But please do not drag the higher-ups of this asteroid down with you. If you do not leave, neither will they. We will continue to delay the onslaught of the interstellar insect race. We estimate we can hold for another 2 hours. You must find a way to evacuate the populace swiftly," the female officer declared resolutely. "Understood," the asteroid commander replied, steeling himself. The female officer on the bridge of the flagship, a medium interstellar battleship of the 7th Legion, 3rd Corps, 5th Fleet of the Starry Empire, gazed gravely at the starship radar. Countless red dots cluttered the display, their numbers reaching into the millions. These are all insects. Miss, we truly must retreat. If we continue fighting like this, our fleet may inadvertently become ensnared by the swarm, leading to total annihilation. Currently, we can suppress the swarm with our firepower. But as their numbers swell, we will soon find ourselves surrounded, and at that point, escape will be impossible, an anxious female officer urged. The lady officer gritted her teeth, her heart heavy as she replied, "Are we truly to abandon the lives of millions on that planet? Miss, your life is far more precious than those millions." The female officer stated bluntly, "No, every life is of equal value. As soldiers of the Empire, our duty is to protect its people," the lady officer declared resolutely. Internally, the female officer felt a tempest of frustration. Must the young lady's sense of justice be so overwhelming at this moment? Reluctantly, she resorted to her trump card. "Miss, while you care for those hundreds of thousands, have you considered the cost if something were to happen to you here? How many lives would be affected, and how many families would suffer as a result?" The lady officer wrestled with her conscience, acutely aware that her stubbornness was clouding her judgment. Yet, her sense of justice forbade her from easily abandoning the lives of millions on that planet. 2 hours. Let us hold on for just 2 more hours. She gritted her teeth, choosing to compromise. 2 hours is impossible. Given our current situation, we can barely endure for an hour. We must retreat within the hour. No matter what. Should it come to that, you may retreat with your starship while I lead the remaining fleet to hold our ground, declared the female adjutant resolutely. In comparison to the life of this young lady before her, the 30 Imperial starships at their disposal were of little consequence. How can I abandon you all and flee? The female officer rejected such an idea, her fist clenched as she inquired, "Have there been no fleets responding to the bounty mission I issued earlier?" "My lady, it is highly improbable that assistance will arrive." At that moment, the adjutant truly contemplated rendering the young lady unconscious in order to extricate her from the situation. Internally, the officer was torn, her sense of justice clashing with the harsh reality before her. Should they retreat or remain steadfast? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the relentless surge of the insect horde had breached the defenses of a T-2 Guardian-class medium interstellar frigate. Insects, each the size of a human, began to swarm upon its armored hull, gnawing furiously at the protective plating. The T-2 Guardian could do nothing against these invaders clinging to its body, merely watching helplessly as the armor was devoured piece by piece. Report: the starboard side of T-2 Guardian 0712 has been extensively overrun by the flying insects. It is beyond recovery. The bridge crew relayed the grim tidings to the female officer. Once the insects latched onto a starship, it was as though one foot was already in the realm of the dead, facing near certain doom. The female officer gazed at the T-2 Guardian with a mix of anger and guilt. This would be the first starship to fall in her fleet's defense. But it certainly would not be the last. Report: a fleet of interstellar drones has appeared behind our ships. An officer, who had been closely monitoring the starship radar, suddenly reported this development. Interstellar drones? The female officer expressed her astonishment. While they were still in disbelief about the appearance of these drones, the swarm had already plunged into the battlefield, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the flying insects, obliterating them into countless pieces. Simultaneously, they provided support to the besieged T-2 Guardian. With the drone's cannon fire, the insects clinging to the hull were gradually eradicated. At last, the T-2 Guardian, bearing a battered frame, successfully retreated from the perilous zone. Where did these interstellar drones come from? The female officer pondered in astonishment. Just then, a communication came through. "I am the commander of the Black Dragon Fleet, responding to a bounty mission for support," a male voice resonated through the comms. At that moment, the female officer felt a rush of overwhelming emotion, tears of joy welling up. See, her call for help had not gone unanswered. There were still those who shared her sense of justice. Meanwhile, in the distance on the battlefield, several massive insect-like creatures, resembling interstellar warships, were gradually advancing towards the fray. Chapter 65. Only 2 starships? Commander of the Black Dragon Fleet, greetings. I am Commander Chu Xian of the 5th Fleet, subordinate to the 3rd Corps of the 7th Legion of the Stellar Empire. Your assistance has arrived most opportunely. May I inquire how many starships you have brought? Commander Chu Xian inquired with excitement. With reinforcements, it meant that the 500,000 inhabitants on that planet could safely evacuate. We have 2 starships, Zhao Chen stated candidly. 2. In the first instance, Chu Xian harbored doubts about whether she had misheard the information. She glanced at her female adjutant and whispered, "Did I just hear 20 ships as 2? The adjutant, with a vacant expression, nodded in agreement. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Xian sought confirmation. "Did you just say your fleet consists of only 2 starships?" "Indeed," replied Zhao Chen. "Are you merely an advanced fleet, with the main force still en route?" Chu Xian endeavored to salvage a glimmer of hope. Zhao Chen responded, "This time, only our 2 starships have come to provide assistance. As for the mission issued by your commander, no one else was willing to accept it." 2. Merely 2 starships? Chu Xian felt as though her hopes had plummeted from the heights to the depths. "Are you T3 starships?" she inquired, unwilling to surrender easily. 2 T2 starships. Zhao Chen clarified. At that moment, Chu Xian's expression turned blank. Perhaps she should not have chosen to hold her ground at the P331 asteroid. She could not allow her so-called sense of justice and responsibility to lead her fleet to sacrifice here. "I am truly grateful for your support. But with just your 2 starships, it is impossible to reverse the dire situation we face," Chu Xian said, her mood dampening. "Therefore, I have decided to abandon the effort." "Are you truly prepared to give up without even trying?" Zhao Chen countered. Chu Xian paused, contemplating the defiance of her lord's orders. Insisting upon safeguarding the evacuation of 5 million civilians from asteroid P331. Although this situation places your fleet in peril, potentially jeopardizing the safety of millions in the rear and resulting in a significant loss for a minor gain, you may not be a qualified commander. Yet you are an admirable soldier. I refuse to believe that, in the absence of complete despair, you would willingly relinquish the conviction you have steadfastly upheld. Zhao Chen fixed his gaze upon Chu Xian. Despite the virtual window of video communication, Chu Xian felt an exhilarating jolt, as goosebumps erupted across her skin. Chu Xian opened her mouth to speak, but her female aide abruptly interjected. "Captain, you may not fully grasp the current situation. With merely your 2 T2 starships, you cannot possibly turn the tide. It is important to note that there are 30 T2 starships of the Imperial Army present here. Just 2 starships." Initially, the aide held a degree of respect for this man, but now she regarded him as rather foolish, just as she had finally persuaded her lady to retreat. This upstart appeared, attempting to sway her once more with mere words. Did he not understand the significance of her identity? Should anything happen to her here, the entire Arctic Fox star system could face dire consequences. "Allow me to elucidate the present circumstances." Zhao Chen turned his attention to Commander Chu Xian. Commander Chu Xian halted her aide's attempt to continue speaking and stated with gravity, "The current situation is as follows. This swarm of interstellar insectoids originates from a secondary universe wormhole, which has since been sealed. A total of 4 T2 Hive motherships and 35 T1 Hive motherships have appeared. Thus far, we have destroyed 4 T1 Hive motherships and severely damaged 1 T2 Hive mothership. However, the overwhelming number of insects has rendered it exceedingly difficult to maintain our defensive line." Zhao Chen inquired, "What is the status of your fleet's battle damage? And how much combat capability do your starships retain?" Commander Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback but promptly responded, "All 30 of my starships remain operational, though 2 have sustained some damage that does not impede their combat effectiveness. More than 50% of our weaponry is still available. However, our firepower is insufficient. The sheer number of insects—" "I understand," Zhao Chen interjected, unwavering in his conviction. "I believe we still have a glimmer of hope for battle." The female aide, covering her face, wondered where this impudent youth had emerged from, noting his striking resemblance to their young lady. Absurd. How could he even compare to her stature? "Hey, do you truly grasp the gravity of the situation? We cannot risk 30 starships on a whim simply because of your words." The aide, in her exasperation, dropped all formalities and shouted directly. Zhao Chen disregarded the aide's outburst and fixed his gaze upon Chu Xian. "What is your plan?" Chu Xian asked Zhao Chen. "There is no time for extensive explanations. You need only to direct your fleet to follow my instructions. While defeating the interstellar insect horde before us is unfeasible, securing an additional 2 hours for the nearby P331 asteroid is entirely within reach." Zhao Chen gazed at the young and radiant commander before him. "All you need to do is tell me whether you are willing to trust me, whether you are prepared to stake everything once more for the beliefs that reside within your heart." Chu Xian clenched her fists, biting her lip, revealing the turmoil that churned within her. "Are you finished? If you seek death, no one will stop you." The female adjutant erupted, unable to contain her frustration as she pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen added, If you still harbor doubts, I can offer you a guarantee. When you believe this battle is truly devoid of hope, you may withdraw at any moment. Very well. I accept your terms. My fleet will now heed your command. At that moment, Commander Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with a gem-like radiance. Miss. The female adjutant exclaimed, her impatience manifesting as she stomped her foot. Allow me to be reckless just this once. If it truly cannot be changed, we can retreat later. Commander Chu Xian whispered. The female adjutant, resigned, understood that once her mistress made a decision, it was immutable. Her lady was imbued with a profound sense of justice and an obstinate temperament. My fleet of drones will provide you with cover. Your fleet must retreat at full speed now. We shall form a one-way carrier battle formation centered around my T-2 carrier starship at this position, Zhao Chen declared with resolve. These creatures are numerous. Are you certain your interstellar drones can withstand them? Commander Chu Xian inquired with concern. Zhao Chen, unperturbed, replied, Please place your trust in me, Commander Chu Xian. Commander Chu Xian gazed upon the man before her, inexplicably sensing an aura of light surrounding him. She began issuing commands to her fleet. All units, retreat from battle at maximum speed towards the designated coordinates. Position yourselves accordingly. Form a single-direction carrier battle formation centered around our allied fleet's aircraft carrier. Chapter 66. Insect Sea Tactics. It must be said that the quality of the Imperial fleet was remarkably high. Upon the issuance of Commander Chu Xian's orders, 30 starships swiftly disengaged from combat, maintaining a highly secure withdrawal formation. The T-2 Guardian-class medium interstellar corvettes provided rear cover, just in case. However, the anticipated contingencies never materialized. 100 T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones shielded 20 T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones as they approached the oncoming swarm of insects. The 100 T-2 Killer B drones immediately unleashed a barrage of cannon fire and missiles upon the advancing throngs, obliterating the insects in droves. Simultaneously, the 20 T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones deployed pre-prepared timed explosives, and subsequently, all interstellar drones retreated. The insects, relentless in their pursuit, surged forth like a black tide, eager to seize their prey. Just as the swarm closed in, the timed explosives detonated one by one, creating a veritable net of fire that momentarily disoriented the pursuing insects. The T-2 Bumblebee-class heavy interstellar drone, stationed on the bridge, saw Captain Zhao Chen seated in the command chair, gazing through a deep space telescope that magnified the battlefield before him. Although he had previously studied the information regarding the interstellar Zerg in the textbooks of the Polaris Starship Military Academy, witnessing the combat tactics of these extraterrestrial races firsthand evoked a profound sense of awe, sending shivers down his spine, particularly for those afflicted with a fear of clusters. The sight before them could easily induce a state of collapse. The combat methodology of the interstellar Zerg is notably unique. The individual Zerg hive ships are substantial, classified within the realm of biological starships. However, their mobility is rather limited, and their primary weaponry, such as biological plasma cannons and biological torpedoes, does not confer any significant advantage when compared to starships of equivalent class. Nevertheless, their distinctive societal structure bestows upon them a specialized combat style and tactical approach known as the swarm tactics. A T-1 hive ship typically harbors around 10,000 T-1 flying insects, while a T-2 hive ship accommodates approximately 100,000 T-1 flying insects and 1,000 T-2 stingers. The flying insects and stingers serve as the engineering units of the hive ships. The former resembles a mantis endowed with wings about the size of a human, possessing only melee capabilities. The latter, characterized by serpentine features, stands at human height but stretches nearly 10 meters in length, capable of projecting highly corrosive acid at close range. Both units are capable of departing from the hive ship to survive and engage in combat within the cosmic environment, exhibiting remarkable speed. Aside from the interstellar corvettes, which can barely rival their velocity, no other starships can match their pace. These entities are colloquially referred to as bugs. Although these Zerg workers are classified as T-1 and T-2, their true combat capabilities are far below that level. For instance, a T-2 Stinger would be easily crushed by a T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone in a confrontation. However, when these creatures launch their assault, they do not come as a solitary entity, or even in tens or hundreds, but rather in the thousands, surging toward you like a relentless tide. Unless you can annihilate them entirely, should even a fraction manage to breach your ship's hull, the interstellar warriors within that starship would be doomed. Moreover, these creatures do not experience fear. They are driven solely by instinct and the commands of their hive mother ship, relentlessly advancing toward their target. This method of warfare bears a certain resemblance to carrier starships, with the Zerg acting as the interstellar fighters of their hive mothership. Report. The first wave of T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones and T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones have completed their bombardment and are preparing to return, Lilith remarked. Ensure that these Hornets and Killer Bees complete their landing and resupply swiftly as we prepare for the second wave of attack. Simultaneously, rotate 300 T-2 Wasp-class light interstellar drones in 3 successive waves for deployment, Zhao Chen commanded. Understood, Lilith began transmitting the captain's orders. Initially concerned whether the interstellar drones could withstand the onslaught of the Zerg, the crew was now astonished by the performance of these drones. The combat prowess of these interstellar drones was, in fact, on par with that of their class counterparts. Commander Chu Xian exclaimed in admiration. At this moment, the female officer also spotted the aircraft carrier starship, its hull adorned in a striking yellow and black, resembling some form of insect, reminiscent of the interstellar insectoid race across from them. What manner of aircraft carrier starship is this? I have never encountered it before. The female officer accessed the starship database, inputting the image of the vessel before her for scanning, only to find there were no records whatsoever. To her astonishment, there was no entry in our database. Commander Chu Xian gazed at the aircraft carrier starship, recalling the words of that man, and whispered gravely, I hope that captain can indeed turn the tide of battle. The female officer pondered silently, how could 2 mere starships possibly alter the situation? Unless they are 2 T-3 starships, that might be plausible. Wait, are there not 2 starships? Why is there only 1 aircraft carrier starship here, along with 1 starship? The female officer exclaimed in surprise, simultaneously scrutinizing the starship radar. There was no energy signature indicating a second starship. Where could that starship be? Meanwhile, dozens of T-2 Seahorse-class medium interstellar transport ships hovered above the asteroid, with airships continuously evacuating civilians to the transport vessels. At last, you have finally arrived, the asteroid's commander exclaimed, nearly in tears as he beheld the fleet of transport ships. We are also on a mission. Hasten the arrangements for evacuation. Our time is of the essence. Once the interstellar insectoids approach within warning range, we must retreat. The fleet commander managed a slight smile. All right. We must hasten our evacuation within 2 hours. No, we must complete the evacuation task within an hour and a half. The asteroid commander assured resolutely. In any case, the quicker, the better. The fleet commander of the transport ships impatiently remarked. It was not his desire to be here. Rather, he was coerced by a band of lunatics wielding starship cannons. Now that he had arrived, he could only dutifully carry out the task of evacuating the populace. He fervently hoped that that detestable man could hold out a little longer, allowing for a safe and smooth evacuation. Yet, in the shadows of his mind, a darker thought emerged. He wished that man and his cursed starship would become fodder for the worms on the distant battlefield. Ideally, it would occur after their successful retreat. Yes, just like that. He cursed silently within. Chapter 67, The White Tiger General. Charlotte, under the protection of the interstellar drone fleet from the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, Chu Xian's Imperial fleet successfully retreated to the vicinity of the T-2 Queen B. Centering around the T-2 Queen B, they formed a unidirectional carrier battle formation. This so-called unidirectional carrier battle formation is constructed with a singular direction as the combat front. The T-2 Queen B occupied the rear position, while in front was a T-2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser and a T-2 Fire Leopard-class medium interstellar battleship. Further ahead were 8 T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyers and 20 T-2 Guardian-class medium interstellar frigates. These 31 starships stood ready to confront the approaching swarm. Almost the instant the insects entered the firing range, all Imperial military starships unleashed their firepower, having previously engaged in combat. These Imperial starships have become somewhat accustomed to the rhythm of battle against the interstellar insectoid species. Meanwhile, the T-2 Queen continues to deploy swarms of drones. The 3rd wave, 5th wave, 7th wave, and 10th wave gradually show a decline in the number of returning drones, as these lost machines have inevitably been torn to shreds by the relentless insects. Despite the formidable support from the T-2 Queen, the combat prowess of the drone swarms, though unexpectedly potent, is insufficient against the sheer magnitude of the insect horde, which steadily advances upon them. From a distance, it appears as though a black tide is poised to engulf the 31 starships. If this continues, the outcome will remain unchanged. Our firepower is utterly inadequate to repel the onslaught of these swarms. the female officer anxiously expressed to Commander Chu Xian, who was intently observing the fluctuations on the holographic star map, her expression grave. Given the current situation, it would not be long, perhaps 20 minutes, before these swarms encroach upon their fleet's line, posing a direct threat to their vessels. Establish contact with the esteemed captain of the Black Dragon Fleet, Commander Chu Xian commanded in a low voice. The female officer promptly made the connection, and a video window materialized, revealing the man's visage once more before them. Before Commander Chu Xian could speak, Zhao Chen interjected, "Wait a moment." Both Commander Chu Xian and the female officer were taken aback. "Wait for what?" Commander Chu Xian instinctively inquired. For time. Zhao Chen's gaze was not directed at Commander Chu Xian, but rather at the interstellar holographic sand table, as if he were anticipating something momentous. Both Commander Chu and her female aide were perplexed. 10 minutes. We shall wait no more than 10 minutes. Zhao Chen declared solemnly. Although Commander Chu had initially intended to speak, she chose restraint, thinking to herself, if there is no change after this 10-minute interval, I shall indeed lead my Imperial fleet to retreat. Time passed slowly. The swarm of insects drew ever closer to the fleet's formation, causing the female aide to become increasingly anxious. Suddenly, a radar operator on the starship, who had been monitoring the battlefield, exclaimed, "Report. A high-energy reaction has emerged behind the swarm." Simultaneously, the life signal of a T2 insect nest mothership vanished. A rapidly moving, unidentified energy signal appeared at the rear of the swarm. Commander Chu and her aide exchanged glances. Could this be what the man had been awaiting? "It begins," Zhao Chen murmured, his eyes glinting with a manic fervor. "Charlotte, commence your performance." At that moment, the previously relentless tide of insects inexplicably slowed. With some even retreating, deploy the unmanned reconnaissance drones to ascertain the situation, Commander Chu urgently commanded. One by one, the drones were launched. As the battlefield was engulfed by the ominous swarm, obscuring any clear view of what transpired behind it, the only recourse was to rely on the drones to maneuver into a position that would provide visual feedback. In no time, a series of visual images were transmitted back. "My heavens, it is a starship." The female officer gasped, covering her mouth, exclaiming, "The speed of this starship is astonishing. It must be traveling at least 70 or 80 knots. No, it is 100 knots. Commander Chu Xian, relying on her battlefield intuition, accurately assessed the starship's velocity. 100 knots? The female officer was taken aback. At that moment, the wreckage of the exploded T2 Hive mothership came into view. The once massive vessel now divided into 3 segments. It was evident that one side of the Hive mothership had suffered catastrophic bombardment, leaving a gaping hole. It was a cannon, one with a caliber exceeding 1,000 millimeters. Commander Chu Xian identified the weapon responsible for this damage with remarkable clarity based on the imagery. "Zoom in on that starship," she commanded urgently. The image was gradually magnified, albeit somewhat blurry. Yet, it was still possible to discern the swiftly navigating starship, maneuvering deftly amidst enemy ranks, entirely unconcerned about the pursuing swarm, continuing its relentless course. Due to its astonishing speed, the pursuing swarm could not keep up. The Hive motherships attempted to launch their bioplasma cannons in an assault, but alas, the starship's speed was simply too great. Not a single shot found its mark. "Captain, what is happening here?" Commander Chu Xian could no longer contain her curiosity and directly inquired of Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen crossed his arms and explained with a hint of indifference. "That is the starship of my fleet, the Zero Storm. A T2 starship equipped with a high cruising speed and a 1,200 mm caliber cannon." "A T2 starship armed with a 1,200 mm cannon?" the female officer exclaimed in astonishment. "So this is the second starship in your fleet. From the very beginning, you never contemplated defending against the swarm's assault. Instead, you intended to utilize us as bait to lure the swarm forces of the mothership. A significant number of those swarm troops will be directed toward us, leaving the motherships vulnerable. At that moment, your Zero Storm will approach at an astonishing speed and launch a direct attack on those motherships." Commander Chu Xian articulated Zhao Chen's strategy with clarity. Zhao Chen nodded, acknowledging that this commander of the Imperial fleet possessed not only a sense of justice and responsibility, but also considerable military talent. "You are insane. You are utterly mad. Have you considered that with even the slightest miscalculation, that starship could be devoured by the swarm?" The female officer gazed at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Yet, Zhao Chen resolutely replied, "There will be no mishaps, for that starship is named Zero Storm." There was another statement Zhao Chen refrained from mentioning. Commanding the operations aboard that starship was the legendary half-orc general, Charlotte the White Tiger. Chapter 68. Full Throttle. Charge ahead. Zero Storm Bridge Report. The swarm forces on the front lines have begun to retreat in succession. Are they preparing to charge towards us? The bridge crew reported. Ignore them. Continue at full speed. At this moment, Charlotte is personally navigating the starship, meticulously controlling every angle of the voyage and trajectory. Typically, such responsibilities fall to specialized helmsmen on the bridge. However, today, after years, General Charlotte has taken the helm once more. She is acutely aware of the perilous nature of this mission. A moment's inattention could result in being struck by the biological plasma cannons of the Hive Mother ship or being overtaken by the swarming insects, leading to a fatal outcome. The course and trajectory have been calculated countless times in her mind. The main force of the insect swarm requires a little more time to retreat. Charlotte murmurs, her gaze scouring the interstellar sand table as if in search of a target. Currently, the Zero Storm is adeptly evading capture due to its astonishing speed. Compounded by the meager numbers of T-1 flying insects and T-2 stingers left behind to guard the Hive Mother ship, which are insufficient to encircle the Zero Storm effectively. However, once the main forces of the swarm, currently engaged with the Imperial Fleet and the T-2 Queen-class heavy carrier starships, return, the threat to the Zero Storm will significantly escalate. Time passes slowly. Report. The T-2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon has been reset and is ready to fire, announces the crew member in charge of the weapon systems. In truth, such notifications are unnecessary, as these figures are already indelibly etched in Charlotte's mind. At this moment, the bow of the Zero Storm fortuitously faces the position of a T-2 Hive Mother ship, perhaps sensing the impending danger. This T-2 Hive Mother ship begins to retreat while simultaneously firing its plasma cannons at the Zero Storm. Yet, alas, the swift-moving starship proved elusive to their aim. Charlotte fixated on the targeting reticle, aware that she possessed but a singular opportunity to strike. While she did not aspire to vanquish the T-2 Hive Mother outright with a single shot, she at least aimed to inflict significant damage. The swarm, governed by the Hive Mother, would not perish immediately upon its destruction. However, it would suffer a drastic decline in combat efficacy, akin to an army bereft of its commander. Left in disarray. Now fire. Charlotte commanded fiercely. The barrel of the T-2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon unleashed a projectile that soared with astonishing velocity, tracing a comet-like trajectory before striking the flank of the T-2 Hive Mother. A tremendous explosion erupted, toppling the massive vessel, which spanned a full kilometer, scattering debris throughout the cosmos. In the aftermath of this cataclysmic blast, a second, more colossal explosion resounded from the Hive Mother's underbelly, cleaving the ship asunder and marking its demise in this vast universe. Commander Chu Xian and her female aide, witnesses to this spectacle, stood in astonishment. Previously, they had only managed to severely damage a Hive Mother through ambush tactics, and even then, had been unable to destroy it outright. Yet, this starship had achieved what they could not with a single shot. The implications were staggering. The earlier T-2 Hive Mother had clearly been felled by one shot as well. Could it be that this was the capability of a T-3 starship? The aide could scarcely fathom the reality before her. Commander Chu Xian quickly grasped the reason behind the situation. The strike had hit the organ containing the bioelectric plasma reserves of the Hive Mother ship. This was akin to striking the ammunition depot or the engine of our starship. Once hit, it would generate an effect similar to a catastrophic explosion, capable of yielding several times, even dozens of times, the original power. However, to strike twice in succession, could this truly be possible? The female officer questioned. Commander Chu Xian fixed his gaze upon the image of the Zero Storm, which had commenced its high-speed maneuvers again. It is not a matter of possibility. This starship has indeed accomplished it. Within a mere 10 minutes, 2 T-2 Hive Mother ships had been destroyed. This is already a remarkable achievement. Report. More than half of the enemy's swarm forces have retreated, and the remaining units can no longer breach our fire blockade, an officer reported. Commander Chu Xian could not help but exclaim, "This is utterly insane. It is a battle plan worthy of a madman." Yet, it has indeed fulfilled the strategic objective of buying us time, allowing us to delay for at least another hour, perhaps even 2. At this moment, the female officer found herself at a loss for words, recalling her earlier mockery of the 2 starships, feeling as though she had been slapped in the face. However, whether the Zero Storm could safely retreat now remained a pressing concern. Commander Chu Xian voiced his apprehension. At this juncture, after destroying 2 T-2 Hive Mother ships, The Zero Storm had begun its withdrawal. Yet, how could the enraged swarm tolerate the escape of the culprit? Waves of swarming creatures, akin to a black whirlwind, began to encircle the interstellar warship. The numbers were initially magnified several-fold, akin to a dark hand grasping a small mosquito, attempting to crush it. The report indicated that, according to the Starship System's calculations, under the current trajectory, our chances of escape stood at a mere 16. The crew reported with palpable tension. Charlotte closed her eyes, momentarily transported back to her days among the half-orc rebels, where the odds were stacked against her, the enemy numerous and formidable. Yet, each time, she managed to reverse the tide. "Turn around," Charlotte commanded abruptly. This order took the crew on the bridge by surprise. The original course of the Zero Storm was directed away from the main battlefield. Now, turning back meant heading straight into the fray. Was this not akin to walking into a trap? However, Charlotte's words were law aboard the starship. The Zero Storm executed a swift about-face. "Full speed ahead," Charlotte declared with utmost seriousness. After a brief turn, the Zero Storm's speed surged back to 100 knots. At that moment, Charlotte summoned a virtual control interface and, after inputting a sequence of numbers, proclaimed, "Lift the restrictions on the starship's engines and continue accelerating." Lifting the restrictions on the engines? The officer responsible for navigation was momentarily stunned, then voiced his concerns. "If we lift the restrictions and continue to accelerate, the engine will be under immense strain." "That is an order. Increase speed," Charlotte insisted resolutely. "Understood. Lifting the restrictions on the starship's engines, the vessel will continue to accelerate." The cruising speeds of 103, 106, and 110. Each starship's engine is calibrated not to its ultimate velocity, but to its optimal speed, indicating that below this threshold, the engine's lifespan is maximized. Exceeding this limit can lead to various navigational issues and significantly shorten the engine's longevity. Consequently, starship engines are typically equipped with a restrictive mechanism, which can only be disengaged by the captain or the first officer who possess the requisite code. Report: engine overload initiated. Report: power systems are operating beyond capacity. Report: current speed has reached 120. The tension among the crew on the bridge was palpable. The sudden maneuver of the Zero Storm, coupled with the abrupt surge in speed, rendered the encroaching swarm momentarily disoriented, causing them to be flung far away. As the saying goes, the most perilous places often become the safest. The battlefield was divided into two distinct zones, one being the primary combat area of the Imperial fleet, and the other, the regrouped swarm forces assailing the Zero Storm. Under normal circumstances, one would assume that the Zero Storm would flee in the opposite direction, prompting the swarm to establish an early encirclement. Ironically, the swarm forces directed towards the main battlefield were the least numerous. However, an unfortunate twist of fate revealed a T2 Hive mothership and a small contingent of swarm forces positioned directly in the path of the Zero Storm. Report: speed is excessive. We are currently unable to execute a significant course change. The crew reported with palpable anxiety. Charlotte suddenly burst into laughter. Her first genuine smile since joining Zhao Chen. "Let us not beat around the bush. Full speed ahead, crash right into them." Chapter 69. Is this a ramming maneuver? Imperial Fleet Flagship, T2 Fire Leopard class medium star battleship, Bridge. What is that starship up to? Commander Chu Xian stared in astonishment as the Zero Storm charged directly towards a T2 Hive mothership, with a small swarm of creatures positioned before it. It appeared as though it intended to collide with it. The female officer was rendered speechless. Commander Chu Xian, with a grave expression, remarked, "The main cannon of the Zero Storm requires approximately 5 minutes to reset and reload. It has only been 3 minutes since the last shot. The main cannon is still unavailable. It seems they have lifted the restrictions on the starship's engines, and its speed is now visibly exceeding 130 knots." In just a few minutes of observation, Chu Xian had gleaned some combat information about the Zero Storm. At that moment, silence enveloped them. Their eyes remained fixated on the video feed, transfixed by the ancient knight, seemingly unafraid of death, poised to plunge into the enemy ranks. The swarm guarding the T2 Hive mothership sensed the impending danger. Immediately, they transformed into a black whirlwind and rushed forward, attempting to intercept the starship. Simultaneously, the gaping maw of the T2 Hive mothership slowly opened, aiming at the oncoming vessel. The bioplasma cannon began to charge within its abyssal jaws, glowing with an eerie blue luminescence. Meanwhile, the Zero Storm had already collided with the swarm head-on. From the perspective of Chu Xian and her companions, the Zero Storm plunged headlong into the swarm. However, due to its astonishing velocity, which surpassed even that of the T-1 flying insects and T-2 stinging serpents. One could only imagine the spectacle of two high-speed entities colliding. One side would be left battered and bruised, and in this instance, that role was played by the insects themselves. The T-1 flying insects and T-2 stinging serpents crashed against the hull of the Zero Storm. And before they could mount an offensive, they were reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, their green ichor becoming a new livery for the vessel. Meanwhile, the crew within the Zero Storm experienced a visceral sensation akin to being caught in a tempest. From every corner of the starship, the incessant thud, thud, thud reverberated, and the floor beneath their feet trembled. The bridge reported that the frontal hull armor had sustained damage, with the extent escalating to 10, 12, 14. The side hull armor also reported damage, rising to 3, 5, 7. The crew continuously relayed various conditions of the ship. The relentless sounds of impact cast a pall of unease over many on the bridge. Yet, Charlotte, the acting captain, bore a glint of madness in her eyes, as her long-dormant blood ignited with fervor. "What is our current speed?" Charlotte inquired loudly. "The speed is 135 knots. Although the collisions with the swarm have affected our velocity somewhat, our starship speed is still gradually increasing. Should we continue to accelerate?" The crew member responsible for speed control was now drenched in sweat. Gazing at the pulsating red digits, she felt her heart racing at several times its usual pace. "Continue to accelerate," Charlotte commanded. She scrutinized the images relayed from outside the ship. To be honest, there was nothing visible now, only an expanse of darkness, as the hull was engulfed by swarms of insects. They were navigating against the tide of the swarm. The incredible speed ensured that these creatures could inflict no significant damage upon the ship's armor. The only peril they posed was through their sacrificial collisions. Although obscured from sight, the radar of the starship indicated that the Zero Blizzard was drawing ever closer to the colossal energy source. At last, a brilliant scene emerged, shattering the darkness. The Zero Blizzard burst forth from the swarm, the T-2 insect mothership looming almost within arm's reach. The T-2 mothership opened its gaping maw, preparing to unleash its bioplasma cannon, poised to fire. "All secondary cannons, point defense systems, open fire," Charlotte roared. The secondary and point defense cannons, already primed, fired in unison. The bioplasma cannon erupted simultaneously, the two forces colliding to create a dazzling fireball, accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke. The resulting shockwave sent nearby clusters of insects scattering. Moments later, the Zero Blizzard surged through the remnants of the explosion. "Charge ahead. Keep firing the point defense cannons," Charlotte shouted. The crew members nearby immediately utilized the ship's intercom, shouting, "All hands prepare for impact." Repeat, "All hands prepare for impact." Instantly, every crew member aboard the Zero Storm readied themselves for the impending collision, grasping onto anything within reach to steady themselves. In the next moment, the T-2 Zero Storm surged forward, crashing directly into the bow of the T-2 Hive mothership. The size disparity between the two vessels was indeed several-fold. Yet, one must not forget the nature of the hull employed by the Zero Storm. It was a battleship crafted for interstellar warfare, boasting an average structural integrity second only to that of an interstellar frigate among its peers. Coupled with its velocity, the Zero Storm transformed into a projectile, akin to an accelerated starship cannonball. Under the terrifying force of the impact, the bow of the T-2 Hive mothership crumpled inward, while the entirety of the ship's structure veered to one side. Concurrently, the close-in weaponry of the Zero Storm continued its relentless bombardment. On the bridge of the Zero Storm, several female crew members, caught off guard by the sudden collision, lost their grip and were violently thrown across the room, landing heavily on the ground, limbs akimbo, fortunate only to have sustained superficial injuries. Ignoring their wounds, they hastily returned to their battle stations. Report, the frontal armor has sustained an overall damage level of 50. Report, speed has decreased to 100 knots, 90 knots, 80 knots. Report, the swarm is closing in. Charlotte remained silent, her gaze fixed intently ahead, as if in that very moment, her eyes could penetrate the armored hull, locking gazes with the T-2 Hive mothership before her. Ultimately, under the force of a violent collision, the position of the T-2 Hive mothership shifted. The T-2 Zero Blizzard, in the friction with the T-2 Hive mothership, grazed past in a tangled embrace. "Accelerate with all your might. Press on," Charlotte commanded immediately. With no obstacles in its path, the T-2 Zero Blizzard surged forward once more, this time heading towards the main battlefield of the Imperial fleet. Behind it, a vast horde of insects surged forth like a black tide in pursuit. As for the battered T2 Hive mother ship, its bow had collapsed by a third, and one side was riddled with numerous bullet holes. It appeared that this biological starship was on the brink of demise. Who could have imagined that a T2 Hive mother ship could be so utterly destroyed by a T2 starship? Was it mere luck? On the bridge of the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship, all T2 Worker-class light interstellar drones and T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones converged to create a breach for the Zero Blizzard. Let the Imperial fleet coordinate with us. Zhao Chen gazed at the starship radar, watching the approaching Zero Blizzard. At that moment, a line of insect forces stood between them. The situation for the Zero Blizzard remained precarious, caught between a line of insect forces ahead and the pursuing horde behind. It was akin to a sandwich, where a moment's carelessness could lead to being entirely consumed by the swarm. On the bridge of the Imperial fleet's T2 Fire Leopard-class medium interstellar battleship. In truth, Commander Chu Xian was fully aware of what needed to be done, even without Zhao Chen's directives. With a grave expression, she issued her orders: transmit my commands. At all costs, we must create a breach. Chapter 70. The return of the Zero Snowstorm. The Imperial fleet unleashed their firepower with relentless fervor upon a single point, successfully tearing open a gap. However, how could the swarm allow the very ship that had obliterated 3 of their T2 Hive mother vessels to escape so easily? They began to encircle the vessel, forming a blockade alongside those pursuing it, creating a pincer movement. At that moment, they even abandoned their focus on the Imperial fleet. Driven solely by the singular command within their collective will, that damned starship must be annihilated. Report. The breach has been sealed once more, the female officer said, her voice tinged with anxiety. Commander Chu Xian clenched her fists. Continue the assault. We must force that starship to break free, no matter what. In Chu Xian's heart, that starship represented a hero. How could she passively witness the heroic vessel being besieged and devoured by the swarm? Yet, despite their relentless attacks, they were utterly unable to rupture the blockade. Meanwhile, the Zero Snowstorm drew ever closer to the line of the insectoid forces. Given its current state, the ship could not withstand another onslaught from the swarm. Commander Chu Xian bit her lip, a pang of guilt stirring within her. The female vice commander sighed, lamenting the loss of that starship. Suddenly, a brilliant flare erupted amidst the swarm's defenses, engulfing a multitude of insects and clearing a swath of space. Subsequently, the T2 Wasp-class light interstellar drones and T2 Hornet-class medium interstellar drones, already poised for action, surged forth to assault the insects encircling the breach, preventing them from sealing it once more. That was the main cannon shell of the interstellar missile ship. They had set it to detonate on a timer, calculating the explosion's distance with precision. Commander Chu Xian, peering through the gap in the swarm's line, could now clearly see the Zero Storm approaching at high speed, along with its glaring 1,200 mm cannon. She immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Quick, provide fire cover, Commander Chu Xian hastily commanded. Under the protective fire of the Imperial fleet and the offensive from the T2 Queen-class heavy carriers interstellar drones, a ship silhouette dashed through the swarm's defenses at an astonishing pace. It was the much-anticipated Zero Storm. At this moment, the Imperial fleet's starships could distinctly observe the marks left by the swarm's assault on this vessel. The hull's armor bore hundreds of dents from the impacts, truly a testament to its battered state. Notably, the bow of the starship was indented with a gaping crater, 20 meters in diameter and nearly 3 meters deep. This was undoubtedly the Medal of Honor for having vanquished that T2 Hive mother ship. The hull was further adorned with numerous insect carcasses, splattered with their green ichor. As the onslaught continued, the relentless swarm of insects attempted to assault the starship, clinging to its hull and employing their mandibles, claws, and corrosive acid to erode the vessel's armor. However, the T2 Wasp-class light interstellar drones swiftly arrived and eradicated these pests one by one. What an extraordinary starship this is. Commander Chu Xian gazed at the vessel, feeling a twinge of envy. Simultaneously, she held great admiration for the commander aboard this starship. The recent display of combat was nothing short of madness, yet flowed with an elegance that was simply flawless. She pondered, were she in that position, could she perform so admirably? Chu Xian found no answer. Report. The Zero Storm has successfully completed its operational task. The hull has sustained some damage, and 7 crew members have minor injuries, Charlotte relayed to Zhao Chen via video communication. Well done. Zhao Chen praised Charlotte's performance, genuinely impressed. Although he had previously discussed strategies for this battle with her in private, and Charlotte had proposed the concept, the detailed combat steps were uncertain. After all, they were contending with the interstellar insect swarm, and adaptability was paramount. Yet, Charlotte assured Zhao Chen that she had at least an 80% confidence level. And even if the operation faltered, she could safely retreat with the Zero Storm. Charlotte delivered on her promise. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The flagship of the Imperial fleet was requesting communication. Secretary Lilith indicated the incoming request. Put it through, Zhao Chen instructed, and the video communication was re-established. The female officer reappeared before Zhao Chen. Captain, we have just received information regarding asteroid P331. The evacuation of civilians has reached 80% completion, and it is expected to conclude within half an hour. Consequently, we only need to endure for a few more minutes before we can gradually withdraw from the battlefield. Commander Chu Xian's gaze was fixed upon the man before her, her mind brimming with curiosity about him. This man seemed like a deity descended from the heavens, having single-handedly averted the crisis they faced with just 2 starships, rescuing 5 million souls on that planet from despair. Who exactly is this man? What are the origins of those 2 starships? Chu Xian was plagued by countless questions and uncertainties. I understand. Let us engage while we retreat, Zhao Chen stated calmly. The 3 T2 Zerg motherships have been destroyed, and in the short term, the command structure of those swarms will be in disarray, significantly impairing their combat efficiency. They will pose no substantial threat. Well, Commander Chu Xian intended to converse further, but Zhao Chen interjected, we shall pause our discussion here. We cannot let our guard down until the battle is truly over. With that, he abruptly concluded the communication. Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the now darkened screen. This was the first time a man had terminated their conversation with such swiftness. After all, she was a rare gem within the Imperial fleet. Was this treatment a result of an unexpected approach? Zhao Chen, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that he had stirred the imagination of the delicate flower of the Imperial fleet, who harbored a hint of melancholy. He began to report on the current status of the 2 starships. Seated in the captain's chair, he finally allowed himself to relax, pressing his temples and taking a deep breath. Despite Charlotte's earlier assurances, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anxiety. Lilith, having meticulously compiled the data on both starships ahead of time, commenced her report. Thus far, the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier had suffered the loss of nearly 200 T2 Larvae-class light interstellar drones, 60 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, and 7 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones. The loss of interstellar drones had reached an alarming 70%, with ammunition consumption at 50%, yet there were no casualties reported. Having concluded the report on the T2 Queen Bee, she proceeded to the status of the Zero-class blizzards. The situation regarding the Zero-class blizzards was far less optimistic. The frontal armor had sustained over 70% damage, while the side armor exhibited a 30% compromise. The 3 compartments located at the bow had been crushed and deformed, and are now sealed. The structural integrity of the starship's main framework had decreased by 5%. Though this did not impede the Zero-class blizzard's ability to continue engaging in combat or navigation. The engines, having been released from restrictions, were observed to be functioning normally. Although a thorough inspection upon return to port may be warranted to rule out any potential hazards. The power system, energy system, and control systems were all operating as expected, with ammunition consumption reported at 30%. Chapter 71. This individual seems to have fallen into the abyss of wealth. Lilith cast a glance at Zhao Chen. The battle information regarding the Zero Storm was provided by Charlotte, and I compiled the data on the Zero Storm to generate these statistics. Zhao Chen expressed his satisfaction. Lilith had begun to acclimate to her role. Indeed, the learning capability of the succubi was remarkably proficient. The subsequent battles would essentially proceed in an orderly fashion. They would await their return journey. No, Lilith, remember to compile that data. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes and spoke mysteriously. Lilith nodded earnestly. We have been continuously gathering data on that matter. There will certainly be no significant discrepancies. That is reassuring, Zhao Chen replied with a slight smile. Minutes swiftly passed, and as anticipated by Zhao Chen and Chu Xian, the loss of 3 T2 bug nest motherships significantly diminished the offensive efficiency of the swarm. Their assault rhythm was nowhere near as ferocious as it had been initially. Report. We have received news from asteroid P331, confirming that over 5 million civilians have been safely evacuated. The female officer excitedly relayed to Chu Xian. Chu Xian exhaled a sigh of relief. This crisis had finally been averted. They could now withdraw triumphantly. As for the multitude of bug nest motherships and swarms still present, that responsibility would fall to the Imperial Navy and the Lord Fleet that were en route to provide support. Fortunately, the current situation involved a Level 2 cosmic bug nest, which had not existed for long. Had it been a Level 3 cosmic bug nest, it was likely that a substantial portion of the Arctic Fox galaxy would have suffered greatly. Chu Xian spoke in a relaxed manner. She had once come across a record of a Zerg battle, where a Level 3 cosmic hive emerged within a star system. Within a week, the entire system had completely fallen, transforming into a hatching ground for the interstellar Zerg, which subsequently spawned fleets of Zerg ships in quantities ranging from dozens to hundreds. It took the Imperial fleet 3 to 4 months to eradicate this batch of interstellar Zerg entirely. As for that star system, centuries have passed, and it has now become a desolate wasteland, forsaken by all. Quickly contact the Black Dragon fleet and inform them that we can withdraw from combat, Commander Chu Xian said with excitement, but she soon halted her aide. She wished to make contact personally. For some reason, she felt an insatiable curiosity towards the Black Dragon fleet in that man. The communication request was sent, and the response came swiftly. Captain, we have just received news that over 500,000 people on asteroid P331 have safely evacuated. We can also withdraw from combat, Commander Chu Xian reported. Zhao Chen nodded, displaying no emotional reaction to this information, as the system had just notified him that the mission had been successfully completed. Before he could review the details, Chu Xian had already sent a communication request, prompting him to engage with her first. There was a matter of utmost importance he needed to discuss with Commander Chu Xian. Captain, we owe much gratitude to your fleet. Commander Chu Xian was about to delve deeper into conversation with the captain to learn more about him. But Zhao Chen, without hesitation, interrupted her once again. If it were someone else, perhaps Chu Xian would have begun to harbor disdain for them. Commander Chu Xian, I recall a stipulation in the Galactic Alliance's regulations that states any participant in the campaign against the interstellar insect race shall claim ownership of any insect they have eradicated. Even if the retrieval of corpses cannot be conducted at present, it can still be documented for future reference, correct? Zhao Chen inquired. Chu Xian nodded, affirming, indeed. Zhao Chen promptly raised his hand, projecting a holographic table that clearly displayed a series of numbers. 3 T2 motherships eliminated, over 70,000 T1 flying insects dispatched, and more than 400 T2 stingers eradicated. Since we are currently unable to secure the battlefield, we must await the subsequent Imperial fleet to eliminate these interstellar insects before we can proceed with the retrieval. Even accounting for some of the insect corpses being consumed by their comrades, we should be able to preserve at least half of the remains. According to our calculations, this equates to a recovery value of approximately 5 to 600,000 star coins. As I seek to simplify matters, I wonder if you would be inclined to directly accept this batch of insect corpses, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Your starship participated fully in this battle. The battle recorders aboard should corroborate the accuracy of our extermination tally. Is this all you wish to discuss with me? Chu Xian was taken aback. Was he truly broaching the subject of finances immediately after their engagement? This caused Chu Xian's perception of the imposing figure before her to wane somewhat. Zhao Chen, however, was indifferent to the dissolution of his image. He needed funds, he needed to purchase raw materials, he needed to construct starships. Captain, what you have stated can certainly be corroborated by us as a third party. I possess the authority to grant approval directly. We shall take care of the retrieval of those insect corpses on your behalf. Chu Xian managed to smile, fervently assisting the other party in resolving these matters. Zhao Chen then inquired, when can we expect the funds to arrive? Chu Xian maintained her smile, replying, if you are in a hurry, we can expedite the process through special channels, ensuring the funds are transferred within a day. In recognition of your fleet's exemplary performance during this battle, I can elevate the amount to 600,000 star coins. Thank you very much. I will send you the account details. Zhao Chen's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, and without allowing Chu Xian to speak further, he promptly concluded the call. Chu Xian's expression stiffened. What was wrong with him? He offered no opportunity for her to interject. Was conversing with her truly such a tedious and time-consuming endeavor? No. I must meet this individual in person. Chu Xian's feelings mirrored that of a curious child whose inquisitiveness remained unquenched. At that moment, a message from an account arrived. Upon inspecting it, her eyes sparkled. She recognized the information contained within the account. The initial coding indicated that it was a temporary account opened at the Arctic Fox starport. A temporary account signified that this Black Dragon fleet was likely stationed at the Arctic Fox starport, coupled with her bounty posting and the timing of the fleet's arrival. It was reasonable to conclude that they had departed from the Arctic Fox starport. If all else fails, one might confirm with the head of the Arctic Fox starport who accepted the bounty task. Once the other Imperial fleets arrive for the handover, we shall proceed to the Arctic Fox starport. Chu Xian made a resolute decision. She intended to find this man. As for what she would do upon locating him, she was, in truth, rather uncertain. There was merely an inexplicable urge guiding her thoughts. At this moment, Zhao Chun was blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of an Imperial female officer. He was preoccupied with calculating the modest sum of money in his possession. 600,000 star coins, combined with the previously issued bounty and the additional reward from the Arctic Fox starport, amounted to a staggering total of 1,300,000 star coins for this mission. Furthermore, with an existing balance of 900,000 star coins, he currently held a grand total of 2,200,000 star coins. Zhao Chen mused to himself, resembling a true money enthusiast. With merely 1 month remaining until the quarterly mission deadline and the requirement to possess 3 starships produced by the system, Zhao Chen had only completed 2/3 of the task, the T-2B King-class heavy carrier and the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. The quarterly mission offered no penalties but boasted generous rewards. Zhao Chen was unwilling to squander this opportunity, thus he resolved to manufacture another starship within the remaining month. He first glanced at the system task he had just completed. Zhao Chen activated the system interface within his consciousness, and a long-awaited window materialized before him. Chapter 72, A Miniature Armored Behemoth? Task Description: Accept and complete the bounty mission issued by the Arctic Fox Galaxy Lord. Task Difficulty: Level C. Task Reward: 5 task points and 1,000 credits special reward. A random special reward based on task completion rate. 100 for the safe evacuation of the populace from asteroid P331. The task has been completed. You may claim 1 task reward and 1 special reward. It appears that the completion rate is assessed based on the data concerning the safe evacuation of the populace from asteroid P331, as all individuals have been successfully relocated. Zhao Chen focused his thoughts and claimed these 2 rewards. Task reward claimed: 5 task points and 1,000 credits. Special reward claimed: acquired the technical blueprint for the T-2 Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship. To Zhao Chen's surprise, a starship blueprint was unexpectedly obtained. The vessel type is an interstellar escort ship, yet its name suggests it is no ordinary escort. Host: Zhao Chen. Occupation: top-tier starship engineer. Special attribute: fleet luck enhancement. I have insight credits: 1780 task points, 10 number of starships, 2 tasks, quarterly task claimed. Warehouse: T-2 Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship blueprint. T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser blueprint. T-2 Bronze Eden-class starship blueprint. After claiming these 2 rewards, the data on Zhao Chen's system interface has significantly flourished. He decided to study the interstellar escort ship further. The Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault frigate vessel type. Interstellar frigate technological level. T-2 hull armor strength: 3,000 units. Minimum: 5,000 units. Maximum cruising speed: 35 knots. Warp drive: Level 4 warp engine length: 110 meters. Mass: 120,000 tons. Crew: 20 personnel. Armament: 50 T-2 class 300 mm heavy close-in weapons, firing 1 shot at a time, with no delay between shots. Special feature: short-range assault mode. In Zhao Chen's mind, the model of this starship took shape. It resembled a compacted rhinoceros, with an overall form akin to an irregular oval structure. Despite its modest dimensions, this frigate is arguably one of the smallest among T-2 starships currently available on the market. One should not underestimate this diminutive vessel. Its whole armor is crafted from the most resilient metal within the T-2 category, utilizing a unique combination method, resulting in an armor strength 10 times greater than that of the Zero-class Blizzards. This is evident from its designation, as heavy-duty signifies the presence of robust armor. The weakest points of its hull armor boast a defensive strength of 3,000 units, while the most fortified areas reach an impressive 5,000 units. If it is challenging to find a smaller starship within the T-2 classification, it is even more difficult to locate another vessel with superior armor strength. Thus, the defining characteristic of this starship is its durability. It is the ultimate choice for resilient travel. Typically, one would expect that such heavy armor would adversely affect cruising speed. Indeed, this is the case. The T-2 Black Rhinoceros does not boast impressive cruising speed under normal conditions. However, it possesses a remarkable feature known as the short-range assault mode. which allows it to accelerate in an exceptionally brief period. This capability enables the T-2 Black Rhinoceros to position itself precisely where Allied ships require assistance when necessary. To put it plainly, it serves as a formidable shield for starships. Additionally, it offers the advantage of a mere cost of 100,000 star coins per unit. The expense of a single T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier can fund the construction of an astounding 15 T-2 Black Rhinoceroses, making it exceptionally economical. Zhao Chen eagerly contacted Charlotte aboard the Zero Storm. Charlotte, is it possible for the Zero Storm to initiate warp travel at this moment? Warp travel? Are we preparing to return to the Arctic Fox starport? Charlotte replied, given the current conditions of the Zero Storm, undertaking warp travel to return to the Arctic Fox starport poses no issues. Very well, make the necessary preparations. We shall return to the Arctic Fox starport. Zhao Chen could hardly contain his impatience to utilize the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship docked at the Arctic Fox starport to construct the T-2 Black Rhinoceros. Understood. Charlotte began to make arrangements. Both starship bridges commenced relaying orders, instructing all personnel to enter warp travel mode within 10 minutes, while the entire fleet transitioned into deep-sea mode. As the captain, vice captain, and secretary, Zhao Chen and his companions naturally awaited their turn to enter the cryogenic chamber. Charlotte, you executed this plan splendidly. Zhao Chen complimented without reservation, admiring the video feed of Charlotte. It primarily stems from this starship. Were it not for its extraordinary speed and the armored hull of the interstellar battleship, my fantastical strategies would have been rendered utterly impractical. Charlotte spoke sincerely. Lilith could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, but why did you ultimately choose to break through from the front lines in the opposite direction, rather than continue accelerating towards another escape route? Lilith articulated her confusion. Upon hearing this, Lilith experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing that what appeared to be reckless actions were, in fact, meticulously orchestrated by Charlotte. However, the fact that a T-2 Hive mothership was ultimately destroyed was something I had not anticipated. That creature's head must be rather fragile. When Charlotte mentioned this incident, even she was taken aback. At that moment, her intention was merely to utilize the impact to break through the enemy's defenses and then continue fleeing. Never did she foresee such a definitive end. One T-2 Hive mothership perished at the hands of a starship. Should this news circulate, it would surely be a source of embarrassment within the Zerg ranks. Zhao Chen was acutely aware that such serendipity was unlikely. It was most likely due to his luck or that the Zero Storm achieved such remarkable results. Captain, we have received images of the P-331 asteroid captured by deep space telescopes, Lilith suddenly announced. This was especially pertinent now, as Zhao Chen's Xiaolong fleet, internally referred to as the Black Dragon Fleet during missions, began its retreat alongside the Imperial naval forces. Although the Zerg continued their relentless pursuit, they were now entirely outpaced. On their inevitable path, the P-33 asteroid became their target, as a vast swarm of insects surged towards the ground base situated on the asteroid. The structures of the base were obliterated, yet the swarm found no trace of humanity. Zhao Chen observed this scene with a hint of melancholy. Had they not intervened, the asteroid would have borne witness to a different reality, a veritable hell on Earth. The entire asteroid would have transformed into a breeding ground for the insectoid species, producing more Hive motherships and combat units, serving as a launching pad to engulf the entire Arctic Fox star system. The interstellar insect race resembled a flickering flame on the prairie. If not extinguished promptly, it would yield dire consequences. Report. Out of 102 crew members aboard, 100 have entered the cryogenic pods. Lilith reported to Zhao Chen in the dimly lit bridge. We should also prepare for hibernation. Zhao Chen reclined into the cryogenic pod. As a fragrant liquid enveloped his body, he envisioned himself at the heart of a colossal interstellar fleet, each starship adorned with the emblem of the Owl Dragon. Simultaneously, 2 starships initiated their warp travel, vanishing into the inky void of the cosmos. Chapter 73. The mysterious origins of the Black Dragon Fleet upon reopening his eyes. They had already reached the outskirts of the Arctic Fox spaceport, with only a few minutes left before they could behold the port itself. As the starship resumed its normal navigation, Zhao Chen immediately established contact with the female officer designated CC-11. Sir, you have returned? The female officer covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Zhao Chen. The fleet had departed and returned in scarcely 5 hours. Not welcome? Zhao Chen teased. No, that's not what I meant. She stammered, her curiosity piqued by the battle at asteroid P-331. Her inquiry was, in fact, against protocol. as they were not permitted to inquire about guest affairs. However, due to the lack of detailed reports from P-331 and perhaps her insufficient rank, she remained uninformed, leading her to wonder what the Black Dragon fleet had accomplished so swiftly. The matter has been resolved, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Resolved? The simplicity of his answer only deepened the officer's intrigue. Please help me extend the usage period of my original Starship workshop by 1 month. I also require all the raw materials listed on this order to be delivered within 3 days. Part of it is for the maintenance of the Starship. According to the bounty contract, the damages incurred during the battle will be borne by the issuer, and I have itemized this separately. Zhao Chen sent over a list of raw materials. The payment of 1 million star coins will be deducted from my bounty. Any shortfall will be covered by a forthcoming deposit expected in a few days. Understood, the officer replied. The communication abruptly ended. What on earth had transpired? The female manager harbored doubts in her heart when, at that moment, a communication request came in, opening without consent. This was an internal communication from the upper management. She promptly adjusted her demeanor, astonished to see that the individual on the video call was none other than the chief administrator of the Arctic Fox starport. You just hosted the Black Dragon fleet, did you not? The chief administrator inquired directly. Why yes, she stammered. Did they make any requests? The female manager relayed Zhao Chen's words from earlier. They have been exempted from the monthly usage fee for the Starship workshop. The raw material orders will be arranged within a day. Additionally, the bounty and another sum will be deposited into this gentleman's account within 12 hours. You may send a message to him. The chief administrator stated with grave seriousness. The female manager was taken aback. Who was this gentleman that warranted such personal attention from the chief administrator, with every matter marked as expedited? From now on, you are promoted to the position of Deputy Minister of the Reception Department at Arctic Fox Starport. You may delegate other guests to others, as you will now exclusively cater to this gentleman's Black Dragon fleet. Address any needs he has, as long as they are reasonable. If you cannot accommodate them, you may contact me, the chief administrator commanded. Deputy Minister of the Reception Department? The female manager felt dizzy, realizing that prior to this, she had merely been an ordinary Starship reception manager, essentially a customer service representative. Now, she had ascended several ranks in one fell swoop. Thank you, my lord, the female officer spoke hesitantly. The head of Starport remarked, if you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards your fortune in encountering such a guest. My lord, what exactly is the Black Dragon fleet? Why are you treating it with such gravity? Please enlighten me, so I may exercise caution. The female officer inquired cautiously. The specifics remained somewhat unclear. However, they successfully completed a bounty mission, leading the Imperial fleet in executing the safe evacuation operation plan for asteroid P-331. The head of Starport replied solemnly. The female officer gasped in disbelief. A task that numerous private fleets had declined was indeed accomplished by them. Although she had previously contemplated this matter, the choice of words from the head conveyed significant information. It was stated that they led the Imperial fleet in completing the task, rather than merely assisting or helping. Do not underestimate the distinction among these three terms. They carry entirely different connotations. Assisting implies a subordinate aiding a superior, while helping suggests a scenario of equal standing. In contrast, leading indicates that the Black Dragon fleet was the core of the battle, with the Imperial fleet providing auxiliary support alongside. Moreover, a notable figure has shown interest in the Black Dragon fleet, and they are expected to visit our Arctic Fox starport shortly. That individual is not someone we can afford to provoke, even if the lord of our Arctic Fox system were present. We would have to greet them with smiles and warm hospitality, the head of Starport said nervously. Who is the person that even the lords of the Arctic Fox system must treat with utmost deference? The lord of the Arctic Fox system is a prominent imperial count, with aspirations of being elevated to the rank of Marquis within the next decade. It is remarkable that even a count of such stature must exercise caution in the presence of this individual, who is associated with the Black Dragon fleet. The female supervisor swallowed hard. Just treat this guest with sincerity and report any matters to me at the earliest opportunity. The chief of the starport instructed before the communication was abruptly severed. At that moment, 2 starships from the Black Dragon fleet gradually came into view within the Arctic Fox starport, maneuvering towards their designated docking bays under guidance. The female supervisor activated the video feed, revealing the 2 starships. One was a carrier-class starship predominantly colored in yellow, while the other, whose classification was uncertain, bore significant damage. The bow of the latter was indented, and its hull was riddled with numerous craters resembling those inflicted by meteorite impacts. Additionally, a long, deep gash stretched along the port side. This was, in fact, the result of a close encounter with a T-2 Hive mothership, leaving behind such scars. What could have transpired? The female supervisor pondered. As the two starships docked, the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship remained stationary, while nearly 100 Orcish female crew members, lacking formal assignments, stood in formation to welcome them back. Phew. Lilith exhaled in relief as she observed the starships successfully docked. After years of fleeing, she participated for the first time in an interstellar battle as the secretary of the starship, engaging in a confrontation against the interstellar insectoids. Although she appeared remarkably composed on the surface, her inner turmoil was quite palpable. Now that the ordeal has drawn to a close, she could finally release the tension that had been weighing on her heart. Arrangements were made for the treatment of the injured aboard the Zero Storm. For those with severe injuries, the healing pods at the starport could be utilized, with the expenses borne by the fleet. Concurrently, the T-2 Hammer commenced its operations, undertaking repairs on the hull of the Zero Storm and constructing the lost interstellar drones for the T-2 Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier, striving to restore the T-2 Queen to a state of combat readiness as swiftly as possible. I shall personally oversee this matter, while you provide assistance. Zhao Chen promptly began assigning tasks. Chapter 74, Preparations for the construction of the third interstellar warship. The T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial vessel has also embarked on its inaugural operation. The interior of the interstellar industrial ship is equipped with comprehensive industrial construction facilities, capable of producing everything from starships, mechs, and interstellar fighter jets to drones, and even the combat suits and laser guns worn by interstellar warriors. However, certain limitations exist, dictated by the level of the construction targets and its own production capacity. Construction can take place within the ship, and if it hovers in space, it can even extend operational platforms beyond its hull, thereby enabling the construction of larger starships, such as aircraft carriers of comparable class. The T-2 Hammer belongs to a semi-intelligent mode, equipped with a certain number of various models of engineering robots. By simply inputting the task code along with the corresponding technical standards, the system of the interstellar industrial ship can arrange for these engineering robots to commence work. However, human supervision remains essential, as 20 of the procedures necessitate human operation of some mechanical arms and other industrial equipment for construction. Furthermore, these engineering robots require personnel nearby to oversee and verify the quality of their output. A T-2 Hammer necessitates a full complement of 200 crew members, significantly more than its combat class counterparts. At this moment, Zhao Chen begins to lead 200 orc female crew members, each possessing a foundational knowledge of industrial technology. As they embark on various operational tasks, this group operates maintenance robots to repair the Number Zero Blizzard. Meanwhile, within the T-2 Hammer, they organize the production of interstellar drones for the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier. Blessed with the exceptional aptitude of a top-tier engineer, Zhao Chen swiftly and efficiently directs everyone in fulfilling their work assignments. Once the tasks are delegated, Zhao Chen proceeds to the bridge of the T-2 Hammer to input a set of starship blueprints into the system, the T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate. Indeed, the next starship Zhao Chen intends to construct is the T-2 Black Rhino. Although he possesses the technical blueprints for the T-2 Bronze Eden-class starship, its completion within a month is uncertain, and its cost amounts to a staggering 3 million star coins. Thus, in light of the quarterly objectives, it must be postponed for the time being. Upon inputting the technical information of the blueprint into the T-2 Hammer, the industrial ship system has encrypted it. In the future, even the captain of this starship will be unable to retrieve the complete technical blueprints unless granted special permission from Zhao Chen. When assigning construction tasks, the industrial ship system will scramble the entire technical blueprints and distribute them among the crew members. Additionally, a minuscule portion of the core technologies will be encrypted, requiring Zhao Chen's direct oversight. Should this T-2 Hammer face any threats, the system will self-destruct all encrypted information. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Chen completed the final entry of the technical blueprints and concealed the operation interface. He settled comfortably into the captain's chair, surveying the T-2 Hammer's bridge. The dark iron layout was not ostentatious. Instead, it exuded a sense of simplicity and clarity, reminiscent of a steel industrial aesthetic. Here, one could access imagery from various locations on the T-2 Hammer, monitoring the status and progress of each operational unit. No longer would he need to toil endlessly to manually construct a starship. Reflecting on the history of building the zero-number blizzard and the T2B King, Zhao Chen felt a surge of nostalgia. After addressing his immediate tasks, he unexpectedly received notifications of 2 fund transfers, along with a message indicating that raw materials had been delivered to the workshop. Remarkably, within just half a day's time, everything had been accomplished with commendable efficiency. The 2 fund transfers had deducted the cost of the raw materials Zhao Chen ordered, with the remainder transferred into his personal account at the Imperial Bank, leaving him with a balance of 120,000 star coins. Once the construction of the T2 Black Rhinoceros is completed, efforts can be directed towards the creation of the T2 Bronze Eden-class starship, thereby achieving complete autonomy and fleet sustenance and even venturing into the realm of agricultural trade. Zhao Chen summoned Lilith and approached the grand entrance of the starship workshop, swinging the doors wide open. Since the T2 hammer was situated deep within, it was beyond the line of sight from the entrance. Zhao Chen made no attempt to conceal his intentions, instructing the personnel outside to stack the raw materials and cargo containers one by one to the side within the entrance. "Sir, here are the raw materials from your order. Please let me know if you require anything further," spoke the female supervisor, who had previously only been seen via video communications, now standing before Zhao Chen. With a professional smile adorning her face, she was clad in a fitted, professional skirt suit, with one button intentionally left undone at her chest. However, Zhao Chen paid no heed to such details, as his focus lay solely on the materials for constructing the starship. He gazed at the containers filled with resources, envisioning the completed T2 Black Rhinoceroses. The female supervisor felt a tinge of awkwardness. She considered herself quite attractive and had contemplated asking this influential figure out for a brief engagement later. At that moment, her gaze fell upon Lilith, who stood beside Zhao Chen, clad in a pristine white military uniform. Instantly, she was captivated, struck by her extraordinary beauty. Lilith possessed an innate charm that evoked a protective, yet teasing impulse. The supervisor, in a moment of self-reflection, thought to herself that with such a stunning beauty by his side, a mere starport customer service representative like herself could hardly hope to attract attention. "Lilith, please take charge of coordinating with this young lady." Zhao Chen assigned the task to Lilith. After all, as the current secretary officer, it was inevitable that she would be responsible for such matters in the future. Although Lilith possessed considerable theoretical knowledge, true growth required practical experience, ranging from fleet combat to internal affairs and logistics. Lilith stepped forward, engaging the female supervisor in conversation. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was preoccupied with the raw materials contained within the cargo containers, a faint smile gracing his lips as he pondered his thoughts. Next door at the starship docking bay, old Chen appeared to be in a foul mood. A carefree young man escorted a middle-aged individual out from the docking area. The man referred to as Old Chen was the commander of an interstellar transport fleet, having just returned from a mission for rest and recuperation. "You have no idea. I encountered an absolute fool this time. He actually threatened me with a ship's cannon, and he dared to fire. The shell landed just that far from my bridge." Old Chen complained vehemently. "Goodness, is there truly someone bold enough to do that? To threaten my brother Chen? Tell me who it was. As long as they are within the Arctic Fox galaxy, my Black Fox brothers will have a way to deal with them," the young man boasted. Old Chen shook his head. "How would I know? I only heard it was someone from a fleet called the Black Dragon. There was even a video communication. I only caught a glimpse of their starship." As the two continued their conversation, they passed by the entrance of a starship workshop and noticed a large number of cargo containers, drawing Old Chen's instinctive gaze as someone experienced in the field of interstellar transport. As he gazed through the expansive workshop entrance, he was struck by the sight of the starship he loathed with every fiber of his being, docked in its berth. Despite its current battered appearance, with a dent in the prow, he could recognize that accursed vessel even if it were reduced to ashes. In an instant, fury ignited within him. Old Chen, his countenance darkened, strode purposefully towards the starship hangar. "Who the hell is the captain of this ship? Come out and face me," Old Chen bellowed. His finger pointed accusatorily at the starship hangar. Beside him, a young man with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of superiority, scoffed. "You've crossed my brother Chen, and I reckon you've grown weary of living. You'd best come out now and apologize to him." This outburst drew the attention of everyone present. Lilith and the female supervisor, who had been engaged in discussion, halted their exchange to observe. The supervisor's expression shifted dramatically. She recognized both individuals. The one referred to as Chen was the commander of an interstellar transport fleet affiliated with the Arctic Fox System's lordly fleet, purportedly a relative of the Lord himself. His notoriety in the realm of interstellar trade and transport within the Arctic Fox system was well known, often engaging in the affairs of others. Yet, due to his influential background, those he bullied remained silent, unable to voice their grievances. The other young man was a senior member of the Black Fox Society, a similarly infamous criminal organization within the Arctic Fox system. After all, a shadowy underbelly exists in every territory, and the Black Fox Society epitomizes that darkness within the Arctic Fox system. The two individuals shared a close relationship, frequently utilizing an interstellar transport vessel to convey illicit goods, thereby reaping substantial profits from their unlawful trade. "I am the captain. What business do you have with me?" Zhao Chen casually stepped outside, positioning himself directly in the doorway. "What is it? Do you dare inquire about my affairs? You wretched soul. Bombarded my starship with your ship's cannon. Have you forgotten? Do not presume that I would fail to recognize you simply because we did not engage in video communication. I would identify that grotesque, mismatched vessel of yours even in ashes." As old Chen spoke, he prepared to grab Zhao Chen by his attire. However, Zhao Chen, showing no hesitation, lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick. The blow struck old Chen squarely in the chest, propelling him several meters away. "By the heavens! You dare to strike me? I am a member of the Black Fox Society. Do you comprehend the consequences of offending us?" he exclaimed, but before he could finish, he was met with a kick to the face, sending his body reeling against a cargo crate with a heavy crash. The imprint of a red shoe was starkly visible on his face. At this moment, Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. Onlookers instinctively believed that it was the man who was enraged. "You kicked in the wrong direction," Zhao Chen mused inwardly, realizing that the man had collided with his prized possession. Although theoretically, the impact would not affect the precious materials within the crate, Zhao Chen still felt a twinge of discomfort. Cough, cough. You dare to lay hands on me? You permitted the bombardment of my starship. Do you believe I will not report you to the Imperial Military Tribunal?" Old Chen groaned, clutching his churning stomach, feeling as if his very organs were on the verge of expulsion from the recent blow. "You are the commander of the interstellar transport ship tasked with rescuing the populace of asteroid P331. Zhao Chen gazed at the individual before him, recalling a prior incident. Old Chen pointed at Zhao Chen, exclaiming, "You've landed yourself in quite a predicament, a grave one indeed. Ahem. I tell you this, should you dare to lay a hand on our Black Fox Society members, I have already summoned my brothers. Prepare to collect your own remains." The young man from the Black Fox Society shouted, having been kicked. "You deliberately delayed and slowed down the fleet, disregarding the lives of 5 million people on asteroid P331. The one in trouble is you." At that moment, Lilith stepped forward, standing beside Zhao Chen to defend the captain. "It is you, you foul woman, who threatened me with that very voice." Old Chen recognized Lilith's voice as the one that had menaced them during the earlier communication. Succubus. Suddenly, the young man from the Black Fox Society lunged forward a few steps, seemingly intent on confronting Lilith. However, Zhao Chen swiftly moved to shield Lilith, his gaze coldly fixed on the challenger. The young man from the Black Fox Society halted in his tracks, alarmed. He eyed Zhao Chen warily, then raised his hand to display an image, a shadowy figure clad in a black cloak, revealing only half of its face. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was none other than the woman standing before him. "You, young man, were the one who attacked our Black Fox Society members and stole these items, were you not?" The young man had intended to utter the word succubus, but quickly realized that such information could not be disclosed. It would attract undue attention. "Indeed, so what?" Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Good. It is truly remarkable that after searching high and low, we have found you without any effort. The Black Fox Society has been seeking you tirelessly, and you have delivered yourself right to our doorstep." The young member of the Black Fox Society swiftly retreated a few steps, utilizing his handheld terminal to compose a message and send it out once more. Then, he pointed at Zhao Chen, saying, "Just wait, your demise is imminent. Here, no one dares to oppose the Black Fox Society." "Haha. So she is the person you are looking for," Old Chen exclaimed with exhilaration. He had heard whispers of the succubus from the young man. Observing the current developments, he felt an overwhelming joy. This young man had offended the Black Fox Society, and it seemed he was utterly doomed. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. He was not afraid of the Black Fox Society, yet he found the situation bothersome. If this escalated, he would have to leave the Arctic Fox starport, which would inevitably delay the construction of the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate. This matter was of utmost importance. In truth, had this individual not sought him out, Zhao Chen would have been disinclined to involve himself in such trivial affairs. Are you not concerned about facing a military tribunal for your actions? Lilith furiously pointed at old Chen, simultaneously worried that their identity as succubi might bring trouble to Captain Zhao Chen. During this time, they had been enjoying their life within the Xiaolong fleet and had grown fond of their surroundings, even leading some succubi to experience nightmares. Fearing that this blissful existence was merely an illusion, they were still struggling to survive in a precarious situation. You speak nonsense. What evidence do you possess? My starship encountered a malfunction, thus necessitating a reduction in speed. You fellows indiscriminately opened fire on my fleet without discernment. Old Chen sneered at Lilith and Zhao Chen, declaring, "This is the Arctic Fox Galaxy. Without evidence, who would believe your nonsense?" "I believe," came a voice from behind Old Chen. "Who the hell is meddling here?" Old Chen instinctively turned to curse, but in the next moment, he was rendered speechless, his words caught in his throat. A woman clad in an imperial military officer's uniform approached with measured strides. The sound of her military boots striking the ground was rather melodic. Behind her followed a squad of 30 soldiers, each wielding laser rifles. Most strikingly, this woman bore an insignia on her uniform's chest beside the imperial emblem, an eye-catching golden character. Chu. Chapter 76. The distinguished Chu Xian, the female officer, walked directly past Old Chen to stand before Zhao Chen. Removing her white glove from her right hand and extending her delicate fingers, "We meet again," she stated. Zhao Chen gazed at the Imperial Fleet Commander, Chu Xian, with surprise. What brought her to this location? Out of politeness, he reciprocated the handshake, albeit quickly withdrawing his hand thereafter. In truth, he was reluctant to engage with anyone from the Imperial forces. After all, the Imperial military represented the Starry Empire, and revealing too much to its members would inevitably lead to complications. This time, undertaking this bounty task serves two purposes. It is both a mission triggered by the system and a response to the shortage of resources for the quarterly task of constructing starships. This individual surely does not favor men, does he? Chu Xian mused inwardly as she observed Zhao Chen hastily release her hand. However, this moment presents a splendid opportunity to request a favor from him. The gentleman spoke truthfully. Your fleet of interstellar transport vessels is indeed responsible for executing the evacuation mission of the P-331 asteroid, correct? Chu Xian turned to face the man, whose complexion had turned ashen, beads of sweat glistening upon his forehead. May I inquire who you are? Old Chen asked cautiously, his gaze flitting nervously to the golden emblem bearing the character Chu that adorned Chu Xian's attire. Our commander is addressing you, and you are looking elsewhere. The female officer stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap to Old Chen's face. Old Chen quickly averted his gaze, hastily explaining, I am the commander of the interstellar transport fleet responsible for the P-331 asteroid evacuation mission, but we successfully completed the civilian evacuation task. So, are you implying that this gentleman's accusation of your deliberate delay and refusal to proceed with the evacuation of the populace from the P-331 asteroid is false? Chu Xian retorted. Yes, of course. We bear no ill will towards each other. He is deliberately framing me, and furthermore, he even attacked my starship with shipborne artillery. I was prepared to take him to a military tribunal. Old Chen stubbornly insisted, realizing that his only recourse was to deny vehemently, lest he face dire consequences. Xiao Song. Chu Xian suddenly called out a name. Among the soldier guard, a male soldier stepped forward and stood before Chu Xian. The sight of this seemingly personal guard left Lao Chun and the others in astonishment, for the soldier donned the uniform of a general officer, prominently displaying a single star on his insignia. This soldier was, astonishingly, a one-star brigadier general of the empire. The mere presence of a woman capable of having such a high-ranking officer as her personal guard, coupled with the golden emblem, hinted at her extraordinary status. Your subordinate is present. The gentleman had previously claimed to be wronged. Please investigate this matter thoroughly. We must not wrong an innocent person, nor let a guilty one escape. Chu Xian's voice was cold, imbued with an icy authority. Understood, replied Xiao Song, who first cast a respectful glance towards Zhao Chen and saluted him. Xiao Song had been present during the battle against the insectoid race, serving as the captain of another starship, and thus held great admiration for the man before him. However, when Xiao Song's gaze shifted to Lao Chen, the latter felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Rest assured, we shall not wrong anyone. Please wait here for my return. 10 minutes will suffice, Xiao Song declared, before promptly leading several personal guards to investigate the matter. Lao Chen swallowed hard, drenched in sweat as he frantically recalled whether he had managed to handle all affairs properly. He had instructed everyone in the fleet to maintain discretion. Though their words could not be deemed direct evidence, he could easily argue that it was mere slander. Moreover, he had deleted all navigational logs of the starship, erasing every trace that could serve as incriminating evidence. As for the visual data that the fellow starship may have recorded when it issued a warning, he could easily explain that it was indeed his own vessel that had sustained damage and, coincidentally during a period of maintenance, encountered this individual. All is well. Everything is perfectly fine. There will be no issues. Greetings, let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Chu Xian, a commander of a small fleet within the Imperial Navy. Chu Xian greeted Zhao Chen with a smile. Zhao Chen inwardly rolled his eyes. Your rank is colonel, yet you command a subordinate who holds the rank of brigadier general? Who would believe you are merely a commander of a small fleet in the Imperial Navy? Zhao Chen replied. Chu Xian gazed into the starship maintenance bay, where she observed the Zero Storm and another aircraft carrier undergoing repairs. This one is named Zero Storm, but what is the other aircraft carrier called? Chu Xian inquired enthusiastically. The Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, Zhao Chen answered. Queen B? That is an unfamiliar name to me. I searched the starship database thoroughly and found no record of these two designs. Chu Xian blinked curiously. Zhao Chen replied, I am not certain either. You are unaware? You do not know about your own starship? This individual truly exhibits a dispassionate demeanor. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed through the air. A throng of individuals clad in garments adorned with a black fox emblem emerged from the distant corridor, numbering 300 to 400, each wielding various weapons, including laser guns. Yet, in the next moment, they stood dumbfounded. Before them was a contingent of fewer than 30 Imperial soldiers. At this moment, they had already assumed a stance. The muzzle of the laser gun aimed squarely at them. The air seemed to still, thick with tension. What is happening? The leader of the Black Fox Society was taken aback. How did Imperial soldiers arrive here? What is going on? Chu Xian noticed these individuals. Realizing they were here for Zhao Chen. Looking for trouble, Zhao Chen remarked. Are these people from the Black Fox Society? Have you offended them? Chu Xian inquired with curiosity. Zhao Chen cast a cold glance at the distant members of the Black Fox Society. They seek to seize my soldiers. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Fox Society began to withdraw cautiously. Hey, the leader over there, come here. Chu Xian suddenly pointed at a conspicuous subordinate within the crowd of the Black Fox Society. The young leader's face turned pale as he recognized Chu Xian and her golden emblem. At this moment, he dared not flee and could only steel himself to approach. Simultaneously noticing the dazed figure of his subordinate, Wang Chang, standing nearby. What is going on with this guy? I clearly told myself that there were those who took away the succubi. Why are there Imperial soldiers here? Wang Chang felt equally wronged. He had intended to send a message to the Black Fox Society to hold off their arrival after the Imperial soldiers appeared. However, the officer named Xiao Song had fixed his gaze directly upon him. With just a glance, he abandoned that thought. Speak, why are you here? Chu Xian asked, arms crossed. The young leader bowed his head, momentarily at a loss for words. If you do not tell me, I will simply inquire with your leader of the Black Fox Society. Chu Xian's gaze was piercing. I do not know who the officer is. The small leader attempted to inquire. My name is Chu Xian. And this is my friend. If you bully my friend, you are essentially bullying me. Chu Xian boldly gestured towards Zhao Chen, who twitched at the corners of his mouth. Bewildered at how he had suddenly become this lady's friend. Chu Xian, the golden emblem? Chu, the Chu family. Suddenly, the small leader recalled something, shivering as if he had encountered a monstrous flood. You are from the Chu family. Instinctively, he was about to utter the name of this female officer, but her piercing gaze rendered him speechless. Chapter 77. No time. I am in a rush to build a starship. The small leader anxiously regarded the female officer, surnamed Chu. Even if their Black Fox Society's leader were present, with just a word from this woman, she could obliterate the entire organization. The situation unfolded as follows. We were previously capturing a batch of succubi, but unfortunately, this gentleman got to them first. We were unaware that this gentleman was your friend. If we have offended you in any way, I am willing to pay with my life, hoping you will not involve others. Steeling himself. The small leader drew his laser pistol. In that very moment, several of Chu Xian's personal guards had already trained their sights on him. Should he pose even the slightest threat to Chu Xian, he would not have the chance to regret it, as his demise would be imminent. Moreover, the young lady possessed a trump card capable of ensuring her survival in any circumstance. The small leader handed the laser pistol to Chu Xian, adopting a demeanor as submissive as that of a lapdog. This unexpected display left Zhao Chen, who stood nearby, astonished as he gazed at Chu Xian. Realizing that this woman's identity was indeed extraordinary. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, a one-star brigadier general had been utterly obedient to her. What does the rank of one-star brigadier general signify? Typically, upon a standard retirement, one could be bestowed with the noble titles of baron or even viscount, a status undeniably superior to that of Zhao Chen. Chu Xian glanced at Zhao Chen beside her, evidently seeking his opinion. Leave. Zhao Chen uttered a single word. Were it not for the ongoing transportation of goods, this disruption would have already cost him over 10 minutes in constructing the new vessel. Today, his spirits were high. He harbored no desire for violence. Handle your own affairs. Just understand this. This individual is a friend of mine, Chu Xian. A gentle smile graced Chu Xian's face. The small leader exhaled in relief. At least his life was spared. Yet, since this esteemed young lady had instructed him to manage the situation, he felt compelled to adopt a certain demeanor. As for that demeanor, the small leader turned his gaze towards Wang Chong, who appeared utterly dazed. With a stern countenance, he approached, unceremoniously delivering punches and kicks. How dare you show disrespect to Miss Chu's friend? I see you are courting death. While he verbally chastised him, internally he wished nothing more than to see him utterly obliterated. However, since Miss Chu had just stated her aversion to bloodshed, immediate retribution was not an option. Brother, please stop. I realize my mistake. Wang Chong pleaded from the ground. Bring this scoundrel away and administer the harshest punishment we have, the small leader coldly commanded. Sacrificing a key member to placate Miss Chu's wrath was a transaction too lucrative to pass up. Not only would he make this decision here, but even if the leader of the Black Fox Society were present, he would act without hesitation. He might even kill all the subordinates present, merely to amuse Miss Chu. Upon hearing the words of the little head, Wang Chong's face instantly turned pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He crawled towards Chu Xian and Zhao Chen like a dog, pleading, I know I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Please, don't kill me. I have an elderly mother who is 3 years old, waiting for me to care for her, and an 80-year-old wife along with a dependent child relying on me for sustenance. Wang Chong, in his desperate pleas, spoke incoherently. However, Zhao Chen remained unmoved. Even if what he claimed was true, Zhao Chen believed that there were many who had suffered far worse under his command. This was merely his retribution. Ultimately, Wang Chang was dragged away by the little head subordinates. That scoundrel bids farewell, the little head cautiously inquired. Get lost. Chu Xian waved her hand dismissively. The little head, as if granted a pardon, promptly departed, and the members of the Black Fox Society scattered like birds and beasts. As for Wang Chong, it was said that he was tortured to death, and his corpse later appeared in a garbage dump within the Arctic Fox starport. The little head dared not act disobediently. Just as the Black Fox Society was leaving, the previously departed guard named Xiao Song returned. At that moment, old Chen's face was as pale as death, his eyes filled with terror, and his legs trembled as if they might give way at any moment. How did things go? Chu Xian inquired. Xiao Song cast a glance at old Chen, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. All the navigational data from his interstellar transport ship had been deleted. Yet he suspected he had not anticipated this outcome. At the very core of the Starship system's processor lies a reserve of data, which I have accessed. Within this data is a directive commanding the interstellar transport fleet to neglect its mission and postpone its journey to the P-331 asteroid. Upon hearing this, old Chen collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent. Our Imperial soldiers, fighting valiantly on the battlefield to gain precious time, risk their lives, while you, in the shadows, squander the vital moments needed for rescue. Chu Xian's gaze was icy as she regarded old Chen. This time, her anger was not merely in defense of Zhao Chen. It stemmed from a deep-seated indignation within her. She despised those who espoused one principle yet acted in stark contradiction, selfishly sacrificing others for their own gain. Particularly when it endangered the lives of Imperial soldiers. Old Chen had unequivocally crossed her threshold of tolerance. I was wrong. I will give up all my possessions. Old Chen pleaded incessantly. Xiao Song, take him to the military tribunal, Chu Xian stated coldly. No. I do not wish to go to the military tribunal. My cousin is the lord of the Arctic Fox system. You cannot treat me this way. Old Chen cried out, fully aware that once this woman surnamed Chu sent him to the tribunal, even if he were innocent, his survival was far from guaranteed. Moreover, the evidence against him was irrefutable. The lord of the Arctic Fox system? If he believes I have erred, let him come and confront me himself. Chu Xian replied with a disdainful snort. Our young lady prefers silence. Be quiet. Xiao Song stepped forward, delivering a seemingly careless punch that dislocated old Chen's jaw with brutal efficiency. Alas, alas, old Chen yearned to speak, yet words eluded him. Subsequently, he was escorted away by the other soldiers, and the outcome was all too predictable. Following this, the Lord of the Arctic Fox system divorced old Chen's cousin and sought out Chu Xian to atone for his misdeeds. Fortunately, Chu Xian chose not to punish him. As for old Chen, he faced a capital sentence from the military tribunal. Chu Xian, with satisfaction, turned towards Zhao Chen. Well, I have resolved these matters for you. How shall you express your gratitude? Thank you? Do I owe you a favor? Zhao Chen replied, his composure unshaken. Chu Xian was taken aback. She pointed at Lilith beside Zhao Chen and then gestured toward the position where the small head of the Black Fox Society had stood. Hey, don't you dare renege on this. If it weren't for my intervention, who knows what the Black Fox Society might have done to you today? If a mere Black Fox Society could intimidate me, I would not have ventured forth with only 2 starships to exterminate pests back then. Zhao Chen remarked with a slight smile. Even if we consider this matter as you having assisted me, we are merely even. Do not forget that the information regarding old Chen was provided by me, and if my fleet had not discovered their negligence at that moment to issue a warning, the subsequent battle at asteroid P331 would not have seen such a swift retreat. You. Chu Xian was momentarily speechless at Zhao Chen's words. Recalling the purpose that resided in her heart, she took a deep breath and forced a smile. Then let us not discuss this matter further. As comrades who have fought side by side, how about I treat you to a meal? I have no time. Zhao Chen entered the starship workshop without a glance back, having closed the large door behind him since all cargo had been fully loaded and unloaded. He was in a rush to construct the T2 Black Rhinoceros class interstellar heavy assault frigate, oblivious to the dazed expression of Chu Xian, who had never before been treated in such a manner. Chapter 78. The pearls of 2 Imperial Dukes. All items on the order had been delivered. The female supervisor turned her gaze toward Zhao Chen. Very well, thank you. After Lilith escorted the supervisor away, she returned to Zhao Chen's side, glancing at the closed door behind them, where one could faintly hear the sound of someone kicking the door in complaint. Are you truly not going to engage with Miss Chu? Lilith inquired. Her status is rather extraordinary. Are you aware of her background? Zhao Chen asked, looking at Lilith. She raised her hand, projecting a holographic image of the golden emblem inscribed with the character Chu. Since becoming your secretary, I have familiarized myself with various intelligence regarding the Stellar Empire, which includes information about Miss Chu. Although there are no visual records of her online, the details available allow us to ascertain her identity, Lilith explained. Zhao Chen, who was initially heading towards the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, slowed his pace, signaling Lilith to continue. The Arctic Fox star system, where we currently reside, falls under the jurisdiction of the North Wind Sector, and the governor of the North Wind Sector is Miss Chu's maternal grandfather, who holds the title of Duke within the Empire. Moreover, the governor of the Chu River Star Domain, one of the 8 star territories of the Celestial Empire, is none other than the grandfather of Miss Chu, who holds the esteemed title of Duke within the Empire and concurrently serves as a 5-star marshal. Most significantly, this Miss Chu Xian is the sole cherished granddaughter of the Duke of Chu River, doted upon with great affection. The Northern Wind Governor harbors a fondness for his granddaughter that surpasses even that for his own grandson, rendering her a prized jewel in the eyes of both governors. Lilith wore a serious expression. The 2 governors were, respectively, her grandfather and maternal grandfather. This clearly illustrates the formidable background of Chu Xian, and it is no wonder that the Black Fox dared not provoke her, boldly challenging the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system. You believe I should cultivate a friendship with her, do you? Zhao Chen remarked. Lilith gazed at the captain in confusion, unable to comprehend his intention. Was it not abundantly clear? The more distinguished her identity, the more we should maintain our distance. Our current objective is to develop discreetly. Although we possess 2 top-tier T2 starships, we remain vulnerable in the face of genuine adversaries. Zhao Chen stated calmly. In truth, there was another reason. Zhao Chen harbored doubts that a duke's granddaughter would suddenly exhibit such warmth toward him. There must be something amiss. Moreover, the secrets surrounding him were multiplying, and associating closely with someone of her stature could lead to unpredictable consequences. It would be prudent to keep our distance. Understood, Lilith responded. The raw materials I ordered have arrived, and our next task is to construct the T2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault corvette before the year's end. Zhao Chen declared with a gleam in his eyes. At this moment, Chu Xian, who found herself barred from entering, would surely be infuriated to discover that her allure paled in comparison to that of a T2 interstellar frigate. She might have felt compelled to confront Zhao Chen in a heated exchange. What is wrong with him? Can he not discern my identity? I extend an invitation to dine with him, and yet he refuses to acknowledge my presence? With hands on her hips, she abandoned the solemn demeanor of a military officer and displayed a hint of frustration. The female aide beside her stifled a laugh and teased, "Miss, could it be that you have developed a fondness for this gentleman? Goodness, we have only met a few times. How could I possibly harbor affections for him? Especially since he embodies the archetype of a steadfast man? I like him. Only if I were to be struck on the head by a starship," Chu Xian retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "Then why have you journeyed all the way to the Arctic Fox starport? Surely it cannot be solely to invite him for a meal or to make his acquaintance?" The aide inquired skeptically. Chu Xian composed herself, gazing intently at the door as if she could glimpse Zhao Chen's silhouette within. "I had someone investigate the starship known as the Zero Storm, but there are no records of it, not even for the other aircraft carrier. I even expanded my search beyond the Starry Empire, yet still found no matching vessels." With a serious expression, Chu Xian stated, "This leaves us with two possibilities. First, he possesses an extraordinarily discreet channel for acquiring starships. Or second, these two vessels were not purchased by him, but rather designed and constructed by his own hand." Designed and constructed by himself? How could that be possible? Even though T2 starships are merely semi-military grade. However, it is not something that just anyone can design and manufacture. The female deputy questioned this answer. I share her skepticism and wish to uncover the truth. If it is the former, we shall seize this opportunity to procure a fleet of these remarkably powerful starships. If it is the latter, then we have discovered a talent. If we can enlist this individual for our Chu family, it would undoubtedly enhance our strength. The current situation within the Starry Empire is exceedingly complex, and we must grasp any opportunity that may allow us to strengthen the Chu family. After expressing these thoughts, Chu Xian shot the female deputy a disdainful glance. "You don't genuinely believe that I am a bimbo, foolishly chasing after a man, do you?" "That is far from my intention." The deputy shook her head vigorously, though her gaze lacked conviction. Glancing at a certain spot, she muttered, "Moreover, that doesn't quite fit the definition of a bimbo." Chu Xian's lips twitched in irritation. "You cheeky girl, how dare you tease me?" "Report, miss." "There are communication requests from two esteemed dukes." At that moment, Shaosong approached, projecting the links to the two communication requests. "Hey, don't answer." Before Chu Xian could finish her warning, Shaosong had already connected the calls. Seemingly oblivious to the icy glare from the young lady, he turned and walked away, while the female deputy discreetly distanced herself. Covering her face, Chu Xian soon heard two familiar voices, unmistakably dear to her. "Darling granddaughter, are you all right? I heard that a Class 2 cosmic wormhole has appeared near you, and you took 30 starships to engage in battle? Zhao Xian, are you unscathed? I have already dispatched my fleet to assist you." Two elderly gentlemen appeared in separate video communication windows. "You old fool. I previously warned you against letting Chu Xian go to your place. You swore to me that nothing would go wrong. And now look, such a grave incident has occurred. If anything happens to my granddaughter, I swear I shall take your crown." "Hey, let's not speak so harshly. It's little Xian who was frightened by your confinement, which is why she sought refuge with her grandfather. This was entirely unforeseen. I never anticipated the emergence of the interstellar insectoid species. Nevertheless, rest assured, little Xian is now quite safe, and there will be no issues. My precious granddaughter, you must return swiftly. Even if you truly wish to command a fleet at the grassroots level, we have our own fleet. Whichever one you desire, we shall go there. If all else fails, you can command my fleet. That flagship is a renowned T4 interstellar battleship. I know how much you adore it, so it's yours. I heard that in that old man's domain, your ship is merely a T2 starship. That contraption doesn't even have a star shield. What will you do if danger arises? In the North Wind Star domain, while we may lack T4 starships, we possess T3 aircraft carriers. The interstellar fighters are soaring everywhere. It's quite exhilarating, and you won't even need to be on the front lines. It's far safer than any interstellar battleship. I shall arrange for little Xian to take command. Tomorrow, she will be the captain." Chu Xian wore a face of despair. It was precisely the indulgence of these two old men that had driven her to escape. One must temporarily set aside the matters concerning Zhao Chen and first pacify the two elderly gentlemen, assuring them of a return visit. Otherwise, one cannot predict the actions they might take. Chapter 79. Promoted to Fleet Commander at the headquarters of the Black Fox Society. The mention of the Chu family's young lady startled the leader of the organization. The situation had been resolved, and it was unlikely that the young lady would seek retribution against us. The subordinate remarked, however, we may no longer have the ability to intervene regarding the succubi incident. Although we remain unaware of the identity of the man accompanying the Chu family's young lady, it is evident that she holds him in high regard, openly declaring him to be her friend. The implication is unmistakably a warning to us. The leader of the Black Fox Society furrowed his brow in contemplation. This was a task assigned to us by young Master Han, and we have yet to fulfill it. Though young Master Han is significant, he pales in comparison to the Chu family, the subordinate muttered. The leader nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. Nonetheless, should we confront the Chu family, the Black Fox Society would scarcely be able to withstand their might. I shall relay this matter to young Master Han. During this period, you are advised to refrain from making any rash moves to avoid inciting considerable trouble. Understood. As time swiftly passed, it was now the end of December. The once spacious starship workshop now felt somewhat cramped, having been filled with an additional 10 starships. Were it not for their relatively modest size, the space would have been entirely insufficient. Zhao Chen stood before the 10 starships, surveying them with a satisfied smile gracing his face. Obey my command. Prepare to initiate the test of the starship. Zhao Chen issued orders to the bridge of 10 starships. Immediately, the vessels stirred to life. Beside Zhao Chen, 10 video screens illuminated, each displaying a captain meticulously executing the startup procedures for their respective starships. Report. Black Rhino-class Ship 1 is commencing engine startup. Report. Black Rhino-class Ship 2, engine startup is proceeding normally. Report. Black Rhino-class Ship 5, the starship's propulsion system is undergoing automatic diagnostics. Testing complete. All systems operational. Report. Black Rhino-class Ship 7, the starship's weapon systems are undergoing automatic diagnostics. Testing complete. All systems operational. Zhao Chen attentively listened to each report. Before long, several starships completed their initial startup procedures. Report. Black Rhino-class Ship 8, initial startup complete. All systems are functioning normally. As the notifications of each T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate completing their self-diagnostic processes accumulated, Zhao Chen's face radiated a brilliant smile, and he gently clenched his fist. Splendid. After nearly a month of relentless effort, Zhao Chen had successfully produced 10 T2 Black Rhino-class ships in a single batch. The relatively compact size of the T2 Black Rhino, coupled with the assembly line production technique, significantly enhanced the efficiency of starship manufacturing. Furthermore, with a modest production cost of merely 100,000 star coins per vessel, the total expenditure amounted to the utilization of the previously procured raw materials worth 1,000,000 star coins. To her astonishment, Charlotte stood beside Zhao Chen, gazing at the 10 jet black T2 Black Rhinoceros starship frigates that had been constructed in one fell swoop. Each vessel, aside from their hull markings numbered 001, 002, 003, and so forth, bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Zhao Chen remarked with a smile, after all, it was inevitable that they would be built. Our fleet comprises only 2 starships, one of which is an aircraft carrier. Although it possesses a star shield, it does not offer comprehensive protection. We must equip ourselves with a sufficient number of interstellar frigates to truly establish the semblance of a fleet. Wouldn't you agree? Charlotte, observing the interstellar frigate, expressed her admiration. It is truly hard to believe that a frigate with such remarkable performance specifications could be constructed for merely 100,000 star coins. Moreover, the completion of 10 vessels in the span of just 1 month is impressive. Both efficiency and quality have been assured. This, of course, was attributable to the T2 Hammer's prowess. Without it, relying solely on the production capacity of the local starship workshop, the maximum output in 1 month would have been a mere 3 vessels. Zhao Chen glanced at the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship stationed at one side of the workshop, acknowledging its invaluable contribution. Thanks to its presence, he was spared the labor of assembling the starships himself. He need only focus on less than 1% of the core technological processes. Let us venture out for a trial run shortly. After we complete the trial, we shall procure a new batch of military supplies and provisions before returning to the North Star system, Zhao Chen planned. Noting that it had been 3 months since Zhao Wano had returned early to the North Star Military Academy, taking a 3-month leave as a student is indeed rather inappropriate. In truth, it matters little whether Zhao Chen attends school or not. However, There exists a pressing issue that compels him to obtain a degree certification from the North Star Military Academy. This necessity arises from the regulations of the Xingyao Empire, which stipulate that any lord must secure a graduation certification from an accredited interstellar military academy within the empire. The specific academy is not mandated, provided it is a legitimate institution. Consequently, some privileged individuals may casually enroll in subpar interstellar military academies, spending 6 years there merely to return and formally inherit their titles. Due to the untimely death of his father, Zhao Chen ascended to his position earlier than usual, in accordance with imperial law. Yet, should he fail to acquire certification from an interstellar military academy within a designated time frame, he risks the potential revocation of his title. I believe there is another matter that requires our attention, Charlotte remarked. What is it? The establishment of the Falcon Fleet system, she responded. Zhao Chen turned his gaze toward Charlotte, who continued, previously, we possessed only 2 starships, allowing for rather casual arrangements regarding positions. However, the situation has changed. We now have 12 combat starships and 1 auxiliary starship, forming the nascent structure of a small fleet. To facilitate future management, it is imperative that we establish a fleet system. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Since you have formulated an idea, I trust you have also prepared a contingency plan? Effective immediately, your title shall no longer be that of captain, but fleet commander. You may select any starship as your flagship, representing our fleet. I propose the T2 Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier starship, as it offers enhanced safety. I shall serve as the captain of the Zero Storm, while also assuming the role of deputy fleet commander. Lilith may act as your flagship secretary and fleet secretary. Subsequently, we can assign a captain to each of the remaining starships. Prior to that, we have approximately 200 female soldiers without formal positions. Each T2 Black Rhino requires merely 20 female soldiers to operate, thus perfectly filling this void with our 200 female personnel. As for the selection of captains and the crew for each starship's bridge, that will require your personal arrangement. Charlotte outlined her meticulous plans. True to her former role as fleet commander, she had already devised every detail for Zhao Chen. You must already have the list, right? Please show it to me shortly. If there are no issues, I will grant my approval directly. You are entrusted with all these matters. I find myself rather fatigued and will retire to rest for now. Zhao Chen deliberately stretched, delegating the work to Charlotte. Charlotte rolled her eyes. This captain, no, now he should be referred to as fleet commander, seemed increasingly fond of shirking responsibilities. Naturally, Zhao Chen was determined to avoid tasks he need not undertake himself. With capable individuals under his command, why should he toil unnecessarily? However, at this moment, Zhao Chen was not seeking rest, but rather reviewing his completed quarterly tasks to claim his rewards. Quarterly task: possess 3 models of starships produced by the system. The task has been completed, and the rewards are now available for collection. Chapter 80, The Stars and the Bright Moon, vowing to follow until death. Quarterly task: possess 3 starships produced by the system. The task has been completed, and the rewards can now be claimed. The rewards have been successfully collected: 10 task points, 1,000 system credits, T2 Super Soldier Serum, and a technical blueprint for a T2 Black Knight class light interstellar combat mech. Indeed, the rewards for the quarterly task are quite substantial, not having wasted Zhao Chen's anticipation over the past month. In addition to the usual rewards of 10 task points and 1,000 system credits, Zhao Chen noticed a familiar item, the T2 Super Soldier Serum. It appears that this Super Soldier Serum is part of a series. After previously injecting the T1 Super Soldier Serum, Zhao Chen felt a significant enhancement in his physical abilities. What might happen if he were to inject the T2 Super Soldier Serum? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen concentrated, and a vial identical to the previous one appeared in his hand. Recalling the sensations from his first injection, Zhao Chen sat on his bed, inhaled deeply, and swiftly pierced the syringe into his arm. Hiss. In an instant, Zhao Chen felt a jolt akin to an electric shock coursing through his head, as every cell in his body quivered, and his consciousness seemed poised to depart from his physical form. After several minutes of discomfort, a look of relief spread across Zhao Chen's face, his mouth slightly agape and his eyes narrowed in bliss. This state lasted for half a minute before he reluctantly returned to his senses. He first swung his fist, and in a flash, a shadow of his punch zipped by. Zhao Chen surveyed his surroundings, directly approaching the bedside, effortlessly lifting the large bed with a single hand. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, his gaze grew more resolute. His facial features began to acquire definition, and his abdominal muscles were sculpted to a pleasing degree. If I were to strike old Chen with the strength I possess now, He would likely lose his life, Zhao Chen mused. Pulling his thoughts back, he focused on the final reward from the recent mission, the T2 Black Knight class light interstellar battle mech. In this age of interstellar exploration, battle mechs have unfortunately taken a back seat. Nevertheless, they remain indispensable. While starships are capable of engaging in combat within the cosmic expanse, how does one seize control of a planet? If the objective is merely to eradicate the forces on a planet, one could simply employ starships for orbital bombardment, saturating the ground with firepower. However, if the goal is to take control of a planet while minimizing damage, battle mechs become essential weaponry. It is important to note that although battle mechs and interstellar battle mechs belong to the same category of weaponry, they represent two entirely distinct branches. The former is typically deployed among ground forces on planets, while the latter is designed for combat in the cosmic environment and can even engage in starship jump battles. Zhao Chen examined the data on the interstellar mech. T2 Black Knight class light interstellar combat mecha type, interstellar combat mecha technology level, T2 hull armor strength, 40 units hull cruising speed, 10 knots hull maximum speed, 30 knots height, 8 meters weight, 420 tons crew, 1 armament, 2 36-barreled Gatling laser cannons, 30 units of small missiles, and 1 Black Knight lightsaber. The armor strength of this mecha is comparable to that of T1 star ships, and its weaponry can rival the firepower of T1 star ships, in addition to possessing close combat capabilities. Its cruising speed is relatively modest, as it is merely an interstellar combat mecha rather than a starship. However, its short-term maximum speed can match that of some T2 starships. It is conceivable to deploy several interstellar combat mechas within the hangars of starships, potentially proving useful for future surface combat missions, Zhao Chen mused. After familiarizing himself with the interstellar combat mecha, Zhao Chen cast a glance at his data interface. Host, Zhao Chen occupation, top-tier starship engineer special attributes, fleet luck value bonus. I have insight points, 2950 mission points, 20 number of starships, 12 current mission, empty warehouse, T3 Blizzard class. Both mission points and system points have been accounted for. In addition to the 1,000 system points earned this time, there are also the accumulated monthly points from October and November, totaling 160 system points. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment before accessing the T2 Marketplace upgrade page. The first condition for upgrading the T2 system mall, exchange for 2 T2 level items, 2-2. The second condition, complete 2 C-level system tasks, 2-2. The third condition, expend 2,000 system points to upgrade the mall, 2,952,000. All 3 conditions for elevating the T2 mall have been fulfilled. Confirm the expenditure of 2,000 system points to upgrade the T2 mall to a T3 mall. Confirm the expenditure of 2,000 system points for the T2 mall's upgrade to T3. Your remaining system points, 950. Congratulations, you have unlocked the T3 series of products in the system mall, granting you an opportunity to exchange for any item without the need for task points. Once again, it is the same reward privilege. But upon a cursory glance at the T3 series products, Zhao Chen discovered that the average price hovers around 6,000 system points. Currently, as a pauper, he lacks the system points for redemption and can only indulge in a fleeting glimpse. Subsequently, Zhao Chen accompanied Charlotte to oversee the inaugural trial run of the T2 Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault frigate. A fleet of 10 T2 Black Rhinoceros vessels departed from the starport. Hours later, they returned, having successfully completed the first trial run. Next, it was time to procure military supplies and daily necessities. Zhao Chen's account still held substantial funds, which might not suffice for constructing a starship. However, it was more than adequate to support the over 600 interstellar female soldiers. Additionally, Zhao Chen had meticulously prepared for a grand celebration, a New Year's Eve banquet. This should mark Zhao Chen's first New Year's celebration since his arrival in this world. In the Starship Workshop, a spacious area was cleared, adorned with a lavish array of food and beverages, while the most popular melodies resonated through the air. Some reveled in dance, others indulged in hearty feasting, and a few sang joyfully. This grand banquet must have cost a considerable sum of star coins. Charlotte took a sip of an unknown brand of spirits, glancing at Zhao Chen and Lilith beside her. Lilith replied, "The total expenditure amounts to 5,000 star coins." Charlotte shook her head. 5,000 star coins. If she were to compare it to her previous life in the rebel fleet, it represented countless months' worth of rations. To spend it all in one night felt undeniably extravagant. "Are you feeling a pinch?" Zhao Chen teased, observing Charlotte's expression. Though Charlotte remained silent, her demeanor spoke volumes. Warriors of the Falcon Fleet, tell me, are you happy? Zhao Chen suddenly bellowed. Upon hearing their commander's voice, everyone shouted in unison, happy. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile as he lifted a nearby goblet, downing its contents in one gulp, then declared, I, Zhao Chen, harbor no grand ambitions. I simply wish to honor my family's expectations, to diligently develop my Falcon Star system and the Falcon Fleet. I want to ensure that those who choose to follow me live as human beings, and possess hope, not merely to survive like puppets devoid of purpose. Simultaneously, we must possess the strength that shields us from oppression. Dignity shall always remain within the reach of our starships. Many female soldiers paused in their actions, gazing wistfully at their commander, some with reddened eyes. On this day next year, I hope we can still revel together, toasting beneath the moonlight. Here's to our future. Zhao Chen raised his glass once more. Lilith stepped forward, placing her hand over her heart, and solemnly declared, by the stars and the bright moon, I vow to follow until death. By the stars and the bright moon, I vow to follow until death. The multitude of female soldiers echoed in unison. Zhao Chen tilted his head back, draining the fiery liquor from his cup. At this moment, the time had transitioned into the new year. The system chimed, annual task triggered.